Chapter 1 Teleportation Mist. Blue Star. Little brother. Don't sleep. Something big has happened. Who is it? Who is praising me for being handsome? Feeling someone tugging on his arm, Chin Fan opened his eyes impatiently. The next moment, the scene that greeted him made him stunned for a moment. This is a huge square. The entire square was crowded with people. Some were panicking. Some were shouting. And the noise was confusing and disturbing. The strange thing is that everyone's age seems to be in the range of 18 to 27 or 28. There are no old people. No children. All these people were surrounded by a strange dark fog in the middle of a square. No one knows what is outside the fog. All people can see, apart from the dense crowd of people in the square, is a light column more than 50 meters high in the center of the square. The light beam released soft white light, illuminating the entire square. But the white light could not penetrate the fog surrounding the square. All of this feels weird and unreal. What's the situation? Why are so many people talking about traveling? I was obviously playing with Xiaobai on the grass in the park. So why did I end up in such a weird place? Just when Chin Fan was surprised, a furry head nuzzled Chin Fan's palm. Noob? Chin Fan lowered his head and glanced at the ragdoll cat in his arms. And his heart suddenly felt warm. In this weird scene, Xiaobai was still with him, which dissipated a lot of the fear in his heart. Just then, the morning sun rose, and the fog suddenly began to dissipate quickly. As soon as the fog dissipated, before everyone could rejoice, they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. I saw a huge and terrifying monster standing in each of the 4 directions around the square, which was originally shrouded in thick fog. A chimpanzee more than 20 meters tall with a fierce look in his eyes. A big ant with a flaming red body and spitting flames from its mouth. A tiger with 2 horns and a tail like a meteor hammer was swinging its tail slowly, making holes in the ground one after another. There is also a green bull that looks like a giant mammoth, although the green bull is lying on the ground and seems to be sleeping. A strong wind blows up every time it exhales. Each of the 4 monsters was very large in size and exuded a ferocious aura, scaring people so much that they backed away. And on the backs or shoulders of these 4 monsters, there was a person standing. 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 of them are not very old. They all seem to be in their 20s. They are all wearing armor and carrying swords on their backs. They are all majestic, especially the woman on the chimpanzee's shoulder. The woman was about 1.77 meters tall. Although she was wearing a suit of armor, she showed off a pair of slender, straight and white legs. They were very eye-catching and could easily make people's eyes wander all over her legs. But in this environment, no one dared to look at her twice. After all, the chimpanzee is just too scary. Not to mention, on the edge of the square, there are also strange-looking armor tanks, as well as rows of soldiers wearing armor and carrying live ammunition. The dark muzzles of cannons and guns pointed at the dark crowd. The people in the square suddenly felt terrified. What the hell? Are aliens invading? A man next to him, who was about 25 or 6 years old and very muscular, couldn't help but uttered a curse word. Chin Fan couldn't help but look at the man a few more times. He remembers this voice. This person should be the one who pulled him and woke him up before. I obviously work overtime at the company. Why do I appear in such a weird place? What happened? Why did I come here as soon as I stepped out of the school gate? I'm afraid this is no longer the Earth. Look at those monsters. The giant ants are bigger than elephants, and they are still breathing fire from their mouths. Have we traveled through time? So many people have traveled through time together. Are we all the chosen ones? I want to go home, woohoo! People were talking a lot with different expressions. Some were ecstatic. Some were crying. Some people were expressionless. And some were panicked. But everyone's voices were very suppressed. After all, there are 4 terrifying monsters around. And there are black holes around them. No one dares to make a loud noise in this situation. The same goes for Chin Fan. At the age of 18, he looked as calm as an old dog on the surface. But in fact, he was quite panicked on the inside. Although he grew up in an orphanage and experienced hardships, he still couldn't help but feel his heart beat when faced with this weird scene. Sudden roar! The chimpanzee, more than 20 meters tall, roared angrily. This sound resounded throughout the sky. Many people were so shocked that their eardrums hurt. The whole square was suddenly silent. Xiaobai, the ragdoll cat being held by Chin Fan, was also frightened and buried his head deeply in Chin Fan's arms. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chin Fan hurriedly comforted him. At this time, the woman standing on the chimpanzee's shoulders nodded with satisfaction, raised her hand, and waved gently. Above the void, a light curtain appeared out of thin air. On the light screen, lines of large Chinese characters slowly appeared. People immediately crowded and moved closer to the light curtain, wanting to see it more clearly. Chen Fan moved forward with the crowd and began to quickly read the text on the light screen. After 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Fan withdrew his gaze. This is indeed not the Earth anymore. This is a magical beast-controlling world called Blue Star. More than 2,000 years ago, after 2 moons appeared on the Blue Star, Beast Masters and Star Warriors were born in this world. After awakening as a Beast Master and obtaining the Beast Master Space qualification, you can sign contracts with some monsters who have awakened their talents, fight with the beasts, and grow together. People who are unable to awaken as Beast Masters may also have a chance to awaken as Star Warriors, absorb star power, and practice martial arts. But Star Warriors are far inferior to Beast Masters. This is the world of beast control. This is the era of beast control. Every year on this day, 200,000 young men and women are transported into this world by the mist. 200,000 people were selected at random and dispersed randomly around the world. This is the Jane Square outside Donghai City in the Tang Dynasty. The total number of people in Jane Square now is 20,000. Next, these 20,000 people will receive awakening guidance in batches. Through awakening guidance, they may awaken their talents and become Beast Masters or Star Warriors. After the awakening guidance is completed, regardless of whether they are awakened or not, everyone needs to receive swords and other cold weapons and participate in a test. The test is, stay in this wild jungle outside the square for 3 days and 3 nights. If you can come back alive after 3 days, you will pass the test. Teams are allowed, but each team cannot exceed 4 people. Beast Masters and Star Warriors who pass the test can directly enter the 3 major academies in Donghai City to learn and train Beast Masters and martial arts. Those who do not have the talent to awaken but pass the test can get a second chance to awaken, regardless of whether they are teleported or people born on Blue Star. They only have 2 chances to awaken in this life. If after experiencing the test of life and death, you conduct the second awakening guide, you still do not have the awakening talent, then these people need to work as miners in the mines outside Donghai City for 3 years before they can qualify to live in Donghai City. This is the rule in all the main cities in all Blue Star countries. What? After awakening your talent, you still have to participate in this life and death test. The trees in the wild jungle outside are over 100 feet tall. Who knows what kind of monsters are inside? We are only provided with cold weapons like swords. How can we defeat them? What's the use of giving you a gun? Look at that big ant. Do you think an ordinary gun can kill it? And the King Kong and King Kong Skull Island destroyed several fighter jets. Damn it. The number of people in the team is limited to 4. If we encounter these 4 terrifying monsters in front of us, even if all 4 of them are carrying rocket launchers, they may not be able to defeat them. The square started to get noisy again. People were panicked and at a loss what to do. But the huge chimpanzee roared in a low voice, and all the noise immediately disappeared. In this different world, the rules are made by the strong. It is not easy to live well in this kind of world. No chips, no value, no strength, nothing more than ashes after all. Many people began to calm down after being yelled at by the chimpanzees. All right. The woman on the shoulders of the more than 20-meter tall chimpanzee waved her hand gently and said, I believe you probably understand your situation and know where this place is. This is Tang State, Donghai City. After the awakening guidance is completed, each of you will be given a smartwatch to wear on your wrist. It is a combination of mobile phone and computer. You can connect to the internet through that device and learn a lot about what you want to know. Information. At this time, a young man mustered up the courage to ask, after awakening and guiding me, can I not participate in this test? After taking part in the test, if you still can't awaken to become a Beast Master and Star Warrior, can you stop being a miner? The woman on the chimpanzee's shoulder laughed. You can't refuse to participate. Those who don't want to participate will be killed on the spot. Kill him on the spot. The young man who spoke before was shocked. The woman added, of course, after participating in the test, you can choose not to be a miner. If you don't work as a miner, you won't be able to live in Donghai City. You can only live in the wilderness. Well, outside the main city. We collectively call it the wilderness. The sky is big and the earth is big. If you have the strength, you can go anywhere. But I want to remind you, the wilderness outside the main city is full of dangers. There are countless extraordinary monsters or alien races. Even the powerful Beast Masters and Star Warriors are still walking on thin ice. So you have to decide for yourself whether you will be a miner or not. Okay, let's start lining up now. Prepare for awakening guidance. A group of 50 people form 3 circles around a lighthouse. Each group has only 5 minutes to awaken. Let's start. The woman standing on the chimpanzee's shoulders did not give people a chance to ask questions again. Groups of armed soldiers came over and began to guide people to line up. Directly east of the square, a group of soldiers moved out objects that looked like lighthouses. There are 10 lighthouses. Each one is more than 3 meters high, and they all emit a faint blue light. The crowd surged, and many people began to push forward. Next to him, the tall and thick-looking young man tugged at the corner of Chin Fan's clothes. Little brother, everyone has a chance to awaken anyway. Don't worry. Let's stay back and wait and see first. Chin Fan nodded and stretched out his right hand. Chin Fan. The young man grinned and shook Chin Fan's hand. Wang Tung. Chin Fan. My son Wang Tung has the qualifications to be a great emperor. This name. Chin Fan had a strange look on his face. Brother Wang, do you usually read novels? Wang Tung was stunned. What are you looking at? Chin Fan. Well, this guy probably doesn't read novels. And because he is very strong and big, most people don't dare to make such a joke to him. So he never knew about it. Little brother, after the awakening guidance is completed, shall we form a team together? Wang Tung glanced at Chin Fan and whispered. Then find 2 more people and go to the jungle to break into him. If we can awaken to become beast masters or star warriors, we can help each other and grow together in the future. Chin Fan nodded slightly. Okay. Sudden. Chin Fan felt as if there was an electric current spreading throughout his body. The beast control system is activated. 10%. 40%. 70%. The beast control system is successfully activated. The beast control space was successfully opened. Next moment. Boom! A strange, square space opened up in Chin Fan's mind. That space was about 30 square meters. With white clouds in the sky, green grass on the ground, and a lake, which was actually just a small puddle. The space is surrounded by gray mist, and it is gray and chaotic. The strangest thing is that there is a gate standing on every side of this square space, leading to nowhere. Beast control system? Is this the beast controlling space? Just when Chin Fan was overjoyed, a system panel slowly rose in his mind outside the beast controlling space. Chapter 2 Beast Control System. Xiaobai's Awakening. Is this what the beast control space is like? What do the 4 gates in the beast control space mean? Is this door for the entry and exit of beasts? Chin Fan was ecstatic, but his face was expressionless. He just silently checked the system panel outside the beast controlling space. Lines of explanatory text appeared in his mind. The beast control system. Monsters can be cultivated. Monsters can be cultivated. Gods can be cultivated. Demons can be cultivated. Everything can be cultivated. Everything can be cultivated as a pet. The host can obtain energy by helping the beast grow, whether it is its own beast or by killing monsters. The energy can be used to help the beast evolve and turn on other system functions. After the beast controlling system is activated, there is no longer a limit to the number of beast controllers signed by the host, meaning you can sign as many beast controllers as you want, as long as you can support them. This system is quite playful. Chin Fan glanced at the energy bar at the bottom of the system panel. The energy bar shows that there are already 20 points of energy. There are many cloud-like things above the energy bar, which should be skills that can be activated using energy. I don't know if it is because of insufficient energy, but all the clouds are not activated, and I can't even see clearly what skills they are. Chin Fan was not in a hurry, even if he can't activate other skills, just by cultivating and evolving the beasts. The beast control system is enough to make him stand out among the others and look down on the world. Too strong. They actually said that everything is a pet. Even gods and demons can cultivate it. Chin Fan raised his head and looked at the chimpanzee in front of the square. In front of him, a virtual panel immediately appeared. Monster name, Wild and Violent Ape. Combat power level, level 10 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute water. Monster weakness earth. Racial skills, raging waves. Water cannon. Ocean blue shield. Deep sea vortex. This skill has not yet been awakened, and there is a chance of awakening after upgrading to level 11. Monster state, irritated. Monster preferences, likes to be quiet, listen to soft music, and likes to be tapped on the shoulder. Potential level Samsung. Requirements for breakthrough to level 11, 100 pounds of devil bananas, 100 pounds of blue raspberries, 500 pounds of milk leaves, 3 days of high-intensity training, 15 points of energy, the higher the potential level, the easier it is to evolve, and the less materials are consumed. Steps for usage. Racial level evolution route 2. The first one. The ordinary evolution route. Wild violet ape, stone skin demon ape, iron skin demon ape, evolve from medium extraordinary to high extraordinary. The materials and methods required. The second. Hidden mutation evolution route. Wild violet ape, 8-armed crazy ape, ancient blue ape, evolve from medium extraordinary to high extraordinary. The materials and methods required. The normal evolution route is relatively easy, while the hidden mutation evolution route will be more difficult. But the hidden mutation evolution route can increase the racial level to the limit, with unlimited potential, and is the optimal evolution route after the system brushes selection. Looking at these data, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The function of the Beast Control System is really powerful. Not only can it help the Beast Master improve its combat power level, but it can also improve its race level. Not only can you see the ordinary evolution route, but you can also see the more powerful hidden mutation evolution route. Doesn't this mean that as long as he can find relevant materials and follow the methods given by the system, he can train the most common beasts to become mythical beasts? Awesome. Unbelievable. Chen Fan almost laughed out loud. He withdrew his gaze, looked down at Xiaobai in his arms, and suddenly froze again. Monster name, Ragdoll Cat Xiaobai. Combat power level, level 1, just awakened. Race level, low awakening. Monster attribute, thunder. Monster weakness, fire. Racial skill, Thundercat Claw. Monster state, frightened. Monster preferences, likes to stay in Chen Fan's arms or shoulders. Likes to be stroked on the head by Chen Fan. Potential level, 6 stars, the higher the potential level, the easier it is to evolve, and the less materials are consumed. Requirements for breaking through to level 2, 5 pounds of fresh fish meat above level 1. 1 level 2 fish crystal core. 10 energy points. Steps for usage. Evolution route 2. The first one. The ordinary evolution route. Ragdoll cat, bloodthirsty cat, starry sky shadow cat, evolve from low awakening to medium awakening. Required materials and methods. The second. Hidden mutation evolution route. Ragdoll cat, phantom thunder cat, purple electric cat, emperor thunder eating and piercing sky cat, emperor, evolve from low awakening to medium awakening. Required materials and methods. 10 pounds level 2, contains fresh fish above level 2. 1 crystal core of a thunder attribute monster above level 2. 3 fish crystal cores above level 2, including level 2. And 40 points of energy. Steps for usage. Chen Fan's eyes widened. Xiaobai has awakened? Did you awaken after traveling through time? Her potential level is actually higher than that of the wild and violent ape in front of her. The wild and violent ape's potential level was only 3 stars. But she was actually 6 stars. Meow! Seeing Chen Fan looking at her with wide eyes, Xiaobai raised his cat's paw and patted Chen Fan's arm gently. Chen Fan saw that Xiaobai's state was frightened, so he gently rubbed Xiaobai's little head and comforted him. Xiaobai immediately closed his eyes, enjoying himself. His mood quickly stabilized, and the status on the virtual panel changed to comfortable. Fish! Fish at level 1 and level 2 can help Xiaobai improve his level. We have to find a way to get more fish. Because he knew that the hidden mutation evolution route was far stronger than the ordinary evolution route. Chen Fan simply ignored Xiaobai's method of operating the ordinary evolution route. He glanced at the jungle outside the square and nodded secretly. There must be a river in the jungle, so catching fish shouldn't be a big problem. I just don't know how strong the attack power of level 1 and 2 fish is. At this time, the time for the first round of awakening guidance has arrived. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Chen Fan looked up and saw people sitting around the lighthouse. Stars shone around some of them, and a sparkling 6-pointed star array appeared in front of them. There were also people with stars flashing around them, but there was no 6-pointed star array in front of them. Most people don't have anything unusual around them. Quiet! A young man wearing armor explained a few sentences loudly. Everyone got a lot of information from his explanation. Chen Fan was also thoughtful. It turns out that the person who appears in front of the 6-pointed star array and flashes starlight has awakened the talent of Beast Control and Star Warrior. As for those who had stars flashing around them, but did not have a 6-pointed star array, they had only awakened their talent as a Star Warrior. Beast Masters and Star Warriors have extremely different potentials, because the Beast Master himself also has the talent of a Star Warrior. Both sides are practicing star power. Star Warriors can only temper their bodies through star power, and use star power to activate martial arts or martial arts. The Beast Master can also temper the body through star power, and use star power to activate martial arts and martial arts. However, the Beast Master can also sign a contract with the Beast to directly obtain the power of the Beast. Grow and fight together with the Beast. Between Star Warriors and Beast Masters of the same level. Unless there are special circumstances, the Star Warriors will basically be crushed by the Beast Masters. Like the woman on the shoulders of the wild and violent ape. How can a Star Warrior of the same level fight her if she carries such a big beast? You don't even need to take action yourself. The wild and violent ape can directly crush the Star Warrior's son. And who can be sure how many beasts she has? What if another group of gorillas were summoned? And they would take turns to attack you one by one? No. They would take turns beating you. Would you be able to hold on? In this blue star, the status of the Beast Master is much higher than imagined. However, this awakening rate seems to be a little too low. 500 people were divided into 10 groups for awakening guidance. But only 52 people awakened their beast-controlling talents. Only 1/10. There are more people who have awakened Star Warriors. Among the 500 people, a total of 105 people have awakened Star Warriors, and the awakening ratio exceeds 1/5. According to this ratio, it is estimated that about 2,000 of the 20,000 people will become Beast Masters, and more than 4,000 people will become Star Warriors. However, the remaining people will have another chance to awaken in 3 days. I don't know how many people will be awakened in the end. Chen Fan looked away and scanned the other 3 beasts around him. The other 3 beasts are all level 10 in combat power, and their race levels are all medium extraordinary. However, the potential level is 1 star lower than the wild violent ape. Only 2 stars. Judging from the potential level alone, Xiaobai can almost crush them. At this time, the awakened people cheered and, under the guidance of a group of soldiers, went to the other side to test their beast-controlling talents and Star Warrior talents. But those who had not awakened were all dejected and looked very ugly. Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh and said, "Those who can awaken are the proud ones of heaven. There will be another chance in 3 days. But if you still haven't awakened after the second awakening guide in 3 days, then you can only become a minor. Even if I travel through time, I can only be an ordinary person and live at the bottom of the pile for the rest of my life. Oh, I really hope I can also awaken as a Beast Master. I don't want to be ordinary after time travel." A person on the side said, "The miners are not a thing anymore. Whether they can survive these 3 days is a question. Who knows what monsters are in the jungle?" The moods of many people around him became extremely heavy. Chen Fan said nothing and his expression was relatively calm. Apart from the fact that he grew up in an orphanage, fought countless wild dogs, and saw strong winds and waves, the main reason is that he already knew he was a jerk. An hour and a half later, Wang Teng gently pushed Chen Fan. "Brother Chen Fan, it's almost our turn." Chen Fan nodded. There are 50 people in one lighthouse, and 10 lighthouses are working at the same time. One awakening guide is 500 people. Once every 5 minutes. There are only about 3,000 people left. After a while, Chen Fan and Wang Teng's queue began to move. Under the guidance of a group of soldiers, a group of people sat cross-legged around a lighthouse in an orderly manner. As soon as he sat down, Chen Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Under the light of the lighthouse, he felt like the winter sun shining on his body, giving him a warm feeling. Chen Fan closed his eyes and clearly felt a strange energy escaping from the lighthouse and entering his mind. But in the beast control space, it seemed like just a gust of wind blew by. And then, there was no more movement. 5 minutes later, a group of people stood up with different expressions. Chen Fan looked around and saw nothing unusual. Wang Teng, who was on the opposite side of the circle, shook his arms and shouted, "I have awakened my Star Warrior talent! I am a Star Warrior! Ha ha ha!" A girl next to her who had awakened her talent as a Beast Master cried with joy and cried out. Others who did not have awakening talents lowered their heads and walked aside silently. At this moment, the square has been divided into 3 groups. A group of people are people who have awakened their talents. A group of people are people who have been guided through awakening, but have not opened their talents. The last group of people are the last ones waiting for awakening guidance. No one deliberately separated these people, but people's consciousness made the front lines very clear. From now on, maybe these are people in 2 worlds. Reality is so cruel. Chen Fan smiled and was about to step forward to say congratulations to Wang Teng. But after Wang Teng glanced at him, he walked directly to the girl and said, "Little sister, I have awakened the Star Warrior talent, and you have awakened the Beast Master talent. Let's form a team together later." "Right. Although you have awakened your talent as a Beast Master, you don't have a Beast Master yet, and your strength is not strong. I can protect you. With that said, Wang Tung rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-developed biceps. Okay. The girl nodded. Wang Tung looked happy, and without even looking at Chen Fan, he walked towards the group of people who had awakened their talents and went to find other teammates. The girl, after taking one look at Chen Fan, followed Wang Tung obediently. Chapter 3, I can actually enter my own beast-controlling space? Chen Fan laughed dumbly. Wang Tung, who has awakened his talent as a star warrior, does not have the obligation to protect or take care of him. An unawakened person. But? Do you want it to be so realistic? You said before that you would form a team with me and help each other. But now that you have become a star warrior, you don't even look at me? Chen Fan smiled and shook his head, turned around and walked into the unconscious crowd. It's not that he doesn't mind letting others know that he's awakened. It's just that the way he awakens is a bit strange. And he's awakened before starting the awakening guidance. And there's nothing unusual about his body. Let's check the information later. Anyway, there is a second chance to awaken. And it is not too late to say that I have awakened in 3 days. These days, the system needs to be used to help Xiaobai improve his combat power level. It is definitely inconvenient to form a team with others. So Chen Fan stood directly among the unawakened people. It's okay, little brother. We will have a second chance to awaken in 3 days. A young man wearing glasses gently patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and comforted him. Chen Fan smiled politely at him. After a few more minutes, groups of soldiers came over and started handing out smartwatches. Just as the woman on the shoulder of the wild ape said. This smartwatch is a combination of a mobile phone and a computer. There is even WeChat on it. After Chen Fan put on the smartwatch, he started it. A virtual screen, like a computer interface, immediately appeared in front of him. Chen Fan's fingers touched the virtual computer interface as if operating a tablet. After some fumbling, he quickly became familiar with the operation of the computer on his wrist and found an officially certified beast control forum. The first pinned post on the forum was about the hand-drawn drawing of the beast-controlling space. Chen Fan moved his finger and clicked on the post. But as soon as he opened it, Chen Fan was stunned. In the post, all attributes of the beast control space are different from his. In those pictures, all the beast controlling spaces are gray. There is no blue sky, no white clouds. Only the middle position is in color. The water-attributed beast-controlling space has an ocean-like light blue in the middle. The fire-attributed beast-controlling space has a flame-like fiery red color in the middle. There is no blue sky, no white clouds, no grass, no door. What happened? Chen Fan suppressed the shock and annoyance in his heart and began to carefully check the system interface again. After checking it, he almost jumped up. I saw 2 lines of very small text and buttons in the lower left corner of the system interface. The text reads, if the host wants to enter the beast control space, please press enter. If the host wants to leave the beast control space, please press exit. Under the text, there are 2 buttons. One button says in and the other button says out. Both text and buttons are pitifully small. If Chen Fan hadn't noticed something strange and looked at the system carefully again, he might not have noticed it. Your uncle's system. Such an important function is hidden in such an inconspicuous corner. And the font is so small. Isn't this intentional to deceive people? Etc. Can I enter my own beast controlling space? Is it possible for a beast master to enter his own beast master space? Chen Fan opened the beast master forum, prepared to register an account, and then asked some questions about the beast master space. Please enter a nickname. The most handsome man in Blue Star. The nickname is already registered. What the H.L. Which shameless thing got there first? The most handsome man in Tang Dynasty. The nickname is already registered. The most handsome man in East China Sea City. The nickname is already registered. Damn. That's so annoying. What should I do if I'm too handsome? The nickname is already registered. What should I do if I am woken up by my handsomeness every day? The nickname is already registered. I have nothing but handsomeness. The nickname is already registered. Too different? Shameless? These beast masters are so shameless. Chen Fan frowned, thought for a moment, and entered another nickname, Blue Star's most handsome father. Registration success. Well, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Just registering an account on the Beast Tamer forum made him see clearly the darkness and ugliness of this world. There are too many shameless people here. Chen Fan opened the forum and posted a post asking, excuse me, fellow veterans, can Beast Masters enter their own Beast Master space? Within a short while, a large number of replies appeared under the post. The beast taming space is a place where beast tamers sleep and meditate. The beast tamer enters his own beast taming space. What the hell are you thinking? It has been more than 2,000 years since the first beast master appeared on this land. Why do people still ask such idiotic questions? It looks like a cloud player at first glance. He probably doesn't even have a beast control space yet. Right. Look. The registration date is today. He should have just come from out of town. What's the matter? You upstairs are discriminating against us foreign people? Isn't your father from another place? If not your father, isn't your grandpa from another place? Can you be sure when the teleportation fog started? I have every reason to believe it. The first beast master in Blue Star's history came from outside the country. What's the quarrel upstairs? It's just a joke. After so many years, how can we still distinguish between foreign and local? I came here 30 years ago, and now my son is getting married. You said my son is out of town or local? Don't be ridiculous. Let's move on to this weird question asked by the original poster. Master, do you want to get a cage to raise yourself? If I can enter my own beast controlling space, then why should I buy a house? Actually, the poster is not the only one who has this idea. Think about it. If you encounter a strong enemy and enter your own space with a swipe, the strong enemy will be confused immediately. It's an invincible skill, but it may take you a lifetime to awaken it. So just wait. Sometimes it's unfair to think about it. When we are in the wild, our beast masters can enter the beast master space to rest, but we have to sleep in the open air. How great would it be if we could really enter our own beast master space? The latest one was posted by an ID named Invisible Saw. Old master, why do you ask such a weird question? Do you think you can freely come and go in your own beast controlling space? If you want to be so awesome, I will swallow you. Shit commits suicide. Chinfam replied under the last post. No eating or drinking. Then Invisible Coquettish immediately became angry. Boy, if you talk like that, you usually get beaten. Right? Chinfan. You guessed it right. I usually get beaten 3 times a day. Invisible Saw made an angry expression. Chinfan. Your expression is like you suddenly discovered that the 2 beauties you live with are standing and peeing with you. Invisible Show. Give me your name and address, and I'll find you. Chinfan. As the old saying goes, a piece of grass on the ground is a treasure. Invisible Saw. What do you mean? Chinfan. Ah. It's not interesting. I just suddenly became very interested in poetry, and couldn't help but recite poetry. Invisible Slut. If you are a man, tell me your name and address. I will beat you to death today. Chinfan didn't bother to pay attention to that guy at all, and made a new post. Excuse me, veterans. How much do you know about the evolutionary root of beast control? Chapter 4 Beast Control Evolution Root. As soon as the post was posted, there were a lot of replies soon. We have been studying the evolutionary root of beast controlling for 2,000 years, and now we have achieved remarkable results. You can check the evolutionary roots of many beast controlling beasts on the Beast Controlling Forum, and you can make enough food and clothing by yourself. There are too many types of monsters. Mountains, rivers, vegetation, and beasts can all evolve. A bunch of monsters that have never been seen before come out of the space gate every year. It is impossible to know the evolutionary roots of all monsters, but we have been effort. What you said above is correct. Even a professional master of beast breeding cannot claim to know the evolutionary roots of all beasts. Anyway, humans have been studying beast control for so many years, and there are still many results. For many known beast control, we have basically found 1 or 2 evolutionary roots. The evolutionary roots of all beast controlling beasts are closely related to the beast controlling space. In the beast controlling space, the probability of the beast controlling breaking through the racial level is higher. This is why many highly intelligent monsters are now willing to sign contracts with humans. Even if you know 1 or 2 evolutionary roots, it is extremely difficult to help the beast master evolve the race level. Yes, combat power level is relatively easy. Race level is really difficult. It depends on opportunities, but opportunities are hard to come by. The latest reply seems to be an advertisement. Do you want to breed your own beast? Come to our Fooling Beast breeding studio. The price is fair, and you will be honest. If you provide the materials yourself, it only costs 150,000 alliance coins to upgrade a beast master within level 5 by 1 combat level. Our address is... Chinfan was furious. You even said, fooling you. Yourself? Do you think I'm an idiot? But soon, the person sent another message. The above one was typed incorrectly. It was protect your beast breeding studio, not fool your beast breeding studio. This bastard input method. Is it really a problem with the input method? Chen Fan sneered. However, the price quoted by the Fooling Your Beast breeding studio gave him a rough idea of the current market situation of breeding beasts. Produce the materials yourself, and the beast masters within level 5 will increase their combat power by 1 level, earning 150,000 alliance coins. Chen Fan opened Qiandu and searched for the housing prices in Donghai City. I found that the price of a 100 square meter house in Donghai City is about 900,000 alliance coins. The inner city is the most expensive and the outer city is cheaper. Therefore, if materials are added to increase the combat power level of the beast to level 5, one house in the inner city of Donghai City may not be enough. This is simply a money grab. Is Yusho Studio so profitable? Chen Fan suppressed the impulse in his heart, and after checking the replies one by one, he entered Ragdoll Cat Evolution Route in the forum search box. Posts posted by several professional animal breeding masters immediately appeared. The evolution route of the Ragdoll Cat after awakening, Ragdoll Cat, Bloodthirsty Cat, Starry Sky, Shadow Cat. There is also a comment below from a seemingly certified master of animal breeding. This is the optimal evolutionary route for awakened Ragdoll Cats. Chen Fan couldn't help being stunned for a moment. No more. The optimal evolutionary route? Looking at this evolutionary path, the Ragdoll Cat has evolved to the end, which is the Starry Sky Shadow Cat. This evolutionary route is the same as the ordinary evolutionary route displayed on the system. But there is also a hidden mutation evolution route on his system panel. That evolution route is obviously much more powerful than the ordinary evolution route. Moreover, on the system panel, Xiao Bai's hidden mutation evolution route ended with an ellipsis, which obviously could lead to a breakthrough to a higher level. But the ordinary evolutionary route comes to an abrupt end when it comes to the Starry Shadow Cat. Chen Fan entered Wild Violent Ape evolutionary route into the forum search box again. The evolution route of the Wild and Violent Ape. The Wild and Violent Ape, the Stone-Skinned Demon Ape, the Iron-Skinned Demon Ape. Really? The general evolution route given by the system is basically the same as the evolution route searched on the forum. But according to the description on the forum, this Wild and Violent Ape has only one evolutionary path. The system also provides a hidden mutation evolution route that can allow the Wild Violent Ape to break through to the Primordial Blue Ape or above. The two evolutionary routes are worlds apart. Chen Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart again, opened 2 pages, and entered combat power level and race level, respectively. The level of beast control is divided into combat strength level and race level. Combat power level, level 1 to 5, ordinary. Level 6 to 10, elite. Level 11 to 15, leader. Level 16 to 20, warrior level. Level 21 to 25, commander level. Level 26 to 30, king level. Level 31 to 35, overlord level. Level 36 to 40, emperor level. 41 to 45, dominator level. Race level, awakening. Extraordinary. Lord. King. Legend. Epic. Myth. There are 7 racial levels, each divided into low, medium and high. Combat power level is the strength level of the Beast Master. It is based on star power, and is only a rough judgment of the Beast Master's combat power. Racial level represents the innate advantages and development potential of the Beast Master, and determines the upper limit of the Beast Master's combat power level. However, the upper limit is not unbreakable. Once the upper limit is broken, it is possible to awaken more powerful talents. The same combat power level only means that the star power is at the same level. But it does not mean that the strength of the beasts is completely the same, because the race level must also be taken into consideration. Beasts with the same combat power level have the same star power. But the higher the race level, the stronger they are. Star power is the main power of beast control, but it is not the entire power. In addition to star power, beast control also has the power brought by race. For example, a rabbit and an elephant are both at level 5. They have the same star power, but the elephant's race level is much stronger than that of the rabbit. It has an innate advantage. The elephant itself is very large and powerful. Therefore, even if the combat power level is the same and the star power is the same, the elephant may still crush the rabbit with the same combat power level, until the levels of rabbits and elephants rise to a certain level, and their star power is far stronger than the power brought by their races. The strength of the two sides will continue to get closer. The cultivation levels of Star Warriors and Beast Masters are from level 1 to level 9, There are levels above level 9. But ordinary people don't know about them. And each level is divided into 5 heavens. For Star Warriors and Beastmasters, star power is also an important part of measuring strength. But it is not all, because it also needs to open the meridians and open the orifices. Star Warriors or Beastmasters who have just started practicing, after their star power reaches the standard, still need to open 8 main veins and at least 72 branch veins, and then cast the Star Sea, in order to break through to the first level realm. As for the first level Star Warriors or Beastmasters, after their star power reaches the standard, they need to open up the 9 orifices before they can finally break through the limits of the first level and reach the second level realm. The training of Beastmasters and Star Warriors is relatively more complicated than the training of Beastmasters. In the world of Beastmasters, the development potential of Beastmasters is far greater than that of Star Warriors. Not only because Beastmasters can contract multiple Beastmasters, but also because the growth of Beastmasters can feed back strength to the Beastmasters, allowing the Beastmasters to teachers grow faster. After silently writing down this information, Chen Fan took another look at the 4 beasts around the square. The 4 beasts, including the wild and violent ape, have reached level 10 in combat power, which is considered elite level, and their racial levels are all medium extraordinary. Whether it is combat power level or racial level, they are far above the current Xiaobai. But Chen Fan believes that if the required materials can be collected, it will only be a matter of time before Xiaobai surpasses these 4 powerful beasts. But this is all a thing for another day. It takes money and time. Finding a way to increase Xiaobai's strength to level 2 is the top priority. Otherwise, these 3 days of jungle assessment would have been extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Chen Fan opened the 1000 degrees map. Then I entered Tang Guodonghai City Jian Square. On the map, a large map immediately appeared in front of him. In the middle of the map, there is also an introduction to the Jian Square and the surrounding jungle. The jungle around Jian Square is called the Black Ant Forest. There are many iron or veins in the Black Ant Forest, and there are many level 1 to 2 iron-eating black ants and scarabs living in them. Chen Fan moved 2 fingers to enlarge the map. Enlarge. Zoom in again. Found it. There is a river in the Black Ant Forest called Qinxing River. The Qinxing River meanders from west to east, running through the entire jungle, because there are countless blue-scale demon fish living in it. And the scales of those blue-scale demon fish are all sapphire blue, and look like sparkling stars under the sunlight. So people call this river the Sinking Star River. There are many blue-scale demon fish in Qinxing River, mainly level 1 to level 3. They are violent and aggressive. They are the most dangerous place in the Black Ant Forest. The reason why it is said to be the most dangerous is because the monsters such as iron-eating black ants and scarabs in the Black Ant Forest are basically only level 1 and level 2. Although they are relatively large in number, they are not very threatening. And the water guns ejected by many level 3 blue-scale demon fish in Xinxinghe are extremely powerful. At close range, they are enough to punch a bloody hole in the body of an ordinary adult. Therefore, on the map, there are warnings in big red letters along the Qinxing River. Chen Fan frowned. Are all fish with a combat power level of level 3 so scary? Looks like you need to be careful. No. For him and Xiaobai, who have not really started practicing yet, level 2 is probably very dangerous. The Black Ant Forest is mainly filled with level 1 to 2 iron-eating black ants and scarabs. But looking at the information on the big screen, it is very dangerous for ordinary people to enter if they don't form a team. Chapter 5: The Golden Age of Beast Control. Realizing how dangerous Qinxinghe was, Chen Fan was also a little depressed. This fish is not that easy to catch. When I was a child, whether I went to the farmland to catch fish or went to the river to catch fish, it was full of fun. I never thought that fishing in Blue Star would risk being beaten into a sieve. Fortunately, Xiaobai woke up. Moreover, Xiaobai is a lightning attributed beast, and his thunder attributed attack power should be very powerful. First, walk along the riverside and look for rice fields, wetlands and puddles. There are usually fish in those places, and they are obviously much safer than Xinxinghe. In addition, the system can check the monster level and see that there is a level 3 blue-scale demon fish. Can I just walk around it? Chen Fan made a plan in his mind and nodded secretly. The fish in Xinxinghe can help Xiaobai improve his combat power level and race level. Even if the level 3 blue-scale demon fish is very dangerous, he will definitely try it. After checking the information about Xinxinghe and Black Ant Forest, Chen Fan began to read other information about Blue Star. One day more than 2,000 years ago, after the sun set, it did not rise the next day. In the sky, 2 moons appeared. The entire blue star fell into panic, thinking that the end was coming. Until the third day, the sun rose again. But in the sky of blue star, countless dark cracks appeared. The cracks all over the sky are mysterious space gates, connecting various strange worlds. Some space doors are filled with space turbulence nearby, which is extremely dangerous, whether it is a person or a machine. If it comes into contact with the space turbulence, it will be smashed into pieces. Some space gates finally stabilized, and countless creatures with extraordinary power emerged from them, wreaking havoc on the world, causing Blue Star to enter panic again. Strange power poured into the Blue Star from the space gates, and the Blue Star began to undergo changes that seemed like it had been reborn. On the one hand, animals and plants began to grow wildly and mutate. Mountains, rivers, and trees can evolve into spirits, and antique swords can also breathe spirits. Every creature has the possibility of extraordinary evolution. The awakened creatures have mastered powerful powers, such as wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and fire hurricanes, just like the mythical beasts in Earth mythology, posing a huge threat to mankind. But on the other hand, humans have also awakened their own bloodline power and extraordinary power. The power of blood is a power hidden deep in the blood of human souls. Through meditation, many people can open up a different space in their minds to communicate and cultivate extraordinary creatures. So people also call it the power of controlling beasts. Extraordinary power, which people call star power, is a kind of power that humans have mastered after the strange power from the space gate pours out. Those who awaken the star power may not awaken the power of beast control, but those who awaken the power of beast control must awaken the star power. People who can only use star power to practice are called star warriors. People who have both star power and beast control power are called beast control masters. Although star warriors can also be trained to be very powerful, most star warriors are just foils to the beast masters, because the beast master has changed the whole world. After countless extraordinary monsters appeared on Blue Star, the living space of mankind was greatly compressed and faced a huge crisis. However, the appearance of the beast master changed this situation. After the mutation, monsters spread throughout the Blue Star, posing a great threat to mankind. Not to mention the cold weapons from 2,000 years ago. Even the guns and cannons in modern society can only work on weaker monsters, but cannot threaten those powerful monsters. Human beings are almost forced into a desperate situation, and can only hide in a secluded corner to protect themselves. Until the Beastmaster appears. The Beastmaster signed contracts with many monsters, giving humans powerful helpers, and reversing the situation of humans being oppressed by monsters. Monster is actually a general term, whether they come from other worlds, or are mutated animals and plants on Blue Star. People call all extraordinary creatures other than humans monsters. Awakening birds and beasts. Varied plants. The ancient sword breathed spirit. The fire spirit awakened in the lava land. Water spirits born in some lakes. Even goblins crawling out of some cracks. These monsters can sign a contract with the Beast Master, become the Beast Master's partner, and become a Beast Master. Beast Masters and Beast Masters can promote each other and grow together. In the beginning, humans only captured weak supernatural monsters, or hatched some monster eggs, and then contracted with them. But many years later, both humans and extraordinary monsters found that extraordinary monsters grew very fast in the beast-controlling space, almost several times faster than they did in the outside world. Moreover, in the beast-controlling space, beast controllers can more easily break through racial restrictions and obtain unimaginable extraordinary evolutions. Many extraordinary monsters who have awakened advanced wisdom began to actively seek to sign contracts with humans, hoping to use humans' beast control space to grow rapidly and break through the limitations of combat power and race. That's all. The powerful Beast Masters, leading the powerful Beast Masters, let mankind see the hope of rising. Many years later, the entire world returns to human dominance. Powerful Beast Masters and Star Warriors join forces to build main cities one after another to resist the invasion of terrifying monsters and alien races. After a few more years, humanity established a glorious beast-controlling civilization, and then walked out of the main city and began to explore the world behind the space gates one after another. Blue Star, beast-controlling world, Golden Age. I probably understand. It's really exciting. Chun-Fan raised his head and looked at the sky. Looking east from the square, there are 7 cracks scattered in the distant sky. Are there actually 7 space gates near Donghai City? Among them, how many spaces are stable enough for humans to enter and explore? Chun-Fan blinked and did not dwell on the issue of cracks. Anyway, With his current strength, he is definitely not qualified to enter that kind of secret realm to explore. This black ant forest with a large number of level 1 and level 2 iron-eating black ants and scarabs is full of dangers for him now. Chen Fan slowly slid his fingers and continued to read the information on the Beast Control Forum. At this time, groups of soldiers came over, guiding everyone to start lining up again, and then receive weapons. On the edge of the square, there are rows of weapon racks. The weapons rack is full of cold weapons. Swords, guns, swords, halberds, hammers, shields, axes and spears. Chen Fan quickly glanced at the weapons rack and picked up a harpoon and a dagger. An inch long, an inch strong. The harpoon is very convenient whether it is used to spear fish or to deal with other monsters. Knives and swords are quite cool, but he hasn't started practicing yet. He has neither star power nor sword skills. He just cuts and stabs randomly, which is far less practical than a harpoon. As for the dagger, Chen Fan was purely preparing to kill the fish. After that, Chen Fan lined up with everyone and received a small bag of food and water. The food was 3 palm-sized pieces of bread, a chicken leg and a bottle of water. Everyone looked at the little bit of food and complained quite a bit. But with the savage wild ape and several other terrifying beasts around, no one dared to shout loudly. "All right." The woman on the shoulder of the wild and violent ape clapped her hands and said loudly, "The sun has risen, and now I will leave with the team. You can find someone to form a team yourself and prepare to enter the Black Ant Forest. In the Black Ant Forest, we have a safe house made of deep-sea steel. The safe house can resist monster attacks. You can enter the safe house at night, but you must leave after daylight. Also, there are a limited number of safe houses. At night, many of you may have to camp in the wild." Completely ignoring people's complaints and noise, the woman waved her arm and led the team away. As soon as they left, the square exploded. People were noisy, forming groups, and it was a chaotic mess. In people's opinion, Chen Fan has no awakening talent and is relatively thin, so no one looks for him to form a team. The young man with glasses wanted to greet Chen Fan, but was pulled away by his companion. Chen Fan didn't mind either, taking advantage of the chaos. He got into the jungle with a harpoon and walked towards the Qinxing River marked on the map. Stay away from the crowd first. Find a place where no one is around and see if you can sign a contract with Xiaobai. Can't wait. Chapter 6: Signing the Contract. First Training. The Black Ant Forest has a radius of more than 80 miles. As soon as the 20,000 people entered, they were like a handful of sand scattered into the big lake, and they quickly disappeared. Chen Fan held Xiaobai in one hand and held the harpoon in the other, walking swiftly in the forest. After walking for 3 or 4 miles, he stopped, found a clearing in the forest, and put Xiaobai down. The route he chose was a safer route marked on the Qiandu map. So along the way, I didn't encounter a single iron-eating black ant. Xiaobai lay on the ground and looked up at Chen Fan, his 2 big eyes dazzling like 2 sapphires. Chen Fan opened the Beast Control Forum, followed the prompts on the Beast Control Forum, squinted his eyes slightly, concentrated his energy, and communicated his beast control space. Under his and Xiaobai's feet, and above their heads, a shining 6-pointed star ray appeared. 2 6-pointed star rays sandwiched 1 person and 1 cat. The steps for signing a contract with the Beastmaster on the Beastmaster Forum are quite complicated and will take a while. But as soon as the 2 6-pointed star rays were activated, a prompt popped up in the Beast Control System. The beast controlling space is open. Do you want to sign a contract with Ragdoll Cat Xiaobai? Chen Fan was overjoyed. The system can directly sign contracts with Beast Masters? Then there is no need for complicated operations later. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. After clicking yes, the tip of Chen Fan's index finger on his left hand immediately felt pain, and a drop of blood overflowed. The drop of blood flew out from his index finger and fell into the 6-pointed star array at the sole of his foot. The 6-pointed star array immediately began to move slowly. Use blood as a guide and formation as a contract. Use my blood as a contract to make an eternal blood contract. A voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. The drop of Chen Fan's blood fell and disappeared into the magic circle under his feet. The 2 6-pointed star rays rotated rapidly, flickering with golden light, and condensed into a white paper burning with golden flames in the air, appearing between Chen Fan and Xiaobai. The paper was covered with blood-red words, and the words were very strange. But both Chen Fan and Xiaobai instantly understood the content. Next moment, voices like a little girl's murmur suddenly sounded in Chen Fan's mind. I really want to eat that chicken leg. When can the master give me that chicken leg? No. Let him eat. This forest seems to be very dangerous. If he doesn't eat enough, what will happen if he encounters a monster? I really want to eat fish. I don't know why, but I feel like I can become very big in the future. As big as that fire-breathing ant. If I can grow that big, I can carry my master on my back without him being so tired. Is this Xiaobai's idea? Can I hear Xiaobai's thoughts? No wonder the Beast Master and the Beast Master can work together seamlessly. It turns out that they can communicate with each other. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he sent his thoughts over. Xiaobai! Xiaobai was stunned. Huh? What are you doing? Xiaobai, Chen Fan squatted down and continued. We used to depend on each other, but now we have come to this strange world together, and we must depend on each other and help each other in the future. I want to sign a blood contract with you. Are you willing to be my partner? Yeah. Xiaobai blinked, nodded, raised his little paw, and pressed lightly on the paper burning with golden flames. The paper instantly burned to ashes and turned into countless starlight dots, blending into the void. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that his and Xiaobai's souls were connected together. It's a strange, warm feeling. Immediately, in the beast control space, a virtual panel emerged. Name of the beast, Ragdoll Cat Xiaobai. Combat power level, level 1, just awakened. Race level, low awakening. Beast control attribute, thunder. Beast weakness, fire. Racial skills, Thundercat Claw Plus. Consume system energy to improve beast control skill proficiency. Beast control status, happy. Beast preferences, likes to stay in Chen Fan's arms or shoulders. Likes to be caressed on the head by Chen Fan. Potential level, 6 stars. Requirements for breaking through to level 2, 5 pounds of fresh fish meat above level 1. 1 level 2 fish crystal core. 10 energy points. Steps for usage. The first one. The ordinary evolution route. Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Starry Sky Shadow Cat. Evolve from low awakening to medium awakening. Required materials and methods. The second. Hidden mutation evolution route. Ragdoll Cat Phantom Thunder Cat Purple Electric Cat Emperor Thunder Eating and Piercing Sky Cat Emperor. Evolve from low awakening to medium awakening. Required materials and methods. 10 pounds level 2. Contains fresh fish above level 2. 1 crystal core for lightning attribute monsters above level 2. And 3 fish crystal cores above level 2, including level 2. Steps for usage. Looking at this panel, Chen Fan was thoughtful. After Xiaobai became his beast master, some changes occurred in the virtual panel. The word monster became beast master. The virtual panel is fixed in the beast control space. Behind Xiaobai's skills, there is an extra plus sign, indicating that system energy can be consumed to improve skill proficiency. Under the words, Thundercat Claw, there is something like an experience bar. This is Xiaobai's skill proficiency. When Chen Fan checked, a description also emerged. The skill proficiency of beast control can be improved by using energy or through repeated training. A skill. The higher the proficiency, the higher the accuracy, the faster the speed, and the stronger the power. Chen Fan took a closer look and saw that Xiaobai's Thundercat Claw proficiency level was only 1. The highest proficiency level is 100. And 100 on the experience bar is full. In other words, if you purely use system energy to improve Xiaobai's skill proficiency, you will need 100 energy points. Chen Fan didn't mind using energy directly to help Xiaobai increase his Lightning Cat Claw proficiency to the limit. The problem is that the system now only has 20 energy points. At this time, Chen Fan felt a strange power transmitted from Xiaobai to himself. Boom! Chen Fan's body shook slightly, and his joints made a crackling sound. This is after signing the contract. The power of the Beast Master is feeding back to the Beast Master. Chen Fan felt a burst of enlightenment in his heart and gently clenched his fists with his hands. He had consulted a lot of information about Beast Masters before, and knew that Beast Masters and Beast Masters promote each other and grow together. The Beast Master's space contains the power of the Beast Master's blood and soul, which can help the Beast Master's rapid growth and breakthrough. And every time the Beast Master's combat power level and racial level are improved, the star power of the Beast Master will be fed back, so that the star power of the Beast Master will be greatly improved. After all, Xiaobai has just awakened and is only at level 1. The power of feedback this time does not seem to be too strong. But Chen Fan could still feel that his strength had increased a lot in an instant. He could already clearly feel that there was a strange power in his body, flowing rapidly through his limbs. This is star power. Chen Fan walked to a large moss-covered rock, took a deep breath, and then slapped the rock heavily with his palm. Boom! The boulder shook violently, and with the place where Chen Fan's palm landed as the center. Spider web-like cracks opened in all directions. Chen Fan looked at his palm with disbelief in his eyes. Before, he thought that Xiaobai was only level 1. So the power given to him was not too strong. Unexpectedly, with such a palm strike, the big stone almost fell apart. So powerful. Before time travel, even if he took a big hammer and hit it with all his strength, he might not be able to do it. Moreover, this is even if he doesn't know how to use star power. If one learns how to activate the star power, then the power of this palm will probably be greatly improved. Chen Fan rubbed Xiaobai's head gratefully. Xiaobai, thank you. My strength has improved greatly, and I can feel the star power flowing in my body. Xiaobai narrowed his eyes in enjoyment and gently patted Chen Fan's arm with his little paw. Chen Fan smiled, pointed at a small tree 5 meters ahead and said, Xiaobai, use your Thundercat Claw to attack that small tree. Xiaobai looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes, and then at the small tree. Then, he waved his little paw gently. There is no movement, just a normal claw swing. Chen Fan scratched his head. Instead of waving your little claws like this, think about it carefully. Do you know a skill called Thundercat Claw? Can the claws release the power of thunder and lightning? Xiaobai looked at Chen Fan, and then at the small tree. Then he gathered enough energy, and waved his paw suddenly. Still no movement. Chen Fan opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Correct. After the system is turned on, there are 20 points of energy. First use part of the energy to help Xiaobai improve his skill proficiency. Chen Fan gathered his energy, and clicked the plus sign after Thundercat Claw on the virtual panel. Consume 1 point of energy to help Xiaobai improve his proficiency by 1 point. Consume 5 points of energy and help Xiaobai improve his proficiency by 5 points. After helping Xiaobai at 10 points to Thundercat Claw, Xiaobai's Thundercat Claw proficiency reached 11. There are still 10 points of energy on the energy bar. Chen Fan was not sure how difficult it would be to obtain energy later, so he reserved 10 points of energy, because after catching the fish later, it will take 10 points of energy to help Xiaobai upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Chen Fan stopped and said to Xiaobai, Xiaobai, try it again. Use the Thundercat Claw. You must concentrate on attacking that small tree. Believe in yourself. Xiaobai looked at his little paws, then at the small tree, and waved his paws gently. Crack! A cat's claw transformed from lightning flew out of thin air, passed by the small tree, and hit a big tree 7 meters away, making a scorched hole in the big tree. Meow scared. Xiaobai didn't expect that he was so powerful. He was so frightened that he jumped directly into Chen Fan's arms. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. This is your skill. Xiaobai, you are very powerful. Chen Fan was surprised and happy. The power of thunder and lightning is indeed powerful. Not only is it fast, but it is also highly destructive. Chen Fan ran over with Xiaobai in his arms and checked. The hole in the big tree was almost big enough for his fist to fit into. If this hit someone, Xiaobai, whose combat power level is only level 1, has such terrifying attack power? But then again, the small tree was only 5 meters away, so the accuracy seemed a little off. Come on! Xiaobai, practice a few more times. You will become familiar with this skill after practicing a few more times. Chen Fan hugged Xiaobai and returned to the original place, signaling Xiaobai to continue attacking the small tree 2 meters away. This time, Xiaobai was much more skilled. He moved his 2 little paws left and right. Every time he waved his paws, a cat's claw turned into lightning would appear and flash out at an extremely fast speed. Only 9 lightning cat claws all flew past the small tree. Not a single hit. Meow meow, am I terrible? Xiaobai glanced at Chen Fan timidly. A little embarrassed, Chen Fan laughed dumbly. Xiaobai, you are so good. How can you be bad? You just learned this skill. It's already very powerful to be able to use it so skillfully. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. If you practice more, you will improve your accuracy. With Chen Fan's encouragement, Xiaobai started waving his claws at the small tree again. This time, she didn't wave her paw in a hurry. Instead, she stared at the small tree for a while, then raised her paw and waved it gently. Boom! A lightning cat's claw hit the small tree, and the small tree with a diameter of 5 centimeters broke with a bang. Success! Chen Fan picked up Xiaobai and laughed. Xiaobai also meowed happily. 1 person and 1 cat. In this clearing in the forest, choose a small tree next to it to practice. Thundercat Claw. Chen Fan learned about the attack power of Xiaobai's Thundercat Claw and the farthest range of its attack. And Xiaobai's Thundercat claws became easier to use, and his accuracy improved a lot. Not only that, she has slowly been able to control the power of each attack. But after using the Thundercat claw dozens of times, Xiaobai's spirit became a little decadent, and his head drooped feebly. Qin Fan could also feel that Xiaobai's power seemed to be greatly consumed. He quickly took out the chicken drumstick he received in the square. Xiaobai, let's take a rest first. You eat this drumstick. I will take you to catch fish later. Catch fish. Xiaobai's eyes widened, and he became energetic again. She took the chicken leg with both paws, holding the chicken leg with her two little paws, and was ready to eat. But just as the chicken drumstick was about to be delivered to his mouth, Xiaobai suddenly stopped again. She glanced at Qin Fan intently, then held the chicken leg in her mouth and brought it to Qin Fan, saying in her mind, "Eat, eat." Hearing this voice in his mind and looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Fan felt a sore nose and almost burst into tears. Chapter 7 Being Taunted by a Fish? Xiaobai, you can eat it. Qin Fan took up the bread and said, I have some bread. Xiaobai looked at Qin Fan steadily and made no move. Qin Fan looked at her big sapphire eyes and felt his heart melt. I don't know how to practice yet. If I encounter a powerful monster, I can only rely on your Thundercat claw. Qin Fan gently touched Xiaobai's head and said, and the fish in that river are very powerful. When catching fish, you have to use your attacks. So when you are full and strong, we will be safer. Xiaobai blinked, lowered his head, and ate the chicken leg. After Xiaobai finished eating the chicken legs and drank some water, Qin Fan put her on his shoulders, holding the harpoon, and ran towards the southeast like flying. After Xiaobai's strength fed back to him, his strength increased greatly, and he didn't feel tired at all when running. Qin Fan even felt that he could run faster than before even if he was carrying a pig on his shoulders. After rushing out for another 2 miles, a river about 7 or 8 meters wide appeared in Qin Fan's sight. Qin Xinghe, be careful. There are many level 2 and 3 blue-scale monster fish in the river. They are very powerful. Qin Fan put Xiaobai on the ground, and one person and one cat approached the river cautiously. When he was still more than 6 meters away from the river bank, Qin Fan stopped and took Xiaobai to hide behind a big tree. According to the information previously found on Qindu, Liumi has entered the attack range of the blue-scale demon fish, and this distance is also the most suitable distance for Xiaobai's Thundercat Claw. If the distance is further, the attack power of Thundercat Claw will be greatly reduced. Qin Fan poked his head out from behind the big tree and squinted his eyes. In his sight, system panels appeared one after another in Qin Xinghe. Monster name, Blue-Scale Demon Fish. Combat power level, level 1 to 3 normal. Race level, medium awakening. Monster attribute water. Monster weakness earth. Racial skills, water gun. Water cannon bomb. Monster state, happy. Monster preferences, likes to fight and attacks crazily whenever there is any disturbance. Potential level 1 star. Requirements for breakthrough to combat power level. Racial level evolution route 2. What the HL? Fighting maniac? Qin Fan looked at the system panel and was speechless for a while. A group of fish actually like to fight and attack crazily at the slightest sign of trouble. Qin Fan stuck his head out and took a quick look at the big tree where he was hiding, as well as a 2-meter-high bluestone on his right side. Whether it is a big tree or a bluestone, there are many irregular potholes on it, all traces of the blue-scale demon fish. Qin Fan took a breath of air, feeling as if he had entered a wolf's den by mistake. If this kind of attack hits me, why should I be beaten into a sieve? After pondering for a moment, Qin Fan turned his attention to Qin Xinghe again. 1, 2, and 3. Are you mistaken? In this section of the river, there are 8 level 3 blue-scale demon fish and 15 level 2 blue-scale demon fish. Qin Fan frowned, picked up a stone, and threw it towards Qin Xinghe. Plop! The stone fell into the water. Next moment, the water guns condensed like sharp cones came over in dense numbers. Part of the water gun hit the tree, causing the tree to shake and bang. Some of the water guns flew past the big tree and landed on the rocks and tree trunks further away, punching holes in those rocks and tree trunks. Qin Fan was stunned and speechless. In other words, these fish cannot land. If they can land, if you can't beat him, give in. Change the place. It's outrageous to hold a harpoon and fight a group of fish carrying guns. Qin Fan waved his hand and decisively led Xiaobai back more than 5 meters, and then went downstream along the Qinxing River. A few minutes later, meow! Xiaobai tugged at Chen Fan's trouser leg and pointed his paw to the left. When Chen Fan looked over there, he immediately felt happy. A small puddle. A small stream branched off from the Qinqing River, forming a puddle less than 3 meters in diameter in a depression. Chen Fan made a gesture, and together with Xiaobai, they touched the small puddle. He hid behind a rock less than 3 meters away from the small puddle, and then poked his head out. System panels emerged one by one. 6 level 1 blue scale demon fish, and 1 level 2 blue scale demon fish. There is no level 3. Chen Fan was overjoyed. If you can't do it with a level 3 one, can you say that you can't do it with a level 2 one? Chen Fan picked up a stone 1 foot in diameter, and threw it directly into the puddle. Plop! The stone hit the water and splashed high. Water jets flew out of the water. But because the water surface of the puddle was more than 1 meter high from the ground, the water column either hit the soil or rushed diagonally into the air, posing no threat to Chen Fan and Xiao Bai, who were squatting on the ground. Sudden, 2 apple-sized water bubbles shining with colorful lights floated up from the edge of the puddle. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically. He picked up Xiao Bai and jumped behind the blue stone. Boom! Boom! Just when Chen Fan was grinning after falling behind the blue stone, the 2 blisters on the other side of the blue stone exploded like bombs. This is the skill of the level 2 blue scale demon fish. Water cannon bomb! Chen Fan had seen this skill in the system panel before. Never imagined. Chen Fan struggled up and lay down on the blue stone to take a look. The other side of the blue stone was riddled with holes from the water cannon bombs. This is unreasonable! Chen Fan was still frightened and so angry that he picked up a bigger stone. He stood by the puddle and carefully stuck his head out. He saw the only level 2 blue scale demon fish in the puddle, spitting out a string of bubbles at him. Bado bada bodo! Chen Fan blinked and glanced at Xiao Bai. This stupid fish seems to be mocking us? Xiao Bai nodded. Yeah. Chen Fan was speechless for a while. Growing up, he never imagined that one day he would be ridiculed by a fish. Don't be too arrogant! Chen Fan shouted loudly. I have to catch you! Roast you and eat you today! In the puddle, the fish showed contempt in its eyes and spit out a string of bubbles. Bado bada bodo! Then, 2 of the bubbles suddenly grew larger and flew upwards. It's this trick again! Chen Fan threw the big stone down and ran away with Xiao Bai. The water gun of the blue scale demon fish is very fast, but the speed of the water bubble bomb is much slower. It is floating in the air. As long as you are a little careful, it is basically impossible to get hit. Really. When Chen Fan and Xiao Bai ran 7 or 8 meters away, less than 4 seconds after the water bubble emerged from the puddle, it exploded like a bomb. A series of cone-like water columns shot out in all directions. Chapter 8. Catch fish and help Xiao Bai improve his combat power level. This stupid fish's AoE skills are very powerful. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Xiao Bai, go around from the edge and go around to the opposite side of the small puddle. I'll hit the puddle here with rocks in a while to attract the attention of those monster fish. And then you can take the opportunity to attack them with the Thundercat Claw. Kill the level 2 one first. The biggest one. The one that just attacked us with bombs. As long as you kill the biggest one, the rest will be much easier. Yeah. Xiao Bai was very smart. After nodding, he quickly walked around to the opposite side of the puddle. She lay prone on the ground, motionless. Here, Chen Fan picked up another stone, walked to the puddle, and threw it down. A group of blue-scaled monster fish in the puddle were all furious. The water cannon kept spraying, and the water bubble bombs kept flying out, chasing Chen Fan and refusing to listen to the bombing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Bai on the other side stood up straight, and his 2 cat claws were surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. 4 consecutive Thundercat Claws hit the level 2 blue-scale demon fish. The blue-scale demon fish was just emerging from the water and spitting bubbles angrily. By accident, it was hit by 4 Thundercat Claws in a row. Several bloody holes were punched out on its head and belly, and it turned white. Belly. Xiao Bai, back off! After dodging several blister bombs, Chen Fan waved his hand fiercely. Xiao Bai reacted extremely quickly, turned around, and retreated to a safe area. Several fierce water guns didn't even touch a hair on her cat. Well done! Chen Fan laughed loudly and gave a thumbs up to Xiao Bai on the other side of the puddle. Meow! Xiao Bai waved his little paw happily. It was easy after that. There were only 6 level 1 blue-scale demon fish left in the puddle. The level 1 blue-scale demon fish only knows one skill: water gun, but not bubble bomb. Chen Fan kept throwing stones to attract the attention of several blue-scaled demon fish. Then Xiaobai on the other side kept blasting with thunder and lightning cat claws. In less than 10 minutes, all 6 blue-scaled demon fish were killed and floated on the water. Chen Fan asked Xiaobai to add 2 thundercat claws to each blue-scaled demon fish. Then took the harpoon and fished out all 7 fish. The level 2 blue-scaled demon fish is over 2 feet long, and the level 1 blue-scaled demon fish is over a foot long. Chen Fan looked at Xiaobai's attribute panel and helped Xiaobai upgrade from level 1 to level 2. He needed 5 pounds of fresh fish meat above level 1, 1 fish crystal core at level 2, and 10 energy points. There is enough fish. Level 2 fish crystal nuclei are also available. Energy. The current system energy is 19 points. Chen Fan clicked on the details and took a closer look. The system had 10 energy points left before. This time, he gained 6 energy points by killing 6 level 1 blue-scale demon fish, and 3 energy points by killing a level 2 blue-scale demon fish. Everything is ready. Not even the east wind is missing. Chen Fan took a look at the method on the system panel. The method was very simple. Grill or cook the fish directly for Xiaobai to eat, and then let Xiaobai activate the power of thunder and lightning to refine the level 2 blue stone when he was full. The crystal core of the scale demon fish. Very good. Chen Fan eagerly took out his dagger and dug out the crystal core of the level 2 blue scale demon fish. He then removed all the internal organs of the 7 fish, washed them, and placed them on a leaf with a diameter of more than 1 meter. He found an open safe area, collected some dry firewood and dried leaves, and piled them all together. Xiaobai had been lying next to the leaves, quietly watching Chen Fan's movements. Although she didn't quite understand what Chen Fan was doing, she didn't move since Chen Fan didn't let her eat the fish. After Chen Fan made all preparations, he came over and picked up Xiaobai, picked up the sack with 7 fishes, and returned to the firewood pile. He put Xiaobai down, pointed at the pile of dry firewood and leaves, and said, "Xiaobai, use the thundercat claws to help me light a fire." Xiaobai looked at Chen Fan, then at the dry firewood and leaves, and then gently waved his paw. Bang! The lightning cat's claws shot out, and dry firewood flew out in all directions. But the dry leaves burned. Chen Fan quickly stood up, gathered back the scattered dry firewood, and then blew a few breaths to ignite the fire. He picked up a fish with a harpoon and grilled it directly on the fire. The strange fragrance overflowed, and Xiaobai beside the fire drooled. "Don't worry. It'll be fine soon." Chen Fan glanced at Xiaobai and comforted him. After a while, the first fish was grilled. After Chen Fan tore off a piece, the rest was given to Xiaobai. Xiaobai lay on a large leaf with a diameter of more than 1 meter, grabbed the grilled fish, and ate it crazily. Chen Fan also took a few big bites. "This blue-scaled demon fish tastes really good, with less spines and more meat. 1 bite will make your mouth full of oil. But it's a pity that there is no salt." Chen Fan grilled the fish while eating. All 7 fish were grilled, but Xiaobai only ate 3 pieces, and his stomach became chubby. Chen Fan wrapped everything else with big leaves. 3 fish. 5 pounds is enough. Speaking of which, Xiaobai's appetite increased greatly after he woke up. He can actually eat so much. Chen Fan took out the level 2 blue scale demon fish crystal core and placed it in front of Xiaobai. Xiaobai stared at the diamond-shaped crystal core with wide eyes. She had obviously sensed the huge water attribute energy in the crystal core. Chen Fan also lay down on the leaves and said solemnly, "Xiaobai, hold this crystal core with your 2 little paws for a while, and then slowly activate the power of thunder and lightning. Remember, you must activate it slowly. Moved. Don't blast out the power like the previous attack. Do you understand?" Xiaobai. "Yeah." To be cautious, Chen Fan took a small stone and asked Xiaobai to hold it, and then slowly activated the power of thunder and lightning. It's easy. Thunder and lightning emerged from Xiaobai's 2 little paws, covering the small stone. The power of thunder and lightning, which was enough to destroy the small stone, actually enveloped the small stone and did not explode it instantly. "Xiaobai, you are so smart." Chen Fan was overjoyed. When Xiaobai heard the compliment, he squinted his eyes and smiled. Bang! The small stone she held in her paws exploded into dust. "Calm down. Don't be anxious. Stay focused." Chen Fan touched Xiaobai's head and gestured to Xiaobai to pick up the crystal core of the level 2 blue scale demon fish with his claws. "Pick up the crystal core with your claws, and then slowly activate the power of thunder and lightning to wrap it up." Chen Fan looked at the instructions on the system panel and said, "Then, The power of thunder and lightning will guide the power in the crystal core out, and you will swallow all the power in it. Do you understand? Xiaobai nodded. Yeah. Under Chen Fan's gaze, Xiaobai carefully picked up the diamond-shaped crystal core. Her claws began to glow with thunder and lightning again. The light of thunder and lightning enveloped the crystal core of the level 2 blue-scale demon fish. The next moment, Chen Fan felt a powerful force pouring out of the crystal core. Guide that power out, and swallow it. Chen Fan felt that his palms were all sweaty. He was commanding Xiaobai according to the teaching materials on the system. But he was not sure whether Xiaobai could hold his own and know how to use the power of lightning to guide the power in the crystal core. Level 2 blue-scale demon fish is difficult to catch. If this one is destroyed, it may not be so easy to get this kind of crystal core for a while. I saw Xiaobai open his mouth wide and take a deep breath. It's easy. Thunder and lightning are wrapped in a strange force, like water, which is absorbed by Xiaobai. The diamond-shaped crystal core held by Xiaobai's claws instantly turned into a dull stone, and then shattered. Success? Chen Fan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, stretched out the palm of his right hand, and gently pressed on Xiaobai's head. Last step. Consume 10 points of system energy to help Xiaobai make the final improvement. It was like an electric current rose up in Chen Fan's abdomen, passed through his right arm, and was transmitted to Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai's body shook violently. Boom! A strange force directly shook Chen Fan's palm away. Meow! Xiaobai screamed sharply, and his body suddenly grew bigger. At the same time, her whole body was wrapped in electric snakes. At first glance, it looked like it was made of lightning, and the attribute panel of Xiaobai in Chen Fan's sight finally changed. Chapter 9 Xiaobai breaks through level 2 and awakens the skill Thunder Flash. Name of the beast, Ragdoll Cat Xiaobai. Combat power level, level 2 normal. Race level, low awakening. Beast control attribute Thunder. Beast weakness Fire. Racial skills, Thundercat Claw Plus. Thunder Flash Plus. Beast control status, Happy. Beast preferences, likes to stay in Chen Fan's arms or shoulders. Likes to be caressed on the head by Chen Fan. Potential level, 6 stars. Requirements for breaking through to level 3, 10 pounds of fresh fish meat above level 2. 2 fish crystal nuclei of level 3. 1 thunder grass over 50 years old, or 1 thunder yuan fruit over 50 years old. 15 energy points. Steps for usage. Racial level evolution route 2. The first one is the ordinary evolution route. Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Starry Sky Shadow Cat. The second, Hidden Mutation Evolution Route. Ragdoll Cat Phantom Thunder Cat Purple Lightning Cat Emperor Thunder Eating Sky Cat Emperor. Successfully broke through to level 2. Chen Fan secretly nodded. The defense of the blue-scale demon fish is not strong, as long as it is not in deep water. Xiaobai's current strength should be able to kill a diving level 3 blue-scale demon fish. But even if there are puddles like this just now, there may not necessarily be level 3 blue-scale demon fish. If you don't have money to buy materials, it will be much more difficult to help Xiaobai upgrade his combat power level from level 2 to level 3. Sudden. A strange force suddenly came from Xiaobai. Xiaobai, whose combat power level broke through to level 2, began to transmit power to Chen Fan again. Although Chen Fan had experienced it once and was mentally prepared, he was still overjoyed. What a powerful force! Sensing the surge of power, Chen Fan subconsciously clenched his hands into fists. The power transmitted by Xiaobai this time was at least 3 times that of the last time. Before Chen Fan activated his star power, 2 whirlwinds formed under his feet, kicking up dust all over the sky. Chen Fan felt that his 5 senses were much stronger. Vision gets better. Hearing is also much more sensitive. Let me see how strong my power is now. After Xiaobai's power transmission was completed, Chen Fan scanned around and couldn't wait to choose a tree. The tree was at least 15 centimeters in diameter, and its bark was as hard as stone. According to the method he learned on the Beast Control Forum, Chen Fan used his mind to control the power in his body, slowly gathered it on his right fist, and then punched the big tree hard. Crack! The big tree with a diameter of about 15 centimeters broke directly, making a harsh sound. Meow! Xiaobai jumped up and jumped onto Chen Fan's shoulders. Chen Fan grinned. With my current strength, I should be able to protect myself in this blackhead forest. Right. At least if you encounter a level 1 monster, you don't have to worry too much. Suddenly, Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Hey, Leishan Xiaobai has awakened a new skill? Chen Fan clicked the plus sign after Thunder Flash several times, adding 9 points of proficiency to Xiaobai. Then, he looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you have now awakened a new skill, Thunder Flash. Can you use this skill now to see if it is powerful? Yeah. Xiaobai nodded and walked aside. Regarding the use of skills, she is no longer as ignorant as she was at first. What's more, after Chen Fan added 9 points to her Thunder Flash, her Thunder Flash proficiency level now reached 10 points. Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly. Crack! A bolt of lightning exploded in the air. Chen Fan was shocked. It's not a human. It's a cat! Almost at the same time. Bang! 10 meters away, Xiaobai hit a big tree hard, then stuck to the trunk and slipped down. I go! Chen Fan rushed over and hugged Xiaobai distressfully. Xiaobai! Are you okay? Are you okay? Xiaobai felt dizzy, grinned, and took a rest. Chen Fan checked Xiaobai's body and felt relieved after finding that he was not injured. He turned his head and glanced at where he was standing before. Almost 10 meters away, Xiaobai just flashed in the air. A bolt of lightning appeared, and then he seemed to teleport and hit the big tree. Chen Fan had been watching with wide eyes. Except for the flash of lightning, he didn't see the route that Xiaobai flew over at all. It feels like Xiaobai has traveled through space. Is this Thunder Flash? So strong! By the way, if there wasn't this big tree blocking him, Xiaobai should be able to fly farther. Right. Chen Fan immediately took Xiaobai to a more open area and began to study and train Xiaobai's 2 skills after breaking through to level 2. After training for more than 2 hours, Xiaobai became familiar with the use of Thunder Flash and was able to control the distance of the Thunder Flash easily. The power of the upgraded Thundercat Claw has also been increased several times. One claw can easily punch a big hole in a big tree. The current distance of Thundercat Claw has reached 13 meters, which is the same as the distance of Thunder Flash. But after Thundercat Claw is combined with Thunder Flash, there is almost no limit to the distance. Chen Fan asked Xiaobai to use Lightning Flash and Lightning Cat Claws to attack, and all he saw was thunder and lightning flashing in the jungle, big trees banging, and charred holes appearing in them. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan was surprised and happy. Fortunately, with the Thunder Flash, Xiaobai's strength has been improved by several levels. What is surprising is that if the level 2 monster in the Black Ant Forest has an attack power close to that of the Thundercat Claw, it will be really dangerous. Just now, he thought that with his current strength, he could protect himself in this Black Ant Forest. Now it seems that it is still a bit too arrogant. Even if the level 2 monster in the Black Ant Forest is not as powerful as Xiaobai, it is certainly very terrifying. Unless you break through to the first level, it is impossible to withstand such a sharp attack. No wonder the long-legged beauty on the gorilla's shoulder said that this test is to survive these 3 days and 3 nights. Even if the people who have just traveled through time have awakened, they are still ordinary people. Ordinary people carrying cold weapons, facing a monster of this level. Even if a large group of people join forces, what is the use? I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to run. After 3 days, I don't know how many people will survive. Thinking of the cruelty of this world, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan took a look at the materials that raised Xiaobai's combat power level to level 3. Then opened Qiandu and searched for Thunderlight Grass. A bunch of information and pictures. After checking the information and pictures, Chen Fan opened Qiandu map, found Donghai City, and then searched for Thunderlight Grass. Around Donghai City, on the map, many Thundergrass logos immediately appeared. These marks are places where Thundergrass may grow or where Thundergrass has been discovered. But the terrible thing is, the nearest area is more than 300 miles away from Donghai City. There is no Thundergrass near Donghai City. If you want to get Thundergrass, you can probably only buy it in certain markets if you have the money. Chen Fan frowned and entered Lei Yuangua on Qiandu. This is a fruit that grows on the trunk of a shrub. It is as big as a grape. There are lightning-like lines all over the fruit, which is very strange. Chen Fan clicked on the Qiandu map again and searched around Donghai City. The logos of Lei Yuangua appeared one by one. Huh? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. One of the signs was actually on the edge of the Black Ant Forest. There's drama! The requirements to help Xiaobai break through to level 3: 10 pounds of fresh fish meat of level 2 or above, 2 fish crystal cores of level 3, 1 thunder grass that is over 50 years old, or 1 thunder yuan fruit that is over 50 years old, and 15 energy points. 2 level 3 fish crystal cores may be a bit difficult, but it is not impossible to achieve. The only trouble is this thunder yuan fruit. Chen Fan zoomed in on the map and frowned more and more. Chapter 10 Level 2 Iron-Eating Black Ant. The Black Ant Forest does have thunder yuan fruit. But Lei Yuangua grows on the edge of the Black Ant Forest, in the lower reaches of the Qinqing River, close to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Most of the Level 2 iron-eating black ants in the Black Ant Forest are concentrated in that area. Not only that, there are also many monsters above Level 3 from 10,000 Beasts Mountain, which is a high-risk area. Chen Fan was also very conflicted in his heart. Xiaobai is broken through to Level 2, and it will definitely be no problem to try to kill a dozen of the Level 3 blue-scale demon fish in Xinxinghe. After all, they are fish in the river. If you can't beat them, you can still run away. Anyway, no matter how powerful the Level 3 blue-scale demon fish is, it can't climb ashore. But if you encounter monsters of Level 3 and above in the jungle, then, not by yourself, just die by yourself. With Xiaobai's speed and the new skill, Thunder Flash, there might be a chance to escape. But Chen Fan himself is definitely destined to die. To go or not to go. After Xiaobai breaks through to Level 2, as long as they don't go to those dangerous areas, they will basically not encounter any major dangers. After these 3 days, enter the academy to study, and then open a beast control breeding store. You can easily make money, and then buy materials to help Xiaobai upgrade. He didn't really need to take risks like this. But for some reason, Chen Fan always had a strange impulse deep in his heart. Growing up in an orphanage for more than 10 years, Chen Fan often smiled playfully, and looked like he didn't care about anything. But he actually knew very well that deep down in his heart, there was a sense of madness. There were so many children in the orphanage, but he was the only one who went to fight a pack of wild dogs in order to protect a little sister. On the other hand, after signing the contract with Xiaobai, Chen Fan felt that the bond between the two parties became deeper. He is now very much looking forward to seeing Xiaobai's growth. So he can't wait to pick the Thunder Yuan fruit now, to help Xiaobai improve his combat power level. That feeling has never happened before. Find a place first and enter the beast control space to take a look. Chen Fan's mind was spinning. If you can enter the beast control space at any time, it will be equivalent to having an invincible state. Just as he thought, Chen Fan looked left and right, and after making sure there was no one or monster around, he got into the dense forest with dense trees. As soon as he entered the dense forest, Chen Fan communicated with the beast control space. In front of him, a 6-pointed star array immediately appeared. Xiaobai, you go first to the beast control space. Chen Fan pointed at the 6-pointed star array. Xiaobai jumped into the air, jumped onto the 6-pointed star array, and then slowly sank into the beast controlling space. Before the 6-pointed star array disappeared, Chen Fan also jumped into the middle of the 6-pointed star array. But nothing happens. The 6-pointed star array also quickly disappeared. Sure enough, we still have to rely on the system. Chen Fan clicked Enter on the corner of the system panel. A vortex with a diameter of more than 2 meters appeared in front of him out of thin air. Is this the door into the beast controlling space? Chen Fan touched his chin, took the harpoon and stabbed it through the door. The next moment, he immediately saw half of the harpoon sticking out of his beast control space. Interesting. Chen Fan threw the harpoon in, and then threw the leaves wrapped in the grilled fish into the whirlpool space door. Bang! The leaves that wrapped a pile of grilled fish bounced back. Grilled fish were scattered everywhere. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. The harpoon can be sent in. Why can't the grilled fish be sent in? Etc. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, picked up 2 grilled fish, and carefully walked into the whirlpool space door. After a slight trance, Chen Fan kept his feet on the ground and appeared in his own beast-controlling space. Blue sky, white clouds, green grass, 4 strange space doors. Meow! Xiaobai jumped into Chen Fan's arms. Ha 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 ha! Chen Fan hugged Xiaobai and rolled on the grass. After playing around for a while, Chen Fan sat up with Xiaobai in his arms. Stop making trouble now. I want to check the whirlpool space door. Chen Fan put Xiaobai down and looked at the grilled fish in his hand in a daze. I threw the grilled fish into the whirlpool portal before, but it bounced back. But he managed to get in, holding a grilled fish in each hand. What's going on? An idea came into Chen Fan's mind, and his eyes suddenly lit up with joy. He placed the 2 grilled fish on the grass in front of Xiaobai, then picked up the harpoon and left the beast control space. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan clicked Enter. Again, the vortex space door appears again. Chen Fan threw the harpoon in his hand towards the whirlpool portal. Bang! The harpoon bounced back and almost hit Chen Fan's foot. Chen Fan picked up 2 small stones and threw them at the vortex space door. The small stones also bounced back. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Whether it's a harpoon, grilled fish, or stone, you can't enter the beast controlling space without Chen Fan. Chen Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. He lifted the harpoon and sent it forward. Both the harpoon and his arm entered the vortex space door. Then he threw it lightly. The harpoon fell on the grass in the beast control space. Sure enough, Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he understood what was going on. Except for himself and the contracted beast, any foreign object needs to be in contact with him before it can enter the beast space. Whether it's a harpoon, grilled fish, or stone, once it leaves his hand or comes into contact with his body, it cannot penetrate the space door. Chen Fan was surprised and happy. Before, he was actually worried that the portal in the beast controlling space would have fatal bugs if the enemy or monster was near him. Then when he rushed into the beast controlling space, wouldn't it be direct if the enemy or monster followed behind him? Are you rushing into the beast controlling space? Now it seems that this problem does not exist. Without physical contact with him, enemies or monsters cannot rush in. Chen Fan chuckled strangely, picked up the grilled fish on the ground, wrapped it in leaves, and then stepped into the whirlpool space door. In the beast control space, Xiaobai was holding a grilled fish and enjoying it. Another grilled fish. Only the intact fish bones remained. After awakening, Xiaobai became a foodie. Chen Fan smiled and shook his head and walked to a door in the beast control space. The beast taming space I saw on the beast taming forum has no doors. Chen Fan was also very curious about what was behind this door. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously stepped towards the door. Bang! As if he had hit a wall of air, Chen Fan squatted down with a groan and covered his nose. At the same time, a system message appeared in his mind. If you want to enter a different space, the beast control level must reach at least level 20, and the host's cultivation level must reach at least level 4. Your uncle's system. Do you have to make me burst into tears before you give me this prompt? What did you do early? He was careless. He had just entered the beast controlling space. He knew to stab him twice with the harpoon first. But he was careless this time. Chen Fan covered his nose and stood up bitterly. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Xiaobai covered his mouth and snickered. It wasn't you who bumped into me. Let's see if you can still laugh after bumping into me. Chen Fan couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Let's go. Xiaobai, I'll help you find materials for upgrading. Chen Fan concentrated on clicking exit on the system interface. The same whirlpool space gate as before appeared in front of him out of thin air again. Using the summoning circle to get Xiaobai in and out of the beast controlling space was a bit slow. Chen Fan directly asked Xiaobai to go through the space door with him and out of the beast controlling space. After confirming that the beast controlling space could be freely entered and exited, Chen Fan felt confident and walked downstream along the Xinxing River with 1 person and 1 cat. In fact, in addition to the trump card of beast control space, the system also has a function of seeking good luck and avoiding bad luck. Within 50 meters, as far as Chen Fan could see, the monster's attribute panel would appear. This allows Chen Fan to discover high-level monsters in advance. With these 2 trump cards, Chen Fan became much more courageous and ran much faster. Along the way, we encountered several puddles, and there were basically a few level 2 blue-scale demon fish in them. Chen Fan and Xiaobai repeated their old tricks. Chen Fan threw stones here to attract the attention of the blue-scale demon fish. Xiaobai ran to the other side and fired cold arrows, killing all the blue-scale demon fish in 3 or 2 strokes. The level 2 fish that helped Xiaobai break through to level 3 is now more than enough. After grilling all the fish and having a big meal with Xiaobai, Chen Fan took Xiaobai and continued down the river. Time passes slowly. The sun sets. After running for more than 5 miles again, Chen Fan suddenly slowed down and gestured to Xiaobai. More than 30 meters to the left, there is a level 2 iron-eating black ant, and 4 level 1 iron-eating black ants. Iron-eating black ants. Xiaobai immediately bared his teeth and looked eager to try. Okay, then go kill them. Although I trained with Xiaobai for several hours before, it is only in actual combat that I can truly grow. When Chen Fan saw Xiaobai's appearance, he knew that Xiaobai wanted to show off his skills. His cat bent down and slowly approached the iron-eating black ants with Xiaobai. As he walked, Chen Fan's eyes swept around. It's safe all around. Except for 5 iron-eating black ants. There are no other monsters. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and used his mind to communicate with Xiaobai. The 60-centimeter long level 2 iron-eating black ants are the greatest threat. Let's get rid of the level 2 iron-eating black ants first. Yeah. Xiaobai nodded. Chen Fan. When the distance is close to about 20 meters, use thunder to get past it. And then use Thundercat claws to catch it off guard. Remember, the main attacks of the iron-eating black ants are a large area of acid spray and 2 large crab-like pincers. When you attack it, you have to go behind it, and don't get too close. It should be about 4 meters away. This distance will allow your Thundercat claws to exert great power and avoid his pincers. After using Thunder Flash to close the distance, use Thundercat Claw to attack its head. It's best to kill it with one hit. Also be careful of the acid from the other iron-eating black ants. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. So smart. Chen Fan gently rubbed Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai's body flashed with light. Crack. The next moment, she had appeared directly in front of the level 2 iron-eating black ant. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. The tactics I just mentioned are not like this. Chapter 11 Crush. Xiaobai's body suddenly grew a lot bigger. His claws were wrapped in lightning. And with one claw, he knocked the level 2 iron-eating black ant's head into the ground. Crunch! Crunch! Seeing this, several other level 1 iron-eating black ants panicked and spit out corrosive acid at Xiaobai. Crack! Xiaobai's body flashed with thunder and lightning. He used Thunder Flash to dodge out, and then grabbed the level 2 iron-eating black ant twice with his claws. Boom! Boom! 2 lightning cat claws hit the head of the level 2 iron-eating black ant that just raised its head. The iron-eating black ant's head was instantly punched with 2 big holes. Above the large hole, corrosive acid spewed out like a fountain and sprinkled on several level 1 iron-eating black ants in the surrounding area. Those level 1 iron-eating black ants immediately let out piercing screams and fled in all directions. Chen Fan, who originally wanted to rush forward to help, was no longer in a hurry this time. With one harpoon, he grabbed an iron-eating black ant running toward him by the neck and pinned it directly to the ground. Kill them! Chen Fan was holding on to the harpoon while directing Xiaobai. But Xiaobai didn't need his command at all. After killing the level 2 iron-eating black ant, she swung her claws continuously and clawed out the lightning cat claws wildly. The remaining 3 level 1 iron-eating black ants were killed on the spot. On the contrary, the iron-eating black ant at Chen Fan's feet was still struggling for life even though Chen Fan had harpooned it to the ground. With Chen Fan's current strength, he was a little out of control and almost broke free. Seeing this, Xiaobai on the other side flashed over with a flash of lightning, grabbed it with one claw, and cut off the head of the iron-eating black ant. Chen Fan looked at the mess in front of him and was speechless for a while. Is it because the previous tactics were too complicated and Xiaobai didn't understand? Or does Xiaobai think that these tactics are not actually needed at all? However, Xiaobai's strength is indeed a bit too amazing. The iron-eating black ant, also at level 2, couldn't even sustain it for one round. Meow! Xiaobai raised his head and shouted at Chen Fan, as if asking for credit. Yes! You are awesome! Chen Fan couldn't laugh or cry. But we still have to cooperate next time. You can kill easily at level 2. What if you encounter someone at level 3 or even stronger? Fighting requires tactics. Even if you can crush them, you can avoid all kinds of accidents and risks as much as possible by using good tactics. Yeah. Xiaobai blinked and nodded. Chen Fan's face sank. You clearly understand my tactics, but you deliberately don't follow them? Xiaobai blinked and then rubbed Chen Fan's feet with his little head. Do you think it will be fine if you act coquettishly? Chen Fan continued with a cold face. You rush directly in front of the level 2 iron-eating black ant. If it reacts quickly, it will spit acid directly at you, or use large pliers. Attack you? I won't be like this again. Please don't be angry. Okay? Xiaobai continued to rub Chen Fan's feet with his little head. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. This was the longest sentence that Xiaobai had ever said to him when he was communicating with him through his mind after he successfully signed the contract with Xiaobai. Most of the time, Xiaobai just said twice. The coldness on Chen Fan's face melted away instantly, and he bent down and hugged Xiaobai. I'm not angry with you, but it's really too dangerous for you to do that. After all, neither you nor I have fought with iron-eating black ants before. Have fought. For things like fighting, no matter how strong or weak the opponent is, you must go all out and not be careless at all. Yeah. Xiaobai pushed his head against Chen Fan's chest. Okay, let me dig out the crystal core first. I heard that the crystal core is very valuable. Chen Fan used a harpoon and a dagger to pick out the crystal nuclei from the heads of 5 iron-eating black ants. The meat of iron-eating black ants is inedible to humans, and only a small number of beasts with related attributes can eat it. The carapace of iron-eating black ants is a good material for refining some armor equipment, but now it's covered in disgusting corrosive acid, and it's quite troublesome to wash it off. It's not just about whether you're tired or not. It's mainly because a group of fish in the Xinxing River are armed with machine guns. Chen Fan put the 5 crystal cores into the beast controlling space. Then he walked to the body of the level 2 iron-eating black ant, used a harpoon to stab the iron-eating black ant in the head. Click! It felt like poking a harpoon into a pile of rocks, which made Chen Fan's jaw numb. The carapace of this thing is as hard as steel, but Xiaobai's 2 lightning cat claws directly punched 2 big holes in his head. Although the fish in Xinxing River have scales, their defenses are far inferior to those of the iron-eating black ants. The best defense for the fish in Xinxing River is actually the river water. If the blue-scaled demon fish were in deep water, it would probably be difficult for Xiaobai's thundercat claws to kill it. But if they float to the surface, how about going to the river first to get some level 3 blue-scaled monster fish? Xiaobai needs 2 level 3 fish crystal cores to upgrade to level 3 materials. Chen Fan picked up the harpoon and prepared to walk to the river. Sudden, a burst of noisy voices came from the dense forest on the left side. There seem to be a lot of people over there. They don't know what's going on. Let's go and take a look. Chen Fan took Xiaobai and walked toward the direction of the sound, holding the harpoon. The sound is getting closer, but as far as the eye could see, there was no monster attribute panel. At this moment, there was a sputtering sound from the bushes on the left-hand side, and an animal as big as a hound quickly came out. What? Chen Fan was taken aback and had already raised the harpoon in his hand, ready to fight back. Meow! Xiaobai struck out with a thunderous cat claw, punching a big hole in the animal's belly and sending it flying away. Then, Xiaobai jumped down from Chen Fan's shoulder, pounced on the animal with great precision, and pressed its head into the ground. After the animal struggled a few times, it became motionless. Chen Fan looked at the properties panel. Black-furred hair. Level 0. Just an ordinary rabbit, not awakened. But this rabbit was very big, several times larger than the rabbits Chen Fan had seen before. The animals and plants of this blue star have all become spirits as expected. Ants are bigger than cats. Rabbits are bigger than dogs. Chen Fan gently stabbed the black rabbit on the ground twice with the harpoon. Totally dead. Just then, a large group of people rushed over from the bushes. Huh? Little brother. It's you? Among the crowd, a young man wearing glasses showed a look of surprise. What a coincidence! Chen Fan also smiled slightly. After the awakening died at Jian Square, this young man wearing glasses once patted his shoulder and comforted him. The bespectacled young man held a sword and ran up to Chen Fan panting. Little brother, why did you come here alone? Chen Fan did not answer his words, but asked, why are you coming in this direction? I checked it on the Qiandu map before. The further you go this way, the more dangerous it becomes. Oh, don't mention it, the young man with glasses said with a wry smile. There's nothing we can do about it. 3 of our teams joined forces and killed several iron-eating black ants, only to discover that the meat of those things was inedible at all. Not only can't you eat the meat of iron-eating black ants, but you can't eat the meat of scarab beetles as well. After we ate bread and chicken legs in the morning, we only ate some wild vegetables and fruits for lunch, and now our stomachs are growling with hunger. We all discussed it and decided that it won't work if we continue like this. This is only the first day. If you survive today, you won't survive tomorrow. Later we checked on the Qiandu map and found that here east of the Black Ant Forest, although it is a bit dangerous, there are many animals. We just thought that since there are 12 people in the 3 teams together, there shouldn't be any danger. After we hunt a few wild game, we will return to the safe area west of the Black Ant Forest before dark. Who would have known that all the animals in Blue Star have become spirits? A big snake is thicker than the trunk of a big tree. It scared us so much that we ran away. A few little squirrels can jump 5 to 6 meters in a random jump. We can only look at it with dismay. Look at this rabbit. A group of us surrounded it for a long time and couldn't even touch a single rabbit hair. In the end, your cat was very fast and caught it. Chen Fan immediately became happy. In fact, he should have thought of this kind of thing. People like the young man with glasses are not awakened. They are just ordinary people. Even in the jungles of the earth, it is not that easy for ordinary people to catch rabbits with a sword. Not to mention a place like Blue Star. Now the rabbit under his feet is bigger than a dog and runs like a whirlwind. Let alone the young man with glasses. Even Chen Fan might not be able to catch him. Chin Fan smiled and was about to give the rabbit to the young man with glasses. Suddenly, those people who were with the young man with glasses gathered around him with unkind expressions. When Chin Fan saw these people disperse, surrounding him and Xiaobai in the center, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. One of the young men with a scar on his face said coldly, "Boy, the rabbit under your feet belongs to us. Give the rabbit back to us and get out." Don't wait for Chin Fan to speak. A young man wearing a shirt next to Scarface whispered a few words into Scarface's ear. "Isn't this bad? One rabbit should be enough for us." Scarface glanced at Xiaobai at Chin Fan's feet hesitantly. The young man in the shirt said impatiently, "Brother Feng, there are so many of us. How can one rabbit be enough to eat? There are still 2 days." Before Scarface could say anything, the man sneered, pointed at Xiaobai beside Chin Fan, and said, "And you, the cat. Although this rabbit is big, there are so many of us that we can't eat many meals. Give us your cat." A group of people around them all waved their swords and laughed. Chin Fan's eyes instantly became as cold as ice. "What did you say?" Chapter 12, Furious and Killing. Hand over the rabbit. Hand over the cat too. This kid seems very unhappy. Doesn't he? Don't talk nonsense to him. If he dares to resist, he will be maimed and thrown into the river. A group of people started shouting and surrounded him aggressively. When the bespectacled young man saw this, he was shocked. He opened his hands and stood in front of Chin Fan. "Brothers, this little brother's cat caught the rabbit. I can see it clearly. You can't do this. We are all from out of town. So it's okay if we don't help each other. You can't bully others like this." The young man in the shirt snorted. "Glasses, which side are you on? Get out of the way, or I'll beat you up too." The bespectacled young man pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and blushed. "I stand on the side of reason. He is younger than us and is alone. It is outrageous for you to bully him like this." Hearing these words, Chin Fan felt a little warm in his heart. The world is like this. There are people like Wang Tang who feel superior as soon as they wake up. There are also those who regard human life as nothing but trivial matter in order to survive for themselves. There are also kind people like Brother Glasses. Everyone listen to me. The young man with glasses was still trying to convince everyone. "We can discuss with our little brother and let him give us a rabbit leg. This rabbit is very big. He will definitely not be able to finish it by himself." "Shut up." The young man in the shirt shouted coldly. "Am I discussing with him? I am ordering him. A rabbit leg? Ha ha ha. I want a whole rabbit and the cat. If you don't give us the cat, we'll kill him." Seeing this, Scarface persuaded him. "Well, we have no grievances. We can just beat him. There is no need to kill him." "Right?" The young man in the shirt said coldly. "Brother Feng, you are too kind. You have forgotten that this is the world of beast control. There are rules within the main city, but there are no rules outside the wilderness. We robbed his rabbit and cat today. Do you think he won't take revenge on us in the future? Just kill him." Someone frowned and said, "That's too exaggerated. I think killing monsters is normal, but killing people at every turn is unjustifiable." "Right?" Someone on the side nodded and said, "Bring him the rabbit and let him go." A group of people immediately divided into 2 groups. Scarface and the other sided with the bespectacled young man. There were many people standing around the young man wearing a shirt. Chin Fan's eyes became even colder. These people were so hungry that they wanted to snatch rabbits. But he could barely bear it. He originally wanted to give the rabbit to Brother Glasses. But these people focused their attention on Xiaobai. "I want to kill him directly. These guys have integrated into this beast-controlling world so quickly." Chin Fan grinned, bent down, slipped under the arm of the young man with glasses, flew up, and kicked the young man wearing a shirt in the abdomen in front of him. The young man in the shirt howled and flew straight out, lying on the ground howling strangely. A group of people around him were stunned for a moment. The young man with glasses was also stunned for a moment. No one expected that Chin Fan would dare to take action when surrounded by such a large group of people. And it's so fast. "You brat! You're looking for death!" The person on Chin Fan's right hand had a fierce look on his face. He waved the long knife in his hand and struck Chin Fan in the head with one strike. Such a knife is not as simple as robbing a rabbit. If Chin Fan couldn't dodge this knife, he might be split in half by the knife. "Snort!" Chin Fan snorted coldly, turned around suddenly, stabbed out the harpoon in his hand like lightning, and caught the man's long knife with incomparable precision. Before the man could react, Chin Fan exerted force with his right hand and twisted the harpoon in his hand. Click! The knife and harpoon made a sharp scraping sound. The man's mouth was bleeding, and he couldn't hold the long knife. so he fell to the ground with a clang. Chen Fan took advantage of the situation and stepped forward with a heavy kick, hitting the man's chest. Bang! The man howled miserably, flew backwards, hit a big tree hard, and then fell to the ground, lifeless. Robbing rabbits is not a big deal, but Chen Fan will never show mercy to those who want to kill him without mercy. With this kick, the man's ribs were completely broken, and he was either dead or disabled. As the young man in the shirt said, "This is the world of beast masters. There are rules within the main city, but there are no rules outside the wilderness. Strength is supreme, and the strong are respected. As long as it's not within the main city, no one cares about killing people and monsters. Do you want to kill me? Then, I will kill you all." Chen Fan's eyes were cold and murderous. "This brat killed someone. Kill him! We must not let him leave alive. Surround him. Don't let him escape." At this time, several people around the young man in the shirt were furious and rushed forward. The bespectacled young man and Scarface wanted to stop them, but in the chaos, where could they stop them? Xiao Bai's hair immediately exploded, and a whirlwind was released around him, kicking up dust all over the sky. But it was just a ragdoll cat, and Xiao Bai's skills were not used. How did this group of people know that this was an awakened beast? And here, Chen Fan also had murderous intentions. Taking advantage of the dusty charming eyes, Chen Fan grabbed the harpoon with his backhand and threw it towards one of them. With a pop, he pierced the man's chest and then flew out. Once the move was successful, Chen Fan didn't even stop. He took a step forward and kicked the nearest person away. "Stop! Stop! Stop fighting!" The bespectacled young man seemed to have exploded with all his strength and roared. The frightened group of people stopped. Chen Fan picked up a long knife on the ground and did not continue to move. "Why are we killing each other like this?" The young man with glasses burst into tears. "We are all from the earth, with so many of you holding knives and swords. Don't you think it's too much to kill a boy who is much younger than us?" The young man in the shirt on the ground almost vomited blood and screamed. "You can see clearly with your glasses. He is the one who is going to kill us now. Lu Qing and Zhang Yang were both killed by him. Wang Feng doesn't know whether he is alive or dead now." The bespectacled young man waved his hand and shouted, "That's because you went to kill him with a sword. If he doesn't resist, will he be killed by you while standing?" Chen Fan sighed. "Brother, you can't reason with these people. It doesn't make sense if you talk to them about feelings. This is just a group of selfish people who bully the weak and fear the strong. They are only hungry for half a day now. If they are hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, what else can't they do? Get out of my way. If they want to kill me, let them kill me. I want to see who dies first today." The young man with glasses was silent. He doesn't have Chen Fan's crazy energy. In his opinion, no matter how good Chen Fan is in fighting, he is still just a teenager. He may have practiced on the boxing, but after all, it is difficult for him to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Even if he wanted to help, in the end it was still the word death. At this time, the young man in the shirt stood up with the support of another person and said solemnly, "Boy, you killed several of us. We can't just let it go. Although you are also a practicing martial artist, we are outnumbered and you can't defeat us." "Really?" Chen Fan sneered, swayed, and stood in front of the young man in the shirt like a ghost. How could it be so fast? The young man in the shirt and the man next to him were both stunned for a moment. After Xiao Bai fed back his strength twice, Chen Fan's strength and speed were much stronger than ordinary people. When he rushed out with a single stride, the young man in the shirt and others did not react at all. "You?" The young man in the shirt subconsciously punched Chen Fan in the face. Chen Fan stretched out his right hand and grasped the fist of the young man wearing a shirt with his palm with great precision. Then, he raised his foot and kicked the man next to the young man in the shirt away. The young man in the shirt stared wide-eyed, completely forgetting to resist. Others couldn't see anything, but in his feeling, Chen Fan's claws were as if they were made of steel. His fist was pinched in great pain. At this moment, unspeakable fear arose in this man's heart. He could clearly feel that Chen Fan did not use all his strength. As long as Chen Fan exerts force, his fist will be broken immediately. Just when the thought arose in him, Chen Fan snorted softly, grasped the 5 fingers of the young man wearing a shirt's fist, and exerted force. Crack! The fist of the young man wearing a shirt was crushed to pieces by him. Ah! The heartbreaking pain made the young man in the shirt scream miserably. Chen Fan let go of his palms, grabbed the shirt-wearing young man's chest and thighs with both hands, raised them high, and then slammed them to the ground. Boom! A hole was made on the ground by the body of the young man wearing a shirt. Chen Fan stepped on the back of the young man in a shirt who fainted, and glanced at the people around him with cold eyes. Who else wants to eat my cat? After being fed back by Xiaobai's power, Chen Fan could easily break a tree with a diameter of 15 centimeters with one punch. Now, whether it is speed or strength, he has already far surpassed this group of people by several levels. Xiaobai doesn't need to take action. He can sweep the entire field by himself. Those people were shouting loudly and wanted to rush forward. But seeing Chen Fan being so cruel and domineering, no one dared to approach him. A group of people had horrified looks on their faces. Their lips trembled. Their hands trembled. And they backed away again and again. The young man with glasses was also stunned. After Chen Fan took action before, he also thought that Chen Fan was a trained person, but he still couldn't be a match for this large group of people. After all, these people have swords in their hands. In the movie back then, Ip Man could fight 10, but even if Ip Man is so strong, if those little turtles are holding swords, he can't cripple 10 of them with his bare hands. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan was so terrifying. At this time, someone in the crowd said angrily, "Boy, this time we admit defeat. But there are so many people here, and someone will definitely awaken to become a Star Warrior or Beast Master in 3 days. Are you sure you want to be enemies with the Beast Masters and Star Warriors? This is the world of Beast Masters. You, an unawakened person, can't defeat a Star Warrior, let alone a Beast Master." Chen Fan had an expressionless face and said nothing. At this time, the two people behind him suddenly approached quickly, slashing at him with one sword and one sword at the same time. Meow. Xiaobai reacted extremely quickly and without any hesitation. 2 lightning cat claws blasted out. There were 2 loud bangs, and a big hole was opened in the chests of the 2 people, and they fell to the ground dead. The whole place fell silent. A cat that can use the power of thunder and lightning. Not a monster, but a beast? Is this guy a beast master? Sorry, I forgot to tell you, Chen Fan said coldly. Actually, I have awakened a long time ago. Not only have I awakened to become a beast master, I also have a beast master. Being your enemy? You deserve it too? Chen Fan tilted his head and said solemnly. Besides, why do you think you still have a chance to survive until 3 days later? If you want to kill me, you can kill me. If you don't want to kill me, just leave. Every thought is quite beautiful, isn't it? Xiaobai echoed, bared his teeth, and an electric snake coiled around him. Majestic, except for the young man with glasses. Everyone else only felt a cold air rising from their hearts, and their hair stood on end. Chapter 13 Weird Emerald Slime. The sound of chattering between the upper and lower teeth was heard. Although a group of people still held swords in their hands, they no longer dared to take a step forward. Not only did they not dare to take a step forward, they did not even dare to escape. Facing Chen Fan and Xiaobai, who could pierce a person's chest with a lightning cat claw, these people were trembling all over and were extremely frightened. The feet of several of them were wet, and a foul smell spread out. Seeing this scene, the bespectacled young man turned sideways with difficulty, blushed, and whispered, "Little brother, we all came from the earth, and they are all my companions. Can I?" The voice of the young man with glasses became smaller and smaller. He also knew very well that interceding for such a group of people was actually going too far. After all, these people really wanted to kill Chen Fan and seize the ragdoll cat. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said calmly, "Brother, it's not that I don't give you face. If these people just want to beat me up and steal this rabbit, I don't have to kill them all. But you saw, I didn't even say a word, and these people already wanted to chop off my head. If I didn't control the beast, if I didn't have this power, my body would be lying in front of you now. For those who want to kill me and have already done so, why should I let them go? Let them seek revenge in the future. Of course I'm not afraid of this kind of trouble. But there's no need for me to keep this kind of trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan and Xiaobai took action at the same time. The thunder in the air flashed a few times, and 2 more people were killed directly. "Run!" The other people were so scared that they ran away without even thinking. "Kill them!" Chen Fan looked solemn and waved his hand gently. Xiaobai screamed sharply, swung his claws continuously, and the Thundercat claws pierced the backs of the fleeing people. Only the bespectacled young man and Scarface were left on the field. These people were the ones who had just advised him not to kill Chen Fan. A group of people were stunned on the spot, and their hair stood on end. But Chen Fan, as if nothing had happened, picked up the black rabbit on the ground and dragged it to the bespectacled young man. He smiled and said, "Brother, what is your WeChat ID? I will add you." "Oh, okay." The young man with glasses hurriedly opened the smart device on his wrist. The two added WeChat. Chen Fan nodded slightly. "My name is Chen Fan. Brother, where are you?" The young man with glasses said hurriedly. "My name is Pan Xiangdong." Chen Fan pointed to the black-furred rabbit on the ground. "Brother Xiangdong, take this rabbit with you and return to the west of the Blackened Forest as soon as possible. The further east you go, the greater the danger. With this rabbit, you won't be short of food these days. It's better to return to the west as soon as possible." "No, no, no." Pan Xiangdong waved his hands and said, "Your cat caught this rabbit. You gave it to me. What do you and the cat eat? I am a beast master." Chen Fan grinned and said, "In a forest like this, a beast master will never die of hunger." After Chen Fan gently shook Pan Xiangdong's hand, he tilted his head slightly toward Xiao Bai and walked through the crowd. Those people tensed up and subconsciously stepped aside. I saw Chen Fan and Xiao Bai quickly disappearing from the sight of this group of people. "Well," Scarface sighed, "everyone came from that way. Why are they fighting and killing like this? Fortunately, we didn't participate just now. Otherwise, we would have become corpses." Pan Xiangdong didn't say much, but nodded slightly. "Let's all bury the body together. Let's go some distance to the west first. When we reach a safe area, we will plot the rabbit's hair together and cut it into small pieces. Let's bake it all. A rabbit this big is enough for us to eat for a few days." Chen Fan took Xiao Bai down the river and headed east. "The further down you go, the more iron-eating black ants and scarabs you encounter. All in swarms. And most of the bosses are level 2. Chen Fan and Xiao Bai joined forces and fought their way through, killing everyone until everything was dark. The cooperation between one person and one cat is becoming more and more tacit. When night was about to fall, there were already 47 monster crystal nuclei in the beast-controlling space. Among the 47 monster crystal nuclei, 12 are at level 2. Unfortunately, along the way, I found several puddles, but I didn't see a level 3 blue-scale demon fish in the puddles. A lot of fish at level 1 and level 2 were caught. Because Xiao Bai likes to eat fish, Chen Fan didn't waste any of them. He roasted them all and put them in the beast control space. No water hole with level 3 blue-scale demon fish found. Apparently, we still have to go to Qinqing River to have a fight with those blue-scaled monster fish. 2 level 3 blue-scale demon fish crystal cores are necessary for Xiao Bai to increase his combat power level to level 3. Chen Fan touched his chin and led Xiao Bai towards the river, preparing to have a fight with the blue-scaled monster fish. Sudden, the foot he raised gently came down again. A bunch of colorful, squirming slime-like things appeared ahead. Monster name, Slime. Combat power level 1. Racial level, low extraordinary. Monster attribute, Water. Monster status, leisurely. Monster weakness, Earth. Racial skills, Spit. Potential level 1 star. Slime? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then winked at Xiao Bai, hid behind a big tree, and clicked on the smartwatch. Opening Chindu. Chen Fan searched for Slime. Slime. This is the lowest level monster that is shaped like a jelly or a drop of water. Slimes come in various colors such as red, yellow, blue, and green. Some of their bodies are opaque and some are translucent. They have a gentle temperament and generally do not actively attack humans. Its body can change shape, split and fuse, so ordinary physical attacks will do little damage to slimes. However, because this monster has low potential, lacks attack skills, and is extremely difficult to upgrade its racial level, few beast masters choose slime as their beast master. But because of its cute appearance and gentle temperament, many children regard it as a pet like an unawakened cat or dog, and it has become a companion to accompany the child's growth. There is no dangerous monster. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, because the farther east you go, the more monsters there are and the scarier they become. So he is more cautious along the way. Let's go to the Qinqing River. It's important to do the right thing. Chen Fan took Xiao Bai out from behind the tree. He and Xiao Bai walked through a group of slimes. The slimes were alarmed and crawled away one by one, but none of the slimes attacked them. Chen Fan's eyes quickly swept over the slimes that were about 20 centimeters in diameter, and he was a little curious about how these things grew. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly paused for a moment, then stopped again. Monster name, Emerald Slime. Combat power level 2. Racial level, low extraordinary. Monster attribute, Water. Wind. Monster weakness, Earth. Racial skills, Strong Wind. gliding wing. Monster state, nervous. Monster hobbies, swimming, eating fish, listening to birds singing. Potential level, 6 stars. Requirements for breaking through to level 3, 10 pounds of explosive bee honey, 15 pounds of purple strawberries, 15 pounds of monster meat above level 3, 15 pounds of purple blood tree leaves, northwest wind, high intensity training and 15 points of energy. Racial level evolution route 2. The first, the ordinary evolution route. Emerald slime, shark slime, tsunami slime, evolve from low level extraordinary to medium level extraordinary. The materials and methods required. The second, hidden mutation evolution route. Emerald slime, storm slime, demon king slime evolves from low level extraordinary to medium level extraordinary. The materials and methods required. What the HL? A level 2 slime? A 6-star potential? Chen Fan thought he had seen it wrong and subconsciously wiped his eyes. There is no change in the system panel. Really level 2. Dual attributes. Potential level 6 stars. Is this the lowest level monster? Chen Fan looked away and turned his attention to the other slimes. The combat power level of all other slimes is 1. The potential level of all other slimes is 1 star. He then looked at the other slimes not far away. Without exception, they all had 1-star potential. It seems like I found a treasure? Chen Fan looked at the jade slime and narrowed his eyes. The potential levels of the fierce and powerful beasts in Jingyin Square are only 3 stars. A monster slime, the lowest level, has actually reached 6 stars, which is the same level as Xiao Bai. Chen Fan was ecstatic, seemingly noticing Chen Fan's gaze towards him. The status on the jade slime system panel changed to horrified, but it still crawled slowly on the bluestone unhurriedly, completely no different from other slimes. This slime is extremely intelligent. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he secretly told Xiao Bai, separated from Xiao Bai, and surrounded the emerald slime from left to right. The emerald slime slowly crawled towards the river, just when Chen Fan and Xiao Bai were less than 6 meters away from it. Call! The emerald slime unexpectedly soared into the sky, flying 7 meters high, then spread out a pair of transparent wings on both sides of its body, and quickly glided towards Chen Xinghe. Want to run? Chen Fan laughed strangely. Xiao Bai, knock it down. Xiao Bai, who was well prepared, swung his paw quickly. Crack! But this emerald slime can actually understand his own words. Meow! Xiao Bai next to him roared twice, as if he was very dissatisfied with the move of the emerald slime. Because of the jade slime's move, Chen Fan was almost beaten to a pulp by the group of blue-scaled monster fish just now. The emerald slime suddenly shrank into a ball. It's okay. It's okay. Xiao Bai, don't get angry. It's not intentional. Chen Fan knelt down in front of the jade slime. Okay, I forgive you. Let's get down to business. I want to sign a contract with you. Are you willing? Chiji, jade slime's voice was low. Looking panicked, Chen Fan glanced at the attribute panel of the jade slime and said with a smile, You signed a contract with me, and you can use my beast control space to cultivate highly intelligent monsters. You should all know this. When I have money later, I can buy you explosive bee honey, purple strawberries, level 3 or above monster meat, and purple blood tree leaves. These should be all you need. I don't know if Jade Slime understood it, but Chen Fan saw that the status on the attribute panel changed from panic to hesitation. There's drama. Chen Fan continued to induce. I can help you improve your combat power level, and I can also help you improve your race level. Look at my little Bai. She was only at level 1 this morning. Later, after we caught a few blue-scaled demon fish together, I helped her raise her combat power level to level 2. With that said, Chen Fan concentrated on communicating with the beast-controlling space, and asked Xiao Bai to enter the beast-controlling space from the 6-pointed star array, and brought out a few freshly roasted blue-scaled demon fish. The aroma of grilled fish spread immediately. The emerald slime was staring at those grilled fishes. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth curled up slightly. On the attribute panel of the emerald slime, there is a fish in Monster Preferences, but the fish in Xinxing River are not vegetarian. The attack power of emerald slime is not strong. Even if you walk by the river every day, how can it be so easy to eat the fish in the river? Chen Fan saw the hesitation on the jade slime attribute panel turned into covetous. He immediately signaled Xiao Bai to take a few steps back, and then communicated with the beast control space. 2 6-pointed star formations sandwiched Chen Fan and the emerald slime. As soon as the 2 6-pointed star arrays were activated, the beast control system prompt popped up. The beast control space is open. Do you want to sign a contract with the Emerald Slime? Chen Fan clicked, yes. As a drop of blood fell from his fingertip. The six-pointed star ray rotated, and a white paper burning with golden flames appeared. The contract appeared. The Jade Slime glanced at the contract, and then at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled slightly, tried to be gentle and approachable, and then said, the Beast Master and the Beast Master are soul partners, helping each other and growing up. As long as we sign a contract, I can give you what you want. Thousands of years from now, if I become a legend, you will definitely be in my legend. Thousands of years later, if you become a legend, then I hope that I will be included in your legend. The Emerald Slime blinked, and a small hand condensed out of his body like water droplets. And then he gently tapped on the contract. The contract was signed successfully. The status on the Emerald Slime's attribute panel changed to happy. The way it looked at Chen Fan became much closer. Chen Fan squatted on the ground and gently touched the Jade Slime with his fingers. From now on, you will be called Jade Slime. Yeah. Jade rubbed Chen Fan's finger with her head. At this time, Xiaobai crawled over and pressed Jade's body with his paws curiously. Gigi! Jade was startled, jumped up and landed on Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan squatted on the ground, looking like he was wearing a cuckold. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, stood up, and took off the jade on his head. Don't be afraid. Xiaobai has no ill intentions towards you. She just wants to play with you. After being comforted by him for a few words, Jade's mood finally stabilized, and she was no longer afraid of Xiaobai. At this moment, Chen Fan felt as if an electric current was flowing through his body. The power of the Emerald Slime's feedback is here. Click! 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 Chen Fan's joints cracked all over his body. The powerful star power circulated rapidly within his body. The combined power of the two level 2 beast controlling beasts came together, giving him the urge to look up to the sky and roar. Somehow, Chen Fan felt that if he had someone to teach him now, or if he had the correct cultivation techniques, he should be able to break through to the first level easily. Don't worry. It won't take more than 2 days. When this assessment is over and you enter the academy to study, you will definitely be able to learn the cultivation techniques. I hope that by then, I can break through to the first level realm in one fell swoop. Just when he was thinking about entering the academy to practice, Chen Fan looked down and couldn't help but purse his lips. Xiaobai and Jade each held a grilled fish and began to eat it. These two foodies. Eat. And after you finish this fish, come with me to catch some fish. Chen Fan said with a bit of hatred. I was almost beaten to death by that group of blue-scaled monster fish just now. There's no need to change places. Let's just stay here. We must destroy them all today. Yeah. Xiaobai nodded towards Chen Fan, and then continued to eat the grilled fish. Chen Fan turned his attention to Jade. Jade doesn't seem to be of much help when it comes to catching fish. Jade's skills are wind and glider. Needless to say, glider has no attack power. It is just an escape skill, and it has to be at a high place, so it is useless if it is on flat ground. As for the strong wind is also very weak. Before, Jade opened his mouth and blew out a gust of wind. The strong wind only lifted Chen Fan up and then blew him away for a distance. What is going on with this combat power level? Anyway, Jade is already level 2. Right? And the power that Jade gave back just now is not much weaker than Xiaobai. How can I use my attack skills to be so weak? Is this skill proficiency too low? Chen Fan pondered for a moment, communicated with Jade with his mind and said, Jade, you just blew me with the strong wind. You didn't use your full strength. Right. Jade put down the fish bone. No. No. Chen Fan pointed to his left-hand side and said, Execute gust wind with all your strength now and see. Jade blinked and crawled to Chen Fan's feet, then opened her mouth and spurted out a stream of white air. Call! The wind suddenly rose, flying sand and rocks. Chen Fan was speechless for a while. It is indeed much stronger than before. But if you want to use this move to attack people or monsters, it will only serve as a distraction, and it will be difficult to injure people or monsters. The area covered by the violent wind was too large, and all its power felt scattered. If the same power is condensed into a wind blade, then this wind blade can cut off a big tree instantly. The gust wind skill, unless it develops further and turns into a tornado or storm, is really of little use at this level. Seeing Chen Fan frowning, Jade lowered her head with a sense of inferiority. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly comforted him. Well, you don't have to belittle yourself. You are actually very powerful. Gigi! Jade puffed up her chest. Chen Fan. If you go to the boiler room to burn the boiler. This trick is quite popular. Jade. Chen Fan. I'll do more research when I get back. The combat power level is level 2. The attack power shouldn't be so weak. I suspect that your skills are useless. I can help you add more points to your skills. But the energy is too little now. Wait for the energy. Let's talk about it later. If you don't practice this move well, it will blow the fan. But if you master this move well, it will be the Shinra Tenjun Dot. Jade blinked. It can understand the first half. The second half. I have no idea what it means. Chen Fan. Go catch fish first. Gigi. Hearing the catch, Jade became excited again. Jumped up and landed on Chen Fan's head again. Xiaobai was a little jealous when he saw this. He jumped in the air and was caught by Chen Fan and held in his arms. Chen Fan blinked. Alas, the emerald is so green that it makes me panic. Forget it. Just wear it as a hat. It seems to be quite cool under the bright sun. There's no one here anyway. Go catch fish first. Today, I must avenge this. Just a few hours after crossing over, I was almost beaten to death by a school of fish. This is unbearable. Hit him! Fishing! Xiaobai waved his little paw. Full of fighting spirit. Chapter 15: The Mysterious Girl with the Goblins. Boom! 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 The battle by the Qinqing River was without smoke, but extremely fierce. Chen Fan shamelessly hid behind a big rock and kept throwing stones into the river, angering a group of blue-scale demon fish that were already very bellicose. But the position he was in was chosen very well. Unless the fish in the river jumped more than 1 meter high out of the water gun fired would fly up diagonally along the boulder, making it impossible to touch the corners of Chen Fan's clothes. Even some level 2 and level 3 blue-scale monster fish used the skill, Bubble Bomb. But as soon as those bubbles flew out of the water, and before they reached the shore, the emerald on Chen Fan's head was blown by a strong wind. And all the bubble bombs were blown back into the water, blowing up a group of fish in the water. On the other side, Xiaobai stood a little upstream and used the Thundercat Claw to attack any fish that appeared. In Xinxinghe, there were several more intelligent level 3 blue-scale demon fish. After discovering that they could not attack Chen Fan, they began to try to fly out of the water and attack again. As soon as Xiaobai took off, 2 Thundercat Claws hit Xiaobai, and his skin and flesh were torn apart in an instant. His white belly turned up on the water. But within a short time, the water was filled with fish. No matter how sharp the attack is on a fish that cannot land, it will still be bullied to death when it encounters a scoundrel like Chen Fan. Chen Fan checked through the system properties panel and found that there was no level 3 blue-scale demon fish in the nearby river section, and waved his hand towards Jade. Jade slipped into the river and caught all the fish. Jade has dual attributes of water and wind. One of his hobbies is swimming, so catching fish is not difficult at all. It swam like a flounder in the water, picked up a fish and swung it up, before being caught firmly by Chen Fan. After scurrying back and forth like this, more than a dozen fish fell into Chen Fan's hands. Some level 1 blue-scale demon fish nearby that had the chance to escape with their lives couldn't help but start firing water guns at Jade. But the water gun's attack power in the water dropped a lot, and Jade has the innate advantage of being immune to most physical attacks. A group of level 1 blue-scale demon fish could not harm Jade, but Xiaobai seized the opportunity and killed them all with Thundercat Claws, killing several more. When Jade climbed onto the shore, Chen Fan glanced around and saw that within a radius of more than 20 meters, there was no blue-scale demon fish. Some of the blue-scale demon fish that survived had already swam far away and did not dare to get closer. You idiot fish! You are so arrogant and domineering! Aren't you being served in a pot by me now? Chen Fan stood on the shore and unzipped his pants. The first time I came to Blue Star was a little later than usual. Being a young man, Chen Fan couldn't help but want to use this method to demonstrate to the blue-scale demon fish that had escaped. But as soon as he unzipped his zipper, a very sharp voice rang out from the downstream direction. Oh my god! Miss! Look! That bitch is getting ready to pee upstream! Chen Fan was startled when he suddenly heard someone speaking. The zipper he just pulled down quickly pulled back again. Fortunately, he didn't take out the tool. Otherwise it might get stuck. Chen Fan poked his head downstream and was astonished to find a long-haired girl about his age a few dozen meters downstream, sitting on a bluestone by the river fishing, because there were many big trees and rocks on the left-hand side, and his attention was always on the fish in Xinxinghe. He didn't notice anyone else below. I saw a strange bird that was even larger than an adult ostrich standing on the left side of the girl. To her right, a 10-meter-long white python lay, and behind her stood a short man with a bare head, pointed ears, a green body, and a height of only 1.2 meters. The one who just spoke seems to be this little dwarf. With 3 beasts? Fishing by the Chinching River? Chen Fan was surprised. It seems that this girl should be a local person, having wandered around the forum before. Chen Fan already knew that people usually refer to people born on Blue Star as locals, and people from Earth as outsiders. No geographical discrimination is intended. It's purely a joke. But everyone understands that there is indeed a big difference between being born on Earth and being born on a blue star. After all, Blue Star is filled with strange energy because of the cracks. In such an environment, the vegetation has grown wildly. The mountains and rivers have become fertile, and the rabbits have become larger than dogs. It is normal for people to practice to the point of flying into the sky and escaping from the earth. The girl in front of me is about the same age as Chen Fan, but she already has 3 beasts, and the combat power level of each beast is level 5. Although Chen Fan was not sure how level 5 would be in Dahai City. At this age, with 3 level 5 beasts, he felt that he could walk sideways in Dahai City. The number of beast masters is closely related to the master's cultivation level. If the strength is low, it is almost impossible to sign multiple beast controlling contracts unless the beast controlling talent is extremely high. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze, found a few big leaves, and wrapped all the fish. Then waved to Xiaobai. Xiaobai ran over and Jade jumped onto Chen Fan's head again. Chen Fan carried the sack and walked downstream to the fishing girl. Although he was caught peeing upstream by people downstream, Chen Fan was so thick-skinned that he didn't take it to heart at all. Besides, isn't it time to pee? Then the little green-skinned dwarf with pointed ears spoke again. Oh my god! Miss! Look! That bitch peeing by the river is here wearing a cuckold. Mud. Chen Fan was furious. Little green dwarf. If you talk like that, you get beaten often. Right. Didn't your master teach you to be polite to others? The green dwarf sneered. Of course my lady has taught me to be polite to others. But you, a guy with lower quality than us goblins, how can you have the nerve to say such things to me? Chen Fan. It makes so much sense. I'm speechless. After getting a little closer, Chen Fan glanced at the girl. The girl is extremely beautiful, wearing a sky blue dress, with picturesque eyebrows and skin like snow. Her eyes were like stars in the night sky, endlessly clear, and her whole person gave people a flawless feeling, like a beautiful lady walking out of a painting. Directly in front of her, a layer of mist floated. The water guns and bubble bombs fired by the blue-scaled monster fish in the Chinching River all shattered into pieces after hitting the mist, turning into water splashes all over the sky. But not a single drop of water could penetrate the mist. Shield. Chen Fan was thoughtful. No wonder she dared to sit by the river fishing so arrogantly. It turned out that she had deployed such a strong shield. The attacks from those blue-scaled monster fish in the river posed no threat to her. The girl tilted her head slightly and glanced at Chen Fan. But after seeing the cuckold on Chen Fan's head, her eyes widened and she was stunned. Immediately, her face turned red, and she glared at Chen Fan coldly, then turned her head away, and continued to remain focused, like a sculpture. Chen Fan doesn't care about her attitude either. After all, if he is fishing or washing his face below and someone urinates upstream, he may rush up to fight with them. This girl didn't even say an unpleasant word, and she had a really good temper. Chen Fan touched his chin and looked at the 3 beasts beside the girl. Monster name, Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute gold. Monster weakness fire. Racial skills, green feather arrows. Wind shield. Golden feather arrows. Sharp claws. Monster state irritated. Injured, the internal organs were burned by the fire spirit's skill, dark fire. You need to take cold thorn grass. 8 petal golden G. Dora root and fire cloud leopard heart to heal as soon as possible. Method. Monster likes to eat fish and likes to be praised. Potential level 4 stars. Requirements for breakthrough to level 6. Racial level evolution route 2. A bird that likes to be praised? This blue star's beast is so weird. Or are my Xiaobai and Jade more normal? Chen Fan looked at the giant white python again. The giant white python chirped and rushed to Chen Fan's feet. Chi 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 chi. Jade was startled and tightly wrapped Chen Fan's head. Xiaobai's hair exploded directly. Lightning was swirling around his body, and the Thundercat claws were ready to strike at any time. Grass! Without thinking, Chen Fan stabbed the harpoon directly into the white python's eyes. Chapter 16 Being Misunderstood and Suspicious. Qinglong! Don't scare people. Come back! The girl drank lightly. The white python quickly circled around Chen Fan, causing Chen Fan's harpoon to miss the target, and then scurried back to the river. Your uncles. Chen Fan was furious. How dare a python scare me? Sooner or later, I will stew you into snake soup. Wait. This is obviously a white python. Why is it called Qilong? You look like you are seeking death, and you still want to turn into a dragon? Monster name, Ice White Python. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute ice. Monster weakness fire. Racial skills ice arrow. Biting ice wind, slowdown skill. Fong bite. Wild python tail swing. Monster status contempt. Monster likes to sleep. Likes to watch cartoons. Likes to dance. Potential level 4 stars. Requirements for breakthrough to level 6. Racial level evolution route 2. You like watching cartoons and dancing. Huh? Do you despise me? This damn snake still despises me. Damn it! Chen Fan glared at the ice white python fiercely. And the ice white python spit out the letter threateningly. Can't beat it. Farewell. Chen Fan turned to look at the green-skinned dwarf. Monster name, Goblin. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, wood. Monster weakness, gold. Racial skills, ghost vine entanglement. Stun trap. Remote control bomb. Revenge rolling log. Monster state angry. Weak. Injured, the heart was hit by the golden horned beast's star swallowing ray, and remains weak for a long time. With its strength greatly reduced, it is necessary to take 3 sunflowers, 5 flame grasses, and 3 blood lotus essences, and 2 pounds of purple orchid leaves. Method. Monster preferences, timid and fearful but likes to cause trouble. Gets into wherever the excitement is. Has a foul mouth. Likes alchemy technology. Likes tinkering with bombs. Potential level 4 stars. Requirements for breakthrough to level 6. Racial level evolution route 2. Seeing Chen Fan staring at him, the goblin stared. What are you looking at? He looks like a crooked melon with cracked dates. Are you jealous of my handsomeness? Don't you want to explain and apologize for what you just peed upstream? Chen Fan. At this time, the girl spoke. Shibu. Forget it. Just stop saying a few words. Before the goblin could speak, the girl tilted her head slightly and said, Where I sit is a dividing line in the Black Ant Forest. If you go further east, there will be many level 2 or even level 3 monsters, which are very dangerous. Return to the western region. As long as you don't cross this line. The Black Ant Forest is actually very safe, because various places with high-level monsters actually have security officers stationed there. The so-called assessment is just to deliberately create difficulties for you, increase the pressure, and make you fall into an imaginary state of despair, so as to increase the chance of awakening in 3 days. A security officer? Chen Fan blinked and said, Now that you tell me that there are security officers in this Black Ant Forest, wouldn't I feel no pressure at all? The girl said without looking back. You have awakened your beast-controlling talent and have 2 beast controllers. You no longer need this kind of pressure. But go any further downstream, and you can really get into a crisis. Chen Fan nodded. I have actually spent thousands of times online before, and I know that going east will be more dangerous, especially the direction close to 10,000 Beasts Mountain. The girl said calmly. It seems you are not stupid. Chen Fan. What's his name? In your eyes, I am just a 250-year-old? Chen Fan glanced at the girl's back a little unhappily. Suddenly, the goblin said in a high-pitched voice. Oh my god! This ugly and incompetent guy just came from other places. And he can actually use 1,000 degrees? It's simply unimaginable. I'm talking about the little green-skinned dwarf. Chen Fan's face darkened. How can you still jump so hard after your heart was so seriously injured? Then why did the golden horned beast hit your heart? It should just knock out your teeth so that you can shut up. The goblin was stunned for a moment. The girl who was fishing also stiffened a bit. Apart from the other person and that person's beasts, only she and her own beasts knew that the goblin was injured. How could this guy who just came from out of town? No. You know, the goblin has a heart injury, and you can't tell it from the outside. Even if he could see that he was injured, how would he know that he was injured by the golden horned beast? The girl who was fishing slowly stood up and turned her head. Just when she turned around, she was stunned again. I saw a cat on Chen Fan's shoulder, a green hat on his head, and a big bag in his left hand. Even though Fang Qingqing was well informed, she couldn't accept this look. Fang Qingqing stared at Chen Fan with her big, beautiful eyes and asked, "Didn't you just come from out of town?" Chen Fan shrugged. "I am. Originally, I took a nap on a chair in the park. And as soon as I woke up, I ran to the reception square. Then we lined up around the lamppost for awakening guidance, received weapons and food, and began the 3-day assessment." Fang Qingqing looked intently into Chen Fan's eyes, as if trying to find flaws or abnormalities in his eyes. "Then why did you know that Xiao Bu's heart was injured? And how could you be sure that it was the golden horned beast that hurt Xiao Bu? You know Shen Hongxiu?" The ones who hurt Xiao Bu and Yi were Shen Hongxiu's beast masters from Huanhai Academy. Shen Hongxiu is one of Fang Qingqing's competitors, and the two have always disliked each other, unless this person was very familiar with Shen Hongxiu. Fang Qingqing really couldn't figure out why he knew about this. The goblin immediately screamed, "Oh my god! Miss, you are too polite. Why don't you know Shen Hongxiu? He is basically a spy sent by Shen Hongxiu. How could someone who wasn't sent by Shen Hongxiu know so clearly? Shen Hongxiu?" Chen Fan wondered, "Is he a human or a demon?" With that said, Chen Fan took off the jadeite from his head and placed it on his right shoulder. But Jade looked at the silver moon blue-feathered bird and the ice-white python shivering, and then jumped to Chen Fan's head. Xiao Bai felt that the hat seemed to be worn crookedly, so he grabbed the jadeite with his 2 little paws and turned it around, helping Chen Fan put the hat straight. Chen Fan. Fang Qingqing. "Why don't I know Shen Hongxiu at all? Was this green-skinned dwarf injured by Shen Hongxiu's beast?" Chen Fan blinked, threw the pod directly to Jade, and said, "I know your beast control is injured because my beast control slime has this ability." "Chi chi chi!" Jade shouted twice. "I'm not that powerful." Of course Chen Fan knows very well. His identity as coming from outside the country will definitely be officially recorded. Throwing the pot to the beast will appear more reasonable. In this world of beast control, there are countless monsters, all kinds of strange things, and the monsters' powers are also endless. Some monsters can fly without wings. Some monsters are born with pupil magic, which can make people fall into hallucinations instantly. Some monsters can bathe in lava. The spit by some monsters can be used to heal wounds, and is fought over by countless strong men. Is it any wonder that a mutated slime can see the injuries of a beast? Later, I will let him see the evolutionary path of the beast. My jadeite has such eyes. What can you do? A mutated beast. Maybe one day he will turn into a handsome boy. Are you dissatisfied? Slime. The girl looked at the slime above Chen Fan's head and was a little distracted. "This injury is a bit troublesome." Chen Fan pretended to be profound and said, "You can let him eat more sunflowers and flame grass, which will be more useful in treating his injuries." "Oh my god! I don't want it!" Goblin screamed. "Miss, you must not listen to this guy. You know, I hate sunflowers and flame grass the most." Chen Fan sneered. "You don't have to eat. If you don't eat, you won't be able to recover from your illness in 3 months. Just keep holding on." Fang Qingqing pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Bu is of the wood attribute, and sunflowers and flame grass are of the fire attribute. He doesn't like eating these 2 things. These 2 things are not good for him. Whether he likes it or not has nothing to do with whether these 2 things can cure his injuries." Chen Fan said calmly, "I'm just telling you that there is a method that can cure his injuries. You don't need to argue with me anyway. That's what my jadeite told me." "Chi chi chi, I didn't say that." Jade called out twice more. Fang Qingqing's face froze. "But why should I trust you? What is the basis for your method? Then there's nothing you can do." Chen Fan shrugged. "You can choose to believe it or not. I don't care." "Oh my god!" Goblin screamed. "Miss, my guess is absolutely correct. This cuckold guy was indeed sent by Shen Hongxiu. I don't believe a slime can be so powerful." Fang Qingqing glanced at Chen Fan. Her eyes became a little cold. Then she turned around silently and sat down on the bluestone by the river. This guy was really sent by Shen Hongxiu. He even used a slime as an excuse. How could a person who had just come from outside the country possess 2 beasts within half a day, even if he had already awakened? Even if he can possess 2 beasts in half a day, why can he bring these 2 beasts to fight against the blue-scaled monster fish of Xinxinghe? How could a slime possess such otherworldly powers? Fang Qingqing's face was as cold as ice, and there was a trace of anger in her eyes. "Go tell Shen Hongxiu that if you want to fight me, then fight me openly. These little tricks are meaningless." Although Xiao Bu and Yi were injured, her fire spirit and golden horned beast were more seriously injured. "Next time we fight, We still don't know who will win and who will lose. Chen Fan laughed dumbly. The other party believed that he was the person sent by Shen Hongxiu. Jade was looked down upon by others. She didn't believe Jade had such strength at all. Well, actually I don't believe it either. Fang Qingqing then said. In addition, didn't Shen Hongxiu tell you that slimes are the lowest level of monsters? Their attack and defense are relatively weak, and it is difficult to evolve. So they are not very suitable as beast masters? Hearing this, Fei Zui shrank into a ball on Chen Fan's head. Looking very inferior, Chen Fan gently patted the jade on his head. I don't know about other slimes, but my jade is very powerful and very cute. Not to mention other things. Being able to see through the injury sustained by your beast master means that he is unique and otherworldly. Xiaobai on the shoulder also nodded, and patted Jade gently with his little paws to express comfort. Jade chirped twice, seeming to relax a lot. But the goblin sneered again and again, as if he didn't take the slime seriously at all. Chen Fan glanced at the goblins, turned around and walked downstream. Fang Qingqing was slightly stunned and immediately said, Wait a minute! Chen Fan, is there anything else? Fang Qingqing said coldly. I just said that it will be very dangerous if you go downstream. Don't you know? Chen Fan shrugged. I know. Fang Qingqing sighed and said, If you insist on going downstream, just wait for me for a while. What? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Fang Qingqing frowned and said, I'll catch a few more blue-scale demon fish for Inu. She likes to eat this kind of fish. Then, I'll go with you. Chen Fan, are you coming with me? Fang Qingqing said calmly. Your slime doesn't have much offensive power. If it goes downstream, it will die. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do, so I just want to relax. Chen Fan couldn't help but take another look at Fang Qingqing. Although this girl misunderstood her, she had a good heart, and was actually worried about the safety of a stranger like him. No need. The trial itself is an experience. I can just walk around casually. Having said this, Chen Fan paused for a moment and then said, Let the goblin eat more sunflowers, flame grass, blood lotus essence, and purple orchid leaves. These things will help him heal. Chen Fan did not explain clearly the number of sunflowers and other things, nor did he explain the specific method. These general things will definitely help the goblin heal, but the effect won't be immediate. Silver Moon Blue-Feathered Bird. Silver Moon Blue-Feathered Bird state immediately became happy, and the look he looked at Chen Fan became extremely friendly. Wear it 1,000 times. But flattery never wears it. This silly bird really likes to be flattered. Praise it casually, and its eyes will change. Alas, this girl is so good-looking. Why does she have all these weird beasts? What if the enemy praises the stupid bird during the battle? Will the stupid bird turn around and beat up the goblin? Chen Fan sighed secretly, shook his head, and then walked away with a package made of big leaves in one hand and a harpoon in the other. Chapter 17 Xiaobai breaks through to level 3 and awakens the skill Thunder Armor. The sun is about to set. Xiaobai, run! Chen Fan shouted loudly, and directly opened the beast control space. A white shadow flashed in the air, and Xiaobai, who used Thunder Flash, rushed into the vortex portal at the same time as Chen Fan. Crash! Almost at the same time that Chen Fan and Xiaobai entered the beast controlling space. In the jungle behind them, a giant black python with a single horn was rushing towards them, carrying a strong wind. Wherever the giant python passed, trees were broken and rocks were crushed. Amazing power. But after the black python rushed over, Chen Fan and Xiaobai were already missing from his sight. Roar! The one-horned black python was so furious that it opened its mouth, and fierce and domineering wind blades flew out, cutting off all the big trees around it and causing them to collapse. At this time, in the beast controlling space, Chen Fan was lying on the grass with the character Tai in his head, breathing heavily. Slime Jade was frightened and got directly into his clothes, chirping. Xiaobai was very calm, and he leisurely ran to the small lake in the beast control space and drank some water. You can't find anything even after wearing iron shoes, but it takes no effort to get there. Chen Fan sat up immediately and raised his hands. Both of his hands were holding a strange bush. The bush on the right is more than half a meter tall, and its trunk is covered with fruits as big as grapes. Every fruit is surrounded by lightning-like lines. It's Lei Yuan Gua. The bush on Chen Fan's left hand was covered with yellow-brown fruits the size of eggs. This thing is called itchy fruit, whether it is a person or a monster. If it touches the juice secreted by the fruit, it will be extremely itchy, regardless of whether it is a person or a monster. Basically everyone will stay away from this thing when they see it. When Chen Fan saw this fruit before, Jade screamed, signaling Chen Fan to stay away. Chen Fan immediately took a photo and looked it up 1,000 times online. And he immediately felt like he had found a treasure. This thing doesn't seem to have much lethality. But after grinding its fruit into powder, it is definitely a must-have artifact for killing people and setting fires when traveling at home. When the time comes, cooperate with Jade's gust wind skill, and Ichi powder will sweep across the sky, no matter how tyrannical your cultivation level is. If you are attacked, you have to kneel down and sing Conquest. Chen Fan carefully placed the branch covered with tickle fruit on the edge of the beast controlling space, then walked back and looked at the Thunder Yuan fruit carefully. Although he just said that, it takes no effort at all. In fact, it does take a lot of effort. After all, he spent a lot of effort finding this thing. During the past 2 days, he took Xiaobai and Jade around to look for Thunder Yuan Gua, but was chased by a group of powerful level 3 monsters, running around and jumping up and down. If he hadn't been able to enter the beast-controlling space, he and Xiaobai would probably have become food in the monster's belly. As for Jade, monsters like Jade will not attack Jade. In addition to the fact that physical attacks are difficult to work, the main reason is that slime is too unpalatable. But even so, Jade is a little doubtful about life now. Before Jade became Chen Fan's Beast Master, although her life was dull, it was still interesting. But after becoming Chen Fan's Beast Master, he and Chen Fan were constantly being chased by level 3 monsters. And Jade was also frightened. This master is too tossing and eccentric. He ran to an area like this when he was full, and played hide-and-seek with a group of level 3 monsters. No one knew what he wanted to do. Jade was really a little speechless. In fact, Chen Fan was quite speechless. Of course he knew that this area was very dangerous, and he might encounter powerful monsters coming from 10,000 Beast Mountain. But he never imagined that there were so many level 2 monsters, and level 3 monsters running around in this shabby place, that he could encounter 2 or 3 even when he was urinating. Where can I go to reason? If it weren't for the beast control space, he might have died 7 or 8 times. Fine. The hard work paid off, and Lei Yuanhua was finally found. As a result, there was actually a violent one-horned black python guarding the Lei Yuanhua. The level 3 one-horned black python and the level 3 blue-scale demon fish are completely different concepts. The main attacks of the blue-scale demon fish in Xinxing River are water guns and bubble bombs. No matter how powerful they are, they can't get to the shore. Moreover, the blue-scale demon fish's defense is very poor, and Xiaobai's lightning cat claws can penetrate its body. But the level 3 one-horned black python has dense scales all over its body. Each scale is extremely hard, and its defense is astonishing. Although Xiaobai's Thundercat claws will occasionally beat the monster to pieces, but it is very fatal if it is not fatal. However, the one-horned black python still has wind attributes, is extremely fast, and can also use sharp long-range attack skills such as wind blades. Chen Fan could only ask Xiaobai to lure him away, then cut down the Lei Yuan fruit tree and run away. Fortunately, Xiaobai knows how to flash thunder. Otherwise, one person and one cat. We have to answer here today. The materials are finally complete. Chen Fan put aside his cluttered thoughts and took all the required materials. 10 pounds of fresh fish and meat above grade 2. 2 level 3 fish crystal nuclei. A Lei Yuan fruit over 50 years old. The 2 crystal nuclei were put aside first. Chen Fan took a dagger to cut the previously roasted fish into pieces. Then smashed the Lei Yuan Gua like garlic and mixed it into the fish. The operation method for improving low-level beast masters is relatively simple. The slightly more troublesome part is the final step of absorbing the power of the crystal core. The materials and steps for upgrading level 5 goblins and level 5 silver moon blue feather birds are relatively complicated. As for the materials and methods required to upgrade the 3 beasts, such as the wild and violent ape seen in the square, they are even more exaggerated. Chen Fan turned the dagger upside down and banged it with the handle, pounding the fish meat and Lei Yuan Gua into a paste. Beside him, Xiaobai stared silently with his eyes wide open. Jade also emerged from Chen Fan's collar and looked at this scene curiously. It doesn't look great, but it's definitely useful. Chen Fan smiled at Xiaobai and said, This is a top-notch dark dish from the beast breeding master Chen Fan. You will have to eat it all in a while. If you don't eat, you won't eat. You'll feel like mud. Xiaobai's head shook like a rattle. What mud? This is fish meat mud. Chen Fan chuckled and said, This is a treasure that can help you upgrade to level 3. Level 3? Xiaobai's eyes suddenly widened, full of anticipation. I want to eat. After eating, go kill that snake. Xiaobai was very angry after being chased by the one-horned black python. If she breaks through to level 3, she will have enough strength to compete with the one-horned black python. Gigi! Jade looked at the dark cuisine, with a bit of disbelief in her eyes. Can this thing help Xiaobai reach level 3? In the past 2 days, both he and Xiaobai had eaten a lot of fish and meat. Why didn't they see any improvement? Is it because of the addition of a Thunder Yuan fruit? Jade jumped down and circled around the mushy fish meat, salivating. No! No! You can't eat this! Chen Fan picked up Jade and said, This is for Xiaobai. It won't be of any use to you if you eat it. After I go to the academy tomorrow, I will collect materials to help you improve your combat power level and race level. Jade was stunned for a moment. Chi? Chi. What? It can also help me improve my racial level. Of course. Chen Fan said calmly. But don't worry first. You will have to find a way to make some money later, so that you can have money to buy materials to help you improve your combat power level and race level. Now let's help Xiaobai upgrade to level 3. Chen Fan curled his fingers towards Xiaobai. The impatient Xiaobai immediately took 2 steps forward and started to devour it. Zitsizi! Electric snakes came out of her mouth, which shocked Jade. After a while, Xiaobai ate up a large ball of fish meat piled on the leaves, and then picked up a level 3 blue-scale demon fish crystal core with his little paws. Same recipe. Same operation. Xiaobai was very familiar with the task and swallowed up the power of 2 level 3 blue-scale demon fish crystal cores in a few strokes. When Chen Fan's palm covered her head and instilled 15 points of energy, a series of electric snakes immediately wrapped around Xiaobai's body, although he still has the cute form of a ragdoll cat. With these electric snakes, Xiaobai actually exudes a powerful aura and looks majestic. Sudden, a magic circle that seemed to be carved by thunder and lightning appeared under Xiaobai's feet and slowly started to rotate. As the magic circle rotated, stars filled the sky, gathering from all directions with Xiaobai as the center. Countless starlights, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, quickly merged into Xiaobai's body. 10 minutes later, boom! A terrifying energy bloomed from Xiaobai. Chen Fan and Fei Chui were unable to dodge and were thrown away at the same time, sticking to the transparent space wall surrounding the beast-controlling space. Oh my god! Xiaobai was startled and rushed over with a lightning flash, catching Chen Fan and Slime Jade that fell down. I didn't mean it. Chen Fan rubbed his head vigorously and grinned, but he did not forget to check Xiaobai's status immediately. Name of the beast, Ragdoll Cat Xiaobai. Combat power level, level 3. Race level, low awakening. Beast control attribute Thunder. Beast weakness Fire. Racial skills, Thundercat Claw Plus. Thunder Flash Plus. Thunder armor, when used on oneself. It can be maintained for 5 minutes. When used on other people or beasts, it can be maintained for 1 minute. The time the armor is maintained will increase with proficiency, increases as the degree increases, plus. Beast control status, Happy. Beast preferences, likes to stay in Chen Fan's arms or shoulders. Likes to be caressed on the head by Chen Fan. Potential level, 6 stars. Requirements for breaking through to level 4, 10 kilograms of meat from level 3 or above Thunder attribute monsters. 3 crystal cores from level 4 Thunder attribute monsters. 3 kilograms of Thunder wood that is over 50 years old, or 5 purple leaf Thunder dragon fruits that are over 50 years old. 25 points of energy. Steps for usage. Racial level evolution route 2. The first one is the ordinary evolution route. Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Starry Sky Shadow Cat. The second, Hidden Mutation Evolution Route. Ragdoll Cat Phantom Thunder Cat Purple Lightning Cat Emperor Thunder Eating Sky Cat Emperor. Success. He also awakened a defensive skill. Thunder Armor. Wait! Can the skill of Thunder Armor be used on other people or beasts? Chapter 18 The cat chases the snake. The snake is desperate inside. Chen Fan checked the information and found that many of the beast-controlling auxiliary skills can indeed be used on other people or beast controllers, such as armor and shields, as well as skills such as healing. And when the Beast Master's cultivation reaches a certain level, the Beast Master can even directly borrow the powerful skills of the Beast Master and then use them himself. However, the disadvantages seem to be obvious. The time of borrowing the skill of the Beast Master is very short, and it will cause the Beast Master to be unable to use the skill for a long period of time. If the Beast Master has multiple powerful attack skills, then it won't be a big problem. If there are only 1 or 2 attack skills, for example, Xiaobai's current attack skill is only Thundercat Claw. If Chen Fan borrowed the Thundercat Claw, he might be able to use it for 3 minutes. But Xiaobai might not be able to use the Thundercat Claw for more than 10 minutes. When Chen Fan borrowed the Thundercat Claw skill, Xiaobai had no other attack skills, and could only stare. After 3 minutes passed, Chen Fan and Xiaobai would stare at each other. Don't you know how strong the lightning armor's defense is? Chen Fan glanced at the system panel. The energy bar showed that there were still 78 points of energy. I have killed a lot of level 1 and level 2 monsters in the past few days, and gained a lot of energy. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and directly added 30 points to Xiaobai's Thunder Armor. Xiaobai's lightning armor proficiency increased from 1 point to 31 points in the blink of an eye. Seemingly sensing his own changes, Xiaobai glanced at Chen Fan doubtfully. Under Chen Fan's watch, as Xiaobai's Thunder Armor skill proficiency increased, the time in the skill notes also changed. If you use it on yourself, it can last for 10 minutes. If you use it on other people or beasts, it can last for 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Why is it so short? But after adding skill proficiency later, it should be doubled or tripled. Right? Having said that, although 3 minutes is a bit short, it is enough to resolve a battle. Chen Fan just wanted to speak. A strange power has been transmitted from Xiaobai. Once again, the Beast Master gives back strength. Boom! Chen Fan's clothes exploded and became tattered. Crazy and vast power moved rapidly and uncontrollably through his body, causing Chen Fan to make a rumbling sound all over his body. Vaguely, Chen Fan felt as if his power had reached a certain critical value. It seems that if he breaks through this critical value, he can break through to a higher level. Is this the feeling of being about to break through to the first level realm? Is my star power infinitely close to the first level realm? Chen Fan looked strange and smiled bitterly. All he knows now is that to break through to the first level realm, he needs to open up 8 main veins and at least 72 branch veins. Finally, the Star Sea must be cast, so that the Star Sea can connect the 8 main veins and the branch veins. But he didn't know anything about how to open the main vein or how to open the branch veins. I couldn't find the answer online. According to some people's opinions, the higher authorities do not allow the practice methods to be leaked, and the control is relatively strict. Some older families are even more strict. If a member of their own family is found to have leaked their cultivation techniques, they will have their cultivation skills destroyed, or they will be executed directly. It seems that we still have to wait until the day after tomorrow to enter the academy and learn the cultivation methods before we can break through to the first level realm. Chen Fan gently clenched his fists, and then looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, your current combat power level is level 3, and you have awakened a new skill Thunder Armor. Can you use the Thunder Armor? Yeah. Xiaobai nodded and narrowed his eyes slightly. Crack! Her whole body was immediately wrapped in dense thunder and lightning, as if the Thunder God and Thunder Cat had descended to Earth. The skill proficiency of the Thunder Armor has reached 31 points, and it is easy and natural for novices to operate it. Grumble! Jade was shocked and jumped on Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan comforted Jade, put Jade down, and said to Xiaobai, Xiaobai, this skill can still be used on Jade and I. You try it, and see if you can let me wear this armor. Xiaobai tilted his head and thought for a while, staring at Chen Fan for a while. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up, and 2 beams of light shot out and focused on Chen Fan. Crack! Chen Fan also wore a pair of translucent armor made of the power of thunder and lightning. Oh ha 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 ha. Chen Fan raised his hands, and was overjoyed to see this completely weightless and majestic armor. Jade walked around Chen Fan, and looked at Chen Fan very curiously. After a while, Jade still couldn't hold it back. A hand formed from the drop-shaped body, and she gently poked Chen Fan with her finger. Crack! Jade screamed and was blown away. Fortunately, this thunder armor is mainly used for defense, and Jade is already a level 2 beast master after all, so he didn't suffer any injuries. But after being shocked by the lightning armor, Jade shivered when she saw the thunder and lightning, and never dared to touch the armor again. Jade, you stay in the beast control space. Chen Fan waved to Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, let's go kill that one-horned black python. Meow meow. Hit him. Xiaobai immediately waved his little paw. Chen Fan picked up the harpoon again. The entry and exit points of the beast control space are at the same location. I don't know if the dead snake will be guarding nearby. When you go out, be careful. As soon as you go out, use Thunder Flash first. Move out. Yeah. Xiaobai nodded. Chen Fan thought, and a whirlpool portal immediately appeared in front of him. Xiaobai took the first step and jumped directly into the whirlpool portal. Chen Fan paused for 3 seconds before stepping in. Boom! 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 As soon as he went out, he heard a continuous roar. I saw Xiaobai fighting with the one-horned black python more than 30 meters away. This dead snake is really guarding the corpse here, but is guarding nearby. Chen Fan made a mistake and turned behind a big tree. Then he inserted the harpoon into his belt and climbed up the tree using his hands and feet. Standing on a tree branch and looking down, I saw Xiaobai turning into a white shadow in the southeast direction, swimming quickly around the one-horned black python, constantly shooting thunder and lightning cat claws. In terms of body shape, Xiaobai has no advantage at all. The big mouth of the one-horned black python can even swallow her in one bite. Even that one-horned black python could crush her into mud if she rolled around. But whether it was the one-horned black python's tail slap that made a sound that broke through the air, or the wind blade shot out of its mouth, it was difficult to attack Xiaobai. Xiaobai's speed was extremely fast, and he kept wandering around, hitting the one-horned black python with thunderous cat claws, which made the skin of the one-horned black python split open and hiss and scream. With the same combat power level and the same race level, Xiaobai's power of thunder and lightning almost crushed the wind attribute power of the one-horned black python. But in just 10 seconds, several big holes were opened in the belly of the one-horned black python, and blood was flowing out. Xiaobai is really awesome. Chen Fan, who was originally standing on a branch, looking for a chance to help, became a complete bystander. After breaking through to level 3, the power of Xiaobai's Thundercat claws increased a lot. Even without using Thunder Flash, Xiaobai's speed came and went like the wind, as fast as a shadow. Coupled with the unpredictable thunder and lightning, the one-horned black python was completely suppressed, without even a decent attack. In this battle, Xiaobai completely gained the upper hand. But if you want to grind this one-horned black python to death, it will probably take a while. Boom! The one-horned black python, filled with fright and anger, opened its big mouth and bit down hard on Xiaobai. Meow! Xiaobai screamed sharply, and the lightning on his body flashed quickly. Between the lightning and flint, he rushed directly from the front of the one-horned black python to the position of its tail. Crack! The moment the one-horned black python bit into the big tree, Xiaobai's cat claws were wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning, and he slashed down with one claw of the one-horned black python's tail. When the blood spurted out wildly, the tail of the one-horned black python was cut off. Roar! The heartbroken one-horned black python roared and scurried out. It gave up the fight completely and wanted to escape due west. Don't let it get away, Chen Fan reminded him and jumped down from the tree trunk. Meow! Xiaobai screamed, flashed a few times, and chased after him. Here! Chen Fan took a few steps quickly, picked up the tail of the one-horned black python, threw it directly into the beast's control space, and then chased after it. Southeast of the Black Ant Forest, Pan Xiangdong, who was wearing glasses, and Scarface and others were hunched over like civet cats, quietly moving forward to narrow the encirclement. In their encirclement, a pheasant that was more than 1 meter tall was still concentrating on eating insects, not noticing the approaching danger. Sudden, the pheasant looked up and looked due east with a look of horror on its face. Oops. The expressions of Pan Xiangdong and others changed. Then the big pheasant made a strange quacking sound, flapped its wings, and soared into the air, crossing a big tree. Damn it! The cooked duck flew away. Scarface and the others were so angry that they threw their swords at the pheasant. But the pheasant was very fast, flapped its wings quickly, crossed the top of the tree, and flew away to the north. The swords of a group of people clattered to the ground. Scarface was so angry that he slapped his uninjured hand on a big tree. It's all in vain again. What is going on? Scarface said angrily. Who alerted the pheasant due to the east position? At this moment, a man watching the wind above a big tree screamed. Xiangdong, Brother Feng, come up quickly. There seems to be a monster rushing over. The pheasant must have been frightened by the monster charging towards him. What? Pan Xiangdong and Scarface Brother Feng were shocked, and they all climbed up the big tree in a hurry. As soon as a group of people climbed up the big tree, they heard a rumbling sound coming from the east. A huge python with a black body and a single horn rushed towards this side quickly. Damn it! Scarface Brother Feng's face became extremely ugly. The monsters coming from the east are either level 2 or level 3. The teeth of a person beside him chattered. We are so far away. Isn't that giant python coming for us? Pan Xiangdong was calmer. No, it can't be for us. Look, the giant python seems to have broken off its tail, and there is a white shadow chasing behind it. Scarface's brother Feng almost cried. You mean besides this giant python, there is another monster? It's over. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let everyone come here. What should I do? Pan Xiangdong said in a deep voice. Everyone, stop talking. Don't make any noise. Don't make any noise. Scarface's brother Feng and others were startled. They subconsciously hugged the tree tightly with one hand and covered their mouths with the other. 7 or 8 seconds later, the one-horned python ran rampantly, crushing the weeds that were as tall as a person, and passed under the big tree that a group of people were climbing. Meow! A cat meows from behind, and Xiaobai's body is surrounded by electric snakes, as if jumping in space, triggering thunder and lightning, and he is chasing after him. The one-horned black python with its tail cut off ran away due west. Xiaobai, who was wrapped in lightning armor, pursued him to the death. Scarface and the others on the tree were stunned. Is he dazzled? A cute ragdoll cat chasing a terrifying python? On the tree, a man wearing a peaked cap blinked and said, That's strange. That cat looks a bit familiar. Chapter 19. Chen Fan couldn't catch up, and Chen Fan felt desperate inside. His! Scarface's brother Feng took a breath of air and looked at Pan Xiangdong on another tree. I remembered it too. Xiangdong, that cat seems to be your friend's ragdoll cat? I remember when we had a conflict with him before. The ragdoll cat used the power of thunder and lightning and killed 2 people directly. Pan Xiangdong was stunned for a moment. Can't say they are similar. All I can say is that they are exactly the same. But, is little brother Chen Fan's ragdoll cat so scary? Level 2 and Level 3 giant pythons were all chased away, just as a group of people were looking at each other. Another figure rushed towards them from the east direction. Chen Fan, who was left far behind, ran with a harpoon in his hands and shouted angrily. Stop! You damn snake! Don't run away! Knock the shit out of you! Scarface and the others on the tree widened their eyes. Hoo ho ho! Chen Fan ran nearby, resting his hand on a tree, breathing heavily. Maid, it's easy to kill a few level 3 blue scale monster fish, and kill a level 3 monster fish easily. The python almost killed me. This damn snake runs so fast. Even a car can't catch it. After cursing a few words, Chen Fan wiped his sweat and chased after him again. Scarface and others on the tree. After a while, until there was no movement in the distance, Scarface and others climbed down from the big tree in shock. A group of people looked at the direction where Chen Fan disappeared, like stone sculptures. In the crowd, one person swallowed hard and whispered, That Xiangdong, that friend of yours, was he chasing down a level 3 python just now? Everyone came to their senses and looked at Pan Xiangdong. Pan Xiangdong pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a wry smile, I don't know either, but looking at the speed and power of that giant python, it does look like a level 3 monster. Look at the monster coming all the way and breaking countless pieces. It's a big tree. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction where the giant python had charged. Over there. It's a mess. Big trees fell down and rocks were crushed. Scarface and the others were silent. 2 days ago, they tried to snatch the rabbit caught by Chen Fan. The Scarface brother Feng was bewitched by another person and even wanted to steal Chen Fan's cat. As a result, Chen Fan was angered and several were killed on the spot. Now it seems that he is really lucky. This cat can chase even a level 3 giant python into the sky and into the ground. If Pan Xiangdong hadn't interceded at that time, they would probably have been buried in a foreign country just after crossing over. Right? Whether it's the ragdoll cat or Chen Fan, they are both so powerful that it's a bit scary. Everyone traveled through time together, and they are still racking their brains to catch a pheasant. But Chen Fan is already chasing the level 3 giant python. It's so strange. How could Chen Fan and his cat become so powerful? The beast master summoned by Wang Teng's team was far less terrifying. Right? Thinking of what they had done to offend Chen Fan before, Scarface and the others couldn't help but wipe their sweat away. If it weren't for Pan Xiangdong's intercession and provoking such a being, they might not even know how they died. Scarface and the others looked at Pan Xiangdong with a hint of gratitude. Brother Feng, the sun is going down soon. Once it gets dark, the east side will be even more dangerous. Pan Xiangdong pondered for a moment and said, We'd better go back if that doesn't work. I'll call Brother Chen Fan later and ask him if there is any animal meat. Okay. We all listen to you. Scarface and the others were immediately overjoyed. He is so powerful. It is too easy to kill a few monsters. There must be no shortage of animal meat. Pan Xiangdong nodded and dialed Chen Fan's number. Sorry, The user you dialed is busy. Please wait and try again. Pan Xiangdong. I forgot. He is chasing the giant python right now. As soon as he said this, his phone rang. After everyone walked west for a few minutes, Pan Xiangdong dialed Chen Fan's number. The smart equipment on his wrist immediately projected a line of light directly in front of him, forming a virtual large screen. On the big screen, Chen Fan sat on a piece of bluestone. Who to Brother Dong? What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Pan Xiangdong and Scarface raised their heads, looked at the screen, and gasped at the same time. Just behind Chen Fan, the one-horned black python that everyone had seen before was lying on the ground and had been disemboweled. Looking at this scene, Pan Xiangdong trembled and forgot what he wanted to say. But Chen Fan also saw the creeping weeds and fallen trees behind this group of people at this time. Chen Fan was slightly stunned and said, The position you are in now is the same position where I just came after chasing the one-horned black python? Didn't I ask you to go back to the west? Why did you run into the dangerous area to the east again? Before Pan Xiangdong could speak, Scarface had already said, That little brother Chen Fan. You gave that black-haired rabbit to Xiangdong before, and we headed west, planning to stay there for 3 days. God! Come back to the square. But then I met a group of people. The leader's name is Wang Tung, and he just snatched our rabbit. We have no choice but to go back here to catch pheasants and other small animals. Wang Tung robbed your rabbit. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold slightly, and then he frowned and said, Wang Tung's team is not as large as yours. Right. Because they have awakened. Don't you dare to resist? Pan Xiangdong smiled bitterly and said, I can't beat him. There is a Beast Master in his team. The Beast Master has signed a contract with the Beast Master. That Beast Master is very powerful. He injured both of us with one attack. There was no way. So we went down along the Qinqing River to look for any pools. Unexpectedly, we found several waterholes. But after we drained the water, we found that there were only a few small fish in them, which was not enough for our group of people to eat. Pool? Chen Fan couldn't help but grin. I was going all the way down the Qinqing River before, and I had already killed all the fish in those pools. Pan Xiangdong, Scarface and others. Chen Fan shook his head and waved to Pan Xiangdong. Brother Xiangdong, come here. My Xiaobai has killed the giant python. I'll cut 2 pieces of snake meat for you. Okay. I'll be there right away. Pan Xiangdong nodded repeatedly. Scarface and the others, whose stomachs were growling with hunger, were even more overjoyed and almost drooled. After the black-furred rabbit was robbed, they didn't eat meat for almost 2 days. Without stopping, a group of people immediately followed the fallen trees and weeds and headed west. After walking for 5 minutes, the front suddenly opened up, and a large forest glade appeared. In the forest clearing, Chen Fan was sitting on the bluestone to rest. In front of him, the one-horned giant python had disappeared, leaving only 2 large pieces of meat and 6 plump blue-scaled monster fish. Were they all eaten by that cat? Such a small ragdoll cat ate up such a huge python? Scarface and others only felt their scalps numb. Little did they know that Chen Fan had already thrown the one-horned black python into the beast-controlling space. Scarface and the others stood in the distance, nodding towards Chen Fan with smiling faces. But Chen Fan just glanced at them casually and said nothing. Pan Xiangdong walked straight to Chen Fan and said timidly, Brother Chen Fan, I'm sorry to trouble you again. His face was slightly red, and he was a little nervous. Chen Fan stood up, waved his hand and said, Don't worry. Please take this snake meat. It weighs about 25 or 6 kilograms. There are also 6 blue-scaled demon fish here, each of which is at least 2 kilograms. It should be enough to eat. Pan Xiangdong was even more embarrassed. This is too much. Take them all. I have a lot more here. Chen Fan smiled and said, If anything happens later, call me again. If you meet Wang Tung and others, don't conflict with them. I will settle the score with him. My rabbit is not so easy to snatch. After saying that, Chen Fan waved to Xiaobai and Jade, who were playing on the ground. Xiaobai! Jade! Let's go! Xiaobai blinked and suddenly poked Jade gently with his little paw. Jade turned around and looked at the scar-faced people outside the forest clearing, and then opened her mouth. Call! A strong wind swept out, directly rolling up Scarface and others, and threw them to the tree trunk and the ground. Chapter 20 Treating Goblins. Scarface and the others were thrown and screamed strangely, especially Scarface, who was originally seriously injured. Felt like his bones were about to fall apart after being thrown down like this, and he almost cursed in pain. But having seen Xiao Bai's terror and Chen Fan's terror, how could they dare to say even a single dirty word? Pan Xiangdong rushed over in a hurry and helped those people up in a hurry. By the time the group of people reacted, Chen Fan had already walked away with Xiao Bai and Jade. Holy shit! Were we just beaten by a slime? Holy shit. Shut up! Fortunately, it was just Slime who took action. If that ragdoll cat had taken action, you might have been torn apart by now. Isn't Slime the lowest level monster? I read on the internet that Slime has no attack power at all. So no one is willing to accept Slime as a beast. Why is this Slime so scary? Oh my god! I heard that at low levels, only extremely talented people can sign contracts for multiple beasts. Xiangdong, does your brother have 2 beasts now? Let's not talk about this for now. Let's cut the snake meat and fish into small pieces and roast them. Scarface and the others reacted, ignoring the pain on their bodies, and rushed to the forest clearing in a swarm. It's 2 big pieces. I'm afraid it weighs 30 kilograms. Right. I checked on the internet before. The higher the grade of beast meat, the more expensive it is. Level 3 monster meat costs at least 250 alliance coins per pound. Such a large piece is almost a month's salary for ordinary people in Donghai City. This little brother is also cold-faced and warm-hearted. Although he ignored us, the meat he gave us was enough for a group of us to eat for 2 days. The meat of these monsters from Blue Star contains surging star power. The higher the level, the more star power it contains. Even if people who cannot practice eat it, they can absorb a lot of star power. Yes, if the Beast Master, Star Warrior, or Beast Master eats it, the star power absorbed will be even more. So precious. Well, speaking of it, everyone is giving face to Brother Xiangdong. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to smell the meat of a level 3 monster. Donghai City, Liyuan Villa area. In a room in a villa, an old man with white hair and beard was carefully examining Goblin Little Boo's injuries. Beside them, Fong Qingqing and a middle-aged man looked a little nervous. Well, the old man raised his head, sighed and said, Qingqing, although you and Shen Hongxiu are competitors, there is no need to fight like this. Right. It's not like there's a blood feud. So how come the fight isn't light or serious? Your ice white python froze her golden horned beast's feet, and her golden horned beast seriously injured your goblin. Young man, why are you so angry? Fortunately, Shen Hongxiu's golden horned beast is not strong enough. If it were any stronger, your goblin would be destroyed. The goblin lying on the bed was shocked. Oh my god! I knew that woman Shen Hongxiu was not a good person. She wanted to destroy me. Fong Qingqing looked solemn and said, Grandpa Zong, you are the vice president of the Breeders Association and a famous master of breeders. Can't you even help Xiubu? The middle-aged man next to her gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry. Mr. Zhang will definitely have a way. Mr. Zhang comes from the strongest beast breeding family in the Tang Dynasty and plays a decisive role in the entire Tang Dynasty. Mr. Zhang pondered for a moment and said, It's not that there is no way. It's just a little troublesome. The goblin was injured by the golden horned beast's star-swallowing light. If it was injured elsewhere, it would be easier to heal. But it hurts the heart. There are some drugs that remove the star-swallowing ray. If used improperly, it can easily cause more heart damage to the goblin. As he spoke, Mr. Zhang walked back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back. After a while, he continued, Only by obtaining an extremely cold marrow and combining it with some other medicines can we eliminate the star-swallowing ray while ensuring that there is no problem with the goblin's heart. Energy of. The middle-aged man was startled. Extremely cold marrow? Isn't that something produced deep in the Western Mountain secret realm? 5 years ago, this object appeared on the black market once and was robbed by several big families. But it has never been seen again. I heard that a powerful team of pioneers went deep into the secret realm of the Western Mountains for the ultimate cold marrow. However, they all lost their troops. Now trying to find the extremely cold essence is even harder than climbing to the sky. Yes. Mr. Zhang frowned and nodded. The goblin howled again. Oh my god. Why is my life so miserable? Seeing the goblin's painful look, Fong Qingqing's eyes also turned red. Sudden. Fong Qingqing remembered something. She looked at Mr. Zhang hesitantly and said softly, Grandpa Zhang, someone once told me that eating more sunflowers and other things will help Xiubu heal his injuries. Sunflower? Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment. If it's just a sunflower, it should be impossible to expel the energy of the star-swallowing ray. Right? The middle-aged man next to him said with a dark expression. Nonsense. Mr. Zhang is a first-class master of animal breeding. There are not many people in the entire Tang dynasty who can be equal to him. Mr. Zhang said it's very troublesome. Who else in the entire Donghai city dares to say that he can cure Xiaobu? I have been teaching you since you were a child. You are too soft-tempered, too kind, and too easy to believe in other people's words. Now you are about to enter your senior year of high school. Why do you believe someone else's casual words? Fang Qingqing pouted a little aggrievedly. I don't. Mr. Zhang waved his hand gently and said, Qingqing, what kind of recipe is it? Tell me and I will listen. Fang Qingqing nodded, thought about it for a moment, and said, he said, let Xiaobu eat more sunflowers, flame grass, blood lotus essence, and purple orchid leaves. Say these things to help little Bu heal. She has an excellent memory. Although she only heard Shen Fan say it once, she remembered it word for word. Sunflower? Fireweed? Mr. Zhang frowned, took out a piece of paper, and recorded everything Fang Qingqing said on it. These materials are all very common. Right. And fire attribute materials like sunflowers and flame grass are not suitable for wood attribute goblins. Right. Mr. Zhang marked out the properties and functions of all the above materials one by one. After writing this, Mr. Zhang wrote out one strange medicine formula after another on the paper. 10 minutes later, Mr. Zhang stood up and slammed the table. It's unbelievable. If these things are combined together, it will have unexpected effects. Unimaginable. Simply unimaginable. Fang Qingqing was stunned for a moment. She just repeated what Shen Fan said with a hint of luck. But deep down, she didn't actually have high hopes. After all, the origin of that person is unknown, and he is most likely Shen Hongxiu's person. But the meaning of Grandpa Zhang's words, is what that guy said true? Can these things really help Xiaobu heal his injuries? Next to him, the middle-aged man also looked shocked. Mr. Zhang, is this really no problem? Can these things cure Xiaobu? Mr. Zhang's face glowed brightly. No problem. With these things, even if I don't have the ultimate cold essence, I can still help the goblins expel the energy of the star devouring light. It's amazing. Very common materials, when combined, have such incredible effects. Mr. Zhang stared at Fang Qingqing with burning eyes. Qingqing, you know such a powerful person. Why don't you introduce him to our Beast Breeder Association? There is such a genius in Donghai City. How could I not know about it? Which family is he from? Please tell me his contact information. I can't wait to meet him now. Fang Qingqing's face turned red. I don't know his name or contact information either. Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment. Fang Qingqing said softly, 2 days ago, I was fishing by the Qingqing River and met him. After he came over, he had a quarrel with Xiaobu, and then he was angered by Xiaobu and directly pointed out the injury that Xiaobu had suffered. What? Mr. Zhang was shocked. You don't know this person. But he saw Xiaobu's injuries at a glance? Fang Qingqing nodded and said, I find this kind of thing unbelievable. So Xiaobu and I both thought that he was the person sent by Shen Hongxiu to watch my joke. We wanted to see how Xiaobu and Ini were injured now. I was a little annoyed and couldn't help but sarcastically said something to him. Later, I kindly reminded him not to go downstream of the Qingqing River. And because I was worried about his safety, I planned to follow him for a while. So he told me this method. Mr. Zhang. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed slightly. 2 days ago was the time to receive the fog teleportation from the square. The people who appear by the Qingqing River in the Black Ant Forest are either security officers secretly protecting those young people, or they are people who have just traveled from other places. Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up. Safety officer? That's much simpler. Qingqing, what does the young man look like? What are his characteristics? I'll call and check. Fang Qingqing's face turned redder. He didn't have a safety officer tag on him. And he told me at the time that he had just come from out of town and was participating in the 3-day and 3-night assessment. Mr. Zhang and the middle-aged man said in unison, This is impossible. What an international joke. Having just traveled from outside the country, almost everyone is still confused. Right? How much do they know about Blue Star and beast control? To put it bluntly, let alone helping the beasts heal their wounds. They have never even seen a goblin. Right? That guy must be lying. The most likely possibility is that Shen Hongxiu felt so sorry after hurting the goblin that she sent someone to find Qingqing. Only in this way can this matter be explained. After all, the golden horned beast is Shen Hongxiu's royal beast. It's not surprising that Shen Hongxiu knows how to treat injuries caused by swallowing star rays. Alas, Mr. Zhang sighed secretly, a little disappointed. Just now, He really thought that there was a beast-breeding wizard in Donghai City. If there is such a genius, it will definitely be a blessing for Donghai City and the Tang dynasty. After a moment of silence, Mr. Zhang said reluctantly, I'll go back and ask Shen Hongxiu to see if Shen Hongxiu is helping you. Or is there really a genius in the Shen family? The middle-aged man looked strange and said, Mr. Zhang, compared to our Fong family, the Shen family is only half a pound of a pound. I don't believe that the Shen family can produce such a genius. If the Shen family had such a genius, they would have surpassed us long ago. You guys? Mr. Zhang laughed. Qingqing, tell me first, what are the characteristics of that person? Fong Qingqing blinked and said, that man is about the same age as me. 1.85 meters tall. Thin. Always has a naughty smile on his face. And looks a bit like he deserves a beating. Mr. Zhang and middle-aged man. Fong Qingqing. He brought a ragdoll cat and a slime. The slime always liked to jump on his head, making him look like he was wearing a cuckold. Mr. Zhang and middle-aged man. The goblin on the bed finally couldn't help it anymore. Oh my god. You have already found a way to cure me. But miss, you are always talking about that guy wearing a cuckold. Shouldn't you save the dying Shibu first? Chapter 21, Betrayal. Revenge for Kindness. Call! Facing the sharp claws of the Night Saber, Chen Fan dodged between the lightning and flints, and then stabbed its neck with the harpoon in his hand. Die! Chen Fan's veins protruded in his arms. With a strong force, he lifted the Night Saber's body with his arms crossed, and then pressed it down into the ground. Roar! The Night Saber, covered in dark purple, let out a final roar and struggled to its death. At this moment, Chen Fan let go of the harpoon and punched the Night Saber in the head hard. Boom! 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 3 punches in a row. The energy exploded. That night, the saber leopard's head was blown open by Chen Fan. His neck tilted, and he died. Call! Chen Fan let out a heavy breath, pulled back the harpoon inserted into the Night Saber's neck, and then sat on the bluestone. Jade chirped and jumped on his head again. Although this Night Saber was only level 2, Chen Fan and Slime Jade teamed up. But it still took a lot of effort from the boss. Chen Fan looked at his right fist, and there was still lightning swirling around it. The thunder armor that Xiaobai cast on him has not dissipated yet. Chen Fan is a little depressed. His current pure star power is actually much stronger than ordinary level 2 monsters. But without opening his meridians, without forging the Sea of Stars, and without learning how to use star power, Chen Fan couldn't even use 1/3 of his power. He had just teamed up with Jade to kill the Night Saber, which made him very tired. If Xiaobai hadn't put the thunder armor on him and helped him block the Night Saber's claws, even if he could kill the Night Saber, he would probably have to pay a heavy price. At this time, Xiaobai came over and rubbed Chen Fan's feet affectionately. Not far away, a level 3 Night Saber and 2 level 2 Night Saber had already been pierced through the head by Xiaobai's Thundercat claws. Okay. Now that I know how good you are, you don't have to show off to me. Chen Fan picked up Xiaobai and rubbed Xiaobai's little head. Xiaobai grinned and shook his head proudly. The reason why Xiaobai is not allowed to interfere in his battle is because Chen Fan realizes that his strength is too weak and lacks actual combat. So he wants to hone himself. In this area, the level of monsters is mainly level 2. There are relatively few level 3 monsters, so it's just right for practicing. The Beast Master and the Beast Master are soul partners who depend on each other. During a battle, what does it sound like to hide behind and let the beast rush to block the sword for you and fight to the death? The Beast Master must grow up and fight with the Beast Master. Many times, the Beast Master even rushes forward to block the attack for his beast. Although Chen Fan has not yet truly integrated into the world of beast control and does not know enough about this world, he firmly believes that only those who depend on the Beast Master for life and death are the real Beast Masters. Good harvest today. Kill monsters and fight with monsters to obtain crystal cores and system energy. At the same time, it can also help Xiaobai and Jade improve their skill proficiency. From dusk to nightfall, Chen Fan himself couldn't remember how many monsters he killed. Anyway, the beast control space was almost full of level 3 monster corpses, and he had thrown out level 1 fish and iron-eating black ants. Chen Fan dug out the crystal cores from the heads of several Night Sabers, and then threw the body of the level 3 Night Saber into the beast control space. There were several level 2 Night Saber carcasses on the ground. If you sell it for money, you should be able to sell a lot of it. But the space for controlling beasts can't be filled anymore. Exhausted? This is all money. Let's go! Chen Fan picked up Xiaobai and said, It's getting dark soon. Kill a few more level 3 monsters, and then it's time to rest. As soon as I stood up, kill! The faint sound of killing came from the southeast. Chen Fan was slightly startled. In this area, even level 3 monsters are often encountered. But there are still people coming here? He picked up the harpoon, ducked down, and rushed towards the direction of the sound. After a while, a chaotic scene appeared in Chen Fan's sight. I saw Wang Tung leading 15 people, holding shields and swords made of tree bark, surrounding and killing 2 not very big wind wolves. In this team, there are actually 2 beast masters who have their own beast masters. One of the 2 beasts is a level 1 Night Saber, and the other is a level 1 Magic Sword Mantis. The Night Saber and the Demonic Sword Mantis were at the innermost level of the encirclement, slowly circling the 2 wind wolves, seemingly looking for an opportunity to attack. The 4 archers on the periphery kept shooting arrows to attack the 2 wind wolves, surrounded by a group of people and 2 beasts. The 2 wind wolves, one at level 2 and the other at level 1, were both seriously injured. The level 2 wind wolf was lame on one of its hind legs and walked with a limp. There was an arrow stuck in its back, but it still grinned at the crowd with undiminished power. As for the level 1 Feng Lang, there was a hole in his stomach, with a piece of intestine hanging out. He was dying and miserable. Everyone, stand back. Wang Tung waved the long knife in his hand and directed the crowd. These 2 wind wolves bleed quickly. Let's block the gap and don't let them escape. When archers shoot, as long as they hit a few more arrows and delay for a while, they will definitely die. Hiss! Hearing Wang Tung's voice, the level 2 wind wolf's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he stared at Wang Tung. It slowly approached Wang Tung, but was forced back by several feather arrows shot through the air. Everyone and the 2 beasts were retreating. The encirclement is slowly expanding, and the 4 archers kept shooting arrows. In just a few breaths, the 2 wind wolves were hit by 2 more arrows. Good! Wang Tung was overjoyed. Continue. Chen Fan squatted in the grass and watched this scene expressionlessly. I have to say that Wang Tung is quite capable. He, a star warrior, turned out to be the leader of a group of people. Even the beast masters, who have signed a contract to control the beasts, obey his orders. This guy does have some leadership skills. Moreover, like Pan Xiangdong and others, he found a bug in the rules. The original rule was that a team could not exceed 4 people. But the regulations do not say that several teams cannot join forces. For example, the team currently led by Wang Tung has a total of 16 people. If a security officer comes out to stop them, Wang Tung and the others can immediately split this group of people into 4 teams. Or to put it more directly, 4 teams are joining forces to kill 2 wind wolves. While Chen Fan was watching, he pulled a piece of grass and chewed it twice in his mouth, a little bitter. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The level 2 wind wolf, which was already at the end of its rope, suddenly pounced on the magic knife mantis, because it was approaching the demon sword mantis. Several archers did not dare to shoot any more arrows. Everyone is on guard. But just when the magic knife mantis was a little panicked and wanted to launch a defense, the level 2 wind wolf was like the wind, dodging the sword of the magic sword mantis, and then rushed past the magic sword mantis and went straight to Wang Tung. Brother Tung, be careful! A girl screamed, hugged Wang Tung and flew out. The wind wolf soared into the sky and flew past her, waving out a claw. The girl's right foot was scratched and dripping with blood. She screamed and fell to the ground. In the chaos, several feather arrows came through the air and nailed the wind wolf on the head. A group of people nearby took the opportunity to rush forward, slashing with knives, and hacked the level 2 wind wolf to death on the spot. And the level 1 wind wolf, without the protection of the level 2 wind wolf, also had its head cut off by the magic knife mantis. A group of people looked at the corpses of the 2 wind wolves and cheered. Is her? Chen Fan, who was squatting in the grass, frowned after seeing the girl clearly. During the initial awakening guidance, Wang Tung awakened the Star Warrior talent, and this girl awakened the Beast Control talent. Chen Fan wanted to congratulate Wang Tung, but Wang Tung didn't even look at him. He walked directly to the girl and invited her to join his team. When leaving, the girl once glanced at Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, she actually saved Wang Tung's life. At this time, Wang Tung frowned and walked towards the girl. He tilted his head, glanced at the girl's bloody right foot, and said coldly, Xiao Xiao, why are you so careless? Chen Fan in the grass. He thought he heard wrongly. Wang Tung added, You can't carry your shoulders or lift your hands. Before we carried you, you were already a burden. Now you can't even walk. This is not good. Sun Xiaoxiao almost forgot about the pain, widened his eyes, and raised his head. She never expected that Wang Teng would say such things. I was injured trying to save him. Wang Teng shook his head and said, After tonight, there is still a day and a night. If you are lame now, it will drag down all of us. You have to know that our current team is an elite team. We are not just trying to survive these 3 days. We are coming east now to hunt down level 2 monsters. We hunted several times before, but because there were wounded people in the team, we were dragged down, and several people died in the end. Now that your foot is injured, you can't even walk. At least 3 people in the team must be assigned to take care of and protect you. In this way, the strength of our team will be greatly reduced, and we will not be able to fight with the right. I propose that Sun Xiaoxiao be kicked out of our team. If you agree, please raise your hands. Sun Xiaoxiao's body trembled, and he lowered his head. The tears in her eyes fell uncontrollably. If she was kicked out of the team, she wouldn't even be able to return to the safety of the West. There are monsters everywhere along the way. There are even a lot of level 2 monsters, let alone level 2 monsters. She has not yet practiced, and has not signed a contract to control beasts. Even if she encounters level 1 monsters, she will be dead. Chapter 22 Internal Strife in the Team. Sun Xiaoxiao lowered his head, clutching his trousers with both hands, gritting his teeth to prevent himself from crying. In the team, she almost died several times. If you leave the team, you will definitely die. A beast master who has not yet mastered a beast, a master who has not yet started practicing, is no different from an ordinary person, especially after the leg injury. She now has trouble walking, not to mention encountering the wind wolf. Even if she encounters level 1 iron-eating black ants, it is impossible for her to fight against them. Sun Xiaoxiao's face was ashen, and she pursed her lips tightly, letting her tears fall. Several people in the crowd raised their hands, but a man with a crew-cut frowned and said, Wang Teng, Sun Xiaoxiao was injured because of you. You don't even offer comfort, and you want to kick him out of the team? Don't you think it's a little too much? After tonight, there is only 1 day and 1 night left. At most, 2 people will be assigned to take care of her. How can it be a burden? Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, Zhao Xian, I knew you would say that, but I do this for the sake of the entire team. You should understand that we are not in the safe zone to the west now. We are hunting level 2 monsters, so we rushed here to the east. Why do we need to hunt level 2 monsters? You know better than me because the meat of level 2 monsters contains powerful star power, which can help us become stronger. If you feel that I have gone too far, you can choose to take Sun Xiaoxiao with you and return to the safety of the West. Several people standing around him nodded. Zhao Xian sneered, walked to Sun Xiaoxiao, then tore off his sleeves and bandaged Sun Xiaoxiao's feet. Then, he stood up and said loudly, Who is not willing to kick Sun Xiaoxiao out of the team? Or who is willing to join my team? Please come forward. 5 people in the crowd looked at each other and walked out, standing next to Zhao Xian silently. They were very disdainful of Wang Teng's actions. No matter whether Zhao Xian returns to the west of the Black Ant Forest or goes to the east, they don't want to stay with Wang Teng anymore. Who knows if such an ungrateful person who abandons his companions will use his own people to block swords and guns. But there were 8 people standing behind Wang Teng, including the 2 beast masters who already have beast masters, and the 4 archers. Wang Teng glanced at Zhao Xian and others, and his eyes became a little gloomy. He originally wanted to squeeze Zhao Xian, but Zhao Xian raised his arms and took 5 people away. There was a hint of coldness in Wang Teng's eyes, and he said, Zhao Xian, are you deliberately trying to affect the unity of the team? Zhao Xian sneered and said, Didn't you ask us to raise our hands to vote? None of us raised our hands because we all disagreed. Didn't you say that I could choose to take Sun Xiaoxiao with me and return to the safety of the West? The rest of us are ready to take Sun Xiaoxiao back to the West. Wang Teng's eyes became even more gloomy. You have been dissatisfied with me leading this team from the beginning, and you have been looking for trouble. Now you want to break up this team. But do you think I will let you succeed? As he spoke, he waved his right hand lightly. The 8 people standing behind him cheered and surrounded Zhao Xian and the others. Wang Teng, what do you want to do? The long sword in Zhao Xian's hand shook violently. The few people with him were also furious and on guard. Roar! Under the instructions of the beast master, the night saber roared at Zhao Xian and the others. The wind is blowing. The fishy wind hits your face. The faces of Zhao Xian and others changed drastically. They don't have an advantage in numbers. Not to mention the 2 beast masters in the opponent's team. who also have beast masters with them. The level 1 Night Saber Leopard and the level 1 Magic Sword Mantis are not something that people like them, who have not yet practiced, can compete with. Regardless of whether you have awakened the talent of a Star Warrior or a Beast Master. Before you practice, you are no different from ordinary people. At this time, for archers bent their bows and set arrows. The Night Saber Leopard and the Magic Sword Mantis are slowly approaching step by step. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Zhao Xian's forehead. No need for Wang Teng's group to take action. Just these two beasts can kill them all. Zhao Xian's eyes turned red. He had known Wang Teng's shamelessness for a long time. But he still didn't expect that this guy was so crazy and wanted to attack them. Sun Xiaoxiao, who was on the ground, was even more panicked and shook his head repeatedly. He. Wang Teng sneered and said, "You said you could just leave on your own. But you have to pretend to cheer up and break up the team without giving you a lesson. Do you really think we are fools?" He said he was trying to teach him a lesson. But Wang Teng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. How could you just give me a lesson? Zhao Xian has awakened his talent as a beast master. But he, Wang Teng, had awakened his talent as a Star Warrior. If a Star Warrior offends a beast master, will he still have a good life in East China Sea City? Cutting down the weeds without eradicating the roots. They will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Wang Teng looked past Zhao Xian and others, and nodded slightly towards a man holding a halberd on the other side. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of the man's mouth. He stepped forward and stabbed Zhao Xian directly in the back with his halberd. Neither Zhao Xian nor the group of people behind Zhao Xian expected that Wang Teng would take action as soon as he said it. The critical moment. Call out! A harpoon flew through the air, inserted into the chest of the man holding the halberd, then flew out with the ladder, and nailed him to a big tree with a bang. Who? Wang Teng was furious after someone ruined his good deed. When Zhao Xian and others reacted, their faces turned red with anger. Then he saw Chen Fan slowly walking out from the grass with Xiaobai and Jade. Chen Fan? Wang Teng was slightly startled. Is it you? You're not dead yet. You're not dead. How could I die? Chen Fan grinned and said, Abandon your friends. Abandon the people who saved you. Betrayal of trust. Repay kindness with hatred. Fall out of favor as soon as possible. Now I still want to kill my companions. Wang Teng, you really impress me. Wang Teng's face turned livid. Chen Fan, are you here to die? It's a miracle that you can survive to this day alone. Chen Fan, don't worry. I will definitely live longer than you. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A young man with a bow and arrow on his back frowned. Brother Teng, this kid killed our people, and he is still making irresponsible remarks in front of us. Are you going to kill him? Oh, Wang Teng said lightly. He is just an unawakened boy. He wanted to team up with me before, but after I rejected him, he probably hated me. Chen Fan smiled and said nothing. The young man carrying the bow and arrow glanced coldly at Chen Fan, then bent his bow and arrow. Zhao Xian was shocked when he saw this. Little brother, run! But it's too late. Call out! The feather arrows made a sharp sound as they shot through the air, and instantly arrived in front of Chen Fan. Chapter 23. Those who kill will always be killed. It has been 2 days since I traveled through time. Everyone has understood one thing. This world of beast control is very cruel. Very cruel. In the world of beast control, strength is king. A high-ranking beast master or star warrior kills a few ordinary people in the wilderness outside the main city, and no one cares about it. Wang Teng and others dared to kill even people like Zhao Xian, who had awakened their talent as beast masters. What's more, a teenager who hasn't awakened. Call out! The sound of the arrows breaking through the air made Zhao Xian and Sun Shishia's hearts tremble. Because of them, a strange boy was about to die on the spot. Both of them had a look of helplessness and despair in their eyes. They want to rescue, but where can they get it? It's too late. It's faster than that. Chen Fan's eyes flashed, and he casually grabbed it with his right hand. Click! The feather arrow that came through the air was caught in his hand. How can this be? Wang Teng and others were stunned. Zhao Xian and others were overjoyed. Next moment, Chen Fan grabbed the feather arrow and swung it out. Laugh! The arrow returned through the air and pierced the archer's neck. Be bold! The beast master with the night saber roared angrily. You brat! You dare to kill our people? You are tired of living. Those who kill will always be killed. Chen Fan said coldly. Why? It's okay for him to kill me, but not for me to kill him. Should I just stand here and let him kill me without resisting? Wang Teng remained silent. He didn't expect that Chen Fan would show up and kill them both. He even didn't expect that Chen Fan could catch the feather arrow with his bare hands. There's something wrong with this guy. Wang Tung squinted his eyes and glanced at Chen Fan's left and right shoulders. On Chen Fan's left shoulder, there was a ragdoll cat, and on his right shoulder was a slime. The human gaze of the ragdoll cat made Wang Tung a little uneasy. He had met Xiaobai and knew that Xiaobai was the cat brought from Earth by Chen Fan. As for slime, it is a monster with no offensive power at all, and it is impossible to become a beast. But, Chen Fan! Wang Tung gritted his teeth and said, don't think that just because you are good at fighting, you can fight with a group of us. There are so many of us, and 2 of our group already have beast masters. If you dare to kill our people, you won't be able to leave this forest today. The beast master with the night saber frowned. What nonsense are you talking to him about? You guys go over and kill him. 3 archers and a man carrying a machete immediately approached Chen Fan with murderous intent. You brat! You obviously want to die? This little beast dares to touch our people. He is so tired of living. An unawakened guy dares to kill a star warrior. Beat him to death. Surround him. Don't let him escape. The 4 of them stared at Chen Fan with cold eyes and undisguised murderous intent. Zhao Xian and others wanted to rush over to help, but were stopped by the night saber. Call! Just when the 4 people were about to rush to Chen Fan moved. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a sway of his shoulders, he took a step forward, and the 2 people at the front appeared in front of him. You? Before the 2 people could react, Chen Fan had already grabbed their necks and lifted them off the ground. The 2 people behind were startled and stopped in their tracks. Chen Fan pinched their necks as if they were 2 dead chickens, and said coldly, you integrated into this world so quickly. Do you really think that once you are awakened, you will be superior, and you can kill whoever you want? But this is okay. If I kill you, I won't have any psychological burden. As he spoke, he squeezed the hands on the necks of the 2 people and gave them a gentle squeeze. Crack! The sound of bones breaking caused the hearts of everyone present to jump. Kill him! The 2 archers behind were frightened and angry, and immediately bent their bows and set arrows. But the moment the long arrow was shot, Chen Fan lifted the 2 people together and used them as a shield to block the front. 2 feather arrows hit the backs of the 2 people whose necks were being pinched by Chen Fan. Chen Fan casually threw the 2 dead men away, stepped 2 meters in one step, and stood in front of the last 2 archers. How could it be so fast? The expressions of the 2 archers changed drastically, and they had no time to draw their bows. The arrow in one person's hand was reversed and pierced directly into Chen Fan's chest. The arrow in the other person's hand stabbed Chen Fan in the eye. Snort! Chen Fan stretched out his hands like lightning, grabbed the 2 feather arrows with incomparable precision, and then gently flicked them. The 2 feather arrows were disconnected at the same time. His star power is comparable to that of a first-level player, even if he cannot fully use it. His strength and speed are still far beyond those of ordinary people. He can kill a level 2 night saber with his fists. How are a few ordinary adults different from a 3-year-old child in front of him? Under the stunned gazes of Wang Tung and others, Chen Fan grabbed the feather arrow that he had broken off with both hands, and thrust it down suddenly, inserting it into the chests of the 2 men respectively. The 2 people's eyes protruded, and with a bang, they fell to the ground and died. The whole place was silent. Even the night saber leopard and the magic sword mantis stared wide-eyed and remained motionless. Zhao Xian and Sun Xiaoxiao looked like stone sculptures. There were originally 9 people on Wang Tung's side. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan killed 6 people. Now, only Wang Tung and the 2 beast masters are left. Wang Tung looked at the corpse on the ground and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He never expected that Chen Fan's strength was so terrifying. He never expected that Chen Fan would be so cruel and domineering. If you kill me, I will kill you. Chen Fan didn't bother to talk nonsense at all. The 6 awakened star warriors and beast masters had all turned into corpses. At this moment, the beast master with the night saber took a step forward. Roar! The night saber roared, filled with fierce power. Sun Xiaoxiao on the ground finally reacted and shouted, Brother Tung, he has nothing to do with me. Please don't kill him. I don't know him at all. Please don't kill him. Zhao Xian and others also had panic in their eyes. No matter how strong Chen Fan is, how can he compete with 2 beasts? Then he saw the beast control master pointing his finger gently towards Chen Fan. Roar! The night saber roared and rushed towards Chen Fan with a whirlwind. Almost at the same time, the little white on Chen Fan's shoulder turned into a white light and flew out. Call! The night saber rushed towards him in a mighty and domineering manner. Before he could react, Xiaobai held his head and pinned him to the ground. No one reacted. Even Sun Xiaoxiao, whose right foot was injured on the ground, was stunned and speechless. The huge night saber was held down by a ragdoll cat? I saw Xiaobai holding down the night saber leopard's head with one paw, and beating the night saber leopard's head with one paw. Bang! 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 It's obviously just a small claw, but when it hits, it's like a pile driver. Banging and banging. Every blow makes people's hearts tremble. The head of the night saber was directly driven into the ground, and blood was flowing out. My beast! That night, the master of the Yi saber had eyes that were about to burst. He drew out the long knife in his hand, rushed over quickly, and slashed at Xiaobai. Xiaobai looked at him contemptuously and raised his hand with a claw. Boom! The cat's claw transformed from the power of thunder and lightning pierced the man's chest directly. The man looked down at his chest. His eyes widened, and slowly fell to the ground. Xiaobai tilted his head slightly and looked at Wang Tung. Wang Tung looked horrified and subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, even a fool can understand. Ragdoll cats are royal beasts. The ridiculously powerful beast. Chen Fan is a beast master. The terrifyingly powerful beast master. Wang Tung looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of disbelief and fear. Sun Xiaoxiao, who was on the ground, looked at Chen Fan dumbfounded. So amazing. She was also a beast master. But she couldn't lift her shoulders or lift her arms. She was treated as waste and a burden, and was abandoned at will. But Chen Fan is like a god of death. The scene in front of him penetrated deeply into Sun Xiaoxiao's heart. Sun Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Fan with brilliant eyes. At this time, Chen Fan picked up Xiaobai and looked at the beast master with a magic sword mantis with cold eyes. That beast master was feeling cold all over. Chapter 24, I only reason with reasonable people. Wait a moment! The beast master with the magic sword mantis suddenly shouted and said with a trembling voice. This is none of my business. Little brother, I don't even know you. We have no grudges from afar, and have no grudges today. I never said a word from the beginning to the end. And I never made a move against you. Right. Look at my magic knife mantis. It's so good. And it has no intention of attacking you at all. Right. It didn't attack Xiao Xian and the others just now. Right. Chen Fan. The Beast Master series of. Are you right? Confused Chen Fan. The Beast Master continued. I'm not familiar with Wang Tung. And I'm not a star warrior under him. What qualifications do I, a Beast Master, have to be his subordinate? Right. Ask Xiao Xian and Sun Xiaoxiao. I was only invited to join the team this afternoon. Xiao Xian. Are you right? Xiao Xian and others. The Beast Control Master almost cried when he saw the long faces of Xiao Xian and others. Brother Xiao Xian. To be fair, did I just join this team this afternoon? In the past few hours, I have been carrying the magic sword mantis to cooperate with everyone in killing monsters. Wang Tung and I have not spoken more than 10 sentences. I'm not familiar with him. Wang Tung's face was ashen. The Beast Master with the magic sword mantis is his last resort. But this guy was so frightened that he took advantage of the situation and pushed everything aside. The terrible thing is, what that guy said makes sense. From beginning to end, that guy really didn't say a word or move a hand. Ahem. Xiao Xian coughed dryly and said, he indeed only joined the team this afternoon. And he and Wang Tung did not exchange a few words. This guy is much smarter than Wang Tung. Chen Fan glanced at the Beast Master. Dumbfounded. Take your Beast Master and leave quickly. That's right. The Beast Control Master seemed to have received an amnesty. Without even looking at Wang Tung, he ran away like a mantis with his magic sword. Everyone's eyes fell on Wang Tung. Wang Tung's face was ashen. After a while, he finally said with bitterness in his mouth, I know Chen Fan. You are very kind, and you are also a reasonable person. You can't kill me. Oh. Chen Fan walked slowly with Xiaobai in his arms, and stood in front of Wang Tung. You can kill others, but others can't kill you. You can kill me, but I can't kill you. Wang Tung swallowed hard and said, to be fair, those people just wanted to kill you themselves and have nothing to do with me. Xiao Xian and others. Chen Fan. Without morals, anything is possible. Are you trying to learn the right thing you just said? But they did not say anything or move a hand from beginning to end. So they can be brushed aside. If you, Wang Tung, still want to do this, are you treating everyone present as stupid? Seeing Wang Tung's crying face, he continued. Chun Fan, think about it. Apart from mocking you, did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Did I ask them to kill you? Did I ever command anyone to kill you? You? The first archer to attack you was because you killed his friend. So he attacked you directly. Then, the Beast Master with the Lightsaber gave the order to let those 4 people kill you. In the end, the Beast Master with the Lightsaber will attack you personally. What does this have to do with me? Chun Fan, this shameless thing is really good at making excuses. Chun Fan laughed dumbly. You are really trying hard to reason with me. But you got one thing wrong. Wong Tung. Huh? Chun Fan tilted his head slightly. I am actually not as kind as you say, nor as reasonable as you think. Besides, I only reason with reasonable people. You do not deserve. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Fan went over and slapped Wong Tung to the ground. Xiao Bai in his arms hissed with laughter. Slime Jade also chirped twice. Zhao Xian and the others on the side secretly clenched their fists and roared in their hearts. Good fight. It's not a pity for this bastard to die. Wong Tung raised his head slightly, his face distorted. Chun Fan, after you awakened your talent and became a beast master, do you really think that you are superior and can kill at will? Chun Fan smiled. This guy's shamelessness refreshed Chun Fan's understanding time and time again. Only now did Chun Fan understand that people could be so shameless. Zhao Xian said angrily. The person who thinks you are superior and the person who kills wantonly should be you. Wong Tung, you are still able to confuse right and wrong when you are about to die. I am really impressed by you. Several people on the side couldn't help but cursed angrily. Even the weakest son Xiao Xiao was looking at Wong Tung fiercely at this moment, his eyes full of anger. If Chun Fan hadn't appeared, Wong Tung would have killed them all. This despicable and shameless guy actually has the nerve to tell lies with his eyes open. Chun Fan smiled, picked up a long knife from the ground, and slowly approached. Wong Tung's whole body trembled, his eyes full of fear and despair. At this time, boom! Like an earthquake, the ground shook. A strange roar came from not far from the southwest. What happened? Chun Fan turned slightly and looked toward the southwest. A system properties panel appeared in front of him. Monster name, Iron-Eating Black Ant Queen. Combat power level, level 5. Race level, Advanced Awakening. Monster attribute Gold. Monster weakness Fire. Racial skills, Corrosive Acid Breath. Tearing Gold and Jade. Cold Iron Shield. Monster state, Irritated. Monster preferences, likes to sleep. Likes to eat iron ore. Potential level Samsung. Requirements for breakthrough to level 6. Racial level evolution route 2. Chun Fan was shocked. There is actually a level 5 queen in the Black Ant Forest. I didn't see this information when I was in Xindu before. Zhao Xian panicked when he saw Chun Fan's expression change drastically. Little brother, do you know what happened? Why does it feel like an earthquake? Chun Fan shouted loudly. It's the iron-eating Black Ant Queen. Run! Zhao Xian now had a blind trust in Chun Fan, and without hesitation, he carried Sun Xiao Xiao on his back and waved his hand. Everyone, run! A group of people ran straight to the northeast, but Chun Fan and everyone just rushed out and were less than 10 meters away. Boom! A mountain of earth emerged from the ground, rose into the air, passed over the heads of Chun Fan and others, and landed heavily in front of everyone. Boom! That mountain of earth crashed to the ground, and the whole earth seemed to tremble violently. Zhao Xian and others did not expect that a group of people all fell to the ground. Meow! Xiao Bai screamed and wanted to rush out, but Chun Fan hugged him. Don't go! Don't go! You can't beat me! The panicked Jade had already jumped on Chun Fan's head, screaming non-stop. Everyone took a closer look. That thing in front. Where is the mountain of earth? That is a big black-brown ant that is 5 meters high. All around, rustling sounds kept coming, one after another. Iron-eating black ants crawled out of the ground, emerged from the grass, and surrounded everyone. Even Wong Tung, who quietly escaped due west, was forced back by those iron-eating black ants. Asshole! Chun Fan cursed secretly. When I checked the Black Ant Forest information before, I never saw any information about the Queen Ant. Level 5. Who has done it? If there is no one else here, he can directly enter the beast control space. But that was his last trump card. How could he show it to others so easily? If he didn't use that trick, he would definitely be dead now. Sudden, a beast roar came from the east direction. Then, the roar of the giant beast stepping on the ground quickly came from far to near. Swarms of iron-eating black ants were so frightened that they fled to both sides. Chun Fan and others looked over there, and saw a monster about the same size as the iron-eating black ant queen, crushing countless iron-eating black ants and rushing straight towards this side. On the back of the monster, there seems to be a young man wearing a red cloak standing. Call! When it was about to approach the crowd, the monster rose into the air and leapt over the crowd. The boy in the red cloak on the monster's back tilted his head slightly and looked at Chen Fan below. The cuckold on Chen Fan's head was really eye-catching. Chen Fan and the young man looked at each other and smiled. Boom! The monster in the sky landed heavily in front of the iron-eating black ant queen. Mud splashes. Chen Fan and the others were unable to dodge, and they were all splashed with dirt and looked disgraced. Meow! Xiaobai was so angry that the lightning light on his little paws flashed continuously, and he almost used the lightning cat claws to attack directly. Bah! 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 Chen Fan spit out the dirt from his mouth and glared fiercely at the boy on the monster's back. Your uncles. Even if you are here to help, there is no need to be so arrogant and use such a domineering way of showing up. Fortunately, the area around here is mainly grass and not many rocks. Otherwise, if you hit the beast like this and the small rocks shoot out like a machine gun, wouldn't all this group of people be beaten to death by you? Very good. I will remember you. Chapter 25 Level 5 Queen Ant. Gabba! Gabba! The monster at the feet of the red cloak boy kept chewing with its big mouth. Chen Fan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This thing is eating while running? He took a closer look. Monster name, Heavy Beetle King. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, wood. Monster weakness, gold. Racial skills, brute force collision. Vine cage. Sharp blade shearing. Monster state, full of fighting spirit. Monster preferences, likes to eat. Eats all the time. Eats both meat and vegetables. Eats everything. Is a big foodie. Potential level 4 stars. Requirements for breakthrough to level 6. Racial level evolution route 2. Another level 5 beast. He is really a big foodie and eats all the time. I wonder if when exercising with the queen of heavy beetles, will you eat at the same time? The picture was so beautiful that Chen Fan couldn't even imagine it. He felt a little sorry for the boy in the red cloak. The Beast Master's Beast Control Space is a place for the Beast Controller to rest and meditate, and cannot store things. Chen Fan's Beast Control Space is a special case after all. Unless the boy in the red cloak has space skills, it will not be easy for him to satisfy such a big foodie who eats all the time. Chen Fan almost laughed out loud when he thought of this stinky guy who had to carry several sacks of food when he went out for his own beast. My Xiaobai and Jade are still easy to take care of. At this time, the young man in the red cloak on the back of the heavy beetle king said calmly without looking back. The smell of blood is too strong and your cannibalism has alarmed the sleeping queen ant. Stay behind me. Don't move. I'll handle it. Humph. Chen Fan smiled contemptuously, already making up his mind to do as he said. Zhao Xian and others were surprised and happy, and they all gathered around Chen Fan. At this time, I saw the young man in red cloak on the back of the heavy beetle king, saying softly, Queen Ant, no offense. Please go back. Crunch. Crunch. The queen of the hill-like iron-eating black ant made an unpleasant sound like steel friction from her mouth. The iron-eating black ants around him, instead of retreating, slowly surrounded him. Click! The heavy beetle king was so enraged that he stuffed the leg of lamb he was holding onto his claws into his mouth. Then he raised his body with force and slapped his claws on the ground. Boom! Amid the roar, smoke and dust flew everywhere. The iron-eating black ants around them panicked and immediately retreated like a tide. And the iron-eating black ant queen has also restrained her arrogance a lot. But its eyes were filled with fierce light, and it still refused to retreat. The young man in the red cloak was silent for a moment, raising his palm slightly upward at the same time. As the light flickered, a six-pointed star array appeared on both sides of the heavy beetle king. The two beasts slowly crawled out from the six-pointed star array. One is a yellow-feathered bird that is much smaller than the heavy beetle king. One is a huge stone man 4 meters tall and wearing heavy armor. As soon as the yellow-feathered bird came out, the sky was suddenly filled with yellow sand, like a sandstorm. And the 4-meter-tall stone man was wearing a black armor and carrying a big hammer, looking majestic. Level 5 Desert Wind Sculpture. Dual attributes of wind and sand. A level 5 dark-blooded stone man, whose earth attribute is originally a hard sunstone. Yet he wears such a suit of armor. How shameless. When I have money later, I will also buy a pair of armors for myself in Xiaobai. Jadeite is simpler. Just take a pot lid and snap it on. TSK. This kid is really a stinker. He is wearing a red cloak and carrying 3 mighty and domineering beasts. You can tell at a glance that his family is rich. Chen Fan glanced at the boy in the red cloak speechlessly. Isn't it said that only those at level 4 or above can sign up for 2 beasts? Doesn't it mean that if the cultivation level is not strong enough, the average beast master can only sign a contract with 1 beast? Why is it that when I meet someone randomly, there are 3 beasts? The girl I met by the Chinching River yesterday brought 3 beasts with her. The young man in red cloak in front of me is carrying 3 more beasts. These 2 people should be around 17 or 18 years old. Right. Have they all reached the 4th level? How can it be? It was said on the Beast Taming Forum that most of the big families in Donghai City and most of their elders are only in the middle to late stage of the 4th level? Why does it feel like Blue Star's geniuses are running all over the place? At this time, the 3 beasts of the Red Cloak Boy, including the Heavy Beetle King, roared at the same time. 3 demonic energies soared into the sky. The iron-eating Black Ant Queen was so frightened that she took 3 steps back. Even Zhao Xian and the others behind Chen Fan looked horrified and couldn't help but tremble. Return to. The boy in the red cloak said again. A strong aura bloomed from him. The cloak on his body is automatic even if there is no wind. The aura of the boy in the red cloak seemed to be even stronger than that of the 3 beasts. He was ready to attack, and his chi machine locked onto the iron-eating Black Ant Queen. If the Queen Ant still refuses to retreat, he may immediately take action with thunder. Yo yo yo. The fight is about to begin. The fight is about to begin. Chen Fan was gearing up and a little excited. He also wanted to see up close how powerful the level 5 monsters were. But what he didn't expect was that. Crunch. Crunch. The iron-eating Black Ant Queen made a dissatisfied crunching sound, and circles of khaki light flashed around her body. Under the earthy yellow light, the ground around the Ant Queen seemed to melt. It just sank slowly, as if in a quagmire. The iron-eating black ants all around quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Chen Fan. What the hell? Why didn't they start a fight? The Queen Ant is too cowardly. The young man on the Heavy Beetle King's back didn't know that Chen Fan behind him looked worried about the world being in chaos. He watched the Queen Ant sink into the ground, and then slowly turned around. His face is extremely handsome, with sharp edges and corners, twinkling eyes, and straight nose. He has the aura of a stranger, like jade, and an unparalleled gentleman in the world. He was obviously only 17 or 18 years old, but standing on the back of the Heavy Beetle King, he looked like Yuan Ting Yuji's figure in majesty. No matter how you look at it, this is a perfect man who makes men jealous and women crazy. Chen Fan refused to admit that he was jealous, but Chen Fan now wants to beat him up. Chen Fan touched his chin and said, "This Queen Ant is so dangerous. Why not just kill it? Isn't it too dangerous to have such a terrifying monster in the Black Ant Forest?" After a moment of silence, the boy in the red cloak said calmly, "There is not much danger in the Queen staying in the Black Ant Forest, because the Queen Ant has a gentle temperament. She basically won't attack people on her own initiative. Didn't it just want to attack us?" Chen Fan said, "The people who participated in the 3-day assessment are all people who have not practiced yet. Even if 20,000 people gather together, it won't be enough for it to attack. Has it never been violent after so many years? Hasn't it hurt anyone? Indeed not." The boy in the red cloak said, "This time, it was mainly awakened by the rich smell of blood here, and then became enraged, because you were right above its lair and killed so many people. There should be danger signs hanging around here, reminding you not to get close. Didn't you see it?" Chen Fan looked at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, we saw it. But how did we know there was a Queen Ant here? We thought the dangerous sign was reminding us that there were level 2 monsters nearby. We originally came here to hunt level 2 monsters." Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, "But keeping it is a disaster. Can't you just get rid of it?" "No," the boy in the red cloak said calmly. "After the Queen Ant swallows the iron or veins in the Black Ant Forest, she will sleep for a period of time and spit out a lot of iron marrow, which will then be handed over to Donghai City. Iron marrow is a fine material for making weapons and is very precious. Swords and the like can become sharper and stronger by adding iron marrow." Chen Fan pursed his lips. "So, to put it bluntly, this Ant Queen is actually raised by Donghai City in this Black Ant Forest." The boy in the red cloak nodded slightly. "You can say that." Chen Fan shrugged. Suddenly, the boy in the red cloak turned cold and looked behind Chen Fan. Almost at the same time, Sun Shixiao's scream came from behind. Chen Fan suddenly turned around and saw Wang Tung grabbing Sun Xiaoxiao and retreating step by step. He held a dagger and put it on Sun Shishia's neck. A trace of blood was already flowing down Sun Shishia's neck.
Wang Tung,
Chen Fan said calmly.
let her go.
Hee.
Ha 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 ha.
Wang Tung looked ferocious and laughed wildly. He raised his head slightly and looked at the young man in red cloak on the back of the heavy beetle king.
Sir, you should be the security officer.
Right.
These people on the ground were all killed by Chen Fan. You shouldn't kill him, caught and brought to justice? Of those people killed by Chen Fan, some have awakened their talents as beast masters, and some have awakened their talents as star warriors. But Chen Fan was cruel and killed them all regardless of their wails and begging for mercy. This is also a huge loss for Donghai City.
Right.
Is Donghai City going to let this kind of demon go unpunished? You actually know the security officer. It seems you have done a lot of homework.
Chen Fan took off the jade from his head. The jadeite fell into the grass along his trouser legs.
Sir, please don't believe what Wang Tung said. He is lying. He wanted to kill us. So little brother Chen Fan acted righteously. Wang Tung is the devil.
Zhao Xian and others all talked to defend Chen Fan. The young man in the red cloak said expressionlessly.
Human beings have never stopped engaging in intrigues and killing each other. But what does this have to do with me?
Wang Tang's eyes twitched uncontrollably.
Aren't you the security officer in this area? Shouldn't you ensure the safety of us people?
The boy in the red cloak said indifferently.
I am a security officer, but I only protect you from high-level monsters. I have no interest in getting involved in your personal grudges. I'm not a law enforcer either. Chen Fan!
Wang Tung had a ray of despair in his eyes and shouted hysterically.
Let me go! I don't want to be an enemy of a powerful beast master like you. As long as you promise to let me go, I will let Sun go.
Tiny! From now on, I won't provoke you again. If I see you, I'll just walk around. If you don't agree, I will kill her. Even if I die, I will have someone to support her.
At this moment, Wang Tang's face was twisted, and his eyes were radiating a crazy light, like a poisonous snake showing its ferocious fangs, ready to bite.
Wang Tung, you beast! Sun Xiaoxiao saved you.
Zhao Xian scolded angrily.
You killed a bunch of people, and now you dare to see Xiaoxiao and threaten us?
Wang Tung's eyes became even crazier.
Threat? Haha. Me.
Before he finished speaking, a green light flashed on the ground. The slime jade that quietly touched through the grass rose into the air, like a piece of green cloth, wrapping the dagger in Wang Tung's hand. Chapter 26. Undercurrents are surging and crises are everywhere. Wang Tung was frightened and angry. He picked up the dagger and stabbed Sun Xiaoxiao in the neck. But the dagger was wrapped in slime, like a thick layer of rubber. Although Sun Xiaoxiao was in pain, he was not injured.
Yeah.
Wang Tung subconsciously waved his hand, trying to get rid of jade. But the emerald was like a ball of sticky glue, wrapping his palm and dagger tightly. And the second time Wang Tung waved his arm, Xiaobai and Chen Fan's arms disappeared out of thin air. Meow!
Xiaobai, with lightning all over his body, appeared in front of Wang Tung out of thin air, as if he had penetrated the space. No. Wang Tung, who had seen Xiaobai's power, showed a look of despair. He grabbed Sun Xiaoxiao with his left hand and blocked him in front of him. He grabbed the dagger with his right hand and subconsciously stabbed Xiaobai. Seeing Xiaobai not evading, his claws glowed with thunder and lightning, and he suddenly swung his claws down, like a lightning knife falling. Wang Tung's right hand was broken at the elbow.
Ah!
Wang Tung screamed, and after letting go of Sun Xiaoxiao, his body stumbled backwards.
Call!
Chen Fan, who had been prepared for a long time, also moved. He picked up a halberd on the ground, took a few steps forward, and stabbed Wang Tung in the chest with the halberd.
Die!
Chen Fan grabbed the halberd with both hands, lifted Wang Tung's entire body off the ground, continued to rush forward for a few meters, and then suddenly sent it forward.
Bang!
The halberd penetrated Wang Tung's body and was nailed to a big tree. Wang Tung's mouth was gurgling with blood. His eyes were wide open. His head dropped, and he refused to rest in silence. Zhao Xian and others rushed over and helped Sun Xiaoxiao, who was in shock. Up. Chen Fan let go of his hands and looked at the dead Wang Tung silently. This person was the first person he saw after Blue Star opened his eyes. Chen Fan suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Why? Why is it that from the time I killed the first person to now, my actions are so direct and straightforward, without any hesitation? Growing up, I only had countless fights with people. But before coming to Blue Star, I had never killed anyone. Chen Fan looked at the halberd handle in front of him. The halberd nailed Wang Tung to the tree, with the long handle slanting downwards. The blood on Wang Ting's body was slowly sliding down the long handle. Tick-tock. Ticking. Chen Fan was a little dazed. As a child, he seemed to have a strange feeling for blood. The blood seemed to explode the darkness and madness in his heart. When he met Scarface and the others yesterday, they wanted to snatch the black rabbit. He originally just wanted to beat them up. But when he heard that they wanted to catch Xiaobai and eat Xiaobai, a murderous intention rose in his heart. When one of them slashed at his head with a knife, he dodged the knife and without mercy, kicked the other person to death with one kick. Yes, Chen Fan knew very well that the power of his kick could directly kill the other person. Do you want to kill me? Then I will kill you all. This was the only thought in Chen Fan's head at that time. Chen Fan didn't notice anything unusual before or after killing those people. The world of beast control is a cruel world. There are countless monsters here, and they are constantly fighting. The strong are respected. Chen Fan originally thought that after checking the information, he accepted the cruel rules of this world. But now after killing Wang Tung, he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he killed 8 people like Wang Tung, there was an indescribable feeling of excitement in his heart. It's as if he is enjoying killing. Why is this happening? Chen Fan suddenly felt a little irritable. When he killed Wang Tung's people, he didn't hesitate at all. But now, he was so irritated that he felt like he wanted to shout to the sky. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning in the air, and Xiaobai used Thunder Flash again and jumped into his arms. As if sensing something was wrong with Chen Fan, Xiaobai raised his head and gently rubbed Chen Fan's chest with his little head. At this moment, a warm feeling dispelled the irritability in his heart. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. Why do you think so much? A new world. A new life. Xiaobai is still by his side. This is enough. At this time, Jade also crawled over, jumped 3 feet high, and landed on Chen Fan's shoulders. Well done, Jade! Chen Fan saw Jade chirping non-stop, nodded and praised him. The two parties have signed a contract and can communicate with each other. Chen Fan naturally understood what Jade meant and praised him. Jade shook her head, very happy. Meow! Xiaobai tugged at Chen Fan's clothes with his teeth in dissatisfaction. Chen Fan couldn't help laughing. Xiaobai, you did a good job too. Xiaobai raised his head proudly. Thunder Flash. The boy in the red cloak glanced at Xiaobai and said, a skill that makes the Beast Master jealous and crazy. Chen Fan, are you also jealous of others? The boy in the red cloak said calmly, I am just an ordinary person. I have all kinds of emotions and desires, so I will naturally be jealous. After a moment of silence, the boy in the red cloak glanced at Xiaobai and Jade, and then said, your Beast Master is very cute. The desert wind eagle on his right side immediately flapped its wings in dissatisfaction, creating a strong wind. Chen Fan glanced at the desert wind sculpture, frowned and said, this sand sculpture is quite cute. The desert wind eagle fell to the ground with a bang. Then, it jumped directly into the sky and screamed at Chen Fan in the air. The boy in the red cloak's expression froze. He opened his mouth, and after a while he said, it's the desert wind eagle. At this time, seeing the desert wind eagle croaking and screaming, Xiaobai was not to be outdone. Her hair stood up one by one. Lightning flashed around her body, and she bared her teeth at the desert wind eagle in the sky. Jade felt the tense atmosphere, chirped, and jumped on Chen Fan's head. Zhao Xian and others became nervous. That desert wind eagle is a level 5 terrifying beast. Chen Fan called it a sand sculpture, which obviously made it angry. If the desert wind eagle goes crazy, the young man in red cloak moved his fingers slightly, and 6-pointed star arrays appeared again on his left and right sides. The stone man slowly sank into the 6-pointed star array and returned to the beast controlling space. The desert wind eagle also fell into the 6-pointed star formation, glaring at Chen Fan fiercely as it sank. Chen Fan stretched out his right hand and waved at the desert eagle. Goodbye! The desert wind eagle suddenly rolled his eyes. The boy in the red cloak took a deep look at Chen Fan. Then, the heavy Beetle King roared and slowly left with the young man. Chen Fan immediately turned around and ran over, taking out all the crystal cores from the pockets of Wang Tung and others. Zhao Xian and others. A group of people worked together. After burying the body, they added each other on WeChat and chatted for a while. After, Zhao Xian and others headed west, while Chen Fan headed east. Chen Fan! After Chen Fan turned around and walked out a few meters, Sun Xiaoxiao, who had been silent until now, suddenly turned red and said loudly,
Thank you.
Chen Fan didn't look back, waved his hand, and walked away. Zhao Xian and the other sighed a few times. 2 of them supported Sun Xiaoxiao, and the 4 of them carried the 2 wind wolves and headed west. It's getting dark. The wind is like a drum. Above the empty reception square, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, and a black mist appeared.
What's going on? 20,000 people came from the Earth, but they couldn't find the passage between the Earth and the blue star?
In the black fog, a strange voice murmured to himself.
There is no passage. How did they get here?
Black mist floated here and there above the Jian Square. At this moment, a powerful aura rose rapidly in the direction of Donghai City, accompanied by a shocking roar of a beast.
Jia Jia!
A strange laugh came from the clouds, exploded with a bang, and disappeared without a trace.
Old guy, don't be so nervous. If I have the chance, I will definitely play with you. Jia Jia Jia!
A murmuring voice echoed in the void. Chen Fan, who had not gone far, felt a strange feeling in his heart and couldn't help but look in the direction of Jian Square. But in the jungle, only the night wind blew, and nothing unusual was seen. Chen Fan scratched his head and got into a safe house. Although there are very few safe houses in the Black Ant Forest, few people dare to come to this area, so the safe houses near here are basically empty. Chapter 27. They are not human. Donghai City. Deep underground in the city lord's mansion. This is a strange and huge hall. On the floor of the hall, a complex magic circle is carved. On the magic circle, spiritual lines shimmered with starlight, like spiritual snakes wandering around. In the center of the circle, there was a 40-meter tall titan ape covered in scales, its eyes emitting frightening red light, and an angry roar coming from its mouth. At the feet of the titan ape stood an old man with silver hair and his hands behind his back. The old man's face was old, with deep wrinkles, and he was tall, thin and slender, but he did not give off the slightest feeling of being thin. He raised his head slightly, and his whole body seemed to be made of steel bars, hiding a terrifying power.
Duh.
A burly middle-aged man wearing a battle armor and carrying a sword on his back walked in quickly.
Mr. Qin, what happened? Why did you suddenly wake up from your deep sleep? Why is the titan ape so restless and roaring?
Mr. Qin's eyes flashed, and he sat down cross-legged in the center of the formation. The titan ape's body has also shrunk a lot, and he also sits cross-legged. Mr. Qin frowned and said,
I feel their aura in the Black Ant Forest outside Donghai City, but the opponent is as cunning as a fox and runs very fast. I failed to lock its aura. They what? Black Ant Forest.
The burly middle-aged man was startled.
They are so brave. They dare to come to the edge of my Donghai City to provoke.
Mr. Qin snorted and said,
This is the 3rd time this month. The previous 2 times we were far away, so I didn't pay attention. But this time, they went straight to the Black Ant Forest. This is wrong. Our Donghai City shouldn't have anything worthy of their attention. Could it be that you are here for the 5th secret realm? No matter what, City Lord, you still have to contact the Demon City as soon as possible.
The burly middle-aged man in front of him with a sword on his back is none other than the Lord of Donghai City, Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu had a look of horror on his face.
Mr. Qin, are they really so scary? You, Mr. Fan and Mr. Ding are 3 strong men in charge of Donghai City. Are you still afraid of them?
Mr. Qin shook his head gently, his throat a little dry, and said,
Although you are the Lord of Donghai City, you have never fought against them, and you have no idea what kind of existence they are. To this day, even the higher-ups probably haven't figured out their details yet. Their minions are all over the world. Wherever they appear, there will be disaster. They are not humans. They are demons. A real devil.
The titan giant ape next to him felt Mr. Qin's tension and anger. His huge fingers gently touched Mr. Qin's back twice, which was regarded as comfort. Bai Tianyu nodded. Mr. Qin added, Let the God of War Pioneering Group and other 3 major pioneering groups speed up the progress and enter the depths of the 5th secret realm as soon as possible. The several star stone veins deep in the 5th secret realm are crucial to our Donghai City. If the star stone veins in the 5th secret realm can be mined, the defensive power of our Donghai City formation can be increased several times. And if we have enough star stones, we can boldly place the starlight destruction cannons in key locations. Snort. Mr. Qin snorted softly and said,
When the time comes, if they dare to take advantage of my Donghai City, they will be killed. I understand.
Bai Tianyu nodded without asking any more questions and said,
I will contact the Magic City immediately and then convene a meeting with the leaders of the 3 pioneering groups. Whether those guys are coming for the 5th secret realm or East China Sea City, I will never let them succeed. In our Donghai City, there have been people like Chu Qingcheng. There is only one Chu Qingcheng in the Tang Dynasty. Donghai City will never embarrass him.
Upon hearing the name, Chu Qingcheng, Mr. Qin's brows widened, and his eyes were filled with brilliance. Well, how great it would be if Chu Qingcheng was still here. The moonlight is like water. Fang Qingqing stood in front of the window, looking at the river flowing not far away. After hesitating for a moment, she made a call. Right in front of her, a light curtain appeared. On the light screen, a woman wearing a fiery red dress sat on the sofa and looked at Fang Qingqing in surprise. The woman was extremely beautiful, with a face as white as jade and skin as smooth as gel that could be broken by a blow. In particular, her eyes are playful and lively, like the stars in the night sky. One look at them will make you fall into them. She smiled slightly and said,
Hey, we have known each other for so many years. Qingqing, is this the first time you have called me? What's wrong? What's the matter?
Fang Qingqing opened her mouth and hesitated before saying,
Hongxiu,
the prescription you gave is very effective. Xiaobu's injury should be healed soon. Thank you.
Shen Hongxiu blinked.
What are you talking about? What prescription?
Fang Qingqing was slightly startled.
Isn't that guy with the ragdoll cat and slime sent by you? Didn't you give him the prescription and method for treating Xiaobu? What ragdoll cat? What slime?
Shen Hongxiu frowned slightly and said,
When did I send someone to find you? This person you mentioned helped you heal the goblin's injuries?
Yes. Fang Qingqing's expression changed slightly.
Isn't he sent by you? But he knows the injuries of Xiaobu and Inu very well. Even Xiaobu was injured by the golden horn beast, and Inu was injured by the fire spirit. They all know clearly. How can someone who is not yours know these things?
Shen Hongxiu laughed.
Qingqing, I'm sorry about the golden horn beast hurting the goblin's heart. In fact, I have been looking up information and looking for people these past few days, trying to find a way to treat goblins. Unfortunately, I have searched through relevant information and found the strongest beast breeding master in my family. But I still can't find a proper solution. I would be happy if someone cured the goblin for you. But this really wasn't what I did. You know my character. I, Shen Hongxiu, have always been bold in doing things. Don't say it was a favor to others, even if it was murder and arson. If I, Shen Hongxiu, had done it, wouldn't I dare to admit it? I understand.
Fang Qingqing hung up the phone, her face turning red, thinking of the day she misunderstood and doubted that guy by the Qingqing River. She felt like she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Not only did he misunderstand others, but he also mistook their kindness for nothing. Thinking of her attitude and what she said that day, Fang Qingqing couldn't help but purse her lips and lightly hammer the wall with her fist.
He has nothing to do with Hongxiu. So, according to what Grandpa Zhang said, he is a genius in breeding animals. But how is that possible? He just came from out of town.
Regarding the guy with the evil smile on his face, Fang Qingqing suddenly felt like a cloud was covering him, and she had an urge to pry into what was going on. The assessment will end the morning after tomorrow. Fang Qingqing blinked. Get up early the day after tomorrow and go to Jian Square. If possible, drag him to Ares Academy. In the safe house, Chen Fan opened computer and logged into the Beast Control Forum. The first post seems familiar to the person who posted it. Invisible coquettishness.
One of my subordinates farts very smelly and loudly, while my farts are light and bland. What should I do if I feel very humiliated?
This guy's question is really refreshing and refined. Chen Fan moved his fingers a few times and typed a few words. Blue Star's most handsome father.
Ask him for the formula.
Invisible coquettish.
Your sister. It's you again.
The most handsome father of Blue Star said.
Yes. We met Xiaosao again. Are you still eating and drinking everywhere? By the way, Xiaosao, let me ask you a question. How many people in Donghai City own 3 beasts at the age of 17 or 18? Hack your sister? Don't call me a little coquettish one.
The invisible coquettish man said.
You have 3 beast masters at the age of 17 or 18. That's a genius among geniuses. In the entire Donghai City, there are only 3 master beasts at the age of 17 or 18. There are only 7 people in total. Unfortunately, I am one of them.
The most handsome father of Blue Star.
It's so dark.
Invisible coquettish.
Nonsense. It's already night now. Of course it's dark.
The most handsome father of Blue Star.
Huh? Is it really night? I thought you blew the cow up to the sky and blocked the sun. You brat.
The invisible coquettish man said.
From the time you asked this question, I know that you have just come from out of town. I have a lot of people. I will not bully or argue with a novice like you. Anyway, you will know in the future that I am very famous in Donghai City. I hope you won't be so scared that you wet your pants when the time comes.
Seeing that Chen Fan didn't respond, he circled him invisible and said,
Hey, rookie. The teacher in my college always likes to accuse me wrongly. Is there any good way to change his view of me? The most handsome father of Blue Star said.
Have you ever been caught peeping in a women's bathhouse? Then there is nothing you can do. There are both witnesses and physical evidence. You can't even get rid of it by jumping into the Yellow River.
Invisible coquettish.
Get out!
Chen Fan closed the post and continued reading the information. But after a while, the invisible showman circled him again.
Recently, I want to write an autobiography.
The most handsome father of Blue Star.
How long will it take for me to make up for my time in this world?
Invisible coquettish.
Get out!
The father of Blue Star's most handsome man.
A life of just eating and waiting to die.
Invisible show. The most handsome father of Blue Star.
How is steel made yellow?
Invisible coquettishness circled Chen Fan.
Hey, money has been flowing like water recently, and the three beasts can hardly survive. In 2 days, I will go out of the city with the Pioneer Group to catch something big. Little rookie, I'll take you to the Pioneer Group later. Ordinary people can't join the Pioneer Group. I'm different. There's someone above me.
The most handsome man in Blue Star asked his father.
Xiao Sao, are you a boy or a girl? Is the person above you a boy or a girl?
Invisible coquettish.
Damn, I feel like you are as annoying as Henry Chu. Don't call me little slut again, or I'll kill you.
The most handsome father of Blue Star.
Who is Henry Chu? You can also call me that. The last word of your nickname is Saw, so I'll call you Xiao Saw. The last word of my nickname is Dad, so you can call me Little Dad.
Invisible coquettish.
You are a dead rookie in Donghai City. You are the first person who dares to take advantage of me.
Blue Star's most handsome father.
Isn't this just to appear friendly?
Invisible coquettishness.
Be kind to your sister? Speaking of Henry Chu. Hee hee. You will see him soon. That's the most stinky, disgusting guy. She looks like a woman, wearing a red cloak, riding a heavy beetle king, and swaggering through the city. She deserves a beating.
Blue Star's most handsome father. Was the boy in the red cloak originally called Henry Chu? Xiao Sao seems to be Henry Chu's mortal enemy. With so much resentment. Invisible show.
By the way, rookie, don't you realize that you are already in crisis?
Blue Star's most handsome father.
What kind of crisis?
Invisible coquettish.
What's your name? When I registered for the forum, I also wanted to register as Blue Star's #1 handsome. But it turned out that that name had already been registered. I checked and found out that the #1 handsome man of Blue Star was a figure who appeared in the early days of the forum. He seemed to be a super boss. Because when I saw his posts, they were all incomprehensible. And there were a lot of flatterers below. You dared to call me Blue Star's most handsome father. Ha ha. I guess you will be miserable in the future. Ha 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 ha.
Blue Star's most handsome father. Just when Chen Fan was silent, a large number of comments suddenly appeared below.
That invisible slut. Who the hell are you? Get out of here and beat the shit out of you. A pure second-hand man dares to ridicule my Henry Chu. You are so impatient. This kind of person is miserable in reality. He can only come to the internet to be a troll and a black man. Do you think he dares to tell his real name? Sisters, hug that invisible slut and ban him. Find a few people with good network skills to check his IP and address. We must dig out this bastard and beat him to death.
Posts keep coming one after another. Chen Fan took a look and saw that they were all female heads. Wachow. This guy Henry Chu is really popular with girls. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. Soon, the invisible slut began to quarrel with a group of girls. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. As soon as his message came out, it was immediately flooded by countless comments.
This guy is so miserable.
Chen Fan closed the post directly. Chapter 28 The Legend of the Return of the God of War. The sky turned white. The rooster crows at dawn. The entrance square of Black Ant Forest was crowded with people. The assessment has been completed. It was just dawn, and most of the people participating in the assessment could not wait to return to the square. This time, in addition to the few beasts we had seen before, there were many more people riding beasts around the square. There were people holding 3 huge signs in the east, west and south directions. On the 3 signs, it says, Ares Academy, Fantasy Sea Academy, Tianshan Academy. Obviously, After the assessment, the three major colleges in Donghai City came over to prepare for enrollment. After the second awakening guide, those who have awakened as Beast Masters or Star Warriors can choose to enter one of the academies. On the Aries Academy side, a teacher looked at Fang Qingqing with a smile.
Qingqing, why are you here?
Fang Qingqing greeted the teacher politely, and then said,
Teacher Li, let me take a look.
The goblin beside him shook his head. After receiving treatment, his injuries were no longer serious, and he is now in high spirits. Before the teacher could speak, Fang Qingqing suddenly whispered,
Teacher Li, if you see a boy with a ragdoll cat and slime later, you must find a way to get him to join the God of War Academy.
Huh? Teacher Li and several teachers around him were stunned for a moment. Let's not talk about ragdoll cats. What qualifications does a guy with slime have to attract the attention of a proud man like Fang Qingqing? Moreover, how could Qingqing know someone who had just come from
out of town?
Although a group of teachers didn't understand it, they all nodded. After all, she is one of the three most talented people in Aries Academy. The teachers dote on this extremely talented and well-behaved girl to the extreme. A group of teachers gave instructions to the students they brought over and began to look for
the boy with the ragdoll cat and slime
in the crowd. But Chen Fan did not appear in the square. Time flies. The second awakening guide has come to an end. A few days ago, 20,000 people participated in the first awakening guide. In the end, 2,000 people awakened and became Beast Masters, and more than 4,000 people awakened as Star Warriors. After excluding the more than 6,000 people, nearly 13,000 people were left to undergo the second awakening guidance, and the proportion of awakenings actually increased significantly. Among the more than 13,000 people, more than 1,800 have awakened to become Beast Masters, and more than 6,000 have awakened to become Star Warriors. When they were by the Qingqing River, Fang Qingqing once told Chen Fan that the so-called assessment was actually just to use danger and despair to stimulate the assessor to increase the chance of a second awakening. For those who did not awaken the first time, many people did successfully awaken after the stimulation of this assessment. For those who have awakened for the first time, hunting monsters in more dangerous areas will also yield a lot of rewards, because many dangerous places are guarded by safety officers. Although many people were injured in this assessment, not many people actually died. Most of those who died were killed by Chen Fan. However, after this second awakening guidance, there are still about 6,000 people who have not awakened. According to regulations, they must be absent from work for 3 years before they are eligible to live in Donghai City. Some are happy and some are sad. Everyone traveled through time together, and those who were awakened and those who were not awakened really seem to be in two different worlds from now on. This is the cruel reality of the world of beast control. After all, it is the powerful Beast Masters and Star Warriors who are protecting this world. Among the crowd, many people who had not awakened had earth-colored faces. Some girls started to shed tears. The three major colleges have already begun to use loudspeakers to call the awakened people to come over, in order to snatch the Beast Master. The students from the three major colleges began to jeer and then yell at each other. If it weren't for a group of teachers sitting in charge, they would probably have fought. The teachers did not quarrel, but occasionally their eyes met, and there seemed to be sparks of competition flickering in the void. The three major colleges have been competing with each other for many years. No one obeys anyone. When you get in the ring, you're going to be shaken up. After leaving the ring, you still have to compete. This is also the official meaning of the entire Tang dynasty. In this world almost overrun by monsters, bloody and cruel battles and competitions can allow Beast Masters and Star Warriors to grow rapidly and discover more powerful ones. How can the flowers in the greenhouse withstand the test of the harsh environment? Over the past 2,000 years, the situation of the human race has become much better. But this is only compared with before. It's not that the human race is now resting easy. The cracks are growing. Various strange monsters and alien races are still emerging from many cracks. Even the flowers, plants, trees and beasts native to Blue Star are constantly mutating. The situation of the human race is already extremely difficult. The one who supports this crumbling world now is the strongman who fought out of death. Fang Qingqing's eyes kept scanning the several teams. However, Chen Fan was still not found. There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. As time goes by, the enrollment of the three major colleges is coming to an end. The queues in front of the three major colleges are getting shorter and shorter. Sudden, waves of roaring sounds came from the due east direction. People looked to the east in surprise. In the jungle to the east, I saw a man carrying a one-horned demon pig as big as an elephant, rushing towards the square quickly.
It's him!
Fong Qingqing's eyes showed joy.
Wait a minute.
After Chen Fan reached the edge of the square, he suddenly jumped high with a one-horned demon pig on his shoulders, and then landed heavily on the square with a very domineering attitude.
Boom!
A big black hole was directly smashed into the square. Chen Fan and the one-horned demon pig fell into the big hole and disappeared. Everyone, Zhao Xian and Pan Xiangdong, panicked and rushed out of the crowd, shouting at the big hole.
Brother Chen Fan, are you okay?
At this time, a tree stump-like beast on the edge of the square stretched its hands forward, turned into two thick vines, and sank into the dark hole.
Call out!
Two vines wrapped up Chen Fan and the one-horned demon pig and brought them to the square. Chen Fan stood at the edge of the big hole with a livid face.
Mad! Why didn't anyone tell me that there is a mine under the square? I was almost crushed to death by the one-horned demon pig. Ha ha ha!
Many people couldn't help but laugh wildly. Make you arrogant. Let you pretend to be beautiful. Just fall into the mine. At Aries Academy, Teacher Li looked at Fong Qingqing covering her mouth and laughing, and couldn't help but said,
Qingqing, the person you are talking about can't be this bastard. Right. That's the second one. That's him.
Fong Qingqing's face turned red. Although, dirty is not a curse word. It is a taunting word after all. She has never said such words since she was a child. This time, I was almost led astray by Teacher Li. Teacher Li and several other teachers looked at each other, and their eyes became very strange. Someone who can carry such a big one-horned demon pig and run wildly has some strength indeed. But it's indeed a bit too cool. The long-legged woman standing on the shoulders of the wild and violent ape shook her head slightly and said,
Young man, under the Jane Square, there is the Blackhead Forest Iron or Vein Cave. Don't you know how to do it? Didn't you see that all the beast masters never entered the square? Because the huge beast can easily collapse the square.
You are a second-rate person. Your whole family is so useless. Chen Fan immediately rolled his eyes. If I want 1,000 degrees, it will also be 1,000 degrees of Blackhead Forest. I took the wrong medicine and went to check a square. What's there to check in a square? Chen Fan touched his sore face and felt sulky. He couldn't help but kick the one-horned demon pig on the ground. Has this dead pig come back for revenge? He just fell down and almost killed him. At this time, Teacher Li from Aries Academy walked up to Chen Fan and said, holding back a smile,
You should be very aware of the admissions matters of the 3 major colleges. Right. You should have awakened. Right. Do you have any intention to join our God of War Academy? I refuse.
Chen Fan said without hesitation. Teacher Li was stunned for a moment.
Why?
As a teacher of Aries Academy, you took the initiative to invite, but was rejected? Chen Fan flatly said.
I don't really like the name of your college. What did you say?
Teacher Li thought he heard wrongly. A group of students from Aries Academy behind were all furious.
This bastard actually said he doesn't like the name of the college? Who do you think you are? Teacher Li personally invited him. But he not only refused, but also made fun of our college? This bastard deserves a beating.
People from the other 2 colleges laughed and started to fan the flames.
The name of your God of War Academy is really not pleasant to hear. I was right. Little brother. Come here. We at Huanhai Academy welcome you. Finally, I met someone who understands. You said you were from a college. So why did you have the nerve to name someone the God of War? Back then, Mr. Chu Qingchang only stayed in your college for 3 days. You just said he was from the God of War College, and then named him God of War. The college has changed its name. How shameless. Ouch. Li Sheng went to invite people in person, but was rejected and ridiculed. It's so interesting.
Hearing these words, Li Sheng's face turned green.
Boy, if you are rude to me, I don't care. But if you dare to slander our God of War Academy, believe it or not, I will throw you into the mine and seal you away for 3 to 5 years. Tell me your reasons. Otherwise, you will have to suffer a little today.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes.
When I saw the name of your God of War Academy, I remembered a legend.
Li Sheng.
What legend?
Chen Fan's hand said mysteriously.
When the God of War returned, he found his daughter sleeping in a pig pen and eating pig food. He became furious, and 8,000 beauties came from all directions. Boom!
Li Sheng gave Chen Fan a chestnut, which made Chen Fan grin.
Read less of those novels.
Li Sheng was furious.
Our Aries Academy has nothing to do with that kind of novel. You are insulting us.
Chen Fan was stunned.
Teacher, are there such novels here in Blue Star? Of course there is.
Li Shen said angrily.
People come from there every year, and many of them carry mobile phones with them. Back then, there was a guy with a mobile phone and there were many novels in the mobile phone. Then he didn't wake up. So he registered a pen name for himself as Tudo, and then wrote a book called
Dopa.
and published it, which caused a stir in Blue Star at that time. It's a craze. But he was picked up and hugged from behind. And then he was found and fined to the point of losing everything. He was also found by some beast masters and beat him half to death. Those beast masters are all just like you. Those who came from there should all be fans of Tudo. There was also someone who named himself Third Young Master and wrote a Dolua book. But before he could make any money, he was caught and beaten to the point of paralysis.
Chen Fan was immediately furious.
There is such a shameless person?
Li Sheng, yes. Chen Fan.
I actually did what I wanted to do in advance. Yesterday, I was still thinking about making money from this.
Li Sheng. Chen Fan.
Teacher, have they really found out? Is it possible that the people who wrote Dopa and Do Luo are actually Daodu and San Xiao themselves? Of course not. There are photos on the phone. Many people know each other. Am I discussing the novel with you now? Am I discussing Tudo and San Xiao with you now?
Li Sheng was furious. He felt that his rhythm was being led off track by Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked around and said mysteriously,
Teacher, actually, when I came here, I also brought my mobile phone with me. There is a copy of
Golden Pen Mei
in my mobile phone. You're talking like this. Borrow a phone to talk and pass the document to me.
Li Sheng pulled Chen Fan aside.
Teacher Li.
Fong Qingqing blushed and stopped the two of them dissatisfied. Li Sheng immediately became serious and said with dignity,
I want to call him aside and give him a good education. Don't engage in these evil ways. This is not what Beast Masters and Star Warriors should do. As a teacher, I want to severely criticize him. By the way, have you awakened your Star Warrior talent or your Beast Master talent?
Chen Fan.
Is there any need to say that? I must have awakened my talent as a Beast Master.
Li Sheng.
Summon the beast and let me take a look.
Chen Fan nodded and summoned Slime Jade. Everyone around, Slime, was stunned. This kid doesn't seem very smart. The majestic Beastmaster actually signed a contract with Slime? That is the lowest level of monster. And it is extremely difficult to evolve. Alas, the talent of the Beastmaster was really wasted. Can this thing be used as a beast? It can't even defeat iron-eating black ants. Okay. Li Sheng looked at Fong Qingqing helplessly.
You told me before that he brought Slime with him. I thought he was just treating it as an ordinary pet. But now he has signed a contract with Slime. This kind of intelligence. How about letting him go to Tianshun Academy?
The teacher from Tianshun Academy, who had just walked over, was furious.
Get the hell out of here.
Li Sheng looked at the teacher of Huanhai Academy again. The female teacher of Huanhai Academy immediately pointed her finger at Li Sheng.
You dare to talk nonsense. I will fight with you now and beat you until you die. I will beat you until you kneel down and call mother.
Slime Jade felt the contempt around her and jumped on Chen Fan's head.
Shijiji, they don't like me.
Everyone looked at the green hat on Chen Fan's head and were stunned for a while. Chen Fan, wearing a green hat, looked even more to them. Although chapter 29 is a bit awkward, it is indeed a genius.
The look in your eyes makes me feel offended.
Chen patted Jade gently and comforted.
Jade, don't worry. They don't look down on you. They look down on me.
So you know it too. Li Sheng and the others glanced at Chen Fan speechlessly. Chen Fan tilted his head.
Teachers, do you want to see my Jade skills?
All the teachers present laughed. What skills can low-level slimes have? Spit? Curse? Escape? Chen Fan waved his hand.
Everyone, step back. My Jade is going to go crazy.
A group of people around rolled their eyes. Only a few people took a step or two back. Li Sheng waved his hand and said,
If you want to get mad, feel free to do it. We don't need to use our skills to defend ourselves. If your slime can hurt the rest of us, you will be considered a loser. All right.
Chen Fan raised his right hand.
Shinra Tenjung. Huh?
Jade opened his mouth and used the skill, Gust Wind. A group of people in front of them cheered, flew up, and fell with a crash. Among them, Li Sheng and several teachers were blown down the big hole made by Chen Fan.
What the hell? What happened? Slime has such powerful skills? Aren't slimes generally of the water type? Why do they have wind type skills? That's awesome. Although it can lift us up. The speed is too slow, and the power is too weak. I didn't even feel any pain. Don't stand and talk without your kidneys hurting. You fell on me, and I gave you a backing. Of course you don't feel any pain. This brat didn't even warn me. I thought he was just showing off his skills, and didn't even use his skills to resist.
A group of teachers became a mess and scrambled to their feet. Fortunately, they are all teachers after all, and most of them are at least in the second level. Their physical bodies are strong, and even if they fall from the third floor, there won't be much of a problem. Jade only lifted them more than 4 meters high, and it was not painful or itchy for them at all. The only depressing thing is that I underestimated the slime so much that no one used their skills to resist. And they forgot that there was a hole in the back. Who knew that the slime would be blown by strong winds? And everyone thought it was spitting. Chinfan grinned.
Now, do you still think my Jade is weak?
The teachers immediately rolled their eyes again. Still very weak. Even though Emerald's strong wind can lift everyone away, the attack strength is indeed not high, and it is difficult to cause substantial damage to the enemy. But this slime is indeed a bit strange. Everyone present noticed how extraordinary slime was, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes.
Huh?
The long-legged woman standing on the shoulders of the wild and violent ape let out a light sigh and fell down lightly. A translucent wing appeared on her back. The wings carried her down from the air to Chinfan.
Mutant slime?
The woman looked at the jadeite on Chinfan's head with a hint of surprise in her eyes.
Does this slime of yours have both water and wind attributes? Yes.
Chinfan nodded. The teachers around him suddenly widened their eyes.
A slime with dual attributes? The mutated dual attribute monster is one of a kind. I feel like I want to die. Why is God so unfair? If things like dual attributes happen to my overlord ape, I can smash those guys from Tianshan Academy into meat patties. Why is this kind of thing happening? Falling on a slime? Even Lin Mingfei was attracted by this slime. Sure enough.
So many of us were mistaken.
Lin Mingfei, a long-legged woman, smiled and nodded and said,
You are very lucky to be able to contract a mutated monster in a place like the Black Ant Forest. The growth potential of mutated beasts cannot be measured by common sense. Slimes with dual attributes of water and wind are likely to awaken powerful skills with dual attributes after racial evolution. This little thing is so unique.
After saying that, Lin Mingfei touched the jade on Chinfan's head. I always feel like this woman is sarcastic about me. I'm not that small at all. Chinfan blinked. Forget it. For the sake of your long legs, I won't argue with you. In the big hole, Li Sheng and others crawled out in a bit of embarrassment. Hearing Lin Mingfei's words, the people who climbed up also took a breath of air. Dual attribute beast control is really rare. In this class of the 3 major academies, there is only one dual attribute beast. That is,
the Desert Wind Sculpture
of Chu Xian of Ares Academy.
Okay. Let's all leave.
Li Sheng waved his hand and said,
Such a large group of people surrounding the beast master of my Ares Academy student will make him nervous.
Everyone. Li Sheng is as shameless as ever. The female teacher from Huanhai Academy sneered coldly.
Why did he become a student of your Ares Academy? So many people just heard it. This kid clearly rejected your Ares Academy and thought the name of your academy was very low.
The teacher from Tianshan Academy nodded repeatedly.
That's right.
Li Sheng's face was expressionless.
What kind of IQ do you think you have? Didn't you hear him talk about the return of the God of War and 8,000 beauties under his command? He was just kidding me. On the other hand, you too. When I asked him to go to Tianshan Academy as a joke, you guys told me to get out. And you? You said you wanted to duel me and beat me to my knees and call me mom.
The teachers from Huanhai College and Tianshan College were so angry that they started arguing with Li Sheng. Seeing the teachers from the 3 major colleges making noise, Lin Mingfei rolled her eyes, shrugged, and walked back directly. At this time, Chinfan touched his chin and asked,
Which college is that Henry Chu from? Of course it's our college.
Li Sheng's voice rose an octave.
Chu Xian is from the Chu family. He is the #1 genius of this generation in Donghai City. No one in the other 2 colleges is his opponent. Only our God of War Academy can cultivate such a genius.
The teachers and students of Huanhai College and Tianshan College rolled their eyes at the same time. Regarding Henry Chu's power, they really couldn't refute it. Henry Chu awakened his talent as a beast master when he was 16 years old. And from the first year of high school to the current 3rd year of high school, he never encountered any opponent among his peers. Now, even Shin Hongxiu from Huanhai Academy can still fight with him. For everyone else, forget it. The question is this cultivated by your God of War Academy? He was obviously trained by the Chu family. Li Sheng, this bastard, is so shameless. I don't know if he dares to say this in front of the Chu family.
Oh my god.
The goblin next to Fang Qingqing called out.
You are so handsome and so powerful. How can you not go to Ares Academy? If you go to Ares Academy, Even Henry Chu's limelight will be suppressed by you.
Everyone. Chen Fan glanced at the goblin.
After the injury healed, your mouth became much sweeter. How can this be done? I originally wanted to catch you and beat you to death after I grow up as a beast master. But now you are acting like this, I'm too embarrassed to flatter you.
Goblin. Fong Qingqing's face flushed and turned red to her ears.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Everyone was baffled. I can understand every word of your words. But why are they all connected together, and I can't understand them at all?
Then I'll go to Ares Academy.
Chen Fan let Jade return to the beast control space. Then kicked the one-horned demon pig on the ground. And said to Li Sheng,
Teacher, can you help me sell the body of this one-horned demon pig? I am in urgent need of money now.
Li Sheng was overjoyed.
No problem.
Chen Fan squatted down, opened the mouth of the one-horned demon pig, and then said,
In this monster's belly, I also put 68 level 1 monster crystal cores, 26 level 2 monster crystal cores, and 8 level 3 monster crystal cores. Super monster crystal core. Sell it for me.
Li Sheng was stunned for a moment. Everyone present was also stunned for a moment. One of the teachers couldn't help it anymore.
When did this kid awaken? Can he kill level 2 and level 3 monsters? Although the slime is a bit strong, it's impossible to hurt level 2 and level 3 monsters with that kind of attack strength.
Li Sheng squatted down and pulled it into the mouth of the monster on the ground.
Wow!
Li Sheng's eyes widened.
There are really many level 2 and level 3 monster cores.
Everyone stared at the mouth of the one-horned demon pig on the ground with wide eyes. Li Sheng is notoriously shameless, so his words cannot be trusted. Suddenly, the scar-faced brother Feng in the crowd said,
Brother Chen Fan also has a beast that is a ragdoll cat. It is very powerful. It can chase level 3 monsters all over the place.
Brush! Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. A guy who has just awakened for 2 or 3 days has already signed a contract with 2 beast masters. This is impossible. Mud! Chen Fan was furious. I can't even keep a low profile if I want? I don't want to be noticed by so many people. When Scarface saw Chen Fan's gaze, he was startled and hid behind Pan Xiangdong.
Chen Fan said angrily, I still have a beast master. A level 3 ragdoll cat. What are you doing? It can't work. Can't I have a little secret of my own? Do I have to announce to the world everything I do 7 times a night?
After hearing the last words, the water someone just drank spurted out. Then, the whole place fell silent. Even Lin Mingfei, who had walked more than 10 meters, stopped and turned around. The point is not about ragdoll cats. Not 7 times a night. The focus is on level 3. It's 2 royal beasts. A newly awakened boy signed a contract to be a level 3 beast master? 2 beasts? Are you kidding me?
7 times a night? You urinate frequently at a young age?
Li Sheng looked at Chen Fan with contempt in his eyes, and shook his head. Chen Fan. Everyone around laughed. Li Sheng nodded at Chen Fan again.
Well, although you are a bit immature, you are indeed a great genius.
Chen Fan's face suddenly turned dark. I've never seen anyone praise someone. I've never seen someone so incompetent in complimenting others. Just say the second sentence and
that's it.
Why did you bring the first sentence? The corners of Li Sheng's mouth almost burst with laughter. He waved his hand and said,
2 people come and carry the one-horned demon pig. Teacher's son, please continue to recruit students and deal with things here. Students who have already registered. And Chen Fan, come with me. We will set off at dawn. We have woken up from our dreams and must go back immediately. The people in Huanhai College and Tiansheng College are gnashing their teeth with their eyes red. I doubt they will use shameless means to assassinate you. This bastard.
The people of Huanhai College and Tiansheng College were furious. Chen Fan immediately followed Li Sheng out of the square. A large group of people entered Donghai City and headed straight for Ares Academy. Along the way, Chen Fan was really eye-opening. Walking on the streets of Donghai City, there are people walking around with their beasts everywhere. Someone was holding a 3-meter-tall snow lion on a rope and running on the road. Someone had a large snake with strange patterns coiled around his shoulders. Someone was sitting on a bench, holding an ancient sword, as if chatting with the ancient sword. There are also people who use a small trailer to drag a pot of flowers and walk with lions and snakes. And it is still acceptable. What does walking with flowers mean? What left Chen Fan speechless the most was that a group of people were leading a group of beasts to dance in the square. The beast held by one of them was a black toad the size of a car. The music of the square dance was shaking, and the toads croaked from time to time, like thunder. Chen Fan's nose was a little sore, and he wanted to cry. Even after traveling to another world, There is still no way to avoid these gods. It doesn't matter if you dance. It doesn't matter if you turn up the music to the maximum. But what does it mean to let out all the mythical beasts and dance wildly among those demons? We're here. The Ares Academy is ahead. I saw the sign on the Academy's gate. A boy's voice called Chen Fan back from his sadness. Chen Fan took a closer look and didn't see the words Ares Academy. But he saw Henry Chu's photo. I saw a huge photo standing next to Ares Academy. In the photo, Henry Chu is holding a long sword and stepping on a strange mountain-like insect. Looking majestic. The red cloak behind him floats in the wind. Like the return of the great sage. And also like Superman's red cloak. There seemed to be a few big characters written on that huge photo. The hero of Donghai City. Chu Xian. Chen Fan. In the crowd, a group of girls screamed like crazy. Wow! So handsome! There is such a handsome man! A girl on Chen Fan's right hand also widened her eyes and murmured. This look! This temperament! My God! How can there be such a handsome man? Chen Fan couldn't help but answered. What if he gets down? You look handsome even when you lie down. What if he squats? You're handsome even when you're squatting. What if he squats in a manure pit? You look cool squatting in a manure pit. What if he squats in a manure pit and has diarrhea? Roll. 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 A group of girls looked at Chen Fan with murderous eyes. Chen Fan's eyes twitched as he remembered the invisible slut, who was besieged by a group of women on the Beast Control Forum. Can't afford to offend. Suddenly, a handsome young man jumped down from the high wall of Ares Academy, walked up to Chen Fan, and stared at Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan was confused. Chapter 30. Finally got money to spend on the method of treating beasts. The handsome young man smiled at Chen Fan and nodded. You are very good. Very powerful. Chen Fan was shocked. I've been so low-key. But this guy can still see through me at a glance? This unscientific. Then the handsome young man said, It's rare to meet someone who has the same goals as me. I also think Henry Chu is trash. Not a thing at all. Chen Fan. Mater. I was just joking about Henry Chu. I didn't say that Henry Chu was trash. Nor did I say that Henry Chu was nothing. Although he is a little jealous. Henry Chu is indeed handsome and very powerful. Chen Fan turned his head. Sure enough, the girls around them had already locked eyes on the two of them with hateful eyes. This bastard. I just made a joke about Henry Chu. This group of girls already wanted to beat me to death. And he actually came to add fuel to the fire. The handsome young man continued. If anything happens to you in the God of War Academy in the future, just tell me your name and I will protect you. Chen Fan. Lend me some money. Handsome young man. Suddenly, a strange wind carrying violent sand appeared at the school gate. The pillar supporting Henry Chu's big sign broke with a crunch. And the big sign collapsed directly. A group of girls screamed and screamed, feeling as if the sky was falling. As if what they saw was not the sign collapsing, but Henry Chu jumping off the building. Li Sheng, who was walking in front, looked around and immediately locked his eyes on the handsome young man beside Chen Fan. He roared angrily. Yi Hao! It's you who did it again! Yi Hao, who was beside Chen Fan, was so angry that his face turned purple. He shouted hysterically. It's none of my business! I'm chatting with my classmates! Why did I stand so far away? Where did I touch that sign? Ask them. Who saw me touching that sign? A girl said angrily. He was slandering Henry Chu just now. He must have done it. Yi Hao. Li Sheng gritted his teeth and said. There was no wind at all just now. Where did the wind come from above the school gate? Yi Hao. You ask me what I am doing. Why don't you ask God? Li Sheng pointed at Yi Hao from a distance. I will call your dad. Under the shade of a big tree on the other side, Henry Chu glanced at Chen Fan in the crowd, lightly patted the wings of the desert wind eagle, turned and left. Because it was far away, the jungle was dense, and there was a section of the courtyard wall blocking it, so no one noticed that Henry Chu was nearby. Yi Hao rolled his eyes, and then looked at Chen Fan. Brother, remember, I am the #1 person in this Ares Academy. Xian Chu can only be ranked second at most. I lost to him a few times because I was not in good condition. If I hit him hard, I can beat the shit out of him. Chen Fan. This guy is even more shameless than him. No. It should be said that Yi Hao is more shameless than Li Sheng. The question is, which one of you is strong and which one is weak? Is it none of my business? Yi Hao. Besides, that bastard Henry Chu is just out of luck. When Donghai City encountered an insect wave, he happened to be wandering around the insect nest and threw a few bombs in. As a result, you see, he has now became a superhero. Many people feel disgusted when they see this big sign, so the sign will collapse from time to time. They installed a bunch of surveillance cameras nearby, but they couldn't find what the problem was. They always suspected that I broke the sign. Every time the sign falls down, you come to me, and I'm so speechless. Yi Hao, am the #1 person in Aries Academy, and I work openly and above board. How could I do such a thing? But they may think that I am Henry Chu's mortal enemy, so they accuse me unjustly every time.
Chen Fan. Why does it feel so familiar? On the Beast Control Forum, the person called Invisible Saw once said that the teachers at the academy always wronged him. It can't be such a coincidence, right? And Yi Hao doesn't match that name. The one on the forum is called Invisible Saw. Yi Hao is different. Yi Hao is obviously a visible coquettish. After the commotion, Chen Fan completed all the procedures under the leadership of a girl. Registering identity, fingerprints, face authentication, and assigning classes. Li Sheng very naturally placed Chen Fan in his own class. Grade 3 and Grade 5. The other teachers were jealous, but no one competed with him. It's not because Li Sheng is great. It's mainly because Li Sheng is the brother-in-law of the teaching director. Finally, Chen Fan came to his dormitory under the leadership of a girl. This is a very luxurious single room. He lives alone. Although it is a single room, the space is quite large, and the layout is very technological. There are all kinds of daily necessities. Chen Fan doesn't need to worry about it at all. According to the girl who brought him here, the Beast Master enjoys very high treatment in the school. Ordinary students have 8 people crowded into one dormitory and have to pay expensive tuition fees. Not only can Beast Masters live alone in a luxurious single room, but tuition is free. The school will also give out 1,000 Alliance coins every month. Star Warriors also have 1,000 Alliance coins. But Star Warriors must do 7 days of voluntary labor for the school every month. When talking about these things, the girl's eyes showed uncontrollable envy. It seems that she does not have the talent to awaken. After Chen Fan politely chatted with her for a few words, he asked her to go back. There are still 3 days before school starts. Chen Fan still has many things he wants to do in these 3 days. First, he wanted to take the exam for a beast breeder certificate. But the girl told him before that the registration fee for a beast breeder was 15,000 Alliance coins. Second, he wanted to rent a larger house outside. After all, there were many inconveniences inside the school, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere. For example, there are many monster corpses in the beast control space now. But he does not dare to come in with empty hands and drag a pile of monster corpses out in the dormitory. Still no money. We can only wait for Teacher Li Sheng to help sell the one-horned demon pig and those crystal cores. I stuffed a bunch of crystal cores into the belly of the one-horned demon pig, and then carried the one-horned demon pig back to the square, just to make some money openly. Originally, he didn't want to be so high-profile at all. Third, find Teacher Li Sheng to see if he can get the school's practice skills in advance. His star power has reached the critical value, and he is very likely to be infinitely close to the first level realm. He must get the skills, and then break through. Now his star power is surging, but none of the main branches have been opened, and the sea of stars has not been condensed. There is always a feeling that he will go crazy at any time. Chen Fan thought for a while, turned around, and then, I was so scared that I almost jumped up. Right behind him stood Fong Qingqing and Goblin. Hey! Chen Fan was furious. It scares people. It will scare them to death. How come you didn't knock on the door when you came in? And why did you walk without your feet touching the ground? Fong Qingqing's face turned red. I'm sorry. I saw you were thinking about a problem, so I was afraid of disturbing you. So, I'd rather you disturb me. Chen Fan sat down on the sofa and said angrily, What's the matter? What's the matter? Just treat me to dinner. There's no need to be so polite. Fong Qingqing hesitated to speak, and after a while she said, Thanks to your help before, Xiao Bu's injury could be cured. But Inu was also injured. The Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird? Chen Fan was slightly startled and said, Although the Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird is also injured internally, its injuries are much lighter than those of the goblin. Haven't you found a monster doctor who can heal it? I have found it. Fong Qingqing said softly. Grandpa Zhang from the Animal Breeders Association told me that Inua's injury is not very serious. As long as she eats more of the blue-scaled monster fish she likes to eat, she can take care of it. Get plenty of rest, and you will be fully recovered in 2.5 months. So recently, I often go fishing in Qingqing River, but half a month after the school term starts, our God of War Academy and the other 2 colleges will hold a group competition. If it is not cured, you will not be able to play by then. I'm afraid it will affect the entire academy team.
Chen Fan nodded slightly.
So you came to me and wanted to ask me if I know how to cure Silver Moon?
Yes, Fang Qingqing said with a slight blush on her face.
You helped me a lot last time. This time, I can pay you a certain amount.
Remuneration? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He is so short of money now. If there are not enough funds, let alone helping Xiaowai and Jade to improve their combat power level and race level, it is estimated that Xiaowai and Jade will have to rely on the northwest wind. Chen Fan turned to look at the goblin.
Little green dwarf. Do you know how to do business and bargain?
Goblin spread his hands.
Oh my god. What you are asking us goblins are born businessmen. We can do business in the sky and on the earth.
Okay. Chen Fan pointed to the door and interrupted the goblin.
Go out and close the door.
Goblin. He glanced at Chen Fan and then at Fang Qingqing. Does Chen Fan want to kill his master? Oh my god! This guy is even more shameless than me. The master is no match for him. Fang Qingqing saw Goblin in a daze, so she patted his shoulder gently.
Xiao Bu, please go out first.
Okay. The goblin walked out very depressed and closed the door. Chen Fan went straight to the point.
How much money can you offer?
In order to appear natural, he pretended to be relaxed and poured himself a glass of water, then took a slow sip. Fang Qingqing must be very rich if she can afford 3 level 5 beasts. It's not too much to ask for 10,000 alliance coins for a good killing this time. Right. Fang Qingqing hesitated for a moment, seemed to have gathered up her courage, and then said,
Is 60 or 60,000 alliance coins okay?
The water Chen Fan just drank into his mouth spurted out. Smaller. The layout is smaller. The woman in front of me is a truly rich woman.
No. Can't you?
Fang Qingqing's face turned red again.
How about 80,000 alliance coins? I only have so much money. In the past few months, I have spent all my money to treat Inu and Xiaobu's injuries.
You spent all your money and still have so much left?
Chapter 31. Throwing the blame to Jade.
Forget it.
Chen Fan coughed lightly and said,
It doesn't cost 80,000. After all, we have known each other for a long time, so we can be considered friends. Just 60,000.
A steady flow of water is the way to go. Profiteers only make one-time deals. Chen Fan originally wanted to steal 10,000 alliance coins, but this was already far beyond expectations.
Really?
Fang Qingqing's eyes lit up.
That's great. Thank you. Don't be happy so early.
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
I can tell you how to treat Silver Moon, but you still have to pay for the required materials.
Fang Qingqing nodded.
I understand.
Chen Fan raised his hand slightly.
Summon Silver Moon. Let me take a look. Okay.
Fang Qingqing summoned the Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird without hesitation. Silver Moon Green Feather Bird was stunned for a moment when he saw Chen Fan. The boy praised it last time by the river, and it remembered it clearly. Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird's eyes immediately became much friendlier, and its wings lightly touched Chen Fan's arm as a greeting. Monster state, irritated. Injured, the internal organs were burned by the fire spirit's skill, Dark Fire. You need to take Cold Thorn Grass, 8-petal Golden G, Dora Root and Fire Cloud Leopard Heart to heal as soon as possible. Method. Chen Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he summoned Slime Jade. As soon as Jade came out, he suddenly saw the Silver Moon Blue Feathered Bird. He was startled and jumped on Chen Fan's head with a chirping sound. Chen Fan. Jade is treating himself as an exclusive mount. Chen Fan comforted Jade with his thoughts, and then asked Jade to walk twice around the Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird.
Chi-Chi. Should Chi-Chi know? I'm so scared. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here.
Jade hesitated for a moment, jumped down a little nervously, and then circled around the Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird twice. Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird looked at Jade like this. Confused, Fang Qingqing stared at Jade with her eyes wide open, wondering what she was thinking. Last time at the Qingqing River, Chen Fan told her that Faitsue could see the injuries of the beasts and knew the treatment methods. Not only did she not believe it, but she also mocked Chen Fan in the end. After Jade had completed 2 circles, Chen Fan, like a magic stick, pretended to be sophisticated and walked twice around the Silver Moon Blue Feathered Bird. As he walked, he pretended to be profound and touched the head and feathers of the Silver Moon Blue Feathered Bird. Oh, acting is so tiring. Chen Fan sat back on the sofa again, and then said,
The Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird's injury is not as troublesome as that of the goblin. You go and buy some Cold Thorn Grass, 8-petal Golden G, Tualu Root, and a few level 2 or above fire bombs.
Clouded leopard heart. Make these things into soup and give it to drink. Then find an ice house and stay there for 2 hours every day. It takes 10 days and a half to repair it. And there shouldn't be any big problems.
Chen Fan still did not tell the specific quantity of cold thorn grass. He didn't explain the method in too much detail. Anyway, it would be okay if it helped Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird heal its injuries. Fong Qingqing silently noted it down and nodded happily.
Okay, I understand. Now shall I transfer the alliance coins to you? Transfer it now. As you know, the card I just opened only has 1,000 alliance coins issued by the school, which makes me very poor.
Chen Fan was not polite and directly stretched out the hand with a smartwatch. Fong Qingqing clicked twice on her smartwatch and swiped at Chen Fan's smartwatch.
Drop.
There was a soft sound, and 60,000 alliance coins had been transferred to Chen Fan's account. Chen Fan looked at the string of numbers on his account and felt happy. Ask what is the most beautiful in the world. The rich woman is definitely a miracle. I understand that there will be 100 million waiting for me to approach in the distance.
Chen Fan. Thank you.
Fong Qingqing nodded towards Chen Fan.
Can I add your WeChat account? I may have many things to trouble you in the future.
This is a very smart girl. He is obviously an extremely talented person and possesses 3 powerful beasts. He should be a ceiling-level figure among the students of the God of War Academy. But she didn't say that she would help Chen Fan in the future. Instead,
she said that she would trouble Chen Fan in the future. These words sounded very useful to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded secretly and said,
"Now, you won't doubt Jade's ability anymore, will you?"
Fong Qingqing's expression moved slightly, and then she shook her head.
Everyone has their own secret. Every beast also has its own unique ability. Although I am very curious, I also know that it is not good to pry into other people's secrets at will. The world of beast control, where mythical beasts roam freely and strong men fly into the sky and escape from the earth, is full of infinite possibilities. Your slime is a mutated dual attribute beast. It's normal to have such a strange ability. Or maybe you are gifted and were born with the Sharingan. Sharingan?
Chen Fan laughed dumbly.
It turns out you've also watched that anime.
Fong Qingqing also laughed.
Many people come there every year and bring a lot of things. Some people have various animations stored on their mobile phones. So I am also lucky enough to see many wonderful animations. Although there are TV movies and animations here at Blue Star, the environment is different after all.
This girl is so easy to deceive. Maybe she doesn't believe it at all and is acting with her? Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh again. Whether she believed it or not, Chen Fan was planning to let Jade take the blame in the future. Whether it is treating a beast or cultivating a beast, it will be more reasonable to throw the pot to your own beast. This is the world of beast control. If people eat stones, they will think it is abnormal. If the beast eats stones, they will think it is normal. When people conjure up a third hand, they feel something is wrong. If the beast turns out to have 10 hands, they will think it is normal. There are countless monsters in this world. All kinds of strange things. And their powers are also endless. Some monsters can breathe fire from their mouths as soon as they are born. Some monsters are born with pupil magic, which can make people fall into hallucinations instantly. Some monsters still have a space in their stomachs. Some monsters can directly turn into armor and wear it on people. Some monsters are not afraid of guns and cannons, and they can cause mountains to collapse and the ground to break apart just by stamping their feet. A mutated slime has some strange abilities. Is it any wonder? Later, I want to let him see the evolutionary path of the beast. My Jadeite. He is so awesome. What can you do? Are you dissatisfied? As soon as Fong Qingqing left, Chen Fan contacted Li Sheng on WeChat.
Teacher, on the way back, you said that the school will distribute the exercises to all students. Right.
Li Sheng.
Yes.
Chen Fan.
Then can you give me the technique now?
Li Sheng.
Look, young people just can't calm down. In these 3 days, you can go to school and walk around Donghai City to get familiar with the environment. What are you so anxious about? When school starts in a few days, the school will distribute the exercises. As for the Beast Master, the school will also send out a Beast Master. Are you happy or surprised?
Chen Fan.
But I'm really anxious now.
Li Sheng.
TSK. I told you not to be so anxious and to calm down. Why don't you listen?
Chen Fan.
Teacher, I am afraid that my current star power has reached the critical value and is about to reach the first level. However, I have not yet opened a main vein and branch veins. I will feel very uncomfortable if this continues. What if you go crazy?
Li Sheng.
Just wait. I'll go to your dormitory right away.
Chapter 32. Open the pulse and successfully break through to the first level. Jin Fan summoned Xiaobai and played with Xiaobai and Jade for a while. The rumbling sound came from far away and became closer. He walked out of the dormitory, stood in the corridor and looked down. I saw Li Sheng riding a llama, running wildly with sparks and lightning. The surrounding teachers and students were choked by the dust and coughed, and cursed in anger. Li Sheng pretended not to hear, but Yang Tuo was so angry that he spat out a bunch of saliva, making the teachers and students on the road howl and scream.
Teacher Li, this mythical beast is so unique.
Jin Fan stood at the edge of the corridor and was speechless for a while. After a while, Li Sheng rushed up to the third floor and stood in front of Jin Fan. After silently glancing at the hat on Jin Fan's head, he pinched Jin Fan's arm, then rubbed Jin Fan's back, and then squeezed Jin Fan's thigh. Jin Fan frowned.
Teacher, I suspect that you are taking advantage of me. Don't do this. I only like women. It is absolutely impossible for us.
Li Sheng stood up straight and looked at Jin Fan with wide eyes.
Isn't this unscientific?
Jin Fan.
I am a man and I like women. Why is this unscientific? Don't talk nonsense to me.
Li Sheng narrowed his eyes and said,
I mean, your star power is ridiculously powerful. You don't know how to practice yet. So all your strength comes from the two beasts feeding you back. Right.
Jin Fan nodded.
Yes.
Li Sheng frowned.
You have two beasts. The ragdoll cat is level 3. And the slime is level 2. Right.
Jin Fan nodded.
Yes.
Li Sheng spread his hands and said,
Normally speaking, the real star power of a low-level awakened level 3 beast master is similar to that of a first-level beast master or star warrior. The star power of a level 2 slime is far inferior to that of a level 3 ragdoll cat. To put it simply, unless your level 3 ragdoll cat and level 2 slime give you all their power, you shouldn't have such tyrannical power. Teacher, what you said makes sense.
Jin Fan blinked. But I'm even more confused. Li Sheng didn't understand. And he didn't understand even more. But his strength does come from Xiaobai and Jade's feedback. When Xiaobai and Jade didn't give him star power in return, he didn't have star power at all? Could it be that it's because of the system? Seeing that Li Sheng wanted to continue studying, Jin Fan hurriedly stopped him and said,
Teacher, I called you here because my star power may have reached the critical point, and I need to break through to the first level realm as soon as possible. So I want you to help me get it in advance. Cultivation techniques. There is no need to study why my power is so strong now. For things like strength. Of course, the stronger the better. I have extraordinary talents. And my ability to control beasts is also extraordinary. Isn't this normal? What you said makes sense.
Li Sheng coughed dryly.
Come on. Let's go into the room first. I will contact the teaching director now and apply to him to send you the exercises in advance.
After a hysterical argument with the dean on the phone, Li Sheng actually got the authorization. He logged into the Ares Academy intranet, found the exercises specifically for Jin Fan, asked Jin Fan to verify them with his face, and then downloaded them to his smart watch. Jin Fan calmed down and began to read the exercises carefully.
The 8 meridians lead to the 9 orifices. The 9 orifices determine the 10 directions. The 10 directions converge on the spiritual platform. And the spiritual platform ascends to the gate of heaven. The gate of heaven saves life and death. Life and death enter reincarnation. Reincarnation can reach the sky. And reaching the sky can create legends. Star warriors and beast control masters have the same cultivation realm. And they are all divided into 9 levels. The first level opens the 8 meridians. The second level opens the 9 orifices. The third level determines the 10 directions. And the fourth level of the wheeling platform is divided into 5 heavens. If you want to break through to the first level realm, you must open up 8 main veins and at least 72 branch veins. There are 8 main meridians in the human body, which run through the whole body. Countless branch meridians rely on these 8 main meridians. Finding the 8 meridians and opening them up one by one to build a foundation is the only way for beast masters and star warriors to practice. It is also a foundation building method recognized by countless seniors after exploration. So the 8 meridians are also called ancestral meridians. And the first rank realm is also called the 8 meridians realm. A first level beast master or star warrior, capable of breaking through rock walls, tearing apart tigers and leopards alive, wielding a 1000-gene bow, and galloping like a horse.
After Li Sheng waited for Jin Fan to memorize the exercises, he began to explain each sentence carefully with his hands behind his back.
Concentrate your mind and strength to build the foundation. And the I Ching cuts the marrow and opens the meridians. Since the change in the world more than 2,000 years ago, the world has been filled with endless star power. These star powers are difficult for ordinary people to see or detect. But they are real. Monsters can absorb star power and become stronger continuously. And beast masters and star warriors can also absorb star power and grow rapidly. The first step in the training of a beast master is to attract into the body the invisible, but omnipresent majestic star power between heaven and earth after opening the beast master space. Star power is not only extremely powerful in itself, but can also temper the meridians and bones of the beast master or star warrior, helping the beast master or star warrior to reborn. Under Li Sheng's guidance, Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the sofa, closed his eyes, and started running the technique. The abundant star power in the surrounding heaven and earth immediately began to gather towards him, with Chen Fan as the center. An astonishing vortex formed. Spinning rapidly, the surging star power was continuously absorbed by him and integrated into his body. More than half an hour later, the stars surrounding Chen Fan became more and more abundant. Li Sheng nodded with satisfaction. When I opened the first main vein, it took me more than 3 hours and took a pulse opening pill. So you don't have to worry. Take your time. Even if it's your first time, it's okay to fail. Bang! Chen Fan's whole body exploded with energy. A round shadow, like a shield, appeared. On top of that shadow, you can vaguely see many strange runes swimming like tadpoles. This is the first main vein gate. The first main line was successfully opened. Li Sheng. After a while, Li Sheng nodded. As expected of my Li Sheng student, the speed of opening the pulse is indeed extraordinary. But you must remember to guard against arrogance and impetuosity, and proceed step by step. Bang! Another burst of energy. The second vein gate appeared. Li Sheng rubbed his eyes vigorously. You read that right. It is indeed the second pulse gate. What happened? It's so difficult to open the pulse. Why does this kid seem to be drinking boiled water? So sad. This guy's talent is so impressive. Bang! 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 Seeing the projections of veins appearing all over Chen Fan's body, Li Sheng felt a little numb. Time passed little by little. From morning to night, Li Shengdu had taken Jade and Xiao Bai out for 3 meals. But Chen Fan was still practicing. After the 8 main veins were successfully opened, Chen Fan had already opened 125 branch veins in this afternoon. An ordinary beast master can begin to attack the first level realm by opening 72 meridians. But Chen Fan opened up 125 in one breath. The next step is to cast the Sea of Stars. Only when the Star Sea is successfully cast can the star power have a destination and break through to the first level realm. More and more vitality of heaven and earth was absorbed by Chen Fan. The star power in Chen Fan's body changed from a river to a stream, and then from a stream to a river. This big river flows according to the school's cultivation techniques, running through the meridians, forming a mysterious, spiritual array in Chen Fan's body. Under the coordination of this spiritual formation diagram, the star power in Chen Fan's body was completely penetrated and surged. Chen Fan, who had become a little weak due to the opening of his meridians, felt comfortable and full of strength. The meridians, nourished by this star power, also became tougher. Every meridian is constantly being expanded, turning from a small stream into a big river. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that his whole body was filled with endless power, capable of uprooting trees and shaking mountains. The strength is many times stronger than before, and the body is as light as a swallow floating in the sky. Many closed entrances have been opened, allowing you to roam in strange worlds. This feeling is incredible. When the star power circulates according to the mental method for 5 more days. Boom! The sound of the flood in Chen Fan's body became louder and louder. It was like big rivers converging towards Chen Fan's dantian. Rivers flow for eternity, and all rivers eventually flow into the sea. Boom! A vortex no bigger than an egg suddenly formed. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes. First level realm. The Sea of Stars is complete. As soon as the star sea opened up, the muscles and bones in Chen Fan's body roared together, and his strength increased dramatically. The violent power shook from his body, causing the vitality of heaven and earth in the dormitory to form a violent wind. At this moment, Chen Fan felt the urge to look up to the sky and scream. On the sofa, Li Sheng was stunned. Chapter 33, Natural Awakening. The 3 strongest people in Ares Academy. This is the first level. Feeling the surging power in his body, Chen Fan subconsciously clenched his fists with both hands. Kaka! The joints crack and the strength explodes.
perhaps from the perspective of quantity. After breaking through to the first level realm, Chen Fan's star power has improved a lot compared to before the breakthrough. But it is not exaggerated to the point of multiplying several times. But after opening up 8 main veins, 125 branch veins, and casting the star C, his current power is definitely at least 3 times stronger than before the breakthrough. Before this, he had a star power comparable to the first level realm, but he didn't know how to use it at all. Moreover, the meridians are not opened, and the star power is difficult to use. Now that he has broken through to the first level, Chen Fan feels like he has been reborn. With such power, combined with handy weapons, it is not difficult at all to kill ordinary level 3 monsters. On the other hand, Chen Fan had a vague feeling that there seemed to be changes in the beast controlling space. He had seen information about this on the beast control forum before. When a beast control master's cultivation improves, it is accompanied by an increase in soul power. As the soul power increases, the beast control space will become larger and more stable. The beast master uses star power to feed back the beast master. And as the beast master's soul power increases, he can better nourish the beast master. Meow! Xiaobai jumped into the air and jumped into Chen Fan's arms. She kept rubbing Chen Fan's chest with her little head. After Chen Fan's breakthrough, she seemed to be happier than her own breakthrough. Not to be outdone, Jade climbed to the edge, ready to jump on Chen Fan's shoulders. But he looked at it and chose Chen Fan's head. Suddenly, it landed on Chen Fan's head. It seemed that Chen Fan's head could give him the most sense of security. Chen Fan gently patted Xiaobai and then patted Jade. Thank you. Thanks to you, I can have the strength I have now and can break through so smoothly. In the next few days, I will help you improve your combat power level. Then, he turned around and saluted Li Sheng. Thank you, teacher. Li Sheng smiled broadly, waved his hand and said, You are my student, and I should guide you. Very good. Very good. This kind of talent is comparable to that of Henry Chu. Starting from today, we have 8 first-level students in Class 5. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Are there only 8 first-level students in a class? What do you think? Li Sheng sneered and said, Ordinary beast masters and star warriors have to go through the awakening guide to awaken their talents after the age of 18, which is at the beginning of the 3rd year of high school. At this time, everyone has just entered the gate of beast control. Only a very small number of geniuses will naturally awaken after the age of 16 without being guided by awakening. Chu Xian is the first student among the 3 major colleges in Dahai City to awaken naturally. Fang Qingqing is the second one. Although Yi Hao likes to mess around, he is also extremely talented. He is the 3rd naturally awakened beast master of our God of War Academy. These 3 are the 3 strongest in our God of War Academy. Let's not talk about how talented they are. When you come to the Jia-in Square for awakening guidance, they have been practicing for 2 years. How does this compare? Of course, you are an exception. You just came here, and you signed 2 contracts to control the beasts. The day I arrived at school, I broke through to the first level realm. Hee. I'm going to mock that damn fat man. When I asked him to authorize the exercises in the morning, he refused to do so. He said that there had never been such an example, and it must not set a precedent. He gave you the authorization only after I had a big argument with him. If he knew that you had broken through to the first level within a day after getting the technique, he would probably be shocked. Hiss. Xiaobai grinned. Chen Fan poured a glass of water for Li Sheng, and then said, What are the 3 strongest people in our Ares Academy? Chu Xian and the others. Now? Li Sheng took a sip of water and then said, Chu Xian, Fang Qingqing, and Yi Hao have all reached the 1st level and 5th level. They are just 1 step away from entering the 2nd level. Maybe this month. Maybe next month. 1st grade 5th level heaven. Chen Fan recalled the momentum that Henry Chu showed when he faced the Ant Queen, and nodded secretly. Very strong indeed. No wonder it can suppress a level 5 Queen Ant. If Henry Chu had taken action, he would have chopped the Ant Queen into pieces without the help of the Heavy Beetle King and the Desert Wind Eagle. Yi Hao's strength should be only a little worse than Henry Chu. On the other hand, Fang Qingqing. If Chen Fan hadn't seen her with 3 level 5 beasts, he would have regarded her as a weak girl. Unexpectedly, it has reached this level. This is really incomparable. They have now begun to sprint towards the 2nd level, but everyone in the reception square has not yet started. At this time, Li Sheng said again, Chen Fan, since you have reached the 1st level realm, you will also represent our college in the arena competition of the 3 major colleges half a month after the semester starts. The competition between the 3 major colleges in half a month?
Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He had heard Fang Qingqing talk about this before. Fang Qingqing wanted to cure Silver Moon Blue Feather Bird as soon as possible in order not to delay the arena competition. Chen Fan said a little speechlessly, "Teacher, I have just broken through to the first level realm, and I haven't had time to practice any sword skills or sword skills. You want me to fight against a first level and fifth level master who has been practicing for several years? They all have several level 5 beasts with them. How can there be so many first level and fifth level heavens?" Li Xing raised his eyebrows and said, "There are 30 beast control classes and 40 star warrior classes in our college. Only Chu Xian and the others have reached the first level and fifth level heavens. That's all. No wonder there are so many classes. When I came here, I felt that the college was so big. It took me a long time to walk from the gate to the dormitory." Chen Fan was a little stunned. But it's normal if you think about it. This time, there were 20,000 people in the reception square. In the end, more than 14,000 people were awakened and divided into 3 colleges. Each college had nearly 5,000 people. 5,000 people is not all, because there are still local students, and it is impossible to have more local students. Li Sheng continued, "In Huanhai Academy, only Shen Hongxiu and her cousin Shen Daoao have reached the first level and fifth level. There are also 2 first level and fifth level students in Tiansheng Academy. One of them provoked Chu Xian 7 days ago, and was severely injured by Chu Xian and his men and beasts. He is still in the hospital. I don't know if he will be discharged from the hospital in half a month." Chen Fan, Li Sheng, out of the 8 first level realms in our 5th class, apart from Chu Xian, there is only one person who is the strongest at the 3rd level of the first level realm. Then, there are 2 people who are in the 1st and 2nd level. The rest are all of the 1st grade and the 1st level. Just like you. You don't have to be afraid. When you meet someone from the 1st and 5th level, I will throw the towel in for you and admit defeat." Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Li Sheng, don't tell anyone about your breakthrough today. I will tell the dean and principal about your breakthrough later, but I will also ask them to keep it confidential. Chen Fan, teacher, what do you want to do? Chapter 34, Buy materials and prepare to help Xiaobai and Jade break through. Li Sheng laughed strangely and said, I want to trick Huanhai College and Tiansheng College. Then they will think you are just a rookie. But you catch them off guard and kill them to shame. I am a student who has only been practicing for a few days, and I challenge a group of geniuses. It is exciting to think about it. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan was amused. Teacher, you are more shameless than me. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. Jade chirped with a strange smile. Let's get out of here. Li Sheng glared at Chen Fan, and then said, You have broken through to the 1st level before entering school. I will go to the Dean of Education later and help you apply for some bonus subsidies. All 1st level high school students can apply for bonuses, with a minimum of 30,000 and a maximum of 80,000 per month. Let me see if I can help you apply for a scholarship at the same level as Henry Chu. In so many years, you are the first one to come from out of town and break through to the 1st level before school starts. The vast majority of students have to graduate from at least the 3rd year of high school, or even go to the Beast Control University, before they can break through to the 1st level realm. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. 80,000 a month? So good? Li Sheng. Well, the school must vigorously cultivate students with high talents. Besides, the Academy's armory only closes after 10 o'clock in the evening. You can go to the armory later and pick out a weapon that you can find handy. The weapons of the Academy can be purchased with contribution points or alliance coins. Although you have no contribution points yet, the Academy has given you 1,000 alliance coins, so you can buy a good weapon. Chen Fan immediately laughed. Teacher, how much do I estimate that my one-horned demon pig and the bunch of crystal cores can be sold for? Do you have 100,000 alliance coins? Li Sheng narrowed his eyes and said, About 66,000. Chen Fan was stunned. So few? Teacher, I have 26 level 2 crystal nuclei and 8 level 3 crystal nuclei. Li Sheng frowned. You kid, can your teacher still lie to you? There are 68 level 1 crystal cores, and the price is almost 500 alliance coins each. Level 2 crystal cores cost about 800 each. Level 3 crystal cores cost around 1,400 each. The crystal cores of monsters of the same level also have huge price differences. For example, the rare level 3 Thunder Attribute monster crystal cores are currently priced at more than 5,000 alliance coins in the market, and they may not be available yet. Those monster crystal cores of yours are relatively common monster crystal cores from the Black Ant Forest, and the prices cannot go up. if you go to those secret realms and fight monsters with high racial levels. The price of the crystal core can be several times higher for the same combat power level. That's it.
Chen Fan was a little depressed.
What about the corpse of a one-horned demon pig? Are you still thinking about the body of the one-horned demon pig? The crystal core is the most expensive thing on the monster. Although the body of the one-horned demon pig is also worth some money. There is only one after all. Those crystal nuclei mentioned earlier. They want those who charge a handling fee are almost as much as the corpse of a one-horned demon pig. You don't have to sigh. The other students who came with you only have a few level 1 iron-eating black ant crystal cores on them. How can they be as rich as you? Can you advance the money to me first? It doesn't have to be all. Just 50,000. TSK. I am your class teacher and the person who led you into Ares Academy. You still can't trust me? Teacher, please don't get me wrong. I'm too short of money. I want to help the Beast Master improve his combat power level. Chen Fan, I'm going to criticize you now. Your Beast Master has just signed a contract, and you have just arrived at school. You haven't learned the relevant knowledge about Beast Master training yet. You can't mess around. I'm not messing around. I've learned a lot about animal breeding in the past 2 days. Nonsense! Do you think you can understand the professional knowledge just by reading a few pieces of information on the internet? If that's the case, then why do you need to learn it? Remember, don't mess around, or you will cripple the beast. Don't I blame you for not reminding you? School will start in a few days, and it will be okay if you study hard.
Li Sheng scolded Chen Fan. But after he criticized Chen Fan, he still transferred 6.6W Alliance coins to Chen Fan. In addition to the 6W given by Fang Qingqing and the 1,000 given by the school, Chen Fan now has 12.7W Alliance coins. After seeing off Li Sheng, Chen Fan immediately opened the computer and found the largest beast-controlling shopping website in Tang Dynasty. Xiaobai's requirements for breaking through to level 4 are 10 kilograms of meat from level 3 or above Thunder attribute monsters, 3 crystal cores from level 4 Thunder attribute monsters, 3 kilograms of Thunder wood that is over 50 years old, or 5 purple leaf Thunder dragon fruits that are over 50 years old, 25 points of energy. Jade breakthrough to level 3 requires 10 pounds of explosive bee honey, 15 pounds of purple strawberries, 15 pounds of monster meat above level 3, 15 pounds of purple blood tree leaves, northwest wind, as well as high-intensity training and 15 points of energy. After Chen Fan spent some time to register, he found these materials, added them to the shopping cart one by one, and then calculated. These materials to help Xiaobai break through to level 4 require 3.5W Alliance coins. These materials to help Jade break through to level 3 require 8,300 Alliance coins. The method given by the system is just like refining elixirs in fairy tales and fantasy novels. In fact, it is much simpler and easier than refining elixirs in novels. The most common and ordinary materials are used. The method is also extremely simple and convenient. Save time, effort and money. Many beast breeding companies or studios on the market generally raise the price of beasts within level 5 to more than 200,000 Alliance coins when their combat power level increases. It usually takes 2 to 3 months. It may not be 100% successful. Because of the high price, beast masters with little funds usually have no choice but to cultivate their own beasts. The beast breeding studio usually uses some developed medicinal liquids and equipment to cultivate beasts, combined with monster meat and herbs with various related attributes, and then uses ultra-high intensity training to achieve the goal. The greatest advantage of a beast master who cultivates his own beasts is the space for the beast masters, because the beast master soul power is contained in the beast master space, as well as some unexplainable effects so far. The beast master's growth rate will be much faster than that of the outside world, and it will be easier to break through the racial level. However, the speed at which the beast masters can cultivate their own beast masters is definitely not comparable to that of professional institutions. Therefore, various animal breeding companies and animal breeding studios are very popular. The status of the animal breeder is also very high. Just like the alchemist in the novel. Some medicinal liquids that can increase the chance of breeding animals are also very popular in the market and are competed by countless beast masters. After calculating the general ledger, Chen Fan couldn't wait to collect materials for Xiaobai and Jade. After buying these materials, there are still more than 80,000 Alliance coins left. Chen Fan checked the materials for Xiaobai's racial level improvement. Xiaobai evolves from low-level awakening to medium-level awakening. Materials required: 10 pounds of level 2, including level 2 or above fresh fish, 1 level 2 or above thunder attribute monster crystal core, 3 level 2, inclusive of level 2 or above fish crystal-like core, and 40 points of energy. For these materials, 3,000 alliance coins are enough. There are still a bunch of level 2 fish crystal nuclei in Qin Fan's beast controlling space. However, the energy required is much higher than the increase in combat power level, and the method of operation seems to be much more complicated. It also takes a little longer. Qin Fan did not hesitate and added all the materials needed to improve Xiaobai and Jade's racial levels into the shopping cart. Sudden, drops of mucus slid down from his head. Qin Fan laughed angrily.
Jade, don't drool looking at the things on my computer.
Jade pointed at the exploding honey and purple strawberries on the computer screen.
Shishi. Bye. I'm buying these things for you now.
Qin Fanhao said angrily.
Let you eat enough.
Xiaobai also tugged on Qin Fan's clothes and looked at Qin Fan with a pair of big jewel-like eyes.
I bought it. How could I miss you? I bought a bunch of them for you. Put them back in the space and eat them whenever you want.
So I decided to buy the materials first, and then go find a big house and shop outside. When the materials arrive, help Xiaobai and Jade improve their combat power level and race level. 1.5 months after school starts, there will be a competition among the 3 major colleges. Maybe then, I can have some fun with a first level, second level or third level beast master. After buying things, Qin Fan turned off his computer, then asked people all the way to the canteen. The school cafeteria, beast masters and star warriors are free, but the beasts are not allowed in the cafeteria. This made Qin Fan angry. You said I brought a dinosaur here, but if you didn't let it in, it would be easy for the school to become poor. But if I bring a cat and a slime, you won't let me in? How much can a cat eat from one slime? But rules are rules. So Qin Fan had no choice but to let Xiaobai and Jade return to the beast controlling space. When leaving after eating, Qin Fan grabbed 2 roast chickens and a bag of fruit. The aunties in the cafeteria were shocked. This was the first time in so many years that she had seen such shameless things. A majestic beast master could actually do such a thing. How much is 2 roast chickens and a bag of fruit worth? You are a beast master. Are you sorry? Qin Fan is so sorry. Carrying roast chicken and fruit, he swaggered out of the cafeteria under the watchful eyes of a group of people, then asked people all the way to the college weapons depot. The hall of the weapons depot was crowded with people. Students who have just entered school choose various weapons in front of machines that look like subway ticket machines. On the big screen of the machine, various swords, guns, swords and halberds appeared, with very eye-catching special effects. Some halberds are filled with flames, and some daggers exude ice blue energy. On the side of each weapon, there are descriptions of materials and attributes, as well as the price. Qin Fan found a machine that no one was using.
Knife!
Without hesitation, his finger clicked on the word, knife, on the screen. Rows of long and short knives with strange shapes appeared on the screen one by one. The sword is the courage of 100 soldiers, and is famous for its powerful, heroic and fierce style. Go straight, open and close, move forward indomitably. When using a knife, the most common action is mainly chopping. What it shows is a kind of fierceness and determination. And what it emphasizes is the domineering power of breaking all laws with one force, and cutting the sky with one sword. Qin Fan glanced at the rows of long knives on the screen, selected one of the dark black long knives, and then looked at the material selection in the row above. From low to high: iron marrow, dark iron, mithril, fine gold, gunk essence, fire melt crystal, meteorite iron. Qin Fan read the description and found that it did not mean that this type of weapon was made of iron marrow or dark iron, but that this type of weapon added iron marrow, dark iron and other materials. Qin Fan directly tapped Gong Jing. The first long knife shown is 59W alliance coins. Depend on. Qin Fan had no choice but to return and click on Xian Tai. 5W alliance coins.
That's it.
Qin Fan placed the order directly and paid with a smart watch on his wrist. Operation is very simple and smooth. Qin Fan clicked on the armor again and looked at it. Armor with strong protective power is horribly expensive. The hero is stumped by the lack of money, and he sighs when he looks at the weapons. Let's make money first. I can't even afford a set of wrist guards. Qin Fan grabbed a male classmate next to him.
Classmate, after buying weapons, where can you get them?
The male classmate glanced at the roast chicken in Qin Fan's hand, laughed dumbly, and then pointed to the southeast direction of the hall.
Go over there. You will see a big sign. Scan the ID code, and the weapons you bought will be given away. Out. Thank you.
Chen Fan thanked him and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a female voice spoke from behind.
Chen Fan? Are you here to choose weapons too?
Chapter 35. Want to make another fortune from Fang Qingqing. Chen Fan turned around. Sun Xiaoxiao, Zhao Xian, Pan Xiangdong. A large group of people were looking at him with smiles. The person who spoke just now was Sun Xiaoxiao. Chen Fan grinned and said,
I haven't seen you for a long time. You all have glowing faces. Is there any happy news? There is indeed a happy event.
Zhao Xian glanced at Pan Xiangdong, and then said,
Xiangdong and the others also successfully awakened during the Second Awakening Guide. This is one of them. Secondly, we were all assigned to Class 3 and Class 4. The class leader took out a sum of funds and gave each of us 2,000 alliance coins. We were asked to choose a better weapon and then use it under the leadership of a first-level master in the class. Next, go to Xinxinghe to kill the blue-scaled demon fish.
Chen Fan was startled.
It's so good. Each person is given 2,000 alliance coins? How come I haven't encountered such a good thing? Are you still short of this little money?
Zhao Xian said angrily.
And these 2,000 alliance coins are not given in vain. When we have money later, we will have to pay it back. The squad leader said that the weapons in the school's arsenal are generally made of special materials. With a little bit of star power, they can release sword energy. Under the leadership of first-level masters, it will basically not be too difficult to kill those fish that cannot land. Brother Chen Fan, do you want to come with us? Me? I won't go.
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
I may not be suitable for gang crimes. What kind of gang commits a crime?
Zhao Xian smiled and punched Chen Fan in the chest.
This is a team fight.
Everyone laughed. Chen Fan suddenly stopped smiling and said,
By the way, you should be more careful when going to Xinxinghe. I fought with those blue-scaled monster fish for a long time. Although they can't reach the shore. Water cannons and blister bombs are extremely powerful. So you still need to pay more attention. Water cannon bombs are slow and easy to dodge. But they can float ashore. If you can't dodge them, it will be very troublesome. The water gun is very fast. But if you find a good angle, it basically won't hurt anyone. Understood?
Zhao Xian and Pan Xiangdong looked slightly stern and nodded. After a few more chats, a group of people left together. Sun Xiaoxiao looked back at Chen Fan, always wanting to say a few more words, but couldn't find the opportunity or topic. Chen Fan went to the other end of the armory hall and received the long knife he bought before. 50,000 alliance coins. It hurts a little bit. Hope it's worth the money. There are still almost 20,000 alliance coins left. So renting a house should not be a big problem. The long sword was unsheathed. Chen Fan stood in front of a mirror and made several poses with the long sword in his hand. Chen Fan nodded and murmured to himself.
Much more handsome than holding a harpoon.
Fang Qingqing, who had just walked over to say hello to Chen Fan, burst into laughter. Chen Fan was expressionless.
I feel offended. No, I didn't mean to laugh at you.
Fang Qingqing said with a slight blush.
The way you look now holding the long knife is indeed much better than the way you looked before holding the harpoon with the green slime on your head.
Chen Fan blinked, came over and whispered,
Classmate Qingqing, is your family rich?
This was a very direct question, and as soon as he heard it, he knew that something was wrong. Fang Qingqing was stunned.
It's not bad.
Chen Fan looked around suspiciously, but there was no one nearby. He leaned closer.
Then if you have no money now, you can ask your family for it. Right.
Fang Qingqing had never been so close to a man before, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She said in a voice like a mosquito,
I think it's better to be independent and self-reliant. Unless I have to. I generally don't ask for money from my family.
Such a stubborn temper. Chen Fan frowned and said,
Qingqing, you have seen my abilities before. Would you like me to help you cultivate the beast? I'll help you breed the beast. It should be a little faster than raising the beast yourself. Send your silver moon blue-feathered bird to me. In 2 or 3 months, you may be able to break through to level 6. Because we are acquaintances, I only charge you 150,000 alliance coins. What do you think? You know how to cultivate beasts?
Fang Qingqing couldn't laugh or cry. Did this guy really think of her as his victim? He actually cheated himself out of money. That is to say, Chen Fan helped her look at the injuries of the goblin and the silver moon blue-feathered bird. If it had been anyone else, she might not have said a word and just turned around and left. This guy is just like the guy who
fooled you about the animal breeding studio.
He's just fooling people.
I know you don't believe it.
Chen Fan said a little helplessly.
How about this? You just pay a 30% deposit and that's it. If I successfully upgrade the beast control to level 6 for you,
You pay the balance. If I fail to do it, I promise to return 50,000 alliance coins to you.
Fong Qingqing smiled.
No need. I can just cultivate the beast myself. The Beast Master grows very quickly in the Beast Master space. It has been more than 8 months since Silver Moon reached level 5. After recovering from the injury, it is estimated that it will take more than 3 months to break through to level 6.
TSK! I felt that Fong Qingqing was quite easy to deceive before. So why don't I take the bait now? No. Why did I take the bait? I'm not lying. I really know how to breed animals.
So sad.
I told my class teacher Li Shan about breeding animals. But he scolded me when he told Fong Qingqing about raising animals. He didn't believe it at all. Of course, no normal person would believe it. After all, he had just come from out of town. Forget it. Let's get the animal breeder certificate first. When the time comes to take out the animal breeder certificate, you still don't believe it?
Woman, if you abandon me today, you will regret it one day.
Chen Fan said a harsh word, showed a tragic look, and walked away. In front of the mirror, Fong Qingqing was in a mess. What abandonment? What regrets? Weren't we talking about business just now? Why did it become a
romance drama?
Chen Fan put the long knife on his back, went directly back to the dormitory, and then logged into the official website of the Beast Breeder. The registration fee for a breeder is 15,000 alliance coins. After paying the registration fee, Chen Fan only had 6,000 alliance coins left. It's really money well spent. An hour ago he had 120,000. And in the blink of an eye he had 6,000. I feel like I can hardly live anymore. Chen Fan looked out the window and saw 2 moons hanging on the treetops. It's late at night. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan took out the
itchy fruit
from the beast controlling space. This thing was accidentally discovered when I was looking for the
Thunder Yuan fruit
in the Black Ant Forest. Regardless of whether you are a human or a monster, you will experience severe itching if you come into contact with the juice secreted from the
itchy fruit
or inhale its powder. Chen Fan checked the information and found out that powerful beast masters and star warriors of level 3 or above could condense a layer of protective aura on their skin. The body-protecting Yang Qi can actually isolate many toxic substances. But this does not mean that itchy fruit is useless to high-level beast masters and star warriors, because they still have to breathe. And the information says that if you apply this juice on the sword, it can stay dry for several hours. In this case, if the sword hurts the enemy, the itching will immediately make the opponent full of flaws. If this thing is used properly, it will definitely be a powerful weapon for sinners. But if you accidentally get it, it will be very troublesome. Chen Fan put the branch with the fruit next to it, and then searched on the shopping website. On shopping websites, there are powders and juices made from itch fruit, but they are all out of stock. This thing seems to be quite rare. Chen Fan searched again and found the antidote for itchy fruit, a medicine made from gall fruit. 1 tube of potion cost 300 alliance coins. There were almost no sales. Selling it so expensive when there is no sales is a profiteer. Chen Fan bought 5 tubes of medicine and paid directly. When the medicine arrives, squeeze the juice from the itchy fruit and grind it into powder. Suddenly, his phone rang.
Is it Chen Fan? Class 5. Grade 3. Yusho High School? Your express delivery has arrived. Are you in the dormitory? If you are, I'll have someone send it to you.
So fast? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. The order placed an hour ago, and the materials needed to help Xiao Bai and Jade break through. Have they arrived now?
I'm here. Just ask someone to bring it here.
The status of the Beast Master in the school was once again reflected. Express delivery can only be sent to the school mailroom. But for Beast Master's express delivery, the mailroom will send someone to deliver it directly to your door. Ordinary students don't get this kind of treatment. Chen Fan waited in the dormitory for a while, and 2 students delivered the things with sweat on their backs. Opening a few boxes, sure enough, they contained the things he had bought for Xiao Bai and Jade.
Now that the stuff has arrived, let's get started. Chen Fan summoned Xiao Bai and Jade and began to make preparations. The improvement of Jade is relatively simple. Let's start with Jade. Jade breakthrough to level 3 requires 10 pounds of explosive bee honey, 15 pounds of purple strawberries, 15 pounds of monster meat above level 3, 15 pounds of purple blood tree leaves, northwest wind, as well as high-intensity training and 15 points of energy. Northwest wind thing. According to the prompts on the system,
It seems that jade naturally absorbs star power faster than other beasts. Make these materials into batter. Let jade eat it. Then put jade on the roof to sleep. As for high-intensity training, jade likes to swim. So finding a pool and letting him swim for 3 hours is okay. This system is pretty funny too. Swimming for 3 hours is considered high-intensity training? After Chen Fan complained in his mind, he took out all the explosive honey and other things. Gigi! Jade couldn't wait and pounced directly. Chen Fan grabbed him and put him next to him. Don't worry. I'll give it to you when I'm done. Jade's saliva drooled all over the floor. This foodie. Xiao Bai, help me keep an eye on the jade, and don't let him eat it randomly. Chen Fan went into the kitchen with 15 pounds of monster meat and other items, and chopped all the meat, strawberries, and leaves into pieces. It is too simple to increase the combat power level of low-level beast masters. Nothing technical at all. Chen Fan took a basin, filled everything, and poured 10 kilograms of honey into it. But after he took the basin out, he looked at the jade and frowned again. Simple is indeed simple. But the jadeite is not as big as a basin. How can he swallow so much? These things were mixed together, but they weighed 55 pounds. Jade looked at Chen Fan, and after getting Chen Fan's permission, she jumped directly into the basin and started to swallow it wildly. As he ate more and more, he grew larger and larger. Chen Fan ignored him and started tinkering with Xiao Bai's materials again. If nothing else, today I can help Xiao Bai raise his combat power level to level 4, and help Jade raise his combat power level to level 3. On the other hand, Xiao Bai's racial level can also be upgraded from low awakening to medium awakening. Jade's racial level can also be upgraded from low level extraordinary to medium level extraordinary. Having said that, I always feel that Xiao Bai is a bit strange. Xiao Bai's racial level is low level awakening. He needs to reach medium level awakening and high level awakening in the future. And then he can break through to the same low level transcendence as Jade. Her race level is several levels weaker than Jade. But when Xiao Bai reaches level 2, his attack power is already very powerful. Enough to kill the blue-scaled monster fish with low defense. And Jade is now at level 2. And that skill, Gust Wind, can't even kill the level 1 blue-scaled demon fish. No matter how you look at it, it feels like it goes against common sense. Why do you care so much? Anyway, under my cultivation, whether it is Xiao Bai or Jade, they can become legends in the future. Chen Fan was too lazy to think too much and worked faster. Short of money, a lot of money is needed to help Xiao Bai and Jade improve their combat power level and race level. Where can I get the money? Can we only go out of the city to fight monsters? Chapter 36 The Provocation from Huanhai Academy. Boom! A loud noise frightened Chen Fan, who was sleeping soundly. What's going on? There's an earthquake? I feel like the whole building is shaking. Chen Fan got up from the bed, put on his clothes and pants and rushed to the corridor. Maid. If she were not a beauty, she would be cut into pieces by me. Jade, who was swimming in the big bathtub, also jumped out and followed Chen Fan. Chen Fan walked to the corridor and saw that the open space below was already filled with people. A young man with a slick back hair, holding his hands on his chest, stood on a strange monster, looking arrogantly at the female dormitory. The royal beast is more than 7 meters tall, looks like a lion, is golden in color, and has 2 golden dragon horns on its head, making it very powerful and domineering. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Monster name, Dragon Blood Lion. Combat power level, level 6, elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, fire. Monster weakness, water. Racial skills, flame dragon fireball. Big flame bomb. Flame flurry. Crazy lion bite. Monster status, proud. Monster preferences, likes to fight. Likes to bite prey into pieces. Likes to howl. Potential level 4 stars. Requirements for breaking through to level 7. Racial level evolution route 2. Level 6? Chen Fan frowned. He remembered that the 3 strongest people in this class of Ares Academy, Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Fang Qingqing's Beast Masters, were all at level 5. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. He just broke into the God of War Academy. Then I saw the young man on the back of the dragon-blooded lion, shouting, Qingqing, are you awake? I'll buy you some coffee. A group of people from Ares Academy were furious. It's too early in the morning to howl with a beast here. Doesn't it deserve a beating? Although many teachers frowned, the other party did not hurt anyone, and it was not easy for them to come forward. At this time, over in the girls' dormitory, Fang Qingqing stood in the corridor on the 2nd floor and said coldly, Chen Tao Tao, Don't you think it's boring to do this? Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. Last night, Li Xing told him this name. Shen Taotao is a genius of Huanhai Academy. Shen Taotao and his cousin Shen Hongxiu are the two strongest people in Huanhai Academy. These two people are the only ones in Huanhai Academy who can fight against Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing. I saw Shen Taotao standing on the back of the dragon-blooded mad lion, saying proudly, Qingqing, I heard that you were defeated by Shen Hongxiu. Your silver moon blue-feathered bird and goblin were all killed by her beast. He was injured. Is that right? Do you want me to vent your anger on your behalf? Fang Qingqing said expressionlessly. No need. Besides, I didn't lose either. Her master beast is also injured. We just had a tie. Really? Shen Taotao smiled evilly. But Shen Hongxiu's injury to the beast has been cured long ago. And your beast? I heard that people from the Animal Breeders Association went to your house 2 days ago. Right. I wonder if your goblins and silver moon blue feather birds will be able to compete in the arena competition in half a month. Fang Qingqing remained expressionless. You don't have to worry about whether you can play or not. At this moment, a figure jumped into the air and landed downstairs. It was Yi Hao whom Chen Fan met at the school gate. Yi Hao raised his head, glanced at the dragon-blooded lion, and then looked at Shen Taotao and said, Shen Taotao, you dragon-blooded lion, have you made a breakthrough? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding noise immediately disappeared without a trace. Many old students of Ares Academy felt their hearts pounding. Prior to this, the current class of Ares College had almost completely defeated Huanhai College and Tiansheng College. Not to mention how strong Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing are. One Chu Xian can sweep them away. However, listening to Yi Hao's wishes, Shen Nao's Beast Master made a breakthrough? Shen Taotao's dragon-blooded mad lion is level 5. Could it be said that it has broken through to level 6 now? Many students began to take a closer look at the dragon-blooded lion. It's definitely a little different from a 4. Oops. Level 6. That's already elite level. Damn it. No wonder this guy dared to break into our God of War Academy to provoke us. This dragon-blooded mad lion of his has actually broken through to level 6. What should we do? The Beast Masters of Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Fang Qingqing are all level 5. Why is this happening? Chu Xian's beast control hasn't broken through yet. Why did that bastard Shen Taotao's beast control break through? The students upstairs and downstairs were talking a lot. The faces of the teachers were also extremely solemn. Further away, on a tall building, an old man sighed. Xian Chu and the others are in trouble. It's really unbelievable that Shen Taotao's dragon-blooded mad lion would break through to level 6 before Chu Xian and his beast masters. The arena competition in half a month will be a bit difficult for our God of War Academy. A woman next to her frowned and said, Principal, what do you think is going on? Shen Taotao couldn't even defeat Yi Hao. Why did he suddenly break through the beast control? The principal of Ares Academy smiled slightly and said, This is normal. Beast controlling breakthroughs depend not only on the talent of the beast controlling master, but also on the talent of the beast controller, and also on opportunities. No one can be sure when a beast will break through. For example, Chu Xian and his beast masters may be able to break through tomorrow if they get a certain herb from the secret realm, but they may not be able to break through in 3 months. This is all normal. Shen Nao's dragon-blooded mad lion must have eaten something to break through first. The woman next to her looked solemn. Then what should we do now? No one can guarantee that Henry Chu and his beast masters can break through within this half month. If we can't break through, then Shen Taotao will probably sweep the entire field. That's not necessarily the case. The principal shook his head and said, Whether it is Chu Xian or Fang Qingqing, their talents are not just in beast control. Their fighting talents are actually better than Shen Taotao's. Even if Shen Taotao has a level 6 beast master, he may not be able to win for sure. The woman's expression turned even more ugly. But that is an elite beast master. Even if Henry Chu and the others can win, I'm afraid they will have to pay a heavy price. The principal said nothing, because he saw that Fang Qingqing had walked out. Side by side with Yi Hao, the two of them stood in front of the dragon-blooded lion without any fear, and they felt like they were tit for tat. Xian Chu, come out! Yi Hao shouted, seeing Henry Chu. He walked out from behind the dragon-blooded lion. I'm here! Hack! Yi Hao and Shen Taotao were shocked at the same time, especially Shen Taotao. He had been paying attention to the front and had no idea that Henry Chu was hiding behind. If Henry Chu was more insidious and launched a sneak attack. Shen Taotao glared at Henry Chu, his face ashen. Hey! Yi Hao said dissatisfied. Why are you always so elusive? Henry Chu said indifferently. I have not disappeared. I have been standing here all the time. I still have a red cloak on me. You can't see it. How the H, can I see it? You are hiding behind the dragon-blooded mad lion. That thing is so big.
Yi Hao waved his hand irritably. Okay.
Don't say this. Shinado, that bastard bullies are coming to our door. What do you think we should do?
Henry Chu.
Fight. You are so brave.
Yi Hao lowered his head, pulled Xian Chu aside, and whispered,
That bastard's beast control has broken through to level 6. Our beast control is all level 5. You have to know. Level 5 reaching level 6 is not just a matter of missing one level. Levels 1 to 5 are just ordinary levels, while levels 6 to 10 are elite levels.
Henry Chu took 2 steps forward.
Whether you can beat him or not, you have to beat him to know. Even if he's at the elite level, I can still cripple him.
As soon as he finished speaking, 3 summoning circles appeared around him. Heavy Beetle King, Desert Wind Sculpture, Dark Blood Stone Man. As soon as the 3 beasts came out, they spread out in a flash and directly surrounded the dragon-blooded lion. The dragon-blooded mad lion roared, and the momentum around him surged. His eyes were also burning with flames. The students nearby cheered and ran away.
Stop!
Li Sheng, who had been observing secretly, came out and said,
Xian Chu, don't fight him. If you fight him, you will be fooled by him.
Shen Taotao smiled slightly and said,
Teacher Li, what do you mean by being fooled? I came to challenge you in an honest and above-board manner. Could there be any conspiracy on my part?
Li Sheng sneered and said,
Xiao Tao, I have used this trick of yours since I was 7 or 8 years old. So don't try it on my class.
Shen Taotao's expression changed slightly. Li Sheng said coldly,
The breakthrough of the beast control is difficult to predict. No one can guarantee that Henry Chu and your beast control will not break through within this half-month. This guy Shen Taotao is obviously worried that your master beast will break through within this half-month. So he came directly to the door. He is challenging any one of you now. If you accept the challenge, your beast masters will probably suffer heavy losses in the end. One of the 2 people from Tiansheng Academy was seriously injured by Henry Chu and is still hospitalized. If Henry Chu and you 3 are injured again,
or your beast control is severely damaged, the arena match in half a month will become an exhibition match for Shen Daodao and his Huanhai Academy.
Henry Chu's expression did not change, but the expressions of Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing suddenly turned gloomy.
Ha 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 ha.
Shen Taoao burst out laughing.
Teacher Li, you are really good at making up stories. I wanted to defeat Chu Xian and Yi Hao after the dragon-blooded crazy lion broke through, but I really didn't think too much.
Li Sheng sneered and said nothing. Shen Taoao frowned slightly and said,
Why? Henry Chu, are you really scared? How about you 3 come together?
Yi Hao was furious.
What did you say?
Fang Qingqing raised her eyebrows, and there was anger in her eyes. But Chu Xian was still observing the dragon-blooded lion and thinking about how to deal with it. He knows all the skills of the level 5 dragon-blooded mad lion, but he had no idea whether the dragon-blooded lion had awakened new skills after breaking through to level 6. After all, even if 2 dragon-blooded lions of the same level 6 stand together, their skills may not all be the same. And the most terrible thing is, although there is only an increase of 1 level from level 5 to level 6, as Yi Hao said, the gap between elite level and ordinary level is really too big. The dragon-blooded mad lion breaks through from level 5 to level 6, which is almost equivalent to an ordinary level beast master rising by 2 levels. Although Chu Xian had the intention to fight in his heart, he also understood that Li Sheng's words would really lead to a fight. It would be difficult for his 3 beasts to defeat a dragon-blooded mad lion, and it would be difficult to win, even if the tactics are used properly and the opponent's flaws are caught. The result will only be a miserable victory, and the 3 beasts will definitely suffer heavy losses. And Shen Taoao is not just a dragon-blooded lion. Shen Taoao also has 2 beasts. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Li Sheng spoke again.
Shen Taoao, your beast has damaged the ground at the entrance to the dormitory of our God of War College. We need to compensate for this. You come out with 5,000 alliance coins first.
Shen Taoao. Li Sheng not glared.
What are you doing? Do the Shen family even want to default on this little money?
Shen Taoao rolled his eyes.
I will pay for it.
Yes. Li Sheng nodded with satisfaction.
Get out of here after losing money. Isn't it easy to fight? In the ring competition in half a month, Henry Chu and the others will accompany him and have a good fight.
Shen Taoao still wanted to speak, but Li Sheng's alpaca came out. Level 8 Blackwater Alpaca.
Li Sheng, this shameless guy, bullies the small with his big one.
Shinado gritted his teeth. If he didn't quit, with Li Sheng's temper, he would definitely find an excuse and let the alpaca beat his dragon-blooded lion to pieces. Other teachers can't do this kind of thing, but this bastard Li Sheng can really do it. Snort. Shin Tao smiled coldly, and the dragon-blooded lion at his feet led him slowly towards the gate of Ares Academy. After walking a certain distance, Shin Dao said loudly, "No one in the mighty Ares Academy dares to challenge." What a shame! Li Sheng's alpaca was furious and spat out a mouthful of black saliva. But Shin Tao was already prepared. The dragon-blooded lion rushed forward and flew away quickly with the strong wind, avoiding the spit of the black water alpaca. And here, even Henry Chu's eyes became a little gloomy. Groups of students from Ares Academy also had angry looks on their faces. Okay, let's all disperse. Li Sheng waved his hand and dispersed the crowd. Yi Hao took Henry Chu to the side to discuss countermeasures. Fang Qingqing felt heavy and prepared to return to the girls' dormitory. Suddenly, Chen Fan jumped out from the side and waved to Fang Qingqing. Chen Fan? Fang Qingqing was stunned for a moment and walked over. Chen Fan looked around furtively, took Fang Qingqing to a corner, and then said, "Classmate Qingqing, let me help you cultivate the beast. I don't charge much. I can do it." Chen Fan. Fang Qingqing, who was in a bad mood, spoke a little harder. "I really don't have the mood to think about this right now. You also saw what happened just now. Everyone from Huanhai Academy is here. But there's nothing we can do. I need to take a good rest and think about countermeasures." Seeing Chen Fan frowning, Fang Qingqing's tone became much softer. "I'm sorry. I'm not in a good mood today. So my tone was a little harsh. But I'm angry with Shin now. And I'm angry with myself. I'm angry with myself. Why am I so weak? There is nothing we can do about this provocation." Chen Fan nodded and said nothing. Fang Qingqing sighed secretly. Why are you telling him this? Although he has extraordinary methods for healing beasts, he has just entered the God of War Academy and has not had time to practice yet. Fang Qingqing said softly. You probably didn't get a good rest during the assessment in the Black Ant Forest. Now that I've been woken up by Shinado again, you should go back and have a good rest. Anyway, school hasn't started yet. With that said, she turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Chen Fan stopped Fang Qingqing, then took off the jadeite on his head and said, Look, is my jadeite different from before? What? Fang Qingqing frowned slightly and looked at Jade. The jadeite in Chen Fan's hand seemed much bigger. The color seems to have changed and become greener. In addition, strange storm-like patterns appeared on the emerald green body. Fang Qingqing remembered clearly that there was no such pattern on Jade's body before. The strangest thing is that in Fang Qingqing's perception, Jade seems to have a fierce aura that was not there before. How is this going? Chen Fan smiled evilly and said, The combat power level of my jadeite has broken through from level 2 to level 3. Fang Qingqing's beauty turned pale. What did you say? Chapter 37, received the first animal breeder order, and then went to take the animal breeder certificate test. Beast name, Emerald Slime. Combat power level 3. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Beast control attribute water. Wind. Beast weakness earth. Racial skills storm. Glider. Beast control status happy. Beast loving hobbies swimming. Eating fish. Listening to birds singing. Potential level 6 stars. Breakthrough to level 4 requirements. 20 kilograms of explosive bee royal jelly of level 3 or above. 5 tianqing grass that is more than 30 years old. 5 earth wind flowers that are more than 40 years old. 20 kilograms of monster meat of level 3 or above. 1000 magic blue root. 20 points of energy. Racial level evolution root 2. The first. The ordinary evolution root. Emerald slime, shark slime, tsunami slime. Evolve from medium extraordinary to high extraordinary. The materials and methods required. The second. Hidden mutation evolution root. Emerald slime, storm slime, demon king slime evolves from medium extraordinary to high extraordinary. The required materials and methods. Whether it is an increase in combat power level or racial level. Beast control will be accompanied by some changes in body shape and appearance. Once a race reaches a certain level and evolves again, racial mutation may occur, such as an emerald slime mutating into a storm slime, or a savage violent ape mutating into an 8-armed crazy ape. Later, it is normal for cats to evolve into ligers. Chen Fan was actually surprised when he saw many storm patterns on Jade's body, because after Xiaobai's combat power level and racial level were improved, there had never been such obvious changes. After Jade's combat power level went from level 2 to level 3,
and her race level went from low-level extraordinary to medium-level extraordinary. Countless, storm-like faint patterns appeared on her body. Qin Fan guessed that Jade would most likely evolve into a real, storm slime, after several more racial evolutions. Qin Fan did not dare to speak out about the racial level improvement, because it helps Beast Masters to improve their combat power level in a short period of time. This is already a bit shocking. After all, professional institutions need several months, and it may take even longer for Beast Masters to cultivate it themselves. The improvement of racial level is much more difficult than the improvement of combat power level. When the time comes, you can make a lot of money by opening a beast-controlling breeding store, just by upgrading the beast-controlling combat power level. The system's beast control training is so powerful that it's a bit unbelievable. Whether it is a beast breeding company or an individual beast master, if you want to improve the beast master's combat power level or racial level, you need to combine 3 methods. First, the beast control space. The beast control space of the beast control master is specifically designed to help the growth of beast control meditation. This is also the basic condition for monsters to sign a contract with a beast control master. Star warriors who do not have a beast control space will absolutely not be able to sign a contract with a monster. Contractual. Second, various precious and rare ingredients, or natural materials and earthly treasures suitable for beast controlling attributes. Third, fight. Fight. Endless fight. Combining these 3 types can improve the combat power level and racial level of the beast. But Qin Fan's beast control system put aside the first and third, and directly expanded the second by countless times. As long as he finds the right materials, he can help the beast control break through in the shortest time.
Jade, did you really break through to level 3?
Fong Qingqing looked at the obviously changed Jade in front of her and said dubiously,
Did you just break through? Yes.
Qin Fan nodded. Fong Qingqing's eyes widened.
Jade is so powerful. But this is normal. Maybe Jade has reached the peak of level 2 before and has reached the critical point of level 3?
Qin Fan said depressedly.
It seems that you still think I am a liar. Even if Jade reaches the critical point, it will be with my help. That's not what I meant.
Fong Qingqing smiled bitterly and said,
Then if you help cultivate the Qinglong, how long will it take to increase the Qinglong's combat power level to level 6?
Green Dragon is her beast, the ice-white python. When the two met by the Qinqing River, the white python had once scared Qin Fan. Qin Fan stretched out his hand to signal and said,
Summon the ice-white python first.
Fong Qingqing nodded and summoned the ice-white python. As soon as the ice-white python crawled out of the magic circle, it spat out the message at Qin Fan.
It's hard to say how long it will take to break through. No one can promise it.
Qin Fan asked Jade to circle the white python before saying,
But I feel that about 20 days should be fine. Right.
I feel. Fong Qingqing was a little speechless. She always felt that Qin Fan was fooling her. But what if Qin Fan can really raise Qinglong to level 6 in more than 20 days? Although it can't catch up with the arena competition in half a month, it still feels much faster than those in the animal breeding studios. In many animal breeding studios, the time it takes to cultivate an animal is usually 3 or 4 months. And it may not be successful. Seeing that Fong Qingqing's vigilance had relaxed a lot, Qin Fan struck while the iron was hot and said,
I'll work overtime and spend more time helping you train the ice-white python. Maybe I can raise its combat power level before the arena competition. But when it comes to cultivating a beast, it's hard to say for sure. Maybe it will be able to break through in just 10 days? Maybe it takes 34 days? I can't absolutely guarantee the time.
Fong Qingqing nodded.
I understand. If you help me cultivate the ice-white python, how much will it cost?
Hooked. No. I'm not lying. Qin Fan grinned and said,
16W Alliance coins. And then you can collect the required materials yourself. Level 5 to level 6 is the transition from ordinary level to elite level. The price of most animal breeding companies or studios is above 280,000 Alliance coins. And it may take 4 or 5 months.
My price?
I know. It's a very good deal.
Fong Qingqing nodded and said,
Thank you. Qin Fan, you don't have to be so polite. What if you fail? If you fail, I will refund you in full.
Qin Fan waved his hand and said,
I will send you the required materials on WeChat. After collecting all the materials in the past few days, just bring the ice-white python over as soon as possible, so as not to delay the 3-college arena competition. Shindao needs a beating today. I also hope that you will represent Ares Academy and beat him until he cries for father and mother. I understand.
Fong Qingqing pursed her lips and said with a smile,
I don't have any money now. I will ask my family to bring some money later, and and then transfer it to you. No problem. Chen Fan nodded, turned around and left with Jade, saying as he walked, Okay, you go ahead. I'll have breakfast. Okay. Fong Qingqing looked at Chen Fan's back with brilliant eyes. After breakfast, Chen Fan took a taxi and went straight to the Animal Breeders Association. If you want to open a pet store, you must get a pet breeder certificate. Last night, Chen Fan logged into the official website of the Breeders Association and paid the registration fee, a total of 1.5 W Alliance coins. Before paying the registration fee, Chen Fan also checked relevant information online. The assessment of a beast breeder usually involves randomly placing a monster at the assessment location, and then asking the candidates to identify its attributes, habits, and characteristics, and provide methods and routes that will help it break through. This is a great test of the candidate's knowledge of monsters. In a sense, it even depends on luck. If you happen to encounter a monster you have seen or know, then passing the assessment will naturally be very simple. But what if you haven't seen it? Then it depends on each method. For this assessment, you have to pass 3 levels. It's not that easy to muddle through. But this kind of thing is easy for Chen Fan. Breeders Association. In the south city of Donghai City. It took a full hour and a half to get there by car from Aries Academy. Chen Fan got out of the car and looked around. The car drove directly into the forest, surrounded by towering trees. Directly in front of him was a majestic courtyard. On the door of the compound were written the words, Beast Breeder Association Donghai City Branch. Under the guidance of the staff, Chen Fan walked all the way into the rest area of the assessment hall of the Breeders Association. After verifying his identity information, he waited for the assessment call. Today he got 16,000 Alliance coins at once, and he feels refreshed now. The fees for Xiaobai and Jade to continue to increase have been settled. If you have money, you can travel all over the world. But if you don't have money, you can't move anywhere. 99% of the pain and dissatisfaction experienced by Beast Masters is essentially due to poverty. Indeed, Beast Masters make money very quickly. But this is only relative to Star Warriors and ordinary people. The problem is that if you make money quickly, you also spend money quickly. How can raising a beast be that simple? If you raise a goblin, he may eat less than an ordinary person. But raising something like a chattering dragon-blooded mad lion can deplete a beast master in minutes. Like Henry Chu's Heavy Beetle King. He is a big foodie and eats all the time. The key point is that the Heavy Beetle King is still huge and has a terrifying appetite. Who can afford it for ordinary people? Chen Fan now not only wants to raise the beast, but also wants to improve the combat power level and race level of the beast as soon as possible. Now there are only Xiaobai and Jade. If we go back and sign a few more beasts, it will be like burning money all the time. Signing up multiple beasts, helping the beasts improve their combat power and race levels, and then using the power of the beasts to feed back. Chen Fan's own star power is greatly improved. The ideal is very beautiful, but the reality is also very cruel. Without huge funds, we simply can't support it. Chen Fan wants to make money now more than ever. It's not easy to raise these little guys. After waiting in the rest area for half an hour, the names of Chen Fan and a group of people came over the radio. Chen Fan stood up, walked into a room under the guidance of the staff, handed in his smart equipment, and then received a card with the examination room number and examination number on it. Later, a group of people entered another room under the leadership of the staff. There are many desks in the room, with names and corresponding exam numbers written on them. Chen Fan found his seat and sat down. After a while, the bell rang, and an invigilator came in with a stack of papers. Where's the monster? Chen Fan glanced at the paper in the hands of the invigilator and had a vague feeling. He sees clearly. That's a paper, not a blank piece of paper. Really? The invigilator distributed the papers. Chen Fan opened the paper and took a look. His eyes widened. First question. What kind of food does the level 4 thorny wood demon like to eat? What kind of ingredients help the growth of level 4 thorny wood demon? The second question. Ironwood leaves are of no benefit to the man-faced demon spider's combat power level and race level improvement. Why does the man-faced demon spider like to eat ironwood spirit leaves so much? The third question. A level 3 fire-type fire python tiger enters the industry and defeats a water-type green water demon python of the same level? What the H.L.? Chen Fan's face turned dark. Chapter 38 Hand in blank. Looking at the questions on the paper, Chen Fan smiled proudly. I can't understand it at all. But why is there such a written test? The information I found on the internet before said that a living monster was used as an exam prop? Chen Fan stared at the test paper dumbfounded. If you guessed it correctly, if you can't pass the first level of this test, there should be no further steps. Chen Fan silently took the white scroll and stood up. Everyone was shocked. The exam has just started, and he has already finished it. Is there such a powerful genius in the world? Chen Fan walked up to the invigilator, put the blank paper on the podium, and said with a smile, "Teacher, I don't want to take the exam anymore. Can you refund me the registration fee?" The invigilator also laughed and said very politely, "Get out!" Chen Fan left the examination room in despair. The laughter in the examination room continued. 1.5W Alliance coins are just gone. Didn't even see a splash. Chen Fan put his hands in his trouser pockets and reluctantly walked to the assessment hall. An old man and a woman with glasses came in front. The old man was talking gently to the woman. Chen Fan took 2 steps to the side. The old man smiled and nodded at Chen Fan, and the two passed by. I was conquered by the written examination and cut off all escape routes. Chen Fan looked at the sky speechlessly, walked to the rest area of the assessment hall, and sat down. Just go home like this? A little unwilling. In the office, the old man who had passed by Chen Fan before took the document from the woman wearing glasses and sat down at the desk. Chen Fan didn't know that the old man was Mr. Zhang, who had treated Fang Qingqing before, vice president of the Donghai branch of the Animal Breeders Association. Zhang Hai looked at the pile of documents carefully and then signed them one by one. After some warnings, he handed the document back to the woman wearing glasses. Well, Zhang Hai sighed and said, "There have been more and more complaints about animal breeding recently. Those newly emerged animal breeding studios, after receiving orders, failed to breed the animals, but still had to deduct 1/3 of the money. No wonder the animal masters complained to the Animal Breeders Association one by one. Those bastards just get a breeder certificate and go around trying to trick people. It's the reputation of our breeder association that's ruining it." The woman wearing glasses comforted. "Don't be angry about these things. We are already coordinating with the Beast Masters Association." After chatting for a while, Zhang Hai remembered something and made a call. "Old Lu, help me find a Beast Master in your Beast Master Association." On the virtual video, an old man nodded slightly. "Oh, Lao Song? Who are you looking for?" Zhang Hai was silent for a moment and said, "I don't know the name, but he has 2 beasts. One is a ragdoll cat, and the other is a slime. Every Beast Master is registered in your Beast Master Association. It shouldn't be difficult to check. Right? Yes." After some operations on the computer, Lao Lu directly transferred the data. Next to the virtual interface where Zhang Hai and Lao Lu were talking, a full-body photo of Chen Fan appeared, as well as his name and other information. Lao Lu said, "This is a student who has just entered the Ares Academy. His name is Chen Fan. He just came from out of town. This morning, the Academy just sent us the information about these Beast Masters. I wonder if this is the person you are looking for. Did you really just come from out of town?" "Hey!" Zhang Hai narrowed his eyes. "It looks familiar. Seems like I've seen it somewhere." The woman wearing glasses next to her exclaimed, "It's the person who just gave you a polite way on the corridor." Zhang Hai's eyes widened immediately. "Yes, it's him." As he spoke, he waved to the woman wearing glasses. "Shaowen, use your mobile phone to call him. Quick. Maybe he hasn't left the Breeders Association yet." In the lounge area of the lobby, Chen Fan, who was bored, stood up. He just went to several departments of the Animal Breeders Association to protest the unfairness of the current assessment system. But he was kicked out. Staying here any longer is a waste of time. Chen Fan is ready to go back to school. At this time, the group of people who had taken the written examination together came out. When the group of people saw Chen Fan, they couldn't help laughing. "Brother, you haven't left yet? You don't study hard. You haven't learned anything. And you want to take the exam for the Beast Breeder Certificate? It's not that easy. I feel a little sorry for him. The registration fee is 15,000 Alliance coins. Little brother, you spent 15,000 Alliance coins to sign up and then came here to hand in a blank paper. Isn't that a little too willful? He is a fool. Even an ordinary Beast Master would not hand in a blank paper. Would he? The questions in the first written examination are only very basic questions. If you want to take the exam for the Beast Breeding Master Certificate, you have to work hard. Go back and study hard." Many people looked at Chen Fan and shook their heads. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention. Just then, his phone rang. Chen Fan dialed the phone, and on the virtual video in front of him, the bespectacled woman he met in the corridor appeared. "Hello. Are you classmate Chen Fan? It's me. Who are you? Great. Great. I am Wenqing Chen Fan, Secretary of Vice President Zhang of the Breeder Association. Are you still in the Breeder Association now? Ah. I saw it. You are still in the assessment hall? Yeah. I'm getting ready to leave. Classmate Chen Fan. Please wait a moment. Vice President Zhang and I will go find you now. We'll be there soon. Please don't leave. We'll be there soon.
A group of people nearby were stunned. What the HL? Does this guy who handed in a blank paper know the vice president of the Animal Breeders Association? The vice president wants to come to him in person now? After a while, several burly star warriors were seen clearing the way. And Zhang Hai and Wenqing strode towards Chen Fan.
Ha 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 ha.
Zhang Hai smiled heartily and held Chen Fan's hands directly.
Classmate Chen Fan. You made me search so hard.
Are you really having a hard time finding it? It's easy for you, the vice president of the Animal Breeders Association, to find me, right? Chen Fan blinked.
Come on. Let's go over there.
Zhang Hai directly took Chen Fan's hand and walked out of the assessment hall. Wenqing and several star warriors followed closely behind. A group of people in the hall were stunned.
You helped heal Qingqing's goblin. Right. To be precise, it was my beast-controlling emerald slime that helped heal me. It is a mutated slime. Although its attack power is not strong, it has a very strange ability. Slime? Right. Can you summon the slime and let me see it? Okay.
Chen Fan summoned the slime. Wenqing and several star warriors behind him all had extremely strange expressions. The person who is valued by Vice President Zhang is a beast master who signed a contract with slime? Slime. Can this thing be used as a beast? Skipping chapter 39 does not affect reading. Chapter 40 is Iron Rhino going crazy? Zhang Hai tilted his head slightly.
You guys, please retreat first.
Several star warriors at the back bowed and saluted, and then retreated. On the tree-lined road, only Chen Fan, Zhang Hai, and Wenqing, who was wearing glasses, were left. Zhang Hai walked around the slime and marveled.
To be honest, I have only seen such a mutated slime in information.
Chen Fan smiled and said nothing. Zhang Hai gave a slight signal to Chen Fan and walked towards the north direction of the Beast Breeders Association. Chen Fan waved to the jade on the ground and followed. Jade chirped, jumped high, and landed on Chen Fan's head with great precision. Looking at the scene, Wenqing behind him was dumbfounded. After a while, a zoo-like scene appeared in front. All kinds of monsters are locked in cages, different from the zoos that Chen Fan had seen before. The cages were quite large and almost all covered a small area of forest. Some of the monsters inside are taking a nap. Some are running around in high spirits. And some are actually training alone and crazily using various skills to attack some specially made wooden stakes. Zhang Hai glanced at Chen Fan and said,
This is a special place in the Beast Breeders Association. The beasts locked here have more or less problems. Some beast masters have some intractable diseases. Even the senior doctors of the Beast Breeders Association are helpless and can only slowly find ways to treat them. Some of the beasts were left here to recuperate because their masters passed away and were mentally traumatized. There are also beasts that have been abandoned by their masters. Abandoned by the master?
Chen Fan was surprised.
When I signed the contract with the beast master, I accepted the content of the contract very clearly in my head. So I knew that the party who took the initiative to terminate the contract would have to pay a heavy price. The beast master is the sole partner of the beast master. Some people are willing to pay a heavy price to abandon their own beast.
When he said these words, the jade on Chen Fan's head became obviously more nervous. Jade's size shrank a lot, tightly hugging Chen Fan's head. Not all beast masters can understand human speech. Most beast masters can only understand some relatively simple languages. However, when Chen Fan signed a contract with Feitsui, he discovered that Feitsui was very intelligent. Like Xiaobai, she could understand his words even without using her mind to communicate. Chen Fan gently comforted Jade. Zhang Hai sighed and said,
You will indeed have to pay a heavy price. The party who takes the initiative to terminate the contract wants to give up part of his soul power and star power to control the beast. If you give up your star power, you can still cultivate it back. But soul power is closely related to the beast controlling space. Once the soul power weakens, it is very likely to cause the beast controlling space to collapse. Even if it doesn't break down, problems may easily arise if I sign a contract to control the beasts in the future.
Chen Fan became more and more puzzled.
Just like this, someone still abandons his beast?
Zhang Hai smiled bitterly, but did not continue talking on this topic. He brought Chen Fan to a cage.
pointed to a beast inside and said, "This is a level 8 steel rhinoceros. Last month, its owner took him to the second secret realm of Dahai City. As a result, he was poisoned by one of the secret realms. The ray called Dark Demon Flower hurts the stomach. The rays of the Dark Demonic Flower are extremely weird. They ignore physical defenses and go straight to the internal organs. After the Iron Rhino's stomach was exposed to the rays of the Dark Demon Flower, he had diarrhea 3 times a day. After a few days, he was almost exhausted. It's only the 3rd day now. Look, you look like a worm lying on the ground. It's embarrassing to say that we have used all kinds of medicines, but now we can't help him stop the diarrhea." After saying this, Zhang Hai looked at Chen Fan with a smile. Monster name, Iron Rhino. Combat power level, level 8 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, wood. Monster weakness, gold. Racial skills, rhino crash. Rolling wood rolling. Steel wood cage. Wood thorn. Monster state, irritated. Weak, the stomach was hit by the rays of the dark magic flower, causing constant diarrhea and suffering. You need to take 1 thunder flame Tyrannosaurus ginseng, 3 pounds of fragrant grass, 2 green lotus fruits, and 5 pounds of silver. Hornbeam tree roots. Monster preferences, likes to be quiet, likes to eat ironwood, likes to watch TV. Potential level 4 stars. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze. When Zhang Hai told him that this was a special place in the Beast Breeders Association, he had roughly guessed the other party's intentions. Chen Fan patted the jadeite gently, and then said, 1 thunder flame Tyrannosaurus ginseng, 3 pounds of fragrant grass, 2 green lotus fruits, and 5 pounds of silver horn tree roots are given to me without any special method. Let him swallow it whole. Dysentery and diarrhea stop as soon as you eat." Zhang Hai's eyes flashed strangely, and he immediately said, "Shaolin, let someone find these things immediately." Wen Qing couldn't help but take another look at Chen Fan. Can such a young man really heal beasts? You know, although the injury suffered by the Iron Rhino was not fatal, it left a group of breeders and doctors from the Breeders Association helpless. Can he find a solution after just 2 glances? Doubtless. Wen Qing immediately made a call. When it comes to animal breeding materials, no family or force in the entire Dahai City can compare with the Animal Breeders Association. The things Chen Fan mentioned were not particularly rare materials. In less than 10 minutes, a star warrior and a doctor arrived carrying a package. Wen Qing said someone to put the things into the cage. In the cage, the Iron Rhino looked at those things and rolled his eyes. It was so exhausted that even if its favorite ironwood was placed in front of it, it would lose its appetite. Whoever wants to eat this bunch of miscellaneous things can eat it. Outside the cage, Zhang Hai and others were happy. Chen Fan raised his voice and shouted, "Big man, eat those things and your injuries will be healed." Huh? Iron Rhino rolled his eyes and glanced at the pile of gadgets in front of him with doubt. After hesitating for a while, the Iron Rhino began to eat Thunder Flame Tyrannosaurus ginseng and fragrance grass. Outside the cage, Zhang Hai and Wen Qing stared unblinkingly. 5 minutes later, the Iron Rhino swept away everything. After all, compared to its size, these things in front of it are too few. If it hadn't been for diarrhea, it could have been eaten in just a few mouthfuls. Gulu! Goyulu! There was an unusual sound in the Iron Rhino's belly. It rolled twice on the ground in a bit of pain. Wen Qing was startled. "President, that steel rhino seems to have a stomachache." Zhang Hai looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously. "Look at me. I'm useless. I only know that its injury will heal. How do I know if its stomach hurts? What should I do?" Wen Qing started to panic. "It seems to be getting more and more painful. Although the Iron Rhino has a gentle temperament, it can be very scary when it goes crazy. This cage can't stop a level 8 Iron Rhino." With that said, Wen Qing made another call. "Send a few strong men to the special treatment area. Cage number 9. Immediately. Iron Rhino might go crazy." Having said this, she glared at Chen Fan fiercely. The vice president was obviously deceived. At such a young age and just entering school, how could he possibly be able to heal beasts? This brat. You defrauded the Animal Breeders Association. If you say you're cheating, then you're cheating. You've driven this steel rhinoceros crazy. And even the Breeders Association will tremble. That's the level 8 Iron Rhino, known for its brute strength. If it runs wildly, it can collapse the buildings of the Animal Breeders Association even without using any skills. In the chaos, several figures with astonishing momentum rushed over quickly. The rest of the crowd dispersed immediately. Summon the beast to guard the 4 directions. Activate the power grid and don't let it break out of the cage. There were loud shouts. The few beast masters and star warriors who arrived immediately dispersed and looked nervously at the steel rhinoceros in the cage. Zhang Hai couldn't help but glance at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was very calm, with a green hat on his head and his hands in his trouser pockets, looking as steady as an old dog. At this moment, clatter! The iron rhino pulled out a huge pile, like a hill. Then, it roared up to the sky, laid down comfortably on the ground, and flicked its tail. Everyone present. Chapter 41. A Chief Master falls from the sky. A group of beast masters and star warriors who arrived all looked at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai looked at Wenqing. Wenqing's face flushed and turned red, and he was speechless. It was really rolling on the ground in pain just now. It felt like it was going crazy. Zhang Hai smiled and said to the doctor next to him, "The iron rhino feels more energetic in its current state. Can you go and see how its injuries are?" "Yes." The doctor nodded and prepared to enter the cage. But he saw the steel rhinoceros shaking his head and walking slowly towards the side. A group of beast masters and star warriors immediately became nervous again. Their strength is actually far above level 8 beast masters. If they want to kill the level 8 iron rhino, they don't need to join forces. One person is enough. But if you directly beat the beast that was entrusted here to death, it would not be justified. Therefore, we can only do our best to control the steel rhinoceros under the premise of protecting Zhang Hai and the surrounding buildings, lest this guy rush out and accidentally knock down several buildings. And controlling is much harder than killing, unless the beast master brought by the beast master has control skills. Otherwise, if you want to suppress the powerful steel rhinoceros with brute force, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Several beast control masters and star warriors spread out, secretly gathering strength. If the iron rhino really goes crazy, the only option is to maim it now. The steel rhinoceros walked to the cage, looked at Chen Fan, nodded in a friendly manner, and puffed out white air from his nose. Its eyes had already returned to calm. There is no evil aura around it at all. A group of beast masters and star warriors secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Hai immediately laughed. "You are not stupid. You know it was him who helped you. Hurry up and let the doctor check your body to see if there is anything serious." The iron rhino immediately lay down and opened its mouth. The doctor stood outside the cage, holding something like a flashlight and shining it back and forth on the iron rhino's mouth. Then a light blue light appeared in the palm of his hand, and he pressed it on the belly of the steel rhinoceros and felt it for a long time. Finally, he brought another instrument from behind and scanned the steel rhino's belly for a long time. "President, the energy of the dark demonic flower has not been detected." The doctor's eyes widened, and he said with great surprise, "The injury to the iron rhino's stomach has not healed yet, but the energy of the dark demon flower in its body has disappeared without a trace. Looking at it like this, it basically won't have diarrhea anymore. It only needs a few days of rest, and it should be able to be as active as before." Wenqing looked at Chen Fan. His mouth opened wide, and he didn't close it for a long time. Even President Zhang was helpless. And this young man just took a casual look at it, and then came up with a plan to solve it? Just a few relatively common materials were able to expel the energy of the dark demonic flower from the iron rhino's body? Zhang Hai glanced at the beast control masters and star warriors who had just arrived, nodded and said, "Everyone, it's okay. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back first." "You're welcome, Mr. Zhang." Several beast masters and star warriors saluted at the same time, and then left together. After receiving Wenqing's instructions, the doctor also pushed the instrument and retreated. After these people left, Zhang Hai took a deep look at Chen Fan and said, "Chen Fan, are you willing to join the Beast Breeders Association and become my disciple?" "President," Wenqing exclaimed. Zhang Hai added, "I know this is a bit abrupt, but I don't like to be around the bush. When you join the Breeders Association, you will become a member of the Breeders Association. You will have access to the huge resources of the Breeders Association, and you will be protected by the Breeders Association. Just obtaining the Breeder Certificate does not count as a member of the Breeder Association. There are actually differences between students and teachers, apprentices and masters, and I want to accept you as my disciple." Wenqing's eyes widened even more. She knew very well that Mr. Zhang's identity was not as simple as the vice president of the Dahai City branch of the Animal Breeders Association. How many children from aristocratic families wanted to be his students? But they were turned away by him. Mr. Zhang is now in his 60s and has never even accepted a disciple. Unexpectedly, he was so proactive and couldn't wait to accept this young man as his disciple. Has Mr. Zhang valued this young man's talent to this extent? "I do.
After a moment of silence, Chen Fan bowed her head and said,
Master, please bow to me, my disciple.
There are some benefits to watching more TV. Chen Fan had learned this posture of apprenticeship very well. But this time, the emerald on his head fell off. When Chen Fan just raised his head, Jade jumped back again. This time Jade held on tightly, almost like a diamond ring.
Ha 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 ha!
Zhang Hai laughed heartily and helped Chen Fan up.
Although we are master and apprentice, in modern society, we don't need to pay too much attention to those false etiquette. As long as you recognize me as your master in your heart, that's enough. Yes, master.
Chen Fan became more disciplined. There was no master-disciple relationship before, so it was okay for him to smile, now that he has become a master and apprentice. Although Chen Fan doesn't quite understand the rules and regulations of a master and apprentice, he is much more serious. The more Zhang Hai looked at Chen Fan, the more he liked him. He smiled so much that the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together.
Your child is really good. Very smart. I'm not talking about beast breeding or martial arts talent.
Chen Fan shrugged. When the other party mentioned the resources of the Breeders' Association and the words, protection, Chen Fan understood what it meant. Sure enough, ginger is still spicier when old. From the beginning, the old man didn't believe that the ability to heal beasts came from Jade. In fact, even if he really came from Jade, he would have no problem accepting Chen Fan as his disciple. After all, Jade is Chen Fan's beast. Zhang Hai accepted Chen Fan as his disciple. On the one hand, of course, it was for the sake of the Breeders' Association. It was only natural that the Breeders' Association recruit beast breeding talents. On the other hand, this also gives Chen Fan a big backer. Joining the Breeders' Association may not solve all your problems, but it can definitely avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. So Chen Fan just remained silent for a moment before decisively becoming his disciple. It's nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Before he and his beast masters reached a certain level of strength, Chen Fan could not have wished for such a person and forced to protect him. Seeing Chen Fan's posture, Zhang Hai patted him on the shoulder with great satisfaction and said,
I'll have someone change your identity in a moment. Yeah.
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. What identity change? Zhang Hai said calmly.
Change your foreign identity to a local identity. Is this okay?
Chen Fan was surprised. And then he said with a slight warmth in his heart,
Master, is this really okay? Why not?
Zhang Hai said proudly.
You just came here, and you don't know much about the Beast Breeders Association yet. You will know many things in the future. Now I can only tell you that the Animal Breeders Association is not a private organization. Do you understand? The energy of the Breeders Association is so great that you can't even imagine it. What's the point of changing your identity? Even if I change your identity to be my illegitimate son, it will be easy.
Why does this old man speak so harshly? Forget it. Once a teacher is always a father. Master and disciple are like father and son. It seems he was right. The words, illegitimate child, are really harsh. Chen Fan couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Zhang Hai looked at Wenqing again and said,
Shaowen, leave this matter to you. Don't let others touch it. You will go to the City Lord's mansion in a moment. I will contact you there later. Whether it's the God of War Academy or the Beast Controllers Association, all of Chen Fan's information should be revised and made clean and normal. For example, he is actually my apprentice in the Imperial Capital. He just came from the Imperial Capital a few days ago and had a quarrel with my master. So he pretended to be an outsider and went to the Blackened Forest to cause some mischief. Are you kidding? A newly awakened Beast Master can sign 2 Beast Masters in 3 days? That kid from the Chu family and Qingqing from the Fong family had such incredible talent. After they naturally awakened, the 2 families worked hard to help them successfully sign the contract half a month later. I got my first beast. Do you think signing a contract to control beasts is as simple as eating? There are monsters everywhere outside now. You run over and tell them, can I sign a contract with you and see if you get bitten to death?
Chen Fan grinned. This master is quite interesting. Wenqing held back his laughter and nodded with a straight face.
Yes, I understand.
Zhang Hai looked at Chen Fan again and asked,
what are the combat power levels of your 2 beasts?
Chen Fan said honestly,
Xiaobai's current combat power level is level 4, and Jade's current combat power level is level 3.
Zhang Hai was stunned for a moment. He has raised Chen Fan's talent to an unimaginable level, but now Chen Fan is still surprising him. Immediately, Zhang Hai showed an expression of,
sure enough,
and said to Wenqing,
look, my Zhang Hai student, the genius I brought from the imperial capital. It is normal to have such a terrifying talent. But a boy of 17 or 18 who just came from out of town signed a contract with 2 beast masters in 3 days. One at level 4 and one at level 3? Isn't this how Prince Hel and Pameng are dating?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment.
What do you mean?
Zhang Hai.
Only a ghost can believe it.
Chen Fan. Wenching. Chapter 42 Changing Identity? This all works. Zhang Hai patted Chen Fan on the shoulder again.
Don't worry. I will arrange everything. From now on, you can be low-key or arrogant.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and said humbly.
Master, you are not bragging. Are you? You are just the vice president of the Donghai City branch of the Beast Breeders Association. What if I get arrogant and get beaten to death? Boom!
Zhang Hai reached out and knocked Chen Fan on the head. But Chen Fan had jade on his head, and he didn't feel anything after being knocked so hard. Poor Jade was very dissatisfied and started to scream. Zhang Hai looked at Jade, smacked his lips and said,
You brat! You really dare to despise me. I said I allowed you to be arrogant, but I didn't say I let you go out and cause trouble, let alone kill people and buy goods. I just told you that you can be overbearing when you should be overbearing. We don't mess with anyone. But if anyone dares to mess with me, I'll hack them. When I was at my most powerful, I would chase and beat the 8th level masters, and I would point my nose at the 9th level masters.
Chen Fan.
Can you catch up with the 8th level grandmaster?
Zhang Hai. Wenching. Chen Fan.
Don't you dare to fight a 9th grade expert?
Zhang Hai. Wenching. Chen Fan.
I dare to just curse. I curse across the internet. With a keyboard in my hand. No one knows whether I am a human or a dog. I can turn my hands into clouds and rain. After I finish cursing, I will leave.
Zhang Hai. Wenqing finally couldn't help it anymore.
Chen Fan. Mr. Zhang is actually from the Zhang family, the most powerful beast breeding family in the Tang dynasty. He was only invited here by our Donghai City Beast Breeding Masters Association because of some events back then. In the past, Mr. Zhang was a consultant at the headquarters of the Tang State Beast Breeding Association, and he had a transcendent status. Even the legendary 9th level expert must be polite when meeting Mr. Zhang.
Zhang Hai touched his beard with one hand and waved it with the other.
A good man doesn't mention his bravery in the past. He is old. He is old. Why don't you mention it?
Chen Fan said with a dark smile.
The way you look, you clearly want her to mention it more.
Zhang Hai grinned.
You actually left me speechless.
Wenqing laughed with his face flushed, and then quickly apologized.
I'm sorry, President. I didn't mean it. Ha ha ha.
Zhang Hai laughed heartily.
This kid's shameless look is very similar to when I was young.
Zhang Hai realized something was wrong and immediately changed the subject and said seriously.
Boy, since you have become my apprentice now, I have to arrange some tasks for you today.
Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Chen Fan's shoulders and dragged Chen Fan back as he was about to run away. Seeing the funny looks of the old man and the young man, Wenqing said with emotion,
Mr. Zhang,
you have been in the Beast Breeders Association for so long, and it is rare to see you smiling so happily. You really got a pistachio.
Zhang Hai raised his eyebrows.
This kid is heartless and mean. To be honest, my old man really likes him. Alright, Xiaowen. Please go deal with the matter of Chen Fan's identity as soon as possible. I'll talk to him for a while.
Yes. Wenqing's face straightened. He bowed slightly and retreated. At this time, Zhang Haikai glared at Chen Fan and cursed with a smile.
Even if you know what I want you to do, you don't have to run so fast. Right? I'm not asking you to work in vain. No matter what the Breeders Association does, they will never treat you badly. If they treat you badly, I won't agree to it either. Just wait to collect the money. The prerequisite is that you have to do things well.
Chen Fan glanced at the endless
special treatment area
and said with a grimace,
Master, this is too much. I still have to go to school. School doesn't start until tomorrow. Do you think I'm an old fool?
Zhang Hai blew his beard and glared.
Go and find out the treatment methods for those injured or sick beast controllers, and send them to me one by one, and I will arrange for someone to treat them.
Chen Fan's eyes widened.
Master, you are slandering my apprentice in front of him, and you are taking my credit openly and openly. I work, and you take advantage of it?
Zhang Hai smiled half-heartedly and said,
If you want, I don't have to steal it. I will tell the Beast Breeders Association then that it was my apprentice Chen Fan who cured all the beast masters in half a day. No. No. No.
Chen Fan waved his hands hurriedly and said,
You just said that you would help me change my identity information. If you do it now, it will easily cause trouble. Give me the money, and I'll give you the name. The response is quite fast. Please write down the methods in more detail. It's best to also write down the functions of the materials. I also have to study hard.
Zhang Hai added,
Learn as you go. The problems of controlling beasts in the special treatment area. Enough for me to study for a while.
As soon as he accepted a disciple, he learned from his disciple. And Zhang Hai was probably the only one who could do it. Oh no! Li Sheng, the head teacher of Class 5 and Grade 3 of Ares Academy, should be able to do it too. Chen Fan opened the smart bracelet and added the old man's phone number and WeChat.
Let's go. Let's go for a walk.
Zhang Hai had his hands behind his back, full of energy and high spirits. Chen Fan was half a step behind and followed him. Zhang Hai said,
You will be in your 3rd year of high school as soon as you enter the God of War Academy. You only have 1 year of study. And this year is mainly about learning the training and fighting methods of controlling beasts. So you still have to accumulate knowledge about other beasts breeding by yourself. Tonight, I will send someone to send you some books and manuscripts compiled from my many years of experience in raising animals. Ability is ability. Just like beast control. Beast control has powerful abilities. But you still need to learn, train, and keep fighting. The same as you.
This time Chen Fan did not talk nonsense anymore, but nodded respectfully.
I understand. I came to the Animal Breeders Association to take the exam today, and I just handed in a blank paper in the examination room.
Zhang Hai stopped and looked at Chen Fan intently. After a while, he laughed and said,
Looking at the nonsense you told me before, and now you tell me such embarrassing things. You really recognize me as your master. Very good. I'm very relieved and happy.
Chen Fan opened his mouth and said after a while,
Master, I have only met 2 people in my life who are willing to believe in me unconditionally. Take care of me. And protect me.
Zhang Hai was slightly startled.
What?
Chen Fan whispered.
One is you, and the other is the director of the orphanage.
Zhang Hai was silent. After a while, he patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said,
A new journey has begun. Don't think too much and look forward. Maybe. Perhaps your parents disappeared because they came to Blue Star more than 10 years ago? Exclamation point.
Chen Fan's eyes widened. He really hadn't thought about such a thing. But now it seems that it is possible. So many people come here every year. Isn't it possible that his parents were here shortly after giving birth to him?
Chen Fan's heart was filled with huge waves. Seeing this, Zhang Hai comforted him softly.
You don't know how to find them. But with your talent, one day the whole world will know about it. I think when the day comes, they'll recognize you.
Chen Fan nodded slightly and said no more. After all, it's just a guess.
I will arrange for someone to come over and assist you in a moment.
Zhang Hai warned.
If you have any questions or needs, just come to her. I will go and apply for a senior animal breeder certificate for you later. After I have applied for it, I will send someone to deliver it to you.
Chen Fan nodded.
I need the Breeders Association to send me money as soon as possible. I am in urgent need of money now.
Zhang Hai was speechless for a while.
Okay, I'll let them do it as soon as possible.
Having said this, Zhang Hai looked at the distant sky and suddenly fell silent. After Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, he whispered,
Master, do you have anything else to say? Isn't it convenient for you to tell me?
Chapter 43 Flathead White Hair Silver Cloak.
It's not a matter of convenience.
Zhang Hai shook his head and said,
I'm just wondering if it's too early to tell you some things now. It's okay. Just tell me.
Chen Fan puffed up his chest and said,
This world is full of strange things. Strong men can fly to the sky and escape from the earth. And their power to control beasts is boundless. Even if you tell me that I am the reincarnation of the Monkey King, I will believe it. You have a beautiful idea.
Zhang Hai was a little speechless.
The Monkey King is here. I suspect that you are the reincarnation of the big horse monkey. Otherwise you wouldn't be talking nonsense all day long.
Zhang Hai touched his beard and said,
What I want to tell you is that of course I have selfish motives for accepting you as my disciple. I also have vanity. This is normal. But more is, well,
Zhang Hai sighed and said,
when many people come to Jian Square, they feel that they have traveled through time and are the chosen ones and the proud ones. But you have no idea how cruel the situation of human beings in this world is. You don't understand how much pressure we in Tang State are under right now. The world needs heroes and geniuses. In the eyes of ordinary people, if you can awaken, you are a genius. But that's not enough. Far from enough. We need the kind of genius who can change the world. Chen Fan interjected. Master, you think so highly of me. Zhang Hai. I'm not talking about you. I just mean this. Chen Fan. Master, this is so shocking to me. Zhang Hai was furious. Shut up. Why are you just talking about crosstalk? Chen Fan shut up obediently. Zhang Hai sighed and continued. How should I put it? Fan Qingqing is a genius. Yi Hao is a genius. And Chu Xian is the genius among geniuses. But it's still not enough. I don't know what they will become in the future. But they lack the domineering and amazing talent that emerges from the sky. They lack the energy that, how should I put it, will make you doubt the impossibility when you see it. In the future, they may become independent strong men and shock the whole world. But the people who can really change the world are people like Chu Qingcheng. One sword can conquer a city, and it's unparalleled in the world. Chu Qingcheng. Chen Fan had heard this name before. He seems to be a very important person. And he comes from the Chu family of Dahai City? Now that Master said this, it simply lifted the guy to the sky. Zhang Hai. When Qingqing told me about you, I kept thinking about it and couldn't sleep for several nights. Because this seems impossible to everyone. Including the fact that you now have level 4 beast control and level 3 beast control. This is the impossible energy I just talked about. When things go wrong, there must be monsters. When all forces discover a demon like you, they either want to take it for themselves, or they want to destroy it directly. And I and the people above are thinking about protection. This is what I've been thinking these days. Zhang Hai looked at Chen Fan seriously. Who can say that you are not the next Chu Qingcheng? Who dares to say that you will not be able to surpass Chu Qingcheng? You show me infinite possibilities. Chen Fan's expression also became solemn. Master, I just treated Fan Qingqing's beast. And you raised me to this height. My little heart can't bear it anymore. What do you know? Zhang Hai said proudly. I am the master of animal breeding. The prescription you gave Qingqing has allowed me to see things in it that were not originally in this world. When Qingqing told me about you and the recipe, I immediately thought of Chu Qingcheng. Although you are too far away from him now. Chen Fan. Master, you don't need to say the next sentence. Zhang Hai. What I want to tell you is that although this world is a world where the weak eat the strong, it is also a world where geniuses are protected. Especially our Tang country. We, the Tang state, suppressed the 3 major alien races and wiped out monsters from all sides with the power of one country. Every year, countless elites are stained with blood on the battlefield. And countless strong men are buried in foreign lands every year. We are still undefeated for more than 2,000 years. It's because there are so many ancient and modern beings supporting this world. And I hope, one day, you will become one of them. Then, take your beasts with you and support this world and the backbone of the human race. Chen Fan fell silent. Zhang Hai sighed and said, I know. It's too early to tell you this now. First, it puts too much pressure on you. Second, you haven't even integrated into this world yet. And you don't have a sense of belonging at all. But, Chen Fan, you can think about it. Why is this country called Tang? Why do I speak the same language as you? Why do we all have black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin? Because you and I, and everyone in the Tang kingdom, come from the same roots. Chen Fan raised his head. He saw boiling blood in Zhang Hai's eyes. He really couldn't fully accept what Zhang Hai said later, because he had not integrated in at all and had no sense of belonging at all. But Chen Fan changed his playful smile and said seriously, Master, don't worry. I will work hard. Zhang Hai nodded with satisfaction. The two of them walked and talked, and soon entered the depths of the forest. Suddenly, there was a banging sound not far away. Chen Fan took a closer look and his expression suddenly became strange. In a forest enclosed by a cage, a honey badger about 1 meter long was frantically attacking a wooden stake made of special materials, making the wooden stake bang. Monster name, Blue-Eyed Honey Badger. Combat power level, level 2. Race level, medium awakening. Monster attribute rock. Monster weakness water. Racial skills, crazy bite. Stone skin. Monster state sad. Monster preferences likes fighting. Non-stop fighting. Crazy fighting. Likes to be tapped on the head. Potential level 4 stars. Requirements for breakthrough to level 3. Evolution route 2. Brother Flathead? Chen Fan said a little surprised, looking at this desperate posture with a flat head, white hair, and a silver cloak. It really deserves its reputation. Zhang Hai glanced at Brother Ping too, sighed softly and said, I told you before that some of the beast masters in this special treatment area were abandoned by the masters. What? Chin Fan's expression moved slightly. It's no wonder that on the monster attribute panel, the flat-headed brother who takes a dim view of life and death and will do whatever he wants if he doesn't accept it, is in sad state. Zhang Hai continued. The honey badger's personality makes it difficult to become a beast master. He has an impulsive personality and is willful and stubborn. He is either fighting or on the way to a fight. For example, this one, even if it is only level 2, will dare to rush forward and fight to the death when it sees a level 3 or even 4 monster. If the beast master does not listen to the beast master, the consequences will be very serious. The green-eyed honey badger in front of me once disobeyed the beast master's instructions and rushed out to fight a level 3 wind wolf in the wilderness, which ultimately caused the beast master to be seriously injured. After this happened many times, the beast master finally despaired. In the end, the beast master paid a heavy price and terminated the contract. Chun Fan remained silent, just silently watching the honey badger attack the tree stump desperately, attacking the tree stump from various angles and refusing to stop. Zhang Hai added, "It works very hard." But, after the beast master terminated the contract with it, he released it into the jungle and placed it in the black ant forest. Unexpectedly, on the afternoon when it entered the black ant forest, it went crazy and attracted hundreds of iron-eating black ants. Densely dense iron-eating black ants surrounded it, and the corrosive acid of the iron-eating black ants covered its body with a thick layer. If I hadn't happened to save it, it might have been beaten to death. Chun Fan, then, you always brought it back to the Animal Breeders Association? Zhang Hai nodded slightly. This honey badger is very intelligent, much higher than ordinary level 2 monsters. It knows me, knows I saved it, and says H, low every time it sees me. Pity. On the one hand, the potential is too low, and on the other hand, it is too easy to lose control. The average beast control master simply cannot accept this kind of beast control. Chen Fan shook his head. In terms of potential, its potential is not low. At least not lower than Henry Chu's 3 beasts. Oh! Zhang Hai's eyes lit up. Can it be compared with Henry Chu's 3 beasts? Then I really made a mistake. At this time, as the two approached, the blue-eyed honey badger saw Zhang Hai. It leapt and stopped, walking towards the edge of the cage, making a purring sound from its mouth. Little one, we meet again, Zhang Hai said with a smile. I heard someone say that you didn't get into trouble during this period. And you are very good. It's really good. The green-eyed honey badger opened its mouth and seemed to smile. At this time, Chen Fan approached Zhang Hai and whispered, Master, please pat its head gently. What? Zhang Hai was stunned for a moment. The green-eyed honey badger is very domineering. It shouldn't allow anyone other than the beast master to pat its head. Right. But when Chen Fan said this, the old man felt itchy. He really stretched out his hand, passed through the grid, and gently patted the green-eyed honey badger on the head. Chapter 44, Beaten by Xiaobai. Puff, puff, puff. Zhang Hai's palm gently patted the blue-eyed honey badger's head. The green-eyed honey badger did not dodge, but narrowed his eyes slightly, looking like he was enjoying it. But soon, a hint of shyness flashed in its eyes, and it lowered its head. Then, it hesitated a little and was a little reluctant to give up, but still turned around and returned to the wooden stake where it originally attacked. Its eyes and movements were all seen by Chen Fan. There seems to be something wrong with this flat-headed brother who has a strong personality. Which flat-headed brother doesn't have a strong personality? The green-eyed honey badger in front of me has a strong personality and a strong self-esteem. But in the end, he was abandoned by the beast master. It is estimated that from that time on, it buried its heart deeply and did not dare to express its inner thoughts to others. Even though the master was its savior, and even though it liked being patted on the head, it still chose to leave and did not interact with people as much as other beasts. Chen Fan nodded silently. I don't know why, but I always feel that the green-eyed honey badger looks a lot like me when I was a child. When he was a child, he once thought that he was a child abandoned by his parents. While Chen Fan was still recalling, Zhang Hai's eyes widened. He just tried it boldly because he believed in Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, the green-eyed honey badger actually likes people to pat its head? Zhang Hai felt that all his research on animal breeding for so many years had gone into the dog's belly. It seems that he needs to learn from his apprentice. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly said, Master, please ask someone to help me open this cage. I will go inside and play. Have fun. Zhang Hai was speechless for a while. Whether it was a beast master or a star warrior, He had never seen anyone willing to play with the blue-eyed honey badger. Will it be willing to play with you? If you have to play, either you kill it, or it kills you. Take life and death lightly, and do it if you don't accept it. That's it. However, Chen Fan has a level 4 Beast Master and a level 3 Beast Master, so Zhang Hai is not afraid that he will be bullied by the blue-eyed honey badger. No matter how ferocious the green-eyed honey badger was, it was still only level 2, which was not enough for Chen Fan's 2 beasts to defeat. Zhang Hai made a phone call and called the animal care administrator to come over and unlock the cage. Be careful and summon the other beasts first, Zhang Hai whispered. In such a large animal breeders association, it only recognizes me. If others enter, they will be easily attacked by it. Master, don't worry, Chen Fan said calmly. In any case, I have already broken through to the first level. Even if I fight an ordinary level 3 monster with my bare hands, there won't be much of a problem. What? Zhang Hai was startled and stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan has 2 beasts, one at level 4 and one at level 3. It is normal for his star power to reach the first level. But the first level realm is not just about reaching the star power. It is also necessary to open up 8 main veins, open up at least 72 branch veins, and cast the star sea. Chen Fan just arrived at the God of War Academy yesterday. Is he already at the first level today? It's indeed the first level. Seeing the old man staring at him, Chen Fan laughed and said, After arriving at the academy yesterday, I asked teacher Li Sheng to help me apply in advance to open the basic training methods of the academy. And then under his guidance, it took a long time to break through to the first level. If you don't believe it, look. As he said that, Chen Fan's body shook, and he opened the 8 veins. The shadow of the pulse gate immediately appeared around him. Good boy. Zhang Hai slapped Chen Fan hard on the shoulder, almost knocking Chen Fan down. I didn't expect your talent in cultivation to be so terrifying and weird. Horrible and weird. How can there be such a description of a person's cultivation talent? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Zhang Hai laughed loudly and said, Okay, didn't you ask me to open the cage? It's open now. You go in. He let Chen Fan go in. But he didn't leave either. Instead, he sat down on the bluestone pier beside him. Chen Fan did not go in immediately. He took a few more glances outside the cage. The cage was huge, covering a large area of forest. There are not only many big trees inside, covered with flowers and plants, but also several rockeries and pools. In addition, wooden piles, made of special materials, are scattered throughout the small forest. Very good training venue. Chen Fan spent all his money to buy a long knife yesterday, but he hasn't found a place to try it yet. Xiaobai and Jade were also upgraded to 1 level of combat power by him last night, and they had not yet had time to master their strength and skills. I just want to use this Flathead Brothers venue to practice my skills. Chen Fan summoned Xiaobai, and then led Jade and Xiaobai into the cage under the dumbfounded gaze of the administrator. Hiss! Upon discovering that someone was intruding into his territory, the green-eyed honey badger, which was attacking the wooden stake, rushed over. The hair on its body stood up, and its eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. Meow! Not to be outdone, Xiaobai called out to the blue-eyed honey badger. The green-eyed honey badger was slightly startled. Even if the monsters don't know each other's level, they all have innate advantages, and can roughly feel the opponent's oppressive momentum. Xiaobai just shouted, and the green-eyed honey badger already felt an unimaginable threat. Hiss! The green-eyed honey badger barked threateningly at Xiaobai. Xiaobai rolled his eyelids contemptuously, and jumped out of Chen Fan's arms. A ragdoll cat and a blue-eyed honey badger immediately made eye contact with each other and assumed a fighting posture. Name of the beast, Ragdoll Cat Xiaobai. But after the race level was upgraded to medium awakening, Xiaobai's eyes would show scenes of brewing storms from time to time. In that storm, there was lightning and thunder, and the scene was terrifying. When Chen Fan accidentally discovered this last night, Xiaobai was shocked. At this time, Jade also jumped down curiously, laid down on the grass on the other side, and started watching the show. Hiss! Roar! I just want to torture everyone to death, or be tortured to death by you. The green-eyed honey badger is truly the king of arrogance. When other level 2 monsters faced level 4 Xiaobai, they would either tremble and huddle up, or turn around and run for their lives. The green-eyed honey badger in front of me is so good, it doesn't even take a step back. But what surprised Chen Fan was that the green-eyed honey badger in front of him was not as brainless and reckless as the master said. Although it didn't flinch under Xiaobai's power, it didn't just rush forward stupidly. After Xiaobai showed his power, The green-eyed honey badger began to slowly walk around Xiao Bai. It's looking for Xiao Bai's flaws and opportunities to attack. At the same time, the body of the green-eyed honey badger began to flash with white light. A layer of stone skin condensed on his body. Monsters of the same level, or even level 3, would probably have a huge headache when encountering this kind of thing. It has rough skin and thick flesh. And with such a layer of stone skin, it is difficult for ordinary physical attacks or spell attacks to cause much damage to it. Seeing this scene, Qin Fan was also slightly stunned. The intelligence of this green-eyed honey badger is indeed much higher than that of ordinary level 2 monsters. It can be seen from here that this green-eyed honey badger should also know how to seek good luck and avoid disaster. For example, if it knew that it could not defeat Xiao Bai, it would still retreat. So, why did the master say that it had ignored the safety of the beast master before and attacked the level 3 wind wolf like crazy? While Qin Fan was thinking, the green-eyed honey badger took the lead in attacking. Call! I saw it go around behind Xiao Bai, leap into the air, and rush toward Xiao Bai. Its body was still in the air, and its mouth was already wide open, as if it wanted to tear Xiao Bai into pieces. Crack! Xiao Bai didn't even dodge. He just turned his head casually, with electric snakes coiled around his little paws, and slapped out a paw, directly sending the green-eyed honey badger flying away. Bang, bang, bang! The green-eyed honey badger rolled over on the ground and got up a little dizzy. Xiao Bai slapped his paw, and the hair on his head was burnt. Stoneskin's defense is certainly very strong, but Xiao Bai's attack with lightning power is even more terrifying. Roar! The furious green-eyed honey badger quickly turned around Xiao Bai without even thinking, and attacked from behind again. Snort! Xiao Bai didn't wait for the green-eyed honey badger to rush in. His little claws flashed with dazzling light, and a lightning cat's claw struck out, with a bang, before the green-eyed honey badger could charge over. It was already blown away by the lightning cat's claws. A level 4 Xiao Bai, even with only 30% of his strength, is enough to crush a level 2 blue-eyed honey badger. Roar! The green-eyed honey badger was furious. His body shook violently, and the stone skin on his body became thicker. Then, it rushed towards Xiao Bai like crazy, as if it was not going to die. But this green-eyed honey badger only has 2 skills, Crazy Bite and Stone Skin. Crazy Bite is a melee skill. If you don't get close to the enemy, you can't cause any damage at all. Stone Skin is a very good defensive skill. This defensive skill is used on the rough-skinned and thick-skinned blue-eyed honey badger. It is even more powerful, and can almost ignore the attacks of many monsters of the same level. The problem is, Xiao Bai attacks with thunder attributes. Moreover, the power gap between the two sides is too huge. The green-eyed honey badger attacked again and again, and was beaten by Xiao Bai again and again until his whole body was covered in smoke. After fighting like this for a while, Xiao Bai felt a little unhappy. He turned to look at Qin Fan and meowed twice. She didn't want to play such childish games. She wanted to directly maim the blue-eyed honey badger. Qin Fan nodded slightly. Give it a little more strength. Xiao Bai screamed happily, and when the green-eyed honey badger attacked, he flashed behind the green-eyed honey badger. The green-eyed honey badger was also shocked when he discovered that the target had disappeared. Before it could react, Xiao Bai behind him was already a little angry and smacked down with his paw. Boom! The blue-eyed honey badger was knocked directly into the ground. Snort! Xiao Bai snorted softly, raised her head, and walked back like a little princess, jumping into Qin Fan's arms. Qin Fan stared at the big pit silently and said nothing. On the monster attribute panel he saw, the green-eyed honey badger had suffered considerable injuries, but it was not fatal. Moreover, in addition to sadness, the blue-eyed honey badger state also contains negative emotions such as pain, anger, frustration, and irritability. After a while, it finally regained its breath and crawled out of the pit. After climbing out of the pit, it glanced at Xiao Bai, who was held in Qin Fan's arms, and turned away bitterly. Really? Although this guy is tough, he is not an idiot. It knew very well that there was a huge gap between itself and Xiao Bai, and if it tried to run up, it would only be seeking death. Qin Fan nodded secretly. The current behavior of the blue-eyed honey badger seems a bit different from Master's previous description. The green-eyed honey badger rolled its eyes and took 2 steps to the side. Sudden, with a ferocious face, it pounced at Jade, who was watching the show at a very fast speed. Chapter 45. Looking at Brother Flathead. It's like seeing myself in the past. Gigi! Jade was startled and subconsciously opened her mouth. Call! The storm swept through, and the green-eyed honey badger was swept up into the air. After hitting the cage above, it fell heavily. After Jade's combat power level is increased to level 3. Her skill is no longer wind, but storm. As soon as the storm broke out, the whole forest was filled with flying sand and rocks. One by one, the wooden stakes were pulled up directly and banged against the cage crazily. Boom! In the dust that filled the sky, the blue-eyed honey badger fell to the ground and could not get up for a long time. It had been injured by Xiaobai just now, and now that it was thrown by Jade, the injury was even more serious. Although stone skin is a good defensive skill, it cannot prevent falling from high altitudes. After this fall, the green-eyed honey badger almost lost its ability to find Bay. Hiss! The green-eyed honey badger became furious. It doesn't matter if it can't beat a ragdoll cat with thunder attributes, but it can't even beat a slime? Do it! After regaining consciousness, the green-eyed honey badger began to circle rapidly around Jade. But Jade doesn't care about those tactics at all. As soon as the blue-eyed honey badger gets close, it will be a storm. Although the storm could not tear apart the green-eyed honey badger, it rolled it up again and threw it to pieces, which also made the flat-headed guy lose his temper. Hit Xiaobai. It can't get close at all. If you hit Jade, it will also be unable to get close. Finally getting close to the Jade, the green-eyed honey badger tore the Jade apart with one claw. 2 pieces of emerald flew out from both sides, then turned a corner and came together again. Slime is almost immune to many physical attacks. Even if it is torn into pieces, it can be put back together. Back then at the Qinqing River, Jade was the water gun of the blue-scaled demon fish that jumped into the river and swam in the river no matter what. Even if it was riddled with holes, it was still carefree and completely fine. The green-eyed honey badger looked at Jade and felt like he wanted to die. In the past, many people viewed it this way. Now, it looked at Jade like this, with a speechless expression on its face. What a slap in the face! After being stunned for a while, the green-eyed honey badger turned around angrily and got into the hole dug behind the rockery. It wants to be quiet. When Zhang Hai saw this, he smiled slightly, stood up, and said to the administrator, who was standing respectfully next to him, "The kid inside is my only disciple. His name is Qin Fan. Whatever he and his beast want to eat later, please help him buy whatever he wants. It's all on my account." "Yes, President." The administrator nodded respectfully. As soon as Zhang Hai left, the administrator's eyes changed when he looked at Qin Fan in the cage. At this time, Qin Fan had already started training. He asked Xiaobai to attack the thickest wooden stake. The wooden stake was more than 1 meter in diameter and had not been pulled out under the emerald storm. It was suitable for Xiaobai to use to train his skills. Jade, on the other hand, was placed in front of a thicker wooden stake by Qin Fan. Boom! Xiaobai's movements were extremely fast. As soon as Qin Fan turned around, she had already quickly rotated around the wooden stake, and then used the lightning cat's claw to attack the wooden stake. On Jade's side, Jade, under Qin Fan's command, shrunk the storm and blew it out at the wooden stake in front of him. Hoyalu! The storm swept through and dust filled the sky. But the pillar only shook slightly and was not pulled out of the ground. Jade turned her head a little depressed and glanced at Qin Fan. Qin Fan clenched his fist fiercely. Come on! At this time, the blue-eyed honey badger came out again after hearing the noise. When the green-eyed honey badger saw Xiaobai and Jade training, he immediately became angry again. He ran to the other side to find a big wooden stake, and started training with a ha-ha-ha. This guy has an unyielding spirit. Although it couldn't beat Xiaobai, it couldn't do anything to Jade. But it was training alone day after day, and it was obvious that it didn't want to be inferior to others. In the forest, that was a little messy due to the storm. A few little guys were beating the wooden stakes with bells and bells as if they were angry. At this time, Qin Fan also removed the long knife from his back. The weapons Zhao Xian and Pan Xiangdong bought were only 2,000 to 3,000 alliance coins. His knife cost 50,000 alliance coins. In the dormitory before, I didn't even have time to try out the knife. Qin Fan grabbed the handle of the knife and pulled it out of its sheath. Chang! The long knife is dark and has a perfect arc, with strange lines carved on it, shining with a faint light, giving people a sense of vicissitudes of life and simplicity. This sword is forged from dark iron and deep-sea iron marrow. The inscription master personally carved the inscriptions, and the formation master inscribed the formations. It is extremely powerful. Even ordinary star warriors or beast masters, as long as they can input star power into the long sword, they can cooperate with the inscriptions and formations to display the fierce and domineering sword energy. Chen Fan held the knife in one hand, and with a slight thought in his mind, the star power in the sea of stars poured into the long knife in his hand like a rolling wave. After opening up 8 main veins and 125 branch veins, Chen Fan's star power circulated at an extremely fast speed. I saw the long sword in my hand, and the light of the sword surged. Before the sword could be danced, a domineering aura spread out that could destroy mountains and destroy thousands of armies. Brush! Chen Fan took a step forward, still 2 meters away from the wooden stake in front, and slashed down with his sword. Above the long knife, a sword energy more than 2 meters long condensed out and hit the center of the wooden pile. Crack! The wooden pile cracked, split into 2 halves, and collapsed towards both sides. So strong! Chen Fan exclaimed. 30% of the strength is so powerful. 50,000 alliance coins. Not in vain. Chen Fan furiously activated his energy, cutting, peeling, slashing, chopping, and stabbing. His speed is getting faster and faster. The power is getting stronger and stronger. As the sword flashed, wooden stakes were split open and scattered on the ground. Hiss! The green-eyed honey badger on the other side was furious. I have already taken a step back, but you still have to push forward. You practice on my territory and keep destroying your home. The green-eyed honey badger hid behind the pillar and glared at Chen Fan. Although he was angry and domineering, he also knew very well that he could not beat the kid with the knife, the ragdoll cat, or the slime. Rushing forward rashly, there is only one possibility. Just split in half. In the heart of the green-eyed honey badger, an indescribable feeling of powerlessness suddenly arose. It doesn't like this feeling very much. This feeling makes it feel weak. Suddenly, Chen Fan, who was sweating profusely, stopped practicing his sword and called out to Xiaobai and Jade. Xiaobai jumped into the air and landed firmly in Chen Fan's arms. Jade also jumped 3 feet high and jumped onto Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan walked to the cage and said to the administrator waiting outside, "Hello, can you get me some food?" The administrator immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Master Fan, what do you want? Just ask. The president told me, whatever food or drink you want. No problem. It will be recorded in his account. Charge it to my master's account? That's okay," Chen Fan said without any politeness. He said a lot of food. Although these foods cannot allow Xiaobai and Jade to advance immediately, they are things that Xiaobai and Jade like to eat and are extremely beneficial to their cultivation. The administrator wrote them down one by one and made a phone call. After a while, a small truck drove over. 5 uniformed staff from the Animal Breeders Association moved piles of food, tables and chairs into the grass in the cage. All kinds of precious animal meats are spread out on the table. Countless rare fruits, with wonderful fragrance. The wind blew the fragrance away, and the green-eyed honey badger on the other side, who was still training, swallowed hard. It turned its head and looked here, silently took out 2 pieces of dried meat from the cave behind the rockery, sat in front of the wooden pile, and started eating. That is the food provided by the Animal Breeders Association. The quantity is limited every day, and it is not precious. But the green-eyed honey badger never complained. With a low combat power level, it has wandered on the edge of life and death countless times in the wilderness, and knows the cruelty of the wilderness. It is also grateful to be able to settle down in the Animal Breeders Association, eat, and live in other people's homes. The green-eyed honey badger smelled the fragrance wafting from the other side, and bit the dried meat hard. The fragrance of the fruit makes it unable to help but look over there. It has been a long time since it has eaten this kind of fruit that contains majestic star power. Suddenly, the green-eyed honey badger stopped and tilted his head slightly to its right. Jade crawled over at some point and was staring at the dried meat in its hand without blinking. The green-eyed honey badger blinked and pushed the piece of dried meat placed on the grass towards Jade. "Gigi!" Jade was a little excited, so she directly covered the piece of dried meat and started eating it. It ate faster than the blue-eyed honey badger. It swallowed the whole piece of dried meat in a few times, and then looked at the green-eyed honey badger eagerly. "Greedy guy." The green-eyed honey badger snorted softly, turned around and entered the cave, and took out 2 pieces of dried meat from inside. No more. Otherwise he would be hungry at night. Jade held the dried meat and nodded again. After finishing eating the dried meat, Jade turned her head and crawled back to where Chen Fan and Xiaobai were eating. It looked at Chen Fan, stretched out a small hand from its body, and pointed at a roasted whole lamb on the big table. Chen Fan smiled slightly, nodded, and took the plate with the roasted lamb off the table and placed it on the ground. 6 long tentacles popped out of Jade's body, grabbed a handful of various fruits on the table,
and put them into the belly of the roasted whole lamb. Then, it grabbed the big plate and dragged it towards the blue-eyed honey badger like a ship. The green-eyed honey badger stared at the large plate that Jade dragged over. This is a whole roasted wilderness blackbuck. It is also filled with all kinds of rare and exotic fruits. Chi-chi! She! 2 more hands emerged from the emerald body, tearing off 2 pieces of mutton, putting one piece into his mouth, and the other to the green-eyed honey badger. The green-eyed honey badger subconsciously glanced in Chen Fan's direction. But Chen Fan had already eaten, and was lying in the grass rubbing his belly. The green-eyed honey badger blinked, took the mutton handed over by Jade, and took a bite. It melts in your mouth, and your mouth is full of oil. Even when he was following the Beastmaster, the blue-eyed honey badger had never eaten such delicious meat. It wolfed down the piece of mutton in a few seconds. This time Jade didn't hand it any more meat, but just pushed the whole roasted lamb towards the blue-eyed honey badger. I'm full, and the rest is yours. Jade shook her head, jumped into the pool not far away, and started swimming like a flounder. Xiaobai and Chen Fan also ran to the pond. Xiaobai was lying on the side, and when he raised his paw, a lightning cat's claw hit the water. Zitsizi! The water conducts electricity, and Jade trembles all over due to the electricity. Chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi! Jade was so angry that he flew out and landed on Xiaobai's head. The 2 little guys started playing on the grass. Chen Fan laughed. On the other side, the green-eyed honey badger glanced at the guys fighting together, turned around and crawled into the hole. Chen Fan turned around, looked at the back of the blue-eyed honey badger, and suddenly stopped smiling. He seemed to see the back of his childhood. That back view is full of loneliness and loneliness. When he was a child, every time he saw other children playing with their parents, he would turn away silently. He didn't dare to look. He was afraid of crying. No one told him who his parents were. He doesn't even have a picture of his parents. He has never enjoyed that kind of family happiness. All he had was a metal sign hanging around his neck. On the sign, his name was written, Chen Fan. Sometimes, when he saw some children on the street being scolded or even spanked by their parents, he felt envious. However, he is a child without parents. In other words, he is a child abandoned by his parents. But he couldn't accept it for a long time. He didn't understand why this was happening. He has been free from illness and disaster since he was a child, and his limbs are sound. Why would his parents abandon him? Chen Fan felt very sad and angry. If a child calls him a motherless child, he will rush forward like this blue-eyed honey badger and beat him to death. After the beating, he would find a secluded place, wipe the wound alone, and be alone. Now, when Chen Fan looked at the blue-eyed honey badger, it was as if he was seeing his old self. He is cynical, treats everything with a ridiculous attitude, plays tricks, acts cheap, and acts rogue. After all, is he hiding his cowardice and loneliness? Chen Fan suddenly felt a little bored. He stood up, and with a sudden rush of star power, he quickly rushed to a wooden pile and punched the wooden pile several times, making the wooden pile bang. In the cave, the green-eyed honey badger poked its head out, looked at the crazy Chen Fan, and blinked. Chapter 46. My niece is the villain. Call! The emerald storm rolled up the green-eyed honey badger, threw it high, and dropped it heavily. The green-eyed honey badger fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Seeing this, Jade hurriedly crawled over, formed a small hand, and gently tapped the green-eyed honey badger. This time, they were not fighting, but having a friendly discussion. Within half a day, the blue-eyed honey badger not only acquiesced to Chen Fan and Xiaobai's training here, but also had a lot of fun with Jade. Even Xiaobai, who is as proud as a princess, will take a few fruits containing abundant star power in his mouth after training, and then play with the emerald and blue-eyed honey badger for a while. Not only did the green-eyed honey badger get closer to Xiaobai, she even didn't object to Chen Fan patting him on the head. However, Brother Flathead is still very arrogant. Every time Chen Fan invites him to eat with him, he refuses and silently takes out dried meat from the cave to eat. Chen Fan had no choice but to wink at Feisui every time, asking Feisui to drag something towards the blue-eyed honey badger. The administrator outside the cage saw the scene and was amazed. But it's getting dark. Only then did Chen Fan remember that his master had assigned him a task before. Although the task didn't say that it would be completed immediately, it still had to do some work. Jade! Come here! We have to go to work! Chen Fan stretched out his hand to greet Jade. Jade jumped down from the top of the green-eyed honey badger, chirped a few times, and crawled back. The green-eyed honey badger turned to look at Chen Fan and started biting the wooden stake again. But when Chen Fan took Xiaobai and Jade out of the cage and walked away, it stopped and silently glanced at Chen Fan's back. Suddenly, it glanced at the food left by Chen Fan and the others. The food was not finished, and the rest was placed on the long table. The green-eyed honey badger hesitated for a moment and walked over. When the administrator outside the cage saw this, he was about to step forward to stop him, but suddenly remembered Chen Fan's invitation to the blue-eyed honey badger before, and closed his mouth again. However, they saw the green-eyed honey badger circle around the table, then run to the other side, bring 2 large leaves in its mouth, then jump on the table, covering the food with leaves. Then, it jumped down and found a few more stones to hold down the leaves to prevent them from being blown down by the wind. Unimaginable. The administrator outside the cage saw this scene and sighed in his heart.
The president's apprentice can get along so well with this blue-eyed honey badger. Not only does this green-eyed honey badger not steal food, it actually protects it for him. How on earth is it done? This green-eyed honey badger only allowed the president to have contact with him before. Even if the president himself wanted to communicate with it further, he was rejected time and time again.
The other side. Chen Fan took Jade and Xiaobai along the way. Check every cage. There was a giant human-faced spider in a cage. The spider was being slugged wildly, so much that it became a little depressed. In a cage, there is a thunder-clouded leopard. It mistakenly ate a poisonous weed called bone flower in the wilderness. Now it has thorns on its bones and is dying. In a cage, there was a fire ape. Because his partner was taken away, he was depressed and refused to eat. There was also a piece of wood inside the cage. It was the wood spirit. It had fallen into an extremely weak state due to excessive extraction of the wood pith. Although there are natural disasters, most are man-made disasters. Chen Fan walked over to each cage and sent the problem and solution, as well as the corresponding cage number and monster, to Zhang Hai. This special treatment area is too big, but Chen Fan didn't expect to finish it in one day. Anyway, let's go in order. Along the way, the thundercloud leopard with the thorns in its bones was in the most difficult situation. The problems of other monsters were not serious problems of many monsters. They were just weird at best. Suddenly, Chen Fan slowed down. On the opposite side of the tree-lined path, a girl in smart clothes walked slowly with a gloomy face. Chen Fan frowned and stepped aside a little. He is not willing to deal with this kind of woman who likes a dark-faced woman all the time, even though she is quite beautiful. But when the girl walked up to Chen Fan, she didn't go directly over. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at Chen Fan up and down. That look. Chen Fan felt as if he had turned into a beast in the eyes of the other party, especially after the other party saw the jade on Chen Fan's head. His expression became even weirder. Who is this? Chen Fan glanced at the girl and wanted to go around, but the girl stood in front of him again.
Are you Master Chen Fan?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. A girl of similar age to myself calls herself uncle? By the way, Master said before that he would send someone over. It can't be her, right? Chen Fan frowned and said.
Who are you?
The girl straightened her chest and said proudly.
I am Bai Rouge. Uncle Grandmaster asked me to come here to help and learn from you at the same time. Oh, your master is my great-uncle. My father's master is your master's biological brother. Have you smoothed over this relationship?
The tone is aggressive. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes.
So, you are Bai Rouge.
Bai Rouge smiled slightly, his eyes full of contentment. Chen Fan shook his head.
I've never heard of it.
Bai Rouge's eyes flashed with anger.
I am your master's niece. Are you sure?
Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and said.
If you don't know, you might think you are my aunt.
Bai Rouge took a deep breath.
Uncle Grandmaster asked me to come over and help you, and learn from you by the way. I also want to see what you are capable of. How can you be my uncle and Grandmaster?
Where are Bo's disciples?
Chen Fan waved his hand and said.
There is nothing I need your help with here. I have nothing for you to learn. You go back.
With that said, Chen Fan walked past Bai Rouge. Xiaobai grinned. Jade also made a chirping sound. Bai Rouge's face turned green.
Your master beast is mocking me? Chen Fan didn't look back.
No. They complimented you on how beautiful you are.
Bai Rouge. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and followed Chen Fan.
Uncle Grandmaster asked me to study.
Chen Fan.
What to study?
Bai Rouge.
Learn to breed animals.
Chen Fan was stunned.
You want to be an animal breeder?
Bai Rouge said calmly.
All beast masters are beast masters. Those who cannot breed beasts are not qualified beast masters.
Chen Fan stopped and turned his head.
Why are you reciting tongue twisters? Then you can learn from me that the red carp family has a little green donkey named Litsuedu, and the green carp family has a little red donkey named Lu Lily. The red carp said that his family's Lichuchue was greener than the green carp's family's Lu Lily, and the green carp said that his family's Lu Lily was redder than the red carp's family's Lily Due. The red carp, the green carp, and the donkey later became friends. You repeat it.
Bai Rouge's eyes widened.
Are you really my uncle's apprentice?
Chen Fan shrugged.
It seems so.
Bai Rouge sneered.
I really don't understand why my uncle would accept a mentally retarded disciple like you. Hey, it's okay to bicker, but personal attacks are bad. Right.
Chen Fan's face sank.
You are disrespectful to my uncle. So aren't you afraid that my uncle will spank you?
Bai Rouge suddenly became furious.
Dirty!
Chen Fan waved his hand.
It's not enough to speculate. I'll tell the master and ask him to call you back. I haven't even said a few words. But in your eyes, I have become a retard and a scumbag. If I continue to say this, I will become heinous. I'm not going back.
Bai Rouge said with a cold face.
I told you. I'm here to learn from you.
Chen Fan let out a long sigh.
Is it interesting that I have to turn myself into a dogskin plaster when I have beautiful features?
Bai Rouge glared angrily.
You?
Chen Fan sighed again and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle.
Suddenly, I really want to write a novel.
What? Bai Rouge couldn't keep up with Chen Fan's out-of-the-box thinking.
Write a novel. What novel?
Chen Fan.
It's a fantasy novel. The title of the novel is My Junior Niece is the Big Villain. And he is also famous in Blue Star and is haunted by his beautiful junior niece.
Bai Rouge. This time, Bai Rouge stopped talking. But wherever Chen Fan went, she would follow him. Chen Fan was too lazy to answer and walked to the next cage while teasing Jade. This is a cage made of transparent glass. The cage is not a forest, but an ice house. In the ice house, there lies a level 4 three-tailed green fox. Seeing the three-tailed green fox, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. The monster attribute panel showed the data of the three-tailed green fox. These three-tailed green foxes accidentally ate a plant of Ninghua Shiji, and would go berserk and lose control from time to time. Therefore, the Beast Breeders Association placed it in this ice house to suppress the power of Ninghua Ji. The Ninghua Ji is very old, and the fire attribute star power in it is vast and unpredictable. The ice bank can only play a small role, but it cannot fundamentally solve the problem of the three-tailed green fox.
What did you see?
Bai Rouge raised his eyebrows and said,
Uncle, do you know what kind of monster this is? Do you know what's wrong with this monster?
Her title of Chen Fan changed from the previous Master Uncle to
Little Master Uncle.
Chen Fan ignored her at all and just turned on his smart watch, preparing to send a message to Zhang Hai. At this moment, the eyes of the three-tailed green fox in the cage flashed with fire. Its fangs exposed. A whirlwind swirled around it, and it rushed directly towards Chen Fan and Bai Rouge.
Boom!
The three-tailed green fox hit the glass and made a loud rumbling sound.
Presumptuous!
Bai Rouge shouted softly, and 3 magic formations immediately appeared in front of him. 3 beasts exuding ferocious aura crawled out of the magic circle.
3 level 5 beasts?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. The ones who appeared in front of him were the level 5.
Phantom Monitor Lizard.
The level 5.
4-winged Flying Snake.
And the level 5.
Black Iron Dragon Turtle.
What's the matter? Every time I meet someone these days, there are multiple level 5 taming beasts. Isn't it that for beast masters of this age, there are not many in Donghai City who have multiple level 5 beast masters? By the way, Li Shun told him before, the God of War Academy has 3 level 5 beast controlling students. Only Chu Xian, Fang Qingqing, and Yi Hao, the only people in Huanhai Academy who can compete with Chu Xian and the others, or who have reached this level, are Shen Hongxiu and Shen Tao Tao. There were also 2 people in Tianshan Academy. One of them provoked Henry Chu and was beaten by Henry Chu and was hospitalized. Li Shun did not name the other person, and the guy in front of him said that his name was Bai Rouge, not Shen Hongxiu. Chen Fan looked at Bai Rouge and tilted his head.
Are you a student of Tianshan College?
He wasn't worried at all that the three-tailed green fox would rush out. The three-tailed green fox would go crazy from time to time. If the cage couldn't lock it, it would have rushed out long ago. Bai Rouge smiled proudly.
Uncle Junior finally knows who I am.
Chen Fan also smiled.
I don't know.
Bai Rouge. Chapter 47. If you never leave me, I will depend on you for life and death. Chen Fan waved his hand.
Put away your beast control. You are very familiar with this place. Don't you know that the three-tailed green fox can't rush out at all? You just want to show off in front of me. Right. How can I show off?
Bai Ruge's face turned red. She really wanted to show off and scare this little junior uncle at the same time. Unexpectedly, not only Chen Fan didn't respond, but even the ragdoll cat and slime didn't react at all. Bai Ruge felt as if he had punched hard. But the punch was empty. He was indescribably depressed.
Well, wait a minute.
Chen Fan stopped Bai Ruge from taking back the Imperial Beast. He walked up to the
four-winged flying snake
and looked up and down. The four-winged flying snake raised its head proudly and glanced disdainfully at Xiao Bai in Chen Fan's arms and the emerald on his head. Xiao Bai felt the gaze and snorted softly.
What's wrong, little uncle?
Bai Ruge said with a half-smile.
Do you think my four-winged flying snake is awesome?
Chen Fan nodded.
It's indeed amazing. But you're a little too frustrated as a beast master.
Bai Ruge was choked to death by Chen Fan's words. If it had been anyone else, she would have kicked him over. But no matter how annoying this kid is, he is her senior uncle after all. So Bai Ruge could only stare. Chen Fan looked at the attribute panel of the four-winged flying snake and was speechless for a while. Because he found this four-winged flying snake is about to break through the racial level and is just one step away from breaking through. On the attribute panel, to break through the four-winged flying snake from medium extraordinary to high extraordinary, you only need to eat a lot of
7-star grass.
But the thing that the four-winged flying snake hates the most is the
7-star grass.
Seeing Chen Fan's frown, Bai Ruge couldn't help it anymore.
Little uncle, what are you looking at? I just asked you about the fox in the cage. What are you looking at my four-winged flying snake? It doesn't matter. It's normal that you can't figure out what's wrong with the fox. It's even more normal that you can't think of a solution in such a large animal breeders association. Except for the Grand Master, who has a way to temporarily suppress the flames in its body. Everyone else is helpless.
Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and said calmly,
For the sake of you calling me uncle, I will give you some guidance today. Uncle.
Bai Ruge clasped his hands on his chest and tilted his head.
I'm all ears.
Chen Fan said,
Let this four-winged flying snake eat 7-star grass. Eat a lot of 7-star grass. And eat as much as it can. Maybe one day it will evolve into a 6-winged flying snake. 7-star grass?
Bai Ruge looked at Chen Fan like a fool and said,
Young uncle, you may not know. I know. You snake hates 7-star grass.
Chen Fan interrupted Bai Ruge and said,
I hate it. But 7-star grass can help him improve his racial level.
The mockery on Bai Ruge's face disappeared instantly. Not many people knew that her four-winged flying snake hated 7-star grass. At least, Chen Fan definitely doesn't know. Because Chen Fan has never seen her before, and doesn't even know her name. Bai Ruge took a deep breath.
It seems that my junior uncle is indeed a bit capable. He can actually tell that my four-winged flying snake doesn't like 7-star grass. But if you eat a lot of 7-star grass,
you can improve your racial level. This is ridiculous. You are also a beast master. You should know very well how difficult it is for beast masters to improve their racial level.
Chen Fan glanced at Bai Ruge speechlessly. I help people improve their beast-controlling race level. But I have to pay for it. And it's a lot of money. Today I tell you how this four-winged flying snake improves its racial level. All for the sake of the old master. Do you really think you have a big face? Chen Fan turned around, looked at the three-tailed green fox in the cage, and sent Zhang Hai the method of treating the three-tailed green fox on WeChat. Bai Ruge wanted to come over to watch, but Chen Fan blocked him with his hand.
Uncle Junior, actually you don't have to do this.
Bai Ruge rolled his eyes and said,
Even if what you write is nonsense. As a junior, I can't really mock you.
Chen Fan looked up to the sky and sighed.
I understand what Master means by sending you here.
Bai Ruge was stunned. What do you mean? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said,
It's just to make it more difficult for me. To put it simply, it's just causing trouble for me.
You? Bai Ruge was so angry that his face turned pale.
Tired.
Chen Fan turned around and walked back.
Go back to school. Uh-huh. You're afraid of exposing your incompetence in front of me.
Bai Ruge took back the beast and followed. On the way, she pretended not to care and asked Chen Fan a few questions from time to time. Where does it come from? Why sign a slime to be a beast? Is your family very rich? Why did you become the uncle's apprentice? Why go to Ares Academy? When you come to Tianshan Academy, I will protect you. Chen Fan was so annoyed that he almost wanted to gag her. After a while, we returned to the blue-eyed honey badger. In the cage, the green-eyed honey badger was chewing on the wooden stakes. When it saw Chen Fan and Bai Ruge coming over, its eyes lit up. And then it trained even harder. The administrator came forward and said,
Young Master Fan, you have come back to see the eldest lady.
Miss? Chen Fan glanced at Bai Rouge. It's not big at all. When Bai Rouge saw the look in his eyes, her face turned red. Chen Fan didn't care about her. He waved to the administrator.
Uncle, help me open the cage.
Seeing Chen Fan walking to the cage door and preparing to enter, Bai Rouge was shocked. He stepped forward and grabbed Chen Fan.
Little uncle, what are you doing? You are crazy. You're crazy,
Chen Fan said impatiently.
I've been babbling along the way, and none of the matchmakers are as good at talking as you are. Step aside. I'm going in.
Bai Rouge dodged and stopped Chen Fan.
Uncle Master, that green-eyed honey badger is ferocious and violent, and has a very strong sense of territory. You will not be allowed to enter its territory. You are a cat in a slime, and it will tear you to pieces. Besides, what are you going in for?
The administrator hurriedly said.
Don't worry, Miss. The green-eyed honey badger has a very good relationship with Mr. Fan now, and will not hurt him. Besides, it can't hurt Master Fan's two beasts. They are much more powerful than it.
What? Bai Rouge looked at Chen Fan, and then at the blue-eyed honey badger in the cage. Can this guy get along well with the blue-eyed honey badger? What an international joke. The administrator also said that his two beasts are powerful. The slime may be immune to some physical attacks, but if he fights with the blue-eyed honey badger, he will only get beaten. Right. But since the administrator said so, Bai Rouge still stepped aside. Chen Fan glanced at Bai Rouge dissatisfiedly and stepped into the cage. Then, he was startled slightly and looked at the table covered with leaves. The administrator immediately whispered from behind.
It was the green-eyed honey badger that dragged the leaves to cover it.
A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. He took Xiaobai and Jade and walked straight towards the blue-eyed honey badger. Bai Rouge was worried about him, so she secretly gathered the star power in her hands and followed him. The green-eyed honey badger saw Chen Fan approaching and stopped attacking the wooden stake. Jade made a few sounds and jumped onto the back of the blue-eyed honey badger. The green-eyed honey badger muttered a few words, as if blaming Jade, but did not throw Jade away. Bai Rouge. Chen Fan walked up to the blue-eyed honey badger and slowly squatted down.
One person and one beast looked at each other strangely. Suddenly, Chen Fan laughed and said,
I'm going back. Come with me.
The green-eyed honey badger froze. Bai Rouge in the back, eyes wide open. What's the situation? Junior uncle actually wants to kidnap the blue-eyed honey badger? No, that's not the point. The point is, why could he take away the blue-eyed honey badger? Although this green-eyed honey badger is not sick, he is the most troublesome guy in this special treatment area. The green-eyed honey badger looked at Chen Fan and tilted his head slightly without any expression. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, glanced at Bai Rouge who was in the way, and started to prepare to sign a contract with the blue-eyed honey badger according to the method he learned on the Beast Control Forum. No, to be precise, he actually wanted to communicate with the blue-eyed honey badger through the spiritual connection he made when signing the contract. The system can directly sign the contract, which is simple and direct. But it was not appropriate to be seen by Bai Rouge and the administrator outside. Chen Fan had no choice but to follow the methods on the Beast Control Forum and start tossing around. Well, Bai Rouge looked at Chen Fan's clumsy look and felt very strange. It was so difficult to even get a contract. How did this junior uncle become a disciple of the grand uncle?
Shut up!
Chen Fan had a gloomy face and said while working,
Don't sigh in front of me.
Bai Rouge pursed his lips. After fighting with Chen Fan for so long, she finally regained control. After a while, under Chen Fan's instigation, the beast-controlling space array opened and the contract appeared. Two magic formations sandwiched Chen Fan and the blue-eyed honey badger.
Alas!
Bai Rouge sighed again and said faintly,
What a waste of effort.
At this time, seeing the contract and the magic circle appear, the green-eyed honey badger trembled all over. Its eyes were full of panic and nervousness. Chen Fan concentrated his energy and wanted to communicate with the blue-eyed honey badger's mind space. Woo! Woo! Yoo. There was only the sound of a little boy crying. Chen Fan was stunned. Underneath the stubborn and fierce appearance, is there such a weak heart? How much loneliness and pain has this little guy endured? Chen Fan was moved in his heart, stretched out his right hand, patted the green-eyed honey badger's head a few times, and then sent his thoughts over.
Follow me. You and I are actually very similar. When I saw your back before, it reminded me of my childhood. I know you. I understand your heart. I don't believe what they say. I don't believe that you are a beast master who doesn't care about the safety of the master. From the moment you treat Jade as a younger brother and sister, I understand that you are not who they say you are at all. Come with me, and I will give you a home. Jade and Xiaobai also like you very much. I have never seen them so close to other beast masters. They are stronger than you now, but I feel that when they are playing around with you, they are subconsciously enjoying your care and treating you like an older brother. Bring it on. If you never betray, dependent life and death I will.
After saying this, Qin Fan and the blue-eyed honey badger looked at each other, under Bai Rouge's dumbfounded gaze. The green-eyed honey badger's little claws gently pressed on the contract. Chapter 48. Bai Rouge is the daughter of the city lord. Bai Rouge was shocked. A beast master who has been hurt by others, and he is also a blue-eyed honey badger, will actually accept the contract invitation of a second beast master? What is this? Not to mention signing a contract with a beast master. This guy would go crazy and attack even ordinary people when he came near. There are so many people in the Animal Breeders Association, and no one can communicate with it except the Grand Master. Bai Rouge stared blankly at the green-eyed honey badger on the ground. At this time, the blue-eyed honey badger looked at Qin Fan and became gentler. It even smiled when Jade climbed on its head. You have such a strong personality and work so hard,
Qin Fan said softly. From now on, I'll call you Gonzi.
What the H.L. is this name? The green-eyed honey badger glanced at Qin Fan with dissatisfaction, but finally nodded. Jade chirped happily. Xiaobai glanced at Gongzi proudly and handed over a red fruit. Gongzi blinked, took the fruit, and grinned shyly. There are many kinds of fruits on the table, and this red lotus fruit is his favorite. Although Xiaobai was like a proud princess and did not play with it as intimately as Jadeite, she silently remembered such things. Gongzi glanced at Xiaobai gratefully.
Let's go. Let's go home.
Qin Fan waved and walked out of the cage. Xiaobai and Gongzi followed behind, like the second generals of Henga. Behind him, Bai Rouge's eyes widened. Qin Fan walked to the table and frowned. Most of the beast meat on the table is the meat of level 4 monsters. And there is also the meat of level 5 monsters. Those fruits of different colors are equally precious. This makes it embarrassing that he still treasures a lot of roasted level 3 monster meat in his beast control space. Before, he was still thinking about renting a house outside, getting out the monster meat, and selling it to make some money first. As a result, the meat of level 5 monsters here was eaten freely. This feeling reminded Qin Fan of a joke. Many years ago, a man smuggled many BP machines, was caught, went in, and squatted. But he never revealed the whereabouts of those BP machines. He hid those BP machines. In prison, he carried this hope with him. Many years later, he finally came out and couldn't wait to dig out those BP machines, preparing to make a big fortune. However, he discovered that in this era, everyone has a smartphone, and no one uses a BP machine anymore. Qin Fan now feels that he is that person. The level 3 monster meat in the beast control space is those BP machines. Never mind. There is no need to sell those barbecues in the beast controlling space. Let Xiaobai and Gongzi swallow it directly. Thinking of this, Qin Fan greeted the administrator waiting at the door and said,
Uncle, I haven't finished eating these things. I want to pack them up and take them away.
The administrator smiled and nodded.
No problem. You can send me the address later, and I will arrange for someone to send it to you.
Xiaobai rushed up to the table, threw a roasted pheasant to Gongzi, and threw a round fruit to Jade. Seeing Bai Rouge's eyes go straight, Xiaobai picked up a sausage and handed it over. Bai Rouge's face turned pale.
I don't eat sausages.
Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. If you don't want to eat, then you won't eat. Why do you need to get angry? Snort. Qin Fan also took a piece of fruit, took a bite, and then asked more.
Uncle, can I order more? I just did a lot of things for the Breeder Association, and I'm almost exhausted from exhaustion.
Bai Rouge stumbled and almost fell. Oh my god. I have never seen such a shameless person. What have you done? Where are you tired? I looked at the three-tailed fox outside the cage twice, and then came back. What did you do? The administrator said respectfully.
Yes. The president has given instructions, and we will try our best to meet your request. Thank you very much.
Qin Fan opened his smartwatch and picked out the pile of things on it.
Uncle, please write down these things. I want 2 of these. I can get 100 kilograms of this fruit for me. There is this.
This, not only Bai Rouge, but also the administrator was shocked. The administrator was sweating while recording, and his hands were shaking a little. When I go back to report the accounts to the president later, I wonder if I will be beaten to death by the president. For such a precious fruit, he buys it by the 100 caddies. The administrator swallowed hard. That's it. After adding the administrator on WeChat, Chen Fan felt refreshed and ready to return to Aries Academy. Bai Ruj hurriedly stopped him.
Hey, little uncle. Where am I? What should I do?
Chen Fan didn't look back.
You can do whatever you want. You are such a big person. You can go wherever you fall in love. You can do whatever you love. And you still have to ask me?
Bai Ruj was so angry that she stamped her feet. Watching Chen Fan walk away, Bai Ruj dialed Zhang Hai's phone.
Grandmaster. Junior Master. He's gone and said he's going back to school. He didn't teach me anything. And it looks like he doesn't know anything. When he abducted the green-eyed honey badger, he was scrambling for a long time to get a contract.
On the virtual screen, Zhang Hai glanced at the empty cage behind Bai Ruj, then withdrew his gaze and said,
Chen Fan signed a contract with the blue-eyed honey badger?
Bai Ruj nodded.
I don't know how he did it. But why did he sign a contract with this green-eyed honey badger? What kind of beast master can appreciate this kind of beast master?
Zhang Hai was silent for a moment. Bai Ruj added,
What's even more funny is that my uncle actually told me to feed Little Four Wings more 7-star grass, saying that it can help Little Four Wings improve their racial level. Isn't this nonsense? It is extremely difficult to improve the racial level, even if you get a large number of precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. You may not be able to achieve it. He actually asked me to feed Little C 7-star grass. Uncle Grandmaster, when did you accept this apprentice? I've never heard you say that before. Alas.
On the screen, Zhang Hai sighed and said,
Xiaogur, do you think that because you are the daughter of the Lord of Donghai City, you are above others and can act unscrupulously and disrespect your elders? You really disappoint me.
Bai Ruj is really the daughter of Bai Baiyu, the Lord of Donghai City. Bai Ruj's face turned red.
I don't have one.
Zhang Hai snorted and said,
What's going on with the 7-star grass and the 4-wing flying snake? Tell me the relevant details and don't miss a word.
Bai Ruj rarely saw Zhang Hai so angry. He was a little panicked and told everything about what happened outside the cage of the 3-tailed green fox. Zhang Hai was silent for a moment and said,
Go back and find some 7-star grass to feed the 4-wing flying snake. If it doesn't eat, stuff it in its mouth. If you don't want to stuff it, I'll ask your father to stuff it for you.
Zhang Hai's voice was very soft, but it had an indescribable power. Before Bai Ruj could speak, he had already hung up the phone. Bai Ruj was stunned on the spot. For so many years, Grandmaster has always treated her as his granddaughter. Unexpectedly, I got so angry today. Just for that inexplicable little uncle. Bai Ruj's eyes flashed with tears. He stamped his feet and left quickly. On the other side, Zhang Hai had already called Chen Fan.
Xiao Fan, school doesn't start until tomorrow. Why are you going back in such a hurry? I have already arranged a place for you to live in the Beast Breeders Association, as well as a training place for beast mastering. You can completely call this place your home from now on.
Oh, Chen Fan said.
The main reason is that I just came to the school and I want to get more familiar with the school. I took a look at the beasts in the special treatment area and sent you some of the treatment methods. As for the rest, I'm not in a hurry. It'll be nice to come over on the weekends from now on.
Zhang Hai nodded.
Okay, then you can go back. If something happens later, I will ask the Flying Beast to pick you up. Flying Beast?
Chen Fan's expression changed slightly.
Is it very fast? Hurry. Of course it's fast.
Zhang Hai smiled and said,
It's almost time to hula. Your pants are down at the God of War Academy, and you have already arrived at the Beast Breeders Association.
Chen Fan, Zhang Hai added.
What's going on with the 4-wing flying snake and the 7-star grass? The star power contained in the 7-star grass is extremely limited. If you want to stimulate a level 5 4-wing flying snake, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. It will definitely not work under normal conditions.
Chen Fan looked around and saw no one around before saying,
Bai Ruj's 4-wing flying snake must have reached the critical point of racial evolution, and it is just a critical step away from it. A large amount of 7-star grass can help it break through this bottleneck. I even suspect that if the 4-wing flying snake successfully evolves this time, it may evolve into a 6-wing flying snake. I know that the person Master arranged must be the person closest to her. Otherwise, how could he help her like this? You kid.
Zhang Hai smiled with wide eyes.
Xiao Gur actually has a pretty good personality, but she's just a little willful. I already scolded her before I called you just now. Next time she sees you, She won't dare to be so presumptuous. After Zhang Hai hung up, Fang Qingqing called again. It turned out that Fang Qingqing had already received the money from home and had been waiting outside Chen Fan's dormitory for a long time with the ice white python. Take a taxi back to school. When we arrived at school more than an hour later, it was getting late. As soon as Chen Fan got out of the car, countless people outside the school were shocked. A cat in the left hand and a honey badger in the right hand. The hat on the head is still glowing green. I have seen a beast master sneaking out weird beasts, but I have never seen a beast master sneak out so many weird beasts. Chen Fan didn't care about other people's eyes. After placing Xiaobai and Gongzi on the ground, he walked to the school gate in a swagger. He could have let Xiaobai, Jade, and the others enter the beast-controlling space. But these little guys like to wander outside and play, so he brought them all the way back. Sudden, Chen Fan's steps slowed down. Around the corner to his right, he saw a familiar red cloak. I saw Henry Chu walking out of the corner with the desert wind sculpture. When walking through the shadow of the big tree at the corner, Henry Chu pointed like a sword and waved it casually. Call! A sword energy flew out of the air and cut off the pillar supporting the big sign at the school gate with great precision. The sign with Henry Chu's portrait collapsed immediately, scaring a group of girls nearby into screaming. Henry Chu walked away with no expression on his face. Chen Fan. This guy is cutting himself. He also knows that it's disgusting to have his big photo hanging at the school gate. Poor Yi Hao. Henry Chu himself broke the sign of his photo, and the college teacher wrongly accused Yi Hao of doing it every time. Yi Hao, the scapegoat, is really unjust. By the way, Blue Star technology is so advanced, but there is no surveillance at the school gate? Or is it that the school leaders actually knew that it was Henry Chu who did it and deliberately removed the surveillance? Schools desperately want to promote their own school heroes. Maybe Henry Chu found it disgusting and boring and disagreed. Then, a brand that is constantly being repaired. A constant destruction of the sign. There is a tacit understanding between the two parties. It's just a pain for Yi Hao, the scapegoat. I feel tired for you. Chen Fan couldn't help but rolled his eyes and swaggered through the city with the three beasts. Returning to the dormitory. At the door of the dormitory, Fang Qingqing came up with the ice white python and smiled. His! Gongzi felt the oppression of the ice white python and directly activated stone skin, then rushed in front of Chen Fan and blocked the ice white python. Chapter 49. The Aggrieved and Pitiful by Rouge and the Four-Winged Flying Snake. Calm down! Chen Fan hugged Gongzi directly. This is a friend, not an enemy, so don't be nervous. Gongzi looked at Chen Fan, then at the ice white python, and scratched his head. Fang Qingqing's eyes widened. It is unimaginable for Chen Fan to use a slime as a beast. Why did I go out and bring back a blue-eyed honey badger? The green-eyed honey badger's defiant character is not suitable for being a beast master. Right? Chen Fan nodded at Fang Qingqing, used the smartwatch on his wrist to scan the sensor under the door handle, and entered the dormitory. Fang Qingqing also walked in with the ice white python. The body of the ice white python is a bit big, and as soon as it enters the room, it makes the room seem a bit crowded. Chen Fan frowned, glanced at the ice white python, pointed to the corner next to the window and said, Why don't you go squat in that corner? Cross your arms? The ice white python glanced at Chen Fan and turned away, looking too lazy to respond. Fang Qingqing quickly communicated with the ice white python, and the ice white python reluctantly crawled to the corner and coiled herself up. Xiaobai climbed onto the bed and turned on the TV with the remote control. Gongzi and Jade also jumped up, lying in a row, staring at the TV. Seeing this, the ice white python also crawled over. Meow! Xiaobai pointed his little paw at the corner next to the window. Madu. The fox pretends to be the tiger's power. The ice white python was so angry that it crawled back and coiled itself up. Chen Fan looked at Fang Qingqing. Have you collected all the materials? Fang Qingqing smiled bitterly and said, There is not one xuan fruit among them. It grows in that kind of glacier. The number is extremely rare. I searched for it on several beast-controlling shopping websites for a long time, but I couldn't find it. Only the people from the Fantasy Sea Pioneer group told me that it can be pre-ordered, and it will take 3 days to get it. 3 days later? Chen Fan touched his chin. The higher the level of beast control is, the more trouble it will obviously become. When the level is low, they are all ordinary materials. As the level increases, the preciousness of the required materials increases significantly. Chen Fan frowned and said, If it takes 3 days, time will be a little tight.
I'm afraid it may not be possible to raise its combat power level to level 6 before the arena competition.
In fact, if he has all the materials, he can finish it in only 2 or 3 days. But when it comes to acting, you have to do it all. Alas, being an actor is so tiring. After Chen Fan complained in his heart, he added, how about you let the goblins and silver moon blue feather birds come out? Maybe the materials to help them improve can be collected more easily. Call. The ice-white python gave up and rushed out from the corner, shaking its head at Chen Fan. Good? Chen Fan nodded.
I didn't understand a word of what you just said.
Fang Qingqing was immediately amused.
I told Qing long before that I wanted you to train it, and help it improve its combat power level. Now if you say you want to change it to Xiaobu or Inu, of course it won't be happy. Hey, you have quite a temper.
Chen Fan pointed to the corner.
Go and draw circles in the corner. Otherwise I will replace you with a goblin.
The ice-white python crawled back angrily. Because of his anger, cold air escaped from his body, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop a lot. Jade trembled and got under Gongzi's belly. Gongzi glared at the ice-white python in the corner, took the quilt over, and covered it in xiaobai. The 3 little guys got out of the quilt and watched the singing and dancing on the TV. The main palace of Donghai City. On the high tower, the city lord Bai Tianyu was carrying a sword on his back and looking quietly into the distance. Behind him, there is a row of men wearing armor. All of them are blooming with a powerful force that makes people dare not look directly at them. At this time, footsteps sounded from behind. Bai Rouge pouted and walked over.
Dad, I listened to the uncle today and went to see the junior uncle.
Tisk. Bai Tianyu turned around and frowned.
Uncle is just uncle. Why do you need to add a small word?
Bai Rouge said angrily.
He's about the same age as me. Maybe he's not even older than me.
Bai Tianyu said dissatisfiedly.
Even if he is younger than you, he is still your uncle.
Bai Rouge pursed her lips a little aggrievedly.
Dad, where did that uncle come from? Why have I never heard of you and Uncle Tai before? It came out of nowhere.
Bai Tianyu said in a deep voice.
You still want to find out the details of your uncle?
Bai Rouge felt even more aggrieved.
I just don't accept it. You are about the same age as me. He pointed fingers at me and yelled at me. In the end, I was scolded by the Grand Master. I was so angry. What else did he say? He asked me to feed little C 7-star grass. Presumptuous.
Bai Tianyu's face darkened.
Your great uncle already called me before you came back. I thought you had reflected on it on the way. I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant.
Bai Rouge almost burst into tears when her father slapped her so hard. Tian Tianyu sighed and said,
I usually have a lot of things to do, and I neglect to discipline you. But I never expected that you would be so arrogant and arrogant. Is your uncle's identity something you can just point out at will? Are you allowed to question your uncle's words at will? Go down immediately, and do as your great uncle says. If you refuse to feed the 4-winged flying snake 7-star grass, then let me do it.
Bai Rouge lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. She really couldn't understand why her uncle and father, who loved her the most, ignored her and blamed her. Isn't he just a kid who doesn't understand anything? Just because you are a senior uncle, you can do whatever you want? Bai Rouge turned around bitterly and ran away. Bai Tianyu looked at his daughter's back, hesitated to speak, and finally frowned and shook his head. This child was really spoiled by him. Tian Tianyu turned around and looked into the distance. His brows furrowed.
Except for that time when it was attacked by an insect wave, Donghai City has remained impregnable over the years. Occasionally, powerful monsters attack the city, and Donghai City can quickly eradicate them. But in the past few days, he didn't know why, but he always felt a little uneasy. Is it because of the dark force that Mr. Qin mentioned? Bai Tianyu didn't understand why the dark forces that Mr. Qin said had minions all over the world were targeting Donghai City. The strong men from the Magic City haven't arrived yet. Old Ding's injury to the beast has not healed yet. The progress of mining the Starstone veins in the 5th secret realm is also very slow. During the day, you felt extremely stressed and had a feeling of difficulty breathing. The night sky was filled with dark clouds. Storm is coming. Bai Rouge returned to his residence. After wiping away his tears, he asked 2 female servants to bring several large bundles of fresh 7-star grass, and then summoned the 4-winged flying snake. The 4-winged flying snake was also stunned. It looked at Bai Rouge, and then at Kix and Ko. Want to find out what's going on? The master doesn't want him to eat this thing. Right? You'd rather die if you eat this, Bai Rouge said angrily.
I don't want you to eat 7-star grass either. But the Grand Master scolded me. And my dad also scolded me. If you don't eat it, My dad will come over in person. Feed you. The four-winged flying snake remembered Bai Tianyu's methods and shuddered. It hesitantly approached the seven-star grass and began to eat the seven-star grass in big mouthfuls with the attitude of a strong man who would never return once the wind was rustling and the water was cold. Damn! It tastes terrible. This is costing my life. Little master uncle, who killed 1,000 swords. I didn't offend you. Why did you harm me like this? The four-winged flying snake ate the seven-star grass and cursed Chen Fan in his heart. Seeing its painful appearance, Bai Ruge's tears fell again. This is just great. The four-winged flying snake shed tears while eating. Bai Ruge shed tears while watching. The two female servants standing on the side have the urge to die. In this situation, should we cry together or not? If I cry, I don't know why I'm crying. If you don't cry, something seems wrong? The three of them just looked at the four-winged flying snake and almost vomited after eating bundle after bundle of seven-star grass. How much more do I need to eat? I really can't eat anymore. The four-winged flying snake looked at Bai Ruge in pain. Bai Ruge wiped away her tears and waved to the two servants. The two servants bowed and bowed before retreating. Bai Ruge sat down next to him. His expression dull. The four-winged flying snake swam over with its round belly, stood upright, and gently rubbed its head against her shoulder. Bai Ruge hugged the four-winged flying snake and shed tears again. She has never been so aggrieved in her entire life. It feels like the whole world has abandoned her. There was no one else to tell. All this is thanks to that bastard, Uncle Master. But the Grandmaster and her father were both there, and they didn't take her seriously at all. Bai Ruge thought bitterly and cut Chen Fan into pieces in his mind. Again and again. Time passed little by little. It was already late at night, but Bai Ruge was not sleepy at all. Sudden, the four-winged flying snake's body shook violently, and then rolled on the ground in pain. Damn it! Bai Ruge was shocked. There is something wrong with eating. If something happens to that dead Uncle Shao Si, I won't be able to spare you. Bai Ruge panicked, clicked on the smartwatch, and shouted, Dad, something serious happened to Shao Si. Please call the doctor quickly. On the ground, the four-winged flying snake was rolling around in pain and roaring continuously. Its scales are falling off quickly. Dots of starlight enveloped its entire body. Bai Ruge didn't notice that on the body of the four-winged flying snake, another pair of wings was slowly growing out. Chapter 50 Cultivation. The first orifice. When Bai Tianyu arrived, Bai Ruge was still in a sluggish state. His eyes straight, motionless. A senior breeder and doctor were examining the four-winged flying snake on the ground. Tian Tianyu's eyes moved from his daughter to the four-winged flying snake, and the corners of his eyes suddenly jumped. 6 wings. The flying snake that originally only had 4 wings gained a new pair of wings and became a 6-winged flying snake. At this time, the beast breeder stood up and said respectfully, City Lord, the eldest lady's beast master's racial level has broken through to a high extraordinary level and evolved into a 6-winged flying snake. Congratulations! Several talented beast masters in the 3 major academies, including Chu Xian, are only averagely extraordinary. The eldest lady, this beast master, should be the only high-level and extraordinary one among the geniuses of this generation. The doctor also stood up and said, The 6-winged flying snake is not seriously ill. It's just that he seemed to have eaten a little too much before. And then after the race evolved, he became a little weak. In the beast control space, you can recover after resting for a while. Bai Tianyu nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. The breeder and others bowed and retreated. Tian Tianyu waved his hand gently, and the servants in the room also filed out. When there were only 2 people and the 6-winged flying snake left in the room, Bai Ruge's face turned red. He looked at his father and said timidly, Dad, I seem to have really wrongly blamed my junior uncle before. Do you realize now that you were wrong? Bai Tianyu shook his head. Not only are you wrong, but you are absolutely wrong. Bai Ruge's face was full of shame, and he lowered his head. Then I'll call him and apologize? Bai Tianyu glanced at his daughter speechlessly, and said with a bit of hatred, You should go to the Ares Academy yourself. If you want to apologize, show your sincerity. Oh. Bai Ruge's face turned even redder. I know. I'll check on Little Four Wings tomorrow to see if it has awakened its racial skills. Then I'll go to Ares Academy the day after tomorrow. At the same time, Chen Fan was surfing the internet in the dormitory. Xiaobai and other 3 little guys are still watching TV. If other people's beast masters are not trained, they usually stay in the beast master space and only come out for a walk occasionally. The 3 in Chen Fan's family like to play outside
and only go to the beast control space when they sleep. After taking a sip of water, Chen Fan continued to check various materials on the Yusho shopping website. After getting 16W Alliance coins from Fang Qingqing, he immediately started collecting various materials. Xiaobai's combat power level is level 4, and his race level is medium awakening. Jade's combat power level is level 3, and her racial level is medium extraordinary. Gongzi's combat power level is level 2, and his race level is medium awakening. There is no problem with Jade and Gongzi's combat power level and racial level increasing, and the money is enough. But Xiaobai's combat power level increased, and he encountered some troubles. Xiaobai's materials from level 4 to level 5 are missing 2 items. One of the things called Raging Thunder Mystery, although the price is only over 3,000 Alliance coins. All websites show that it is out of stock. Chen Fan checked the information on this thing, and found that the Raging Thunder Mysterious Soul itself was not very valuable, and the environment in which it grew was relatively dangerous. Even if the average beast master knew that this thing existed somewhere, he would not be willing to take the risk to collect it. Therefore, this thing is relatively rare on the market. As for the other material, the name is Ling Long Du, which can only be reserved and the time is uncertain. It is estimated to take 10 days and a half. Spiritual Dragon Dew is actually the saliva secreted by the Handan Golden Horn Dragon. After sleeping for 7 days, the saliva secreted by the Handan Golden Horn Dragon after sleeping for 7 days is mainly used to heal the wounds of beasts, and the effect is surprisingly good. But saliva is difficult to preserve. After the saliva leaves the Handan Golden Horn Dragon, it can only be stored for about 4 hours before it loses its effect. Therefore, generally you can only queue up to make an appointment. Once the appointment is successful, the merchant will contact the customer to determine the saliva collection time. Chen Fan checked and found that there was only one Handan Golden Horn Dragon in the entire Donghai city. The beast master who owns this Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon is named Li Fingxing, and he is a student of Tianshan Academy. The Li family seems to be a big family in Donghai city with a profound foundation. Therefore, Li Fingxing rarely uses the saliva of Handan Golden Horn Dragon to make money. Many people who need this saliva basically have to pay a lot of money to come to him before he agrees. I want to pay a lot of money to come to my door. Chen Fan touched his chin. It's just a little saliva. No matter how expensive it is, it's not too outrageous. Chen Fan didn't really care how much it cost. However, Li Fingxing's attitude was quite high, and he was from Ares Academy, so the other party might not be willing to sell saliva to him. Chen Fan typed a message on Qindu. Tianshan Academy is acting vigorously. Then, his eyes widened and he cursed. Hack! It turns out that Li Fingxing, who possesses the Golden Horn Dragon of Cold Pond, is one of the 2 geniuses of Tianshan Academy alongside Bai Rouge. He is the person Li Sheng said, who provoked Henry Chu some time ago, and was beaten to the hospital by Henry Chu. Now, Li Fingxing may still be in the hospital. Trouble now. I don't know if that guy Chu Xian crippled the Handan Golden Horn Dragon. If it is disabled, its saliva may not be available in the near future. Even if he wasn't disabled, Li Fingxing probably wouldn't be willing to make a deal with people from Ares Academy. Right? This guy, Henry Chu, is ruining my good deeds. Sudden, Bai Rouge's appearance flashed in Chen Fan's mind. This niece is also from Tianshan Academy, and is one of the 2 geniuses alongside Li Fingxing. If Bai Rouge comes forward, he should be able to get the saliva of the Handan Golden Horn Dragon. But Chen Fan didn't like her niece very much because she was a bit willful. What's more, if Bai Rouge comes to visit him now, Bai Rouge may not pay attention to him, unless the old man master is allowed to come forward. Forget it. Let's wait a few days, and then talk about it. Chen Fan was a little helpless, and could only put aside the matter of increasing Xiaobai's combat power level for the time being. Anyway, raising the racial level can also greatly improve Xiaobai's strength. In the near future, I will help Xiaobai upgrade several racial levels. Maybe I can also help her evolve into a Phantom Thundercat, or awaken powerful racial skills. And considering the problem of team combat coordination, it is actually necessary to raise the combat power levels of Gongzi and Jade to the same level as Xiaobai as soon as possible. Chen Fan did the math. If he didn't help Xiaobai improve his combat power level in the past few days, 16W Alliance coins would be enough to help these little guys raise their race levels by 2 levels, as well as increase the combat power levels of Jade and Gongzi. It has been upgraded to level 4. But then, money is still needed. A lot of money. The higher the level of Xiaobai and the others, the more money they will need later. It seems like I need to go to the Breeders' Association to find something to do and make some money. Even if he helps people raise animals. It's not a big problem. Just like how he treated the three-tailed green fox and other beasts before. He gave a solution and put the name of his master Zhang Hai on it. And it was okay. Who dares to question Zhang Hai? When Qing had said before that the old man came from the strongest beast breeding family in the Tang dynasty. That is the famous beast breeding master. Anyway, if the Breeders' Association provides flying beast masters, running back and forth will not be too tiring. It's nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree. With the support of this master, many worries and troubles have been solved. As for an organization like the Animal Breeders Association, there is no shortage of business at all. And there is no need to publicize it at all. Thinking of this, Chen Fan found out the things prompted by the system one by one, and then added them to the shopping cart. Place an order and pay. Just waiting for it to be delivered to your door tomorrow. After doing all this, Chen Fan gently touched Xiaobai's head, and then said, "It's getting late. Little guys, go back to sleep." Xiaobai rubbed Chen Fan's hand and nodded. Gongzi dragged the quilt back and put it away sensibly, and then walked back. With a thought, Chen Fan sent the three little guys into the beast-controlling space. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the chair. It is not difficult to help Xiaobai and others improve. Even if some materials are difficult to collect, it is only a matter of time. But Chen Fan still has to rely on himself to practice step by step. The beast control can only feed him the majestic star power and soul power. But it cannot help him open his pulse or open his orifices. Chen Fan is now at the first level, and the first level. One level opens the 8 meridians. The second grade leads to 9 orifices. If you want to break through from the first level realm to the second level realm, you need to penetrate the 9 orifices, and then cultivate a cyclone in each orifice to connect with the sea of stars. The completion of the 9 orifices is the first grade 5th level heaven realm. At that time, with the Xinghai as the center, communicating with the 9 orifices, and constructing a spiritual formation diagram. Only then can one break through to the second level realm in one fell swoop. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the chair, turned on the computer on his wrist, and began to carefully read the basic exercises of Ares Academy. Along with the basic exercises, there is also a map of acupuncture points on the human body. There are 7 yang orifices and 2 yin orifices. The 9 orifices are like 9 stars, scattered in 9 locations on the human body. Only by opening the 9 apertures can one most smoothly absorb the star power between heaven and earth, and then use the star power to temper the body, strengthen the bones, reborn, and truly become a beast master with powerful combat power. Only after a certain number of apertures are opened can the star power be released and condensed into dragons, tigers, beasts, and various shields without passing through external objects. If one has opened the 9 orifices, it will be difficult for 5 horses to separate his body. Once you move your hands, thunder will roll in your muscles and bones. At this moment, Chen Fan thought of Chu Xian again. He is only a first grade and first level heaven now. Unless he uses the long knife he bought before, it will be difficult to condense the star power into a dragon, tiger and beast. But Chu Xian is already a first grade 5th level heaven, and it is very likely that he has opened the 9 orifices. So on the way back to school, Chen Fan saw Chu Xian pointing like a sword and using his sword energy to cut off the pillar supporting the big sign. When he met Henry Chu for the first time, in order to frighten the queen ant, Henry Chu also showed off his domineering momentum, which surprised a group of people. The first orifice is between the eyebrows. Chen Fan silently wrote down the location of the acupoints, as well as the formula and route for opening the acupoints, then closed his eyes and began to try to sense the acupoints between the eyebrows. Sensing acupoints can only be done through soul power. After possessing 3 beasts, not only did his star power increase steadily, but his soul power also increased a lot. However, Chen Fan's current soul power is still too weak and cannot be embodied and controlled like star power. However, the beast controlling space is based on soul power, so the enhancement of soul power will be displayed in the beast controlling space. Chen Fan could clearly feel the strength of his beast control space. After Xiaobai's combat power level increased to level 4, he could even see that the area of the beast control space was significantly larger. It seems that the more beast control contracts signed in the future, the higher the beast control level will be, and the beast control space will continue to expand outwards. The acupoint between the eyebrows. Chen Fan abandoned the distracting thoughts about the beast controlling space in his mind and silently sensed it. He seemed to be in a dark space, surrounded by nothingness. But vaguely, there seemed to be a strange force surging ahead.
Chen Fan wasn't in a hurry. He just tried his best to gather his energy and let his mind go blank. Sudden, in the dark and empty space, a little light began to appear. An orifice, like an interstellar vortex, appeared in his sight. Saw it. The first acupoint. Chen Fan concentrated his energy, activated the star power, and started to converge towards the first one along the meridians. Like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, the majestic star power merged into the acupoints and disappeared immediately. But after the interstellar whirlpool-like acupoints were integrated with the majestic star power, the light became stronger and stronger. Not enough. Star power is not enough, Chen Fan thought. And the star power in the sea of stars poured into that acupoint like a torrential flood. Boom! The sky was filled with twinkling stars. The first acupoint is opened instantly. Chen Fan just felt so comfortable all over his body. Chapter 51. If I become a legend, you will definitely be in my legend. Boom! There was another familiar roar in Chen Fan's mind. The third acupoint was penetrated. First grade and second heaven. But after this acupoint was penetrated, Chen Fan felt like his whole body was falling apart. His whole body was sore and limp. And he almost fell down from the chair. Outside the window, the sun has risen. After opening 3 acupoints in one night, Chen Fan's star power was exhausted and his whole body was extremely decadent. Opening meridians before the first level was much easier than this. That day he opened 8 main veins and 125 branch veins. And his star power had not been exhausted yet. And he was still alive and kicking. But this time, opening 3 acupuncture points in one night had exhausted his star power. You know, when they broke through to the first level realm that day, Xiaobai was still at level 3 and Jade was still at level 2. Later, Xiaobai and Jade's combat power levels and racial level improvements were fed back to Chen Fan's star power and soul power. When Gongzi became Chen Fan's beast master, he also gave Chen Fan star power in return. Chen Fan's current star power is much stronger than before he broke through to the first level realm that day. But even so, opening up 3 acupoints in one night without the help of any pills has reached the limit. Chen Fan stood up with some difficulty, fell directly on the bed, and fell asleep. This sleep, I slept until the afternoon of the next day. The call from the mailroom woke Chen Fan up. Chen Fan moved all the big and small bags into the dormitory. Then Xiaobai, Jade, and Gongzi were summoned. Xiaobai and Jade were not surprised to see so many things. After walking around in a circle, they went to watch TV again. Gongzi was very curious and kept following, watching Chen Fan's movements. Chen Fan took some snake meat to the kitchen and chopped it into pieces. The cat also followed the kitchen and watched everything curiously. It's easiest to improve your level. Let's help you increase your combat power level to level 3 first. While chopping the meat, Chen Fan said to Gongzi, later, after you have adapted to this power, I will help you improve your racial level. Gongzi's eyes widened, thinking that he might be mistaken. It had signed a contract with a beast master once before, and knew how difficult it was to improve its strength. It also knew that it would take a long time to improve whether it was combat power level or race level. How to improve the combat power level and racial level, so that according to the owner, it becomes as simple as eating a meal? It's really simple. When Xiaobai and Jade broke through from level 2 to level 3, it was extremely simple. Name of the beast, Guko the Green-Eyed Honey Badger. Combat power level, level 2. Race level, medium awakening. Beast attribute rock. Beast weakness water. Racial skills, crazy bite. Stone skin. Beast controlling state, curious. Happy. Beast controlling preferences, likes fighting. Non-stop fighting. Crazy fighting. Likes to be patted on the head. Potential level 4 stars. Requirements to break through to level 3, 15 pounds of snake meat above level 2. 2 strange rock crystal cores at level 3. 3 pounds of crescent grass roots over 20 years old. 15 points of energy. Steps for usage. Evolution route 2. The first one is the ordinary evolution route. Blue-eyed honey badger, wild honey badger, black iron honey badger. The second, hidden mutation evolution route. Blue-eyed honey badger, crystallized honey badger, fighting dragon honey badger. Chen Fan mixed 15 pounds of snake meat and crescent grass roots. Chopped it like stuffing for steamed buns. Put it in a large basin, and brought it to the hall. Gongzi followed out, with a curious look on his face. Come and eat. Chen Fan waved gently. Gongzi walked over, looked at Chen Fan, and then at the snake meat in the basin. It actually likes to eat the things inside. But after eating it, can it really improve your strength? Meow! Xiaobai and Jade both ran over. Xiaobai pointed to the meat in the basin
and signaled Gongzi to eat it quickly. Gongzi blinked and began to devour. More than 20 minutes later, under the command of Chen Fan, Gongzi swallowed up all the star power of the 2 level 3 rock monster crystal cores. In order to prevent mistakes, Chen Fan usually buys a few more crystal cores when buying them. However, Gongzi is very smart and cautious in every move he makes. He is not as reckless as the legend says. The power of the 2 level 3 rock monster crystal cores was absorbed by him in a short time. After doing all this, Gongzi looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes. Chen Fan smiled slightly, placed his palm gently on Gongzi's head, and input 15 points of energy. Gongzi's body shook. A look of pain appeared on his face, and his whole body was naturally covered with a layer of stone skin. But those stone skins shone with light and began to slowly turn purple. At first glance, the stone skin on its body looks like amethyst. Huh? Chen Fan let out a light sigh. He hadn't helped Gongzi upgrade his race level yet. But when Gongzi's combat power level broke through to level 3, like Jade, signs of the next evolved race began to appear. Can crystallized honey badger turn all this layer of stone skin into amethyst? I'm afraid it's not that simple. After the race evolves, in addition to improved defense, attack power will also be greatly improved. Huh? Chen Fan let out another chuckle. He saw that there was an extra skill on Gongzi's attribute panel. Lian Thrust. Spell skills. Chen Fan suddenly laughed. Before this, Gongzi only had 2 skills. Crazy Bite and Stone Skin. Stone Skin is a defensive skill, which is to put on a layer of rock armor. Crazy Bite. This is embarrassing. Even if there is no awakened monster, it should be able to use this skill. Right? Although Gongzi was ruthless and stubborn, when he first met Xiaobai and Jade, he couldn't get close to Xiaobai and Jade. The only melee skill is almost useless. Xiaobai stopped talking. Gongzi finally seized the opportunity and gave Jade a sharp claw. As a result, Jade was almost immune to most ordinary physical attacks. In that battle, the arrogant and domineering Gongzi also lost his temper. Now that the combat power level has been improved, Gongzi's attack power and maneuverability have been greatly improved with the addition of this Lian Thrust. With this move, you won't have to rush to the enemy and bite each other. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and used energy to help Gongzi increase his proficiency in Lian Thrust skill to 20. He didn't help Gongzi improve much. In terms of training, Gongzi is the most dedicated and hardworking. I'll go back and find a training ground for him. I guess he'll soon be able to raise his proficiency in leaving rock thrust to 70 or 80. At this point, neither Xiaobai nor Jade can compare with it. At this time, the power of Gongzi's feedback poured into Chen Fan's sea of stars. Chen Fan's body trembled slightly. He smiled bitterly, patted Gongzi's head gently and said, "Just give me a little bit of the star power that you can give me back. You don't have to give that much." Gongzi stubbornly rubbed his head against Chen Fan's feet, then raised his head. Chen Fan squatted down and said softly, "Thousands of years from now, if I become a legend, you will definitely be in my legend. Thousands of years later, if you become a legend, then I hope that I will be included in your legend." Gongzi looked at Chen Fan intently for a while, then buried his head in Chen Fan's palm. Not to be outdone, Xiaobai jumped directly into Chen Fan's arms. Jade chirped and jumped on Chen Fan's head again. Chen Fan touched Xiaobai and then patted Jade. "The words I just said are also for you." Chapter 52. The strength of the 3 beast masters increased sharply. But Chen Fan was a little uneasy. School finally started. Sitting in the last row of the classroom of Class 5, Grade 3 Beast Controlling Class, Chen Fan felt like he was in another world. The 8 meridians lead to the 9 orifices. The 9 orifices determine the 10 directions. The 10 directions converge on the spiritual platform, and the spiritual platform ascends to the gate of heaven. The gate of heaven saves life and death. Life and death enter reincarnation. Reincarnation can reach the sky, and reaching the sky can create legends. Star Warriors and Beast Control Masters have the same cultivation realm, and they are all divided into 9 levels. The first level opens the 8 meridians. The second level opens the 9 orifices. The third level determines the 10 directions. And the fourth level of the wheeling platform is divided into 5 heavens. If you want to break through to the first level realm, you must open up 8 main veins and at least 72 branch veins. Li Sheng stood on the podium and spoke passionately about the basic exercises of Ares Academy. The students listened attentively and wrote down the key points while listening. There are also many people who turn on their computers and check things out while listening. Chen Fan felt a little sleepy because Li Sheng had already taught him these key points. Moreover, I stayed up very late yesterday helping Xiaobai, Jade, and Gongzi to level up, because all the materials were not available. Xiaobai's combat power level was still level 4, but his racial level was upgraded to Advanced Awakening. After the racial level was upgraded to Advanced Awakening, Xiaobai's Thundercat Claw evolved into a Thunder Blade. After attacking with his claws, the former Thundercat claws turned into a crazy knife condensed with the power of thunder and lightning, which was extremely domineering. Jade's combat power level has been raised to level 4, and her race level has been raised to High Extraordinary. After being promoted to a high level of Extraordinary, the storm pattern on Jade's body became clearer. Chen Fan had a hunch that maybe Jade would evolve into a Storm Slime after breaking through from High Extraordinary to Low Lord. After the combat power level and racial level were improved, Jade awakened a skill, Water Dragon Roar, and the previous skill, Storm, also evolved into Storm Terror. This time, Jade, who originally felt that he had almost no offensive power, suddenly became extremely powerful. Jade has dual attributes of water and wind. This is the first time he has awakened water skills. Water Dragon Roar is undoubtedly one of the more powerful water skills. As for Storm Terror, originally, Jade's skill Storm was already very powerful. In the small forest of Gongzi, it once uprooted big trees, now transformed into Storm Terror. This skill should be able to tear the uprooted tree, enemy, directly into pieces. The emergence of these two skills directly allowed Jade to get rid of its mascot identity. Although he is still so cute, if he really uses his skills, he will probably scare a lot of people. However, it was too late, and Chen Fan did not test the current strength of Jade Shui and Xiaobai. Chen Fan just compared the skills of Xiaobai and Jade before going to bed, and felt that Jade still couldn't beat Xiaobai, because Xiaobai's Thunder Blade is not a physical skill. It can hurt Jade. As for Xiaobai's Lightning Flash, it is almost impossible for Jade to solve it. Even if Xiaobai is rolled up into the sky, Xiaobai can instantly escape from the storm through the Lightning Flash. This is a bit embarrassing. The current situation of Xiaobai and Jade is a bit contrary to theoretical knowledge. They have the same combat power level, but Jade's racial level is 3 levels higher than Xiaobai. As a result, Jade may still not be Xiaobai's opponent in a fight. After all, Xiaobai is too powerful and goes beyond the norm. Or is it that the current Jadeite is still too weak? Weaker than the taming beasts of the same level? Chen Fan thought for a while, and guessed that Xiaobai Lei's attribute might have an innate advantage, especially for these skills. The Thunder Blade is so fast and fierce that ordinary beast masters can't dodge it, so they can only take a hard hit, but they may not be able to withstand it. Lei Shan was even more perverted, dodging left and right. Even Chen Fan was dazzled. If there were a fight now, the cute Jade would probably only get beaten. As for Gongzi, last night, Gongzi's combat power level was upgraded to level 3, and his race level was also upgraded to Advanced Awakening. After the racial level became Advanced Awakening, Gongzi's skill, Li Thrust, evolved into Amethyst Thrust, and its skill, Stone Skin, has also evolved into Amethyst Armor. This made Gongzi so excited that he didn't sleep all night. He ran around in the beast control space, covering Xiaobai with a layer of amethyst armor from time to time, and almost annoyed Xiaobai to death. After being scolded by Xiaobai Miao Miao, Gongzi slept obediently. Chen Fan casually picked up a piece of paper and wrote down all the skills of Xiaobai and the others, preparing to go to the Breeders' Association training ground after school in the afternoon. The public training ground in the school was too small, and the dedicated training ground not only had high fees, but also had to queue up. Master Zhang Hai once said before that a special room and training ground were prepared for Chen Fan. There is also a flying beast pickup and drop-off service. Therefore, Chen Fan decisively chose to go to the Beast Breeders Association to train beast masters. A little uneasy, Xiaobai and the others' strength improved quickly, and Chen Fan was happy and worried. Now many people know that his ragdoll cat is level 3. If it breaks through to level 5 or even level 6 in less than 2 days, it will easily cause trouble. It seems that Xiaobai and the others cannot be allowed to show too much strength unless absolutely necessary. Now Xiaobai and Jade's combat power levels are already at level 4. And Jade's racial level has even been upgraded to High Extraordinary. If they join forces, it feels like they can defeat level 5 monsters easily. Gongzi is still a bit weak. Although he has rough skin and thick flesh, he is only level 3 after all, so he probably can't withstand the attack of level 5 monsters. Let's upgrade Gongzi to level 4 later. Gongzi possesses Amethyst Armor and is born as a tank. suitable for pulling monsters in front. During the battle, if Xiaobai were to put on a set of thunder armor, I wonder how powerful the defense would be. Chen Fan drew a triangle on the paper, and the front corner of the triangle was Gongzi. The two corners on the left and right are Xiaobai and Jade. It would be great if I could find a beast master with medical skills. Chen Fan drew several formations blindly on the paper. At this time, the back door of the classroom was pushed open, and Henry Chu, wearing a red cloak, walked in. The eyes of a group of girls were immediately locked on Henry Chu, and all of them looked like nymphos. The boys were extremely jealous, but there was nothing they could do about it. Henry Chu was so good that he had nothing to complain about. Li Xing immediately stopped the class, then smiled at Xian Chu and nodded. Xian Chu, you are here. Find a seat and sit down. A group of students. This is the first time I have seen a teacher be so polite to students who are half a day late. Henry Chu's face was dull. After glancing at Chen Fan, he sat down in the empty seat on Chen Fan's right. Chen Fan. Li Sheng saw the strange looks in everyone's eyes, smiled and said, You don't need to show such looks. Chu Xian naturally awakened 2 years ago, and is now a first level, 5th level heaven, and has 3 level 5 beasts. Not to mention the seniors in Donghai City. Even the freshmen and sophomores at Yusho University may not be his opponents. If the cultivation knowledge I am telling you now is considered the knowledge of the 3rd year of high school, Henry Chu is already learning the knowledge of the 3rd year of high school at least. Even if he doesn't come to class, the school won't say no. In Ares Academy, he has more than just this privilege. If you can have the strength of a 5th level heaven, or if you can have a level 5 beast master, you can also be so willful. The students were speechless. Why is the gap between people so big? Let's not talk about cultivation level. Most of us don't even have a taming beast now. But he actually has 3 level 5 taming beasts. Alas, this is the child from the next door family. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Li Shun clapped his hands and said, The beasts the school has prepared for everyone will be delivered soon. The students immediately became excited. Only some local students didn't react much. After a while, there was a burst of noise in the corridor. A group of staff came over pushing shelves one after another. On the shelf, there are strange silver-white eggs. Those eggs range from big to small. The small ones are only about a foot high, and the big ones are almost over a meter high. All the eggs seem to be made of a strange metal, with many small holes densely covered on them. Strange sounds continued to come from some of the small holes. Each egg is also labeled with information such as the person's name and student number. Every class was excited. The Beast Master has been delivered. Chapter 53. Huh? My identity exposed? Li Sheng waited for a group of students to make noise for a while before raising his hand. Quiet! Under everyone's gaze, Li Sheng picked up an egg and returned to the podium. As you may have guessed, inside this egg is the beast. The so-called egg is actually a house we forged using the star iron in the secret realm. These houses have formations inscribed by formation masters, allowing the beast-controlling cubs to meditate and rest. You can think of it as a low-end version of the beast-controlling space. A student in the front row raised his hand and asked, Teacher, can we sign a contract with this beast immediately after we get it? Li Sheng laughed again. How can it be so easy to sign a contract with Yusho? If you want to sign a contract with a beast, you must let the beast recognize you and accept you. Considering that most of our students here have just awakened as beast masters through awakening guidance and have not really started practicing yet. The beast masters given to everyone by the school are all beast master cubs. It's easy for beast controlling cubs to develop feelings and recognize you. I understand. In fact, everyone wants to sign a contract to become an adult beast master. Once you sign the contract, you can fight. Wouldn't it be great if you have strong combat power? But an adult beast master, or a powerful beast master, will be more intelligent. It will only choose a powerful beast master who can help it grow. So, abandon those unrealistic ideas in your mind. Take it one step at a time, and proceed step by step. A classmate raised his hand and said, Teacher, I signed a contract for a beast in the trial a few days ago. Will the school still give me a beast? After saying this, the classmate's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Zixiong. Many students around him showed expressions of admiration and jealousy. Chen Fan couldn't help but take another look at the guy. Li Sheng nodded and said, It will still happen. Although after sending it out, you may not be able to sign another contract with this beast in the short term. But you can cultivate more feelings. I'll sign the contract again when my cultivation level is high and I can sign a second beast. among the students here. Some of them did sign contracts to control beasts during the previous trials. This is normal. Everyone's talents are different, and their opportunities are also different. But I still have to emphasize that signing a contract to control the beast must match your own strength. For example, if you haven't reached the first level realm yet, and you encounter a level 4 monster in the wilderness, then running over and telling them whether I can sign a contract with you is impossible. It is 100% possible to become the other person's food.
The students burst into laughter immediately. Li Sheng added.
Xian Chu and the others awakened naturally at the beginning. After awakening, the people who signed the contract were powerful beast masters. However, it was only with the help of the strong men in the family that it took a lot of effort and time for the boss to really succeed. Ordinary people don't have this kind of talent, nor do they have this kind of resources. All you have is hard work.
Many people couldn't help but glance at Henry Chu again.
More jealous.
After we awaken and sign up to control the beasts, we must start with the cubs. He directly signed the powerful beast control. No wonder I now have 3 level 5 beasts. It's really a matter of comparing people to death. And comparing goods with goods. Li Sheng made a gesture and said,
now, the classmate whose name I read comes up to receive an egg.
A classmate immediately raised his hand and asked,
Teacher, can't we choose our own beasts? It's impossible. And it's not necessary.
Li Sheng said,
after you awakened, you all passed the talent appraisal, tested the attributes related to the beast control space, and registered the information. The beasts issued by the school are all selected based on your own conditions through data comparison and final screening. Even if it is not the most suitable beast for you, at least it is the beast that is more suitable for you at this stage.
The student said no more. It is definitely much better for professionals to help them choose based on computer data than for them to choose based on their own preferences. Li Sheng began to take the
eggs
one by one and distribute them. Many people couldn't wait to open the eggs. Lively and cute beast-controlling cubs immediately appeared in front of everyone. Many girls who have not yet received their taming beast are overflowing with maternal love and are holding on to other people's taming beasts.
Still mumbling.
It's so cute. So cute. I like this taming beast so much. Let's change it later. Okay.
Good.
The smart and well-behaved,
charming-eyed golden mink. The silly, saber-toothed cat. The weird, shadow demon fox.
Colorful and beautiful,
bantam flowers and butterflies.
The cute and silly,
bounce bunny.
The blood-red,
crypt spider.
That makes people's hair stand on end. The beasts one after another are dizzying to watch. There were constant exclamations and laughter in the classroom. And the screams of the monster cubs were also continuous. Seeing that his name hadn't been read yet, Chen Fan couldn't help but glance to the right. I saw Henry Chu drawing something with concentration on a piece of white paper. On the top of the white paper, there is a drawing of a dragon-blooded lion. The dragon-blooded lion is painted lifelike, and several skills of the dragon-blooded lion are written on the side. On the left and right sides of the dragon-blooded lion, there are 2 beasts. They are also painted very realistically, and their skills are also marked. At the bottom, there are 3 of Chu Xian's beasts: the heavy beetle king, the desert wind sculpture, and the dark-blooded stone man. Chu Xian connected these beasts one by one, seemingly calculating various tactics. It seemed that after Shen Tao from Huan Hai Academy came to provoke him that day, Henry Chu had been thinking of tactics to deal with him. Chen Fan couldn't stand it anymore and whispered,
"You are engaged in tactics and drawing beasts. Do you need to draw them so realistically?"
Henry Chu didn't even raise his head or speak. Chen Fan took a piece of paper and drew a circle, with Dragon Blood Crazy Lion written inside. Then he drew a circle below and wrote Heavy Beetle King inside the circle. After thinking about it, he drew another O, and then wrote the word
small
under the O. This thing means Beast Master.
Look, what's the difference between my casual painting and yours?
Chen Fan pointed to Chu Xian's painting. Henry Chu glanced at Chen Fan's miserable
painting
and continued to toss on his own painting. Chen Fan was a little speechless. Not only is this guy a piece of wood, he also seems to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. He pursues perfection too much. But no matter how much you pursue perfection, there is no need to waste time on making the beast so realistic. Right. Isn't this sick? If you use tactics like this on the battlefield, all your beasts will have been killed before you can even draw one of them. Chen Fan shook his head and turned his attention to Li Sheng in front of him. At this time, Li Sheng had distributed all the
eggs
and was telling a group of people in the front row about their beast control habits. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment.
Where's my beast? I've even taken off my pants. I've been waiting for a long time. Why is it that it's not my turn after the hair is finished?
He remembered very clearly just now that a guy pretending to be green asked if the school would give out beasts after he had won. Teacher Li Sheng clearly said that one would be given out. Why was I abandoned like this? Chen Fan raised his hand.
Teacher, I haven't received the beast control yet.
The whole classroom immediately became much quieter. Li Sheng glanced at Chen Fan and frowned.
I was just about to say something about you.
Chen Fan was stunned. I didn't offend you either. Why do you feel like I owe you millions that I haven't paid back? 2 days ago, you looked at me and smiled happily? Li Sheng sighed and said,
Chen Fan, your talent is indeed very good. So good that it makes people jealous. But you can't do this.
Chen Fan became even more depressed.
Teacher, where do you start talking about this? I am such an honest person. How come you say it is so heinous that I didn't rob a girl in the street?
Hearing this, Henry Chu raised his head. Li Sheng rolled his eyes and snorted coldly.
Are you honest? If you were honest, there would be no dishonest people in the world.
Henry Chu nodded silently. Chen Fan, you nod your head. How much do you know about me? Li Sheng continued.
Although you are very talented, you have one shortcoming. You lie all the time. This is too bad.
Chen Fan became even more depressed.
Teacher, please make it clear. Where did I lie so much? You made me a villain right after school started. I'm really hurt.
You're so hurt, Li Sheng said coldly.
You are obviously from the imperial capital. Why did you tell us that you came from out of town? You have obviously awakened a long time ago. Why did you tell us that you awakened during the trial at the proving ground?
The whole classroom was quiet. You can hear the needle drop. Chapter 54 Tactics for Defeating Shen Now.
Forehead.
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. How did I come to the imperial capital? The old master's energy has started to work. Have you changed all my identity information? It feels so exciting. I don't even know which direction the imperial capital is. It's easy to reveal my secret. You have to do some homework before you can.
Get it right.
Many students stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. They have all seen Chen Fan. After all, carrying a pig running wildly and then falling into a mine. They have only seen this once. And they can't remember it deeply. Chen Fan was silent for a moment. Then coughed slightly and said,
Teacher, compared to Donghai City, isn't the imperial capital a foreign place? What you said makes sense. But don't try to change the concept for me.
Li Sheng shouted coldly and said,
What we usually mean by outside is the world before we travel through time. Not other main cities outside Donghai City. You brat. You even lied to me. I've been the only one who has lied to others since I was a child. Others? Well, that's a far cry. Boy, your identity has been exposed now. The imperial capital has sent all your identity information. And Donghai City has also verified it. Now you still want to quibble?
Chen Fan blinked.
I will never quibble. I will confess and be lenient and start a new life.
Li Sheng. All the classmates. Chen Fan looked at Li Sheng silently and raised his right hand.
Okay. I'm showing off my cards. I am indeed from the imperial capital. But what does it matter? There is such a big sign at the city gate. If you come to Donghai City, you are from Donghai. Can I, a beast master, go to school in Donghai City? Sit down,
Li Sheng said angrily.
No one said you shouldn't go to school. I'm just unhappy with being deceived by you.
This is so resentful to say. Fortunately, you are not a woman. That's not right. Men's words are more scary. Li Sheng.
With your current strength, ordinary beast-controlling cubs are no longer suitable for you. You will follow me to the teaching office later. Your beast controller is there. Do you have a beast to control? It's good to have a beast to control.
Chen Fan sat down. The old master's energy is actually so strong. From the imperial capital. Please contact Donghai City directly. And it's so fast. In just a few clicks, he became a native of the Tang Dynasty's imperial capital. It is estimated that all the identity information has been modified. But looking at Teacher Li Sheng's behavior, you probably don't know that he is the apprentice of the vice president of the Breeders' Association. Right. Chen Fan felt much more relaxed. At this time, the nearby students, including Henry Chu, were staring at him.
Good boy. You are obviously a local. But you insist on pretending to be a foreigner. I thought your talent was so much better than ours. That's right. Let's all come together. We were still fighting with ants there. And you were running around with 2 beasts. My self-confidence was shattered by you. Well, I feel much better now. Hey Chen Fan. Where is the imperial capital? How does it compare with Donghai City? Why don't you go to school in the imperial capital and come to Donghai City? Are you a child of a big family who eloped with a girl from a rival family and ended up in Donghai City? Is it because you signed a contract with a low-level monster like Slime? So you were kicked out by the family?
Chen Fan showed a smile, gently pressed forward with the palms of his hands, then nodded, and said incomprehensibly,
"No comment."
TCH. A group of classmates laughed and cursed. When Chen Fan turned his head, Henry Chu was still looking at him silently. Chen Fan pointed to the painting he had just painted on the table.
"Just tell me, what's the difference between what I painted and what you painted?"
Henry Chu turned his head. "Damn it! You are just a piece of wood. Why can't I cure you?" Chen Fan crumpled up the paper on the table and threw it into the trash can in the corner 3 meters away.
Call.
The paper ball suddenly changed its direction, flew upwards, and fell into Li Sheng's hands.
Li Sheng spread the paper and took a look. Then came over, glanced at the paper on Henry Chu's table, then looked at Chen Fan inside. Chen Fan was confused. Li Sheng shook his head and said,
Look! Look! You are from the imperial capital, and you claim to be an extremely talented boy. Look! Your paintings are as good as heaven and earth compared to Henry Chu's. What do you think you're painting? Look at Henry Chu. His paintings can be held in art exhibitions.
Chen Fan. Li Sheng frowned and said,
Xian Chu, are you still studying how to deal with Shen Tao Tao?
Henry Chu nodded.
I am sure I can defeat him. But there are still problems with my tactics, which will cause at least one of my beasts to be seriously injured. I haven't found a better way yet. His.
A group of students around him, who knew the inside story, gasped at the same time. Shen Taotao's dragon-blooded lion has already broken through to level 6. And Shen Taotao also has 2 level 5 beasts. Henry Chu actually said that he was confident of defeating Shen Taotao.
As expected of my student.
Li Sheng nodded with great satisfaction, took the piece of paper from Henry Chu and walked to the podium, and then said,
I guess many of you know about Shen Tao. It just so happens that Henry Chu hasn't thought of a good tactic right now. So let's study it together. Let's talk about the specific incident first. Shen Taotao is a genius from Huanhai Academy. He is a member of the Shen family, a large family in Donghai City. His cultivation level is only slightly weaker than Chu Xian's, and he also has 3 level 5 beasts. Originally, Shen Taotao faced off against Henry Chu many times, but was quickly defeated. It turns out that Guy's dragon blood lion broke through to level 6 a few days ago. So far, among the third-year seniors in the 3 major colleges, only Shen Taotao has reached level 6. Then, he came to our God of War Academy to provoke us. It's simply unreasonable.
Li Sheng sneered and said,
Shen Taotao broke the balance, so he wanted to take advantage of Chu Xian and his beasts to break through, seriously injuring Chu Xian and their beasts, and further widening the gap. If Chu Xian and his beast masters are injured, the time for future upgrades will inevitably be delayed. On the other hand, once Chu Xian and his beast masters are injured, Shen Taotao will surely sweep the entire competition in the 3 major colleges competition in 2 weeks. Humph. It's a pity that my teacher saw through this conspiracy at a glance.
Henry Chu raised his hand and interrupted Li Sheng.
Teacher, please tell me tactics.
Li Sheng coughed awkwardly and nodded. He drew a few circles on the blackboard, and then wrote the names of the beasts, as well as their combat power levels, skills, etc. inside the circles. Then he drew 2 more O's and wrote the word small under the 2 O's, which represented Shen Taotao and Chu Xian respectively. Chen Fan, Chu Xian. After the painting was completed, Li Sheng said,
Normally speaking, a difference of 1 level in combat power level does not mean crushing, because the race level and skills of the beast master must also be taken into consideration. Assuming that Henry Chu has a beast with a higher racial level than the dragon-blooded mad lion of Shen Nao, then if a level 5 with a higher racial level fights against a level 6, he may not lose. If Chu Xian's beast taming race level is several levels higher than Shen Taotao's beast taming race level, Chu Xian's level 5 beast taming race might even directly crush Shen Taotao's level 6 beast taming race. Or maybe Chu Xian's beast control has the ability to restrain the opponent's beast control. Then there is still a chance to win this battle.
But, Li Sheng glanced at Henry Chu and said with a heavy expression,
None of what I just said is true. Before this, the combat power level and race level of Shen Taotao's beast control and Chu Xian's beast control were all on the same level. Chu Xian's ability to defeat Shen Taotao mostly relies on his own strength, the use of tactics, and the cooperation of controlling beasts. Now Shen Taotao's beast control has broken through to level 6, which is equivalent to breaking the balance. The combat power level is from level 1 to level 5, which is the normal level. After level 6, you will be at the elite level. The span of improvement at this level is actually very large. Chen Taodao's beast control has broken through from level 5 to level 6. In a sense, you can regard it as his beast control, which has broken through 2 combat power levels in one go.
The whole place was in an uproar. Many students who didn't know much about these things looked at Henry Chu solemnly. They were almost the same at first. But one of the opponent's beasts suddenly increased its combat power by 2 levels. How to fight this? But Henry Chu actually said that he could beat the opponent. Isn't this legendary genius a bit too much? Chapter 55 How to Break the Situation.
Since then, it is too difficult to use a level 5 Beast Master to fight against his level 6 Beast Master.
Li Sheng looked solemn and continued.
But it's not that there is no chance of winning.
Everyone's ears pricked up, and their eyes widened. Li Sheng pointed at Shen Taodao's 3 beasts and said,
First, let's talk about the situation of Shen Taodao's 3 beasts. Chen Taodao's first beast, a level 5 chicken dragon, with fire attributes, has 4 skills, namely Flame Shield, Fire Pillar, Tearing with sharp claws, and Pecking with sharp beak. Chen Taodao's second beast, a level 5 Night Saber, has a Shadow attribute and has 3 skills, namely Fang Attack, Shadow Spinner, and Shadow Arrow. Chen Taodao's third beast, a level 6 Dragon-Blooded Mad Lion, with a fire attribute. It has 4 skills, namely Flame Dragon Fireball, Big Flame Fire Bullet, Flame Flurry, and Mad Lion Bite.
A girl said a little strangely.
Teacher, do you know about Shen Taodao's newly upgraded beast controlling skills? Of course,
Li Sheng said with an arrogant smile.
That kid likes to show off and pretend to be smart. I got someone to give him 2 glasses of wine and tricked him out. Right. Why are you looking at me like this? I'm here for Ares Academy. Do you know how much I paid?
All the classmates. Li Sheng snorted softly.
Listen carefully to the lecture. Fighting with masters at this level will be of great benefit to your future training and fighting.
The classmate who said that he had signed a contract with the taming beast raised his hand and said,
Teacher, I see that 2 of Shen Taodao's taming beasts are both fire attributes. So if Chu Xian has a water taming beast, is that right? Can you control his beast? This is a good question.
Li Sheng nodded and said,
In fact, this course will be taught in the future. You must understand that the restraint of beast-controlling attributes is not absolute. The so-called restraint can only be said to have more advantages in a sense. It does not mean that water-type beasts of the same level can easily defeat fire-type beasts. Some fire attribute skills will definitely be a little less effective when compared to water attribute skills. But it's not as big as you think. The skills possessed by the Beast Master, the proficiency of the Beast Master's skills, the arrangement of the Beast Master's tactics, and the cooperation between the Beast Master and the Beast Master are all very important. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and there are many factors involved in victory, defeat, and even life and death. Don't be careless because of your beast-controlling attributes. So, we have to keep training to control the beasts. And at the same time we have to keep practicing ourselves and keep fighting. I'm going too far. We'll talk about this topic later. Continue to talk about the battle between Chu Xian and Shen Taodao.
He pointed at Henry Chu's 3 beasts with a wooden stick and said,
Everyone, take a look at Henry Chu's 3 beasts. The first beast is a level 5 Heavy Beetle King. It has a wood attribute and has 3 skills, Brute Force Collision, Vine Cage, and Sharp Blade Shearing. The second taming beast is a level 5 Desert Wind Eagle, with dual attributes of wind and sand. It has 2 skills, namely Wind Blade and Sand Storm. This is the only dual attribute taming beast among the 3 major academies. I'm wrong. There should be one more now. It's Chenfan Slime. That slime has both wind and water attributes. The third beast is a level 5 Dark-Blooded Stone Man with earth attributes. It uses 3 skills, Falling Stone, Obsidian Armor, and Light Rock Technique. Chu Xian's beast control is relatively special, because in addition to being highly intelligent, the Stone Man is in human form. So in addition to the 3 skills mentioned above,
Chu Xian also taught him the hammering method, even if he does not use the above 3 skills. With this skill, the dark-blooded Stone Man swings a sledgehammer, and his attacks are also extremely terrifying.
A classmate immediately raised his hand and asked,
Why does Shen Taodao's level 5 beast taming have 3 skills, while Chu Xian's Desert Wind Eagle only has 2 skills?
Li Sheng said patiently,
There are no strict restrictions on what level of beast control and how many skills it has. Different races, different beast control, have vastly different skills. It's normal for level 2 beast masters to have 3 skills. It doesn't mean that the higher the level, the more skills you have. Your Beast Master now has 2 skills. Maybe it can have 3 skills after upgrading the level. Maybe it still only has 2 skills. The key still depends on how powerful and practical the skills are.
Li Sheng continued.
Don't underestimate the skills of the Sand Sculpture and Desert Wind Sculpture. With just these 2 skills, they can already kill many beasts of the same level.
Chu Xian. Chen Fan grinned. He also made fun of Chu Xian's Desert Wind Sculptures, which are simply called Sand Sculptures. Li Sheng continued.
You know, this is a flying beast. The mobility of a flying beast is very powerful. If you want to deal with a flying beast, theoretically you can only rely on the flying beast. Otherwise, your only way is to defeat or kill the flying beast master. But Shen Daoao doesn't have flying beasts. And the Desert Wind Eagle skill Sandstorm can just restrain Shen Daodao's 2 fire attribute beast skills. So before he faced off against Chu Xian always occupied a big advantage. The advantages, whether it's fire breathing, flaming dragon fireballs, big pyrotechnic bombs, or raging flames dancing in front of the sandstorm, they are all useless. Of course, what we are talking about here is under the same level of circumstances. Now that the dragon-blooded crazy lion has reached level 6, the power of its skills has been greatly improved. If skills like the Great Fire Bullet are used properly, it is very likely to knock down the Desert Wind Eagle in one move. In the past, when Chu Xian and Shen Daoao were fighting against each other, they could use the Desert Wind Sculpture to suppress the dragon-blooded lion. But now that the dragon-blooded Mad Lion has broken through to level 6, the opponent of the dragon-blooded Mad Lion must be replaced by other beasts. After all, the Desert Wind Eagle's defense is relatively weak and cannot withstand the attack of a level 6 dragon-blooded Mad Lion.
With that said, Li Sheng explained all the skills of Shen Dao's 3 beasts and Chu Xian's 3 beasts. Then, he said loudly,
now, the 6 beasts are here, and I have explained their skills clearly. Everyone uses their brains to see how to organize tactics. Although most of you have not yet mastered a beast, let alone fought with one. But you have played online games, right? Just treat this battle like an online game.
All the classmates. Obviously, Teacher Li himself didn't think of a good response. Everyone started talking and expressing their opinions, but no one has come up with a good solution. For most people, even if Li Sheng has explained each skill, they have no idea about how strong level 5 and level 6 beasts are, and how different they are. How can we find good countermeasures? Even if the plan proposed by the 6 first-level players in Class 5 was directly rejected by Li Sheng, but the atmosphere of the discussion made Li Sheng very satisfied. At this time, a classmate in the front row finally couldn't help it anymore.
Teacher Li, if you keep talking like this, is there really no way to defeat Shen Daoao?
The stick in Li Sheng's hand pointed at Henry Chu's other 2 beasts.
First of all, if you want to compete with the level 6 Dragon Blood Mad Lion, you can only join forces with the level 5 Heavy Beetle King and the level 5 Dark Blood Stone Man. The 2 beasts, Henry Chu, have super strong defenses. If they join forces, they can actually compete with the level 6 Dragon-Blooded Mad Lion. At the beginning, these 2 beasts relied on their strong defense to ignore the attack of Yi Hao, another genius of our God of War Academy, and chased Yi Hao to the sky and into the earth.
As soon as he said this, Yi Hao poked his head in from the door.
Teacher Li, you insult me and slander me like this, and I don't accept it.
The whole class was shocked. Chen Fan couldn't help but take another look at Yi Hao. Li Sheng was also stunned.
Yi Hao, why are you everywhere?
Yi Hao rolled his eyes and walked to the back, sat down next to Xian Chu, and then said,
I came over to discuss with Henry Chu how to deal with Shen Daoao. I heard you mocking me as soon as I came here.
Li Sheng said seriously.
Yi Hao, you wrongly blamed me. I'm just telling a fact.
Yi Hao was furious. Li Sheng continued.
I just mentioned that the Heavy Beetle King and the Dark Blood Stone Man have super strong defenses. So with the powerful defense of these 2 beasts, the level 6 Dragon Blood Lion can be suppressed for a certain period of time. But in this case, the Desert Wind Eagle will have to face Shen Daodao's other 2 beasts. The Desert Wind Eagle cannot stop those 2 beasts. Of course, if the Desert Wind Eagle slaps its butt and leaves, Shen Dao's 2 beasts will naturally be helpless. But those 2 beasts will definitely rush towards the Heavy Beetle King and the Dark Blood Stone Man. And Henry Chu will definitely be passively beaten. Situation. So, what should we do?
Many students couldn't help but roll their eyes. After talking for a long time, why did you come back again? Don't I just want to hear your advice? You ask us newbies. What do you mean? Li Sheng turned his attention to Chen Fan, who was lying on the table.
Chen Fan, Everyone was enthusiastically expressing their opinions just now. Why do you look so lifeless? Stand up and speak your mind.
Chen Fan stood up helplessly and said,
I have 2 methods.
What? Li Sheng and everyone thought they heard wrongly. Everyone discussed and talked about it. And they all talked about it. But they didn't come up with a feasible solution. You actually have 2 methods? Do people from the imperial capital like to brag so much? Chapter 56, 2 Ways to Destroy Shen Tao. Li Sheng looked at Chen Fan and was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded towards Chen Fan.
Tell me what you think.
Chen Fan said calmly.
I don't know how big the arena is, but I know that there must be a limit to the size of the arena. Chen Daotao's 2 beasts are all fire attributes, including the strongest dragon-blooded lion. Then, when the desert wind sculptures fight, use sandstorm immediately to interfere with the opponent's line of sight. Then bring 2 large barrels of oil into the sky, and then pour the oil down to cover most of the arena. After this, does Shen Daotao's beast master still dare to breathe fire? If you dare to breathe fire, you will easily burn yourself to death first.
All the classmates, Li Sheng, even Henry Chu couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Chen Fan. Yi Hao immediately clapped his hands.
You can't think of this method? Pour the oil, and the 2 fire-attributed beasts will no longer dare to use their skills. If Henry Chu wants to destroy him, it really won't take much effort.
Li Sheng blinked and didn't speak for a long time. At this time, Chu Xian said quietly,
No fuel will be allowed in the arena competition. The arena competition between the 3 major colleges is just for exchanges and exchanges, not a battle of life and death. Extremely destructive items, such as guns and ammunition, are not allowed to be brought in or used.
Yi Hao also nodded a little depressed.
Yes. Otherwise, ordinary firearms cannot be blocked by those below the 3rd level. If you bring a gun in, you can destroy Shen Daotao.
Chen Fan.
Can I bring lime?
Everyone. Chen Fan.
Can I bring the powder made from the ichi fruit?
Everyone. Yi Hao.
Brother, I find that I like you more and more. What is your name?
Chen Fan raised his hand.
My name is Chen Fan.
The 2 looked at each other, smiled, and gave each other a high five. Li Sheng spoke.
How shameless you can think of such a shameless thing as the powder of ichi fruit. Chen Fan, you disappoint me so much.
Chen Fan. Li Sheng came over, lowered his head and said,
Can you tell me or Henry Chu quietly about this method? Now that you have said it out, so many people have heard it. What will happen if it reaches Shen Daotao?
Chu Xian. Yi Hao laughed out loud. Li Sheng said a little depressed.
If Shen Daotao knows, he can take the antidote in advance, and this trick will be useless.
Chen Fan waved his hand and said, It's useless if he knows. We can change it to something else, as long as it doesn't poison him to death. He can't break the desert wind eagle's move.
Henry Chu.
Isn't this too shameless?
Chen Fan shrugged.
Actually, there is such a thing as shamelessness. If you do it well, it is called a strong psychological quality.
Henry Chu.
I saw that you were still calm and composed when facing a level 5 queen ant that day. I felt that your psychological quality was excellent.
Chen Fan.
I'll just take it as a compliment.
Li Sheng said a little depressed.
You guys, it's shameless to underestimate Shen now. Huh?
Chen Fan, Yi Hao and others all stared at Li Sheng. Li Sheng said a little helplessly.
The Shen family is a big family that can compete with the Chu family. Shen Daotao will definitely find someone from the Shen family to come forward and change the rules of the competition to prohibit bringing these things into the venue. I mean, if these things are revealed to him, if you know. I know that boy too well. He is completely different from his sister Shen Hongxiu.
Chen Fan was speechless.
Is this okay? Isn't this too shameless?
Everyone looked at him silently. When it comes to being shameless, who can do this better than you? Old man? Li Sheng looked at Chen Fan helplessly and said,
You just said there are 2 methods. What about the other method?
Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Fan again. Chen Fan straightened his face and said,
The other method is actually not complicated. Isn't the dragon-blooded mad lion very powerful? Isn't it just?
Okay.
To avoid the dragon-blooded mad lion and directly deal with Shen Daotao. Many people have entered into a misunderstanding about the battle of Beast Masters. They feel that they let the Beast Masters fight in front. But they forget that the Beast Masters are the core of the battle. Get rid of the Beast Master and everything will be solved.
Li Sheng rolled his eyes and said,
I thought you had some good way to deal with the Beast Master. Who doesn't know? Look at the picture I drew on the blackboard. Shin Yuteo is standing behind 3 beasts. His strength is not much worse than Henry Chu. It's not easy to avoid the dragon-blooded lion and deal with Shin Yuteo.
Henry Chu nodded slightly. Obviously, He had also thought of the tactic of getting rid of Shen Tao first. But it's too difficult.
It's not difficult.
Chen Fan said 2 words, and made the classroom quiet again. He said calmly,
I just took a look at the beast control skills of both sides and found 2 important points. First, Shen Taodao's 3 beasts only have 1 defensive skill, Fire Shield. Second, Chu Xian's Dark Blood Stone Man not only has an obsidian armor, but also a light rock technique. The teacher just explained that this skill can be applied to the Beast Master and the Beast Master, allowing the Beast Master and the Master to control the beast. The Beast Master has become as light as a swallow. Right.
Li Shang's eyes burned.
Go on,
Chen Fan said.
My method is very simple. The first step, that is, before the war begins, let the Dark Blood Stone Man put on obsidian armor for Chu Xian, and add the light rock technique, and then put the Heavy Beetle King in obsidian armor. The second step is to let the Desert Wind Eagle use Sandstorm to interfere with the opponent's line of sight. Then the Desert Wind Eagle uses the Wind Blade and Sandstorm to briefly entangle the Dragon-Blooded Lion, while the Heavy Beetle King entangles Shen Tao's other 2 beasts. The third step, Henry Chu and the Dark-Blooded Stone Man join forces to attack Shen Tao. Wait a minute.
Li Sheng frowned and said,
The Desert Wind Eagle is not strong enough to compete with the level 6 Dragon-Blooded Mad Lion. The Heavy Beetle King is 1 against 2. But it can't stop Shen Tao's other 2 beasts either. Even if Henry Chu joins forces with the Dark-Blooded Stone Man, it will be difficult to avoid the Dragon-Blooded Mad Lion and other beasts. And then kill Shen Tao behind.
Yi Hao nodded.
Not bad.
Henry Chu thought for a while and said,
He hasn't finished speaking yet. Wait until he finishes speaking.
Chen Fan immediately shook his head and said,
There is no need to really block or entangle him. I just need a moment. The Heavy Beetle King's own defense is very strong. Then he puts on the obsidian armor and uses his skill Brute Force Crash,
which is enough to break up the formation of Shen Tao's 2 beasts. Even if the Desert Wind Eagle can't really entangle the Dragon-Blooded Lion, it can still be done by making the Dragon-Blooded Lion lose its way in the sandstorm for a while.
Li Sheng held his chin and said,
But even so, it is still difficult for Henry Chu and the Dark-Blooded Stone Man to rush to Shen Tao. Shen Tao is very cunning. He will definitely hide behind the Dragon-Blooded Lion. Can he go around it? Chen Fan said.
The Dark Blood Stone Man has super strong defense and wears a pair of armor. What's more, it has a skill called Obsidian Armor. It has this kind of defense. If you hit it with a sledgehammer, even the Dragon-Blooded Lion will be gone.
You can stop it if you have to.
Right? Li Sheng frowned.
You mean, let the Dark Blood Stone Man open the way, and Henry Chu will kill him directly?
No. 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 Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
I'm just saying that the Dark-Blooded Stone Man has this kind of defense. And not even the Dragon-Blooded Mad Lion can block his way. If the Desert Wind Eagle cannot capture the Dragon-Blooded Lion, the Dark-Blooded Stone Man can also attract the Dragon-Blooded Lion's attention. But if Henry Chu wants to rush over, there is another way.
Yi Hao's eyes widened.
Is there another way? But no matter from the left or the right, it will take too long to go around. Shen Tao will definitely react. And there is no chance.
Chen Fan took a pen, poked the paper on the table and said,
You must go around. But not from the side, but from the air. In the air?
Everyone was stunned for a moment. Henry Chu also started thinking. Chen Fan said,
I just said that before the war begins, let the Dark Blood Stone Man put on the obsidian armor for Chu Xian, and then use the light rock technique. Then Chu Xian prepares a rope and lets the Desert the Wind sculpture carries it. As soon as the sandstorm interfered with the opponent's sight, the Desert Wind Eagle dropped the rope, and Henry Chu held the rope. The Desert Wind Eagle directly pulled him into the air and passed over the chattering beast from the air. I've seen Chu Xian's Desert Wind Eagle. It's very big and very powerful. It's no problem to bring Chu Xian with a light rock technique. And here, no matter what skill Shen Tao's beast control uses, the Dark-Blooded Stone Man should not be reluctant to fight. Rely on his strong defense and directly swing his sledgehammer to kill him and open a bloody path. The Dark Blood Stone Man's skill Falling Stone is a group attack. Those beast masters like Shen Tao won't be willing to stand still and be hit by stones. Right? In addition to the falling rocks, the Stone Man also has a sledgehammer in his hand. If he hits it with a hammer, the Dragon-Blooded Lion will not feel uncomfortable if he hits it. Right? Whether they hide or not. The Stone Men are so brave. They can definitely rush over. In the air and in the sandstorm on the ground. The Dark Blood Stone Man and Chu Xian joined forces and rushed to Shen Tao. Well, I know. You will say that the sandstorm also interferes with our line of sight. But Henry Chu only needs an approximate location. He just needs to get past Shintao's beast and get to Shintao's vicinity. After that, the desert wind eagle will control the sandstorm to cover the sight of the dragon-blooded mad lion and other beasts. But remove the sandstorm from Chu Xian and Shin Dao. Chu Xian and the dark-blooded stone man join forces to attack Shin Dao from both sides with lightning speed. That's the only problem. Xian Chu, if you join forces with the dark-blood stone man and try your best, how long will it take to cripple Shin Dao? If Shin Dao can't be solved in a short period of time, then my talk will be in vain.
Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Henry Chu. Chapter 57, Red-Eyed Ape. The Terrifying Shadow Assassin. Henry Chu raised his head slightly and said proudly,
8 seconds at most. I won't give him a chance to escape.
Chen Fan nodded.
8 seconds is enough. By the time the dragon-blooded mad lion and the other two beasts react, Shin Dao will be dead. Without the beast master Shin Dao, the three beast masters are leaderless. With more and less, Chu Xian blocked the dragon-blooded mad lion for a while, and the dark-blooded stone man and 3 other beasts were enough to crush Shin Dao's other 2 beasts.
This battle is over.
Li Sheng suddenly went a little crazy.
That's it. Now you have told me all the methods. If Shin Dao knows about it, what will he do?
Chen Fan was also furious.
Didn't you ask me to say that? Besides, the discussion of tactics is limited to theory, which is basically just talk on paper. The battle scene is ever-changing. In the end, it still depends on Henry Chu himself.
Li Sheng turned around and glanced at the whole class with a dark face.
If you let me know who leaks the tactics, I will kill him.
A group of students couldn't laugh or cry. Li Sheng pointed at Chu Xian and Yi Hao and said,
The Chu family is the largest family in Dahai City, and the Yi family is also an ancient family in Dahai City. It doesn't matter if you offend me, but you can't offend these 2 families at the same time. Do you understand what I mean?
The students began to wipe their sweat away. Is this what a class teacher should say? On the first day of school, he started threatening students. But Li Sheng looked sad, clasped his hands and said,
Everyone must not leak out the plan that Shin Fan just mentioned. This is the honor of our class, and the honor of our Aries Academy.
A classmate in front said in a deep voice.
Teacher, don't worry. We can't tell anyone. That day, Shin Dao came to the door early in the morning. He looked so arrogant. If I hadn't been able to control the beast, I would have wanted to hack him directly. We are from Aries Academy. How could we possibly reveal the news to other academies?
Other students also started shouting, and the crowd was excited.
Very good.
Li Sheng nodded and said,
I'm very satisfied with your attitude. Okay, it's not get out of class time yet. Let's study by ourselves first.
As he said this, he winked at Henry Chu and said,
Xian Chu, go to my office and let's study the tactics Chen Fan mentioned.
Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. What a tragedy. There is obviously an easier way. But in the end, I have to waste so much saliva. I will directly help you upgrade a beast from level 5 to level 6. Isn't it easy to solve it? But I can't say. I'm afraid of scaring you to death. What's more, looking back, it may not be Henry Chu facing Shin Dao. If Fang Qingqing's white python breaks through to level 6, with her strength, she should be able to defeat Shin Dao. Alas, I feel tired. Let's think about how to get some money from the Animal Breeders Association. After helping Jade and Gongzi improve their levels, the money was not enough. Chen Fan lay weakly on the table. Suddenly, Henry Chu turned his head and looked at Chen Fan.
You still have something to say.
Chen Fan didn't even raise his head.
I'm done.
Henry Chu.
No. I'm sure you still have something to say.
Chen Fan was about to cry, but had no tears.
Teacher, please pull him out. Didn't you just say that you wanted to study tactics with him?
Yi Hao laughed loudly, walked around from Henry Chu's right side, patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said,
Brother, how did you come up with those methods?
Chen Fan smiled proudly.
I mainly play online games.
Yi Hao and Henry Chu. Li Sheng took Xian Chu away.
You're pretty good. I'll treat you to dinner next time.
With that said, Yi Hao ran away without knowing why. The eyes of a group of students looking at Chen Fan changed. Chen Fan remembered that Li Sheng had said before that he also had a beast to control. But it was in the teaching office. Now Li Sheng is studying tactics with Chu Xian. Chen Fan simply stood up, asked someone to ask, and went to the teaching office. When he arrived at the teaching office, Chen Fan knocked on the door. A middle-aged man's majestic voice came from inside.
Come in.
Chen Fan opened the door and couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Inside the house, a gorilla was sitting at a desk, holding a book in both hands and reading intently. There was no one at the desks nearby. Monster name, Red-Eyed Ape. Combat power level, level 3. Racial level, low extraordinary. Monster attribute, shadow type. Monster weakness, thunder. Racial skills, shadow canopy. Shadow claw. Transform frog. Monster state, calm. Slightly uneasy. Monster hobbies, likes to read books. Listen to music. Like to learn all kinds of human knowledge and technology. And especially likes to eat purple cloud fruit. Potential level, 7 stars. Requirements for breakthrough to level 4. Racial level evolution route 2. Jin Fan thought he had seen it wrong. So he blinked hard and looked around the office again. He had also seen some information before, and knew that in this world of beast control, humans coexist peacefully with some alien races. But isn't it a bit absurd to find a beast to be the dean? At this time, the red-eyed monkey turned his head and nodded slightly towards Jin Fan. Cough! Jin Fan coughed lightly and said, "Hello, Director." The red-eyed monkey grinned and waved his hand. At this time, a little fat black man came out from under the desk on the right-hand side, holding 2 dusty books. The fat little black man had a dark face and said angrily, "Which class are you in? What's your name?" Jin Fan. The fat is in the fire. Wrong person. Wrong ape. Chen Fan put on a cheeky smile and said, "Hello, Director. I am Chen Fan from Class 5. Grade 3. Beast Taming. Teacher Li Sheng asked me to come to the teaching office to pick up the beast taming. Are you Chen Fan?" The dean sat down, put down a few books in his hands, and said calmly, "They say you are extremely talented, but seeing you calling director at a beast, your IQ is a bit worrying, isn't it?" Mud. This fat little black guy is so small-minded. Can you blame me? I came in and saw no one else. Chen Fan smiled and said nothing. The teaching director looked Chen Fan up and down, and then said, "Actually, at this age, he has just broken through the first level, and his talent can only be considered above average. Compared with Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing from our God of War Academy, he is still far behind. A lot of." How long will this fat man continue to harm others? Wasn't it because I recognized the wrong ape? I didn't mean it. Chen Fan pursed his lips. The dean took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "You are from the imperial capital. You have a strong background." How to answer this? Chen Fan said with a shy face. "You don't have any background. He is just an ordinary civilian child." The dean said with a half smile. "Can an ordinary child from a civilian family allow a big shot in the imperial capital to contact Dahai City specifically? For children from civilian families, all the information on their identity documents is hidden." Chen Fan showed a Mona Lisa-like smile and didn't know how to respond at all, so he could only pretend to be mysterious. The dean sighed softly and said, "But no matter what background you have, I need to remind you that since you have become a student of our God of War College, you must abide by the school rules and regulations of the God of War College. A true strongman must rely on his own true strength." Chen Fan's face straightened. "I understand." The teaching director nodded. "Speaking of which, although you have just broken through to the first level realm, your talent in opening up all the branches of the main vein in one day is indeed extraordinary." The tone softened a bit. The dean tilted his head slightly, glanced at the red-eyed monkey, and said, "This is the beast the school has prepared for you. The 3 major academies of Akame Yuanyuan and several major families in Dahai City have been fighting for it. But for more than a year, their ownership has not been determined. So during this period, it has been staying in the Lord's Mansion of Dahai City. Originally, I have been worrying about your beasts for the past 2 days. Although you have signed 2 beasts now, I think with your talent, you will be able to sign a 3rd beast sooner or later. And one of your master beasts is a slime. So what kind of beast should I choose for you?" As a result, the City Lord's Mansion suddenly sent it over and sent someone to tell it that only you can become its beast master. Chen Fan glanced at the red-eyed Yup. The red-eyed Yusue was still reading, very engrossed. What the hell? There was a gorilla reading there, and something felt wrong. Chen Fan glanced at the monster attribute panel and clicked on the detailed descriptions of the skills. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. This is a very scary shadow assassin. Shadow Claw can't be said to be very powerful, but the Shadow Canopy can not only sneak, but also become invisible in groups, cooperating with group battles. This skill, combined with Xiaobai's Thunder Flash and Jadeite Storm Tier, can kill an entire enemy team in an instant. As for turning into a frog,
turns a target enemy into a frog for 4 seconds. In other words, it can make an enemy lose combat effectiveness for 4 seconds. In a sense, this can be considered an invincible control skill. It's just that the time is a bit short. Only 4 seconds. However, the combat power level of Akame Yusui is only level 3 now. When his level increases later, the time it takes to transform into a frog will definitely become longer. If the frog transformation can last for more than 10 seconds, it is equivalent to directly destroying one of the enemy's beasts. As for monsters' preferences, there is another way to learn various human knowledge and techniques. A beast master can learn human knowledge and techniques. Its potential level has even reached 7 stars. 1 star more than Xiaobai and Jade. This is the beast with the highest potential that Chen Fan has seen so far. With such a master of beasts, no wonder the 3 major academies and several major families in Donghai City are frantically competing for it. Apparently, it was the old master who came to the city lord's mansion specifically. Right? Chapter 58. What if it succeeds? Take this notebook. The dean picked up a notebook from the desk and handed it to Chen Fan. This is some professional records about the skills and habits of the red-eyed monkey. You have also seen that it has learned human writing, knows how to read books by itself, and learns human knowledge and technology. The potential is endless. Honestly, even I'm jealous. Chen Fan bowed respectfully. Thank you, Director. The dean nodded slightly. You can take it away. It is very smart and has a very good temper. We have told it about you before. I hope you'll take good care of it. With that said, Chen Fan took a few steps forward and approached the red-eyed ape. The red-eyed monkey put down the book and raised his head. Its originally calm eyes became a little nervous. When their eyes met, Chen Fan laughed and stretched out his right hand. Brother, come hand in hand with me. The red-eyed Yuan looked into Chen Fan's eyes silently. After a while, it also laughed, stretched out its hand, and held Chen Fan's palm. Chen Fan said softly, You are mature and prudent. From now on, I will call you Lao Yuan. Right. The red-eyed monkey nodded. One more thing. The teaching director suddenly said. Li Sheng has told me before that you have broken through to the first level and the first level. Next, you mainly need to understand. To access the 9 orifices, the most difficult thing is actually the first 3 orifices. The first 3 orifices and 1 opening are the first and second heavens. After that, you only need to open the second orifice for each heaven, which is relatively easier. How to open these 3 orifices? I have some experience to tell you. Director, Chen Fan interrupted the teaching director. I already opened the 3 orifices last night. Dean. After a moment of silence, the dean said with a livid face. Young man, don't be upset just because I said before that you are not as talented as Henry Chu and the others. Everything should be down to earth. Don't be too ambitious. Don't talk nonsense and boast just to save face. Chen Fan was also speechless. Director, I am not holding a grudge. Nor am I talking nonsense. I have really opened up the 3 orifices. The dean looked at Chen Fan silently for 3 seconds. Then, he waved to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took a few steps closer and arrived at the desk. The dean stretched out his right hand and pointed it like a sword. Pointed it at the center of Chen Fan's eyebrows. And then said, Run the star power. Chen Fan did as he was told. Bang! 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 When Chen Fan was using his star power, under the interference of the teaching director, every time it reached an acupuncture point, the star power surged and made a bang-bang sound. Teaching director. You opened 3 acupoints in 1 night last night. Chen Fan nodded. Dean of students. Why didn't Li Sheng tell me? Chen Fan. I haven't told him yet. He's not by your side to guide you. The teaching director was surprised again. How many pills have you taken? Chen Fan spread his hands and said. The school subsidy that my class teacher helped me apply for has not been received yet. Where can I get the money to buy the Qiao Qiao pill? Dean. What kind of monster is this? Open the main meridians in 1 day and open the 3 orifices in 1 night. You know, the difficulty of opening the 3 orifices is much more difficult than opening the pulse. If you are not careful, you may lose all your efforts after practicing for a long time. This guy, as I expected, he is a child of a secret family in the imperial capital. The dean thought he had guessed it right and found the reason. He nodded with great satisfaction. Very good. Very good. But don't be arrogant and complacent. You have to take 1 step at a time. Do you understand? Chen Fan. I understand. After being warned by the dean for a long time, Chen Fan returned to the classroom with the red-eyed monkey.
As soon as he and Akane Yusuru appeared in the classroom, the classroom immediately exploded. Many classmates gathered around.
Let me go! Why are the beasts given to us by the school all cubs? And the ones given to Chen Fan are adult beasts? Chen Fan, is this beast of yours a King Kong? Will it grow as tall as the orangutan in Jian Square? Chen Fan, are you already an adult as a beast master? What is your combat power level? Isn't it very powerful? Are you not mistaken? Chen Fan, did you bring your relatives to the school?
A group of people surrounded Chen Fan, chattering. Suddenly, Henry Chu walked in from behind. Seeing the red-eyed youth next to Chen Fan, Henry Chu was obviously surprised. Then, he said calmly,
the Beast Master is originally the brother or sister of the Beast Master.
He walked over and nodded slightly to Chi Gyoyu.
Long time no see.
There was a sudden silence in the classroom. Chen Fan, the Beast Master, seems to have a good background. Right? Even Henry Chu knows him? Just when everyone was wondering, Chen Fan had already arranged for the red-eyed monkey to sit on his left-hand side. The red-eyed monkey sat down obediently, then took a book from Chen Fan's table and opened the pages. All the classmates, many people rubbed their eyes vigorously.
What the hell did I see? A gorilla reading a book?
The school bell rang. A female teacher walked in.
I am your Beast Master. Sure, Chingy. Everyone should have received the Beast Master. Right. In this class, I will teach you how to sign a contract with the Beast Master.
The students cheered and returned to their seats. Sure Chingy's eyes fell on the red-eyed monkey at the back of the classroom, and then glanced at Chen Fan next to the red-eyed monkey. Has the red-eyed youth, whom the 3 major academies and several aristocratic families are competing for, finally found his home? It didn't sit next to Henry Chu. Could it be that he has become the new student's beast? Unbelievable. Sure Chingy subconsciously glanced at Chen Fan again, and then began to explain the knowledge of signing a contract with Yusho. In fact, most people already know how to sign a contract with a beast, because there is relevant information on the internet. During the previous trial in the Black Ant Forest, a very small number of people even successfully signed contracts with the Beast Masters. But Sure Chingy's lectures were much more detailed than the information on the internet, and even every detail was explained clearly. The students listened attentively to the lecture and wrote down the key points one by one. Then, under Sure Chingy's guidance, they came to the stage one by one holding the Yusho Cubs and tried to sign a contract with the Yusho. There are 65 people in the class, except for a few people who have already signed contracts with the Beast Masters. Only 9 people have successfully signed contracts with the Beast Masters in this round of attempts. It's not that the method is wrong, but those Beast Master Cubs are still unable to accept these Beast Masters. When it was Chen Fan's turn, Chen Fan stood up helplessly and said,
Teacher, I have already signed contracts for 3 beasts. I'm afraid I won't be able to sign a 4th beast in a short time. When I can sign a contract with the Beast Master in a while, I will sign a contract with Lao Yuan. Damn!
A group of classmates laughed and cursed, throwing paper balls towards Chen Fan. Most people who sign up for a beast-controlling cub fail. This guy has actually successfully signed 3 royal beasts. Next to him, there was a beast in preparation. It's simply intolerable. Henry Chu, who was concentrating on painting, couldn't help but raise his head and glance at Chen Fan. Chen Fan feels so innocent. I didn't want to pretend to be beautiful at all. But Gengzi is definitely going to go out for a walk, and you will see him sooner or later. So it is better to say it openly and openly. Anyway, I came from the imperial capital. So what's wrong with my talent? No. In fact, many people should have seen it when it was brought to school.
It does not matter.
Sure Chingy waved to Chen Fan.
Even if you already have 3 beasts, you can still give it a try. What if it succeeds?
Chapter 59. You forced me to do this. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt so helpless. Although now he has become an
Imperial City native
and a
Imperial Capital genius.
In the eyes of many people, he no longer has to worry about certain troubles. But rushing into the spotlight and becoming the focus of everyone's eyes was not what he wanted. They say the first bird is shot. Wouldn't it be better to let Henry Chu and the others be the leaders? Chen Fan raised his head sadly and said,
Teacher, I seem to have a bad stomach. I need to go to the toilet.
All the classmates.
What the hell is going on with this guy? Can he come up with such a cliched excuse? Aren't you happy to let you try out the beast on the side of the contract? Chen Fan, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I'm not going to let you go to the execution ground. What's the point of dilly-dallying? This guy has a problem. Everyone, please keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. Come on. Come on. You already have 3 beasts. Go up and be a model of failure and make us happy. Yes. Yes. This kid refuses to go up because he is afraid that he will fail if he goes up. A group of classmates started making noise. Although some of them are jealous. Most of them are joking in good faith. Shirchingi smiled and nodded. Go ahead. We'll wait for you. And we'll open the contract circle when you come back later. Chin Fan. I always feel like something is wrong with this woman. Why don't you let yourself go? Forget it. Just sign the contract. So what if he becomes the first genius from the 3 major colleges to sign a contract with 4 beast masters? It was you who forced me to pretend to be beautiful. It was you who forced me to attack you. Chin Fan said with a long face. My stomach suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. He helplessly winked at the red-eyed monkey. And one person walked up to the podium. Shirchingi nodded slightly towards the red-eyed Yuan. Akane Yusui smiled slightly, and nodded very politely. The students are all excited. This beast is too smart and well-behaved. Right? In fact, Chin Fan was also speechless. Lao Yuan is obviously a shadow type. And his skills are all suitable for assassination and knocking out sap. So why is he so sunny and positive? In Chin Fan's imagination, shadow-type people or beast masters should be short and thin, with a wretched face, squatting in the darkness of the corner all day long, preparing to be evil from time to time. But the old ape was polite to others, smiled brightly, and studied quietly like a good student. Isn't this contrast too big? Chin Fan and Lao Yuan stood opposite each other, and began to follow Shirchingi's instructions to open the contract formation step by step. Teacher Shi was so responsible, and found Chin Fan's slightest mistake, and corrected it immediately. Chin Fan couldn't get through it even if he wanted to. Under her guidance, the originally complicated contract signing process turned out to be surprisingly smooth. 2 contract formations appeared, and the contract was condensed. Chin Fan, who originally had a funny expression on his face, straightened up and looked at the red-eyed Yupei. Old ape! Let's sign a contract. All the classmates. Is this guy a bit too childish? Sign a contract with the beast. After the contract is successfully condensed, you need to communicate with the beast with your mind and gain the trust of the beast. Many times, the beast master even has to make some kind of promise to make the beast master truly trust you and rely on you. Can you just say we sign a contract? Do you think the beast master is a fool? Aren't you afraid that the beast will slap you? Then everyone will see. The old ape smiled and nodded, and gently touched the contract with his paw. The contract was signed successfully. Chin Fan's body trembled, and he had already received the power of the red-eyed ape to feed him back. A whirlwind formed around him, blowing dust all over the classroom. A group of students coughed and cried for their fathers and mothers. This bastard. The students held their noses and laughed and cursed. When the smoke cleared, the whole classroom became quiet again. Many people stared blankly at Chin Fan on the podium. This one kills with 1,000 swords. Isn't it too easy to sign a contract with the beast controller? There were more than 60 people in a class, and they just went up one by one to try to sign the contract. Many of them were beast masters and didn't agree. So they failed in the end. He has already signed 3 beasts. And this 4th beast has been successful so easily. Wait. That's not right. Even if the beast master agrees, Chin Fan, who has already signed 3 beast masters, shouldn't succeed so easily? Isn't the number of beast masters closely related to the strength of the master? Doesn't it mean that signing a contract to control a beast requires the support of the beast control master's strength and soul power? How can an ordinary low-level beast master support 4 beast masters in the beast master space? Chu Xian and the others have already reached the 5th level of the 1st level, and are only 1 step away from reaching the 2nd level. Now they can only have 3 beasts. The huge class was completely silent. Even Shirchingi's eyes showed disbelief. She really just wanted Chin Fan to give it a try, and didn't really think that Chin Fan could succeed. But it really worked. The first student from the 3 major colleges to sign a contract with 4 beast masters. Even with incredible talents like Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing, they only have 3 beast masters now. But Chin Fan actually has 4 beasts. After Shirchingi silenced everyone, he left the classroom and called Li Xinghe, the dean of students, in the corridor. Not long after the call was made, Li Xinghe, the teaching director, appeared at the gate of class 5. Another fuss. Teachers and students from other classes came over to watch the fun. 1 passed to 10. 10 to 100. Chin Fan came from the imperial capital, and the news about his extraordinary talent spread throughout the school in an instant. Ha 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 ha! Li Sheng laughed wildly and said proudly, "See, This is the student I taught.
A group of teachers looked sideways. You are so embarrassed. Is this the student you taught? At best, you just taught others a lesson. But Li Sheng didn't care. He held his head high and walked among a group of teachers. Like a rooster laying eggs. He was so angry that a group of teachers almost wanted to beat him to death. That day in the reception square, this guy snatched Chen Fan away just because the dean of students was his brother-in-law. It's still so rampant now. But the noisy scene was still suppressed by the dean.
Let's break up. Let's break up. Let's all go back to class.
In the crowd, Fang Qingqing glared at Chen Fan fiercely. She felt that she had been deceived by Chen Fan again. This guy lied to her that he was from another place. So this foreign place was talking about the imperial capital? Fang Qingqing recalled that day when Chen Fan came to talk to her about raising beasts. He was sneaky, extremely vulgar, and looked like a complete liar. She felt that her 16,000 alliance coins might be wasted. Chen Fan also saw Fang Qingqing in the crowd and felt the sharpness of her eyes. However, he was thick-skinned and pretended not to notice. And Feng Qingjianen withdrew his gaze. Fang Qingqing became even more angry. At this time, teachers began to greet students in each class to go back to class. Chen Fan let the old ape enter the beast control space and returned to his seat. A group of classmates stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was also angry.
Look! What are you looking at? Didn't you force me to attack you? You must force me to pretend to be beautiful. Am I the kind of person who likes to pretend to be beautiful? I am so pure, kind and low-key. I am obviously forced to go to jail by you. Are you hit now? Should. Damn. This pretender is so annoying.
The whole class was so angry that they all laughed and cursed. And threw all the paper balls and fruit peels in their hands at Chen Fan. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed the objects thrown at him one by one.
Snapped.
Chen Fan was suddenly stunned for a moment. Glanced at the half-cut cucumber he just caught. And said,
Which female classmate threw her boyfriend over?
There was an immediate commotion in the classroom. Teacher Shichingi couldn't help but roll his eyes. In the corridor, Li Sheng nodded with satisfaction.
The atmosphere in our 5th class is so good. It's really good.
In the beast-controlling space, when Xiaobai and Jade saw the old ape, they walked over very curiously, and walked around the old ape several times. Gongzi didn't come. Except for Xiaobai and Jade. Gongzi is not very close to other beasts. Seeing the old ape appear in the beast control space, Gongzi even became nervous and blocked the front of Jade. But the old ape has a very strange temperament. It was obviously a shadow beast, but it exuded the aura of sunshine and had a smile like the spring breeze. Before Chen Fan had time to introduce the 3 little guys, Jade was already playing with Lao Yuan. Xiaobai also quickly accepted this partner, although Gongzi was still a bit aloof. He no longer had the previous hostility and nervousness. Chen Fan squinted slightly, looked at the scene in the beast control space, and nodded with satisfaction. I'll go find teacher Li Sheng later and ask for the school's 80,000 yuan subsidy. After getting the money, I will look for materials to upgrade the old ape tonight, and help the old ape upgrade to level 4 as soon as possible. Shadow-type beast control. The skills of Lao Yuan, combined with Xiaobai and the others, feel like they can defeat a level 5 beast in an instant. Chen Fan is looking forward to this combination very much.
I'll go to the Animal Breeders Association after school in the afternoon and give their skills a good try. After helping them train a few more skills, we can then study coordination and combination skills.
Chapter 60 Jade Storm Combo Skill. The sun sets. After the theoretical classes, all the students in the beast control classes were called to the training ground. Groups of students, holding the signed or unsigned beast masters with ropes, lined up to welcome the instructors. This male instructor from beast control class 5 has a very distinctive appearance. He is tall and burly, with sharp edges and corners on his face, as if carved with a knife or an axe. Especially those eyes, which are very slender and much wider than ordinary people's eyes. Together with the eyebrows, they extend to the back of the head, making it unforgettable at a glance. The instructor's appearance shocked many people. There was noise and laughter from other classes. As soon as the instructor from class 5 came over, there was total silence. The instructor nodded silently and was about to speak.
Ouch!
In the team, Feng Lang, who was being held by a classmate, seemed to be frightened by the instructor, so he turned around and ran away. The classmate who was holding Feng Lang was relatively short and not very strong, but he was directly dragged down by the Feng Lang and dragged out on the grass for more than 10 meters. Chen Fan and everyone were dumbfounded.
Pa!
The instructor snapped his fingers. Earthy yellow light surged on the ground.
and a sandworm more than 10 meters long emerged, blocking the wind wolf. Fong Lang snapped and lay on the ground, not daring to move. And the beast masters brought by everyone here were also a little panicked. "Get back to the team quickly," the instructor shouted softly, and then waved his hand. The sandworm swayed, burrowed directly into the ground, and disappeared. "This class will teach you how to train the beasts and how to cooperate with the beasts to fight," the instructor said in a deep voice. "I know that most of you have not signed a contract with the beast master yet, but this does not prevent you from training to control beasts. Continuously training and interacting with the beasts can enhance your friendship and prepare for future signings." Having said this, the instructor glanced at the crowd and said, "Who is Chen Fan? Come out!" Chen Fan was stunned for a moment and walked out of the queue. "Oh, are you Chen Fan?" the instructor said. "I have heard about you. I heard that you signed a contract with a slime. Your slime blew away a group of teachers?" Chen Fan nodded. "Yes," the instructor said calmly. "You don't have to be proud. You have to know that to be a beast control teacher in our school, you need to be at the second level at least. As long as the second level luck skill resists, it is impossible for the slime's strong wind skills to blow away the second level slime. What I mean is very simple. Although your slime is a mutated beast, it is indeed too weak. A little. So for this relatively weak beast, the training intensity should be increased." Chen Fan. When did I become proud? Instructor. You don't believe what I say? Come on. Let the slime blow me. No need. Instructor. Chen Fan. I believe what you said. I will definitely increase the intensity of training and train Jade well. The instructor frowned. Just try if I ask you to try. It's really going to blow me away and hurt me. I won't blame you. Don't worry. As he spoke, he used his Yuan Gong, took a step forward with his right foot, and stepped on the ground with a bang. Crazy energy, centered on the instructor, swept across. The students couldn't help but exclaim, "What a strong momentum! Still as motionless as a mountain. Is this the second level realm?" Chen Fan had no choice but to summon Jade. As soon as Jade came out, she found that the place was crowded with people. She was startled and jumped onto Chen Fan's head with a squeaking sound. Ha ha ha. The students all grinned. Only Henry Chu still had a dull expression on his face. Chen Fan took off the jade and said, "Instructor, my jade is very powerful. I'm afraid of hurting you. Why is there so much nonsense?" The instructor said coldly, "Let your slime use its skills, and see if the strong wind can blow me." Chen Fan had no choice but to tell Jade not to use all his strength. Now Jade's combat power level has reached level 4. His racial level has also been upgraded to high extraordinary. And his gust wind skill has already evolved into Storm Tear. Although Storm Tear may not be able to hurt the instructor, it is better to be afraid of anything. Jade glanced at Chen Fan timidly, and with Chen Fan's encouragement, she opened her mouth. Boom! A storm swept out, flying sand and rocks. The instructor who was in the storm was shocked and his body was swaying. So strong? Look at me. Immovable as a mountain. The instructor worked hard on his Yuan Gong, and his feet were pinned to the ground as if they were taking root. But at this moment, an accident happened. The instructor didn't fly out. The instructor's hair flew out. The instructor became bald. Everyone was stunned. My hair. The instructor was horrified and subconsciously stretched out his right hand to catch the flying hair. As soon as he grabbed it, the star power collapsed. Immovable as a mountain. Collapsed. And the whole person was also rolled up. Call. The instructor tried to grab the wig in the air, but the wig was torn into countless pieces by the storm, flying all over the sky. The instructor clapped several palms with his left hand. Using the power of his emptying palm, he performed a somersault in the air and landed firmly on the ground in a half-crouched position with a bang. He was bald, maintaining a half-crouched posture, looking at a group of students, and said coolly, "The way I landed is very handsome, isn't it?" The students tried their best to hold back their laughter, their faces turning purple. The instructor touched the reflective head and sighed sadly. Ever since I was a child, I have been very optimistic. I feel like, with my looks, what else do I have to lose? Until one day, I started losing my hair. One student finally couldn't help it and laughed out loud. Many other students could no longer hold back and laughed wildly, creating a mess. The instructor also laughed. Then he straightened his face and pointed at a group of students. You, and you, and you. You guys are punished to run 20 laps on the playground. You, and you. You guys run 50 laps. The ones he picked out were all those who laughed loudly. Then, the instructor's finger pointed at Chen Fan. Chen Fan hurriedly said, "Instructor, I have no conscience. I didn't laugh." "Yes, I know." The instructor nodded and said, "What I mean is, Chen Fan, your beast control is stronger. You run 100 laps. Nima, the beast control is relatively strong. So I have to take a penalty run? What is the logic? Is there a cause and effect relationship? You are taking revenge. Shi Luo's revenge. The key is that I didn't provoke you. It was you who insisted on letting Jade blow the wind." The instructor added, "Don't put that cuckold on your head. Let it run by itself, and it will run with you." Chen Fan had a long face and ran with Jade. But how can Jade run fast with his short legs? Chen Fan frowned, communicated with Jade with his mind, and said a few words. The emerald eyes lit up. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, a storm swept Jade into the air. Subsequently, a pair of translucent wings appeared on Jade's body, gliding quickly with the help of the strong wind. On the playground, everyone raised their heads and silently watched the cuckold watching the slime fly freely. Use the storm to roll yourself into the sky, and then use another skill to glide. This is what Chen Fan said to Jade. Jade can be regarded as unlocking a fun skill, isn't it? This is not just a fun skill. This is a first-rate escape skill. Chen Fan has used this trick in the game. I remember back then. Chen Fan, a blood decay death knight who dominated the battlefield, once used this move to make his enemies vomit blood. Blood decay is a defensive talent, thick-skinned, and has a blood recovery skill. When you cut an enemy with a knife, you will recover some of your own blood. Even if he is surrounded by a group of people, he will not be beaten to death for a long time. Considered by many to be a battlefield troublemaker. When many people encounter a blood decay on the battlefield, they just walk around because they can't be beaten to death. Even if they can be beaten to death, they are almost exhausted. Chen Fan not only chose the blood decay, but also used the sub-professional engineering forging to make 2 pieces of equipment for himself. One was rocket boots, and the other was a glider. As soon as the rocket boots are used, the speed of the blood decay is instantly increased a lot. He rushes out in a hurry and cannot catch up. Hang gliding needs no explanation. Then every time he was on the battlefield, he would run to the edge of the cliff and provoke a group of enemies. A group of enemies were so angry that they came over to beat him. They tried their best and finally beat him to death. Chen Fan used his rocket boots to jump out of the cliff, and then used a hang glider to escape under the gnashing teeth of a group of enemies. I left as gently as I came. Looking at the jade in the sky, Chen Fan also had mixed feelings. It would be great if I could also use this skill. This kind of combination technique. The instructor looked at the jade flying in the air, touched his bald head, and was speechless. Is this thing really a slime? Henry Chu walked to him and said, "It's slime. It's absolutely true." The instructor glanced at Henry Chu. After the drama, class continues. The instructor began to teach everyone how to train the beasts to attack and defend. However, many people's beast masters have not yet signed a contract, and they are all cubs, either disobedient or unable to understand. The beast masters asked the beasts to attack the pillars. As a result, many beasts pounced directly on the beasts on the side, and the scene was chaotic for a time. The instructor did not dare to let Chen Fan train Jade. Jade's skill is too terrifying. The instructor himself can block it, but these pillars in the training ground cannot block it. The instructor was afraid that Chen Fan would destroy the training ground. Chen Fan had no choice but to run to the grass nearby to tease Jade. At this time, Fang Qingqing came over hesitantly. She said a little shyly, "Chen Fan, can you return the 16W Alliance coins to me? I suddenly want to train Qinglong myself." Chen Fan glared and said, "Classmate Qingqing, this is your fault. How can you be a human being without the spirit of contract? You said it well before, but suddenly you want to go back on it? Could it be that you signed a contract with your beast, and you broke it as soon as you said it was right?" Fang Qingqing blushed slightly and said, "You told me that you were from out of town, but it turned out that you were from the imperial capital. You lied." Chen Fan, isn't the imperial capital a foreign city? Besides, whether I come from the imperial capital or not has nothing to do with this matter. Fang Qingqing, I knew you would say that. Chen Fan, classmate Qingqing, I don't understand what you think about me coming from other places. You don't believe that I can breed animals. This is normal. But I come from the imperial capital. I have studied animal breeding for many years under the imperial capital's beast breeding master.
Why do you want to break the contract? Fang Qingqing pursed her lips and stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt a little weak due to her glare and looked away. But as soon as he looked away, Chen Fan felt something was wrong. Why should I feel weak? I didn't lie to her. I really know how to breed animals. Chen Fan turned his head again and looked at Fang Qingqing silently. The two stared at each other. Henry Chu, who was not far away, looked at the two men staring at each other like cockfighting. Inexplicably, after a while, Fang Qingqing bit her lip and walked away.
TCH, are you staring at me?
Chen Fan.
Back then, I carried a watermelon knife and slashed from Nanshanmen to Guanhan Palace without blinking my eyes.
A group of classmates nearby were speechless. It was extremely difficult for others to say even 2 words to Fang Qingqing. But this guy actually made Fang Qingqing angry and ran away. Suddenly, the field became eerily quiet. Many people's eyes were looking towards the south. Directly south, he saw Bai Rouge, dressed in smart clothes and with long hair shawl, walking towards him. Fang Qingqing, who had just walked away a few steps, couldn't help but frown and turned to look to the other side. On the other side, Yi Hao, who had a playful smile on his face, also had sharp eyes. A few days ago, Shen Tao from Huanhai College came to War God College to provoke him in an arrogant and domineering manner. How? Now even Bai Rouge from Tiansheng Academy is here? When did Aries Academy become a soft persimmon that people can pinch whenever they want? However, Bai Rouge's status is special and difficult to deal with. Yi Hao tilted his head and went up to him.
Ru Ge, what brought you to our Aries Academy? Did you come here specially to treat me to dinner?